In the 50th year of the Konoha calendar, at the border of the Land of Water, where the battlefields of the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning converge, two small teams unexpectedly encountered one another. That blonde hair and the body flicker technique. He must be the Yellow Flash of Konoha. The sensing ninja from the Cloud Village squad swallowed nervously as he gazed at the leader of the Konoha team. Since it's him, Captain, we should retreat now. The sensing ninja recalled an order relayed from above and immediately suggested to his leader. However, it showed no inclination to withdraw. Instead, he contemplated. So he is the ninja who single-handedly thwarted the Nine-Tails mission. The son of the third Raikage, ate at the expression of Minato Namikaze, the leader of the Konoha team, grew serious as he addressed his teammates. His speed is astonishing, do not engage. As he spoke, Minato retrieved several specially made kunai from his pouch and scattered them around. He sensed as eager battle intent and understood that a confrontation was inevitable. With a scoff, he activated his lightning release chakra mode, his body enveloped in crackling lightning. With a forceful step, he appeared before Minato in an instant. Seeing Minato's seemingly unresponsive expression, his eyes flickered with disdain as he raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and swung it towards Minato's face. Just as his fist was about to connect with Minato's nose, Minato deftly tossed the kunai in his hand and vanished, reappearing on a large tree several meters away. In the next moment, Minato flashed again, appearing behind and caught the kunai he had just thrown, aiming it at his back. Pupils constricted. Although he saw Minato's movement, he had already committed his body to the attack and could not react in time. With a swift motion, Minato's kunai struck, nearly severing a massive octopus tentacle. However, utilized the momentum from the tentacle to evade Minato's attack and swiftly retreated back to the center of the Cloud team. "Are you alright, B?" A asked, glancing at the octopus tentacle extended by Karabi, feeling a mix of relief and concern. Though Minato's attack seemed ordinary, it was infused with a high concentration of wind release chakra, making it immensely powerful. Moreover, wind is strong against lightning. Even with the significant defensive boost provided by his lightning release chakra mode, it could not guarantee his safety from Minato's recent strike. Minato truly earned the order from the Cloud Village's higher-ups to abandon the mission if encountering the Yellow Flash. Had it been an unknown confrontation, he would have already been defeated. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Karabi panted slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Minato, unwilling to show any signs of negligence. Minato's speed was so exceptional that it could decide the outcome of the battle in an instant. A breathed sigh of relief, refocusing his attention on Minato. Is this guy the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails? At that moment, Minato was also surprised, choosing not to pursue further, instead turning to face A and Karabi. 2 against 1. With A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, we should retreat, Minato. A ninja from the Uchiha Clan within the Konoha team analyzed the battlefield and proposed. Both A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki possess strength far beyond that of typical Jonin, reaching the level of Kage, while only Minato stood a chance against them. Even if Minato was formidable, there were too many uncertainties in this battle. The two sides had merely encountered one another by chance. There was no need to engage in a deadly struggle here. Minato, too, discerned the situation and felt the urge to retreat growing within him. Planning to flee? He clenched his fist, ready to strike at any moment. Minato was the rising star of Konoha in this war, a strong candidate for the next Hokage. If he could be captured here, it would deal a tremendous blow to Konoha. Currently, the advantage lay with A in this unknown scenario. Such an opportunity would not come again. Thus, even if it meant incurring some cost, it was determined to capture Minato. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The members of the Konoha team also sensed as killing intent and felt a sense of dread. It seems I have arrived just in time. Now it's 2 against 2. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, and a figure wearing the Konoha headband and a Jonin vest, adorned with the Uchiha Clan emblem, appeared beside Minato. "Jin, what brings you here?" Minato exclaimed, surprised to see Uchiha Jin, whose handsome features surpassed even his own. Jin has arrived. The Konoha team members were equally astonished upon recognizing the newcomer, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. The Mist Village has retreated, So I came here to lend support and swiftly conclude this conflict. Uchiha Jin smiled as he regarded A and Karabi, saying, "It seems fortune is on my side. If we can capture these two, the Cloud Village will have no choice but to surrender." Minato paused, then quickly understood, feeling exhilarated. Indeed, the third Raikage of the Cloud Village had perished, and A and Karabi were now the strongest forces remaining. Capturing them would effectively bring the long-standing war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning to a close. Once the Cloud Village surrendered, Konoha would only face Iwagakure from the Land of Earth. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was a wise man and would certainly not dare confront Konoha's might alone. In this way, the Third Great Ninja War would finally reach a definitive conclusion. "How dare you? You little brat from the Uchiha Clan. What do you take us for?" As fury ignited at the confident gaze of Uchiha Jin, wishing to smash him into a pulp. Wait, the sensing ninja from the Cloud team, sensing something dreadful, broke into a sweat and urgently interjected, "Lord A, he is the Uchiha Jin who displayed extraordinary prowess on the battlefield against the mist." Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow, perplexed. Is he really that formidable? Why, have I never heard of him before? The sensing ninja explained. Uchiha Jin and the Uchiha clan only entered the battlefield after the mist declared war on Konoha. Thus, Uchiha Jin's reputation has only spread on the battlefield of the mist so far. Uchiha Jin has defeated the fourth Mizukage and has even countered 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, injuring 3. He is a ninja who could be compared to the yellow flash of Konoha. He is also revered by the mist ninjas as the red sun of Konoha. The Crimson Sun? Such audacity. Come and test my might with a punch. AI was not intimidated by the reputation and accomplishments of Uchiha Jin. Rather, his fighting spirit soared as he launched himself forward, aiming a punch at Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin's expression remained unchanged, his pupils transforming into a vivid red, displaying 3 black tomo, allowing him to perceive AI's movements with crystal clarity. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, one of the 3 great ocular jutsu in this world. Uchiha Jin's formidable ocular prowess maximized the dynamic vision of the Sharingan. With AI's current velocity, he could not escape the gaze of Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin retreated a leg, lowering his center of gravity, and met AI's incoming punch with one of his own. A clash of sheer force? Just as I prefer. Although AI's lightning release chakra mode was not as comprehensive as that of his father, the third Raikage. Leaning more towards speed enhancement, his strength and defense in this mode were far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. In a battle of brute strength, AI had never feared anyone. With disdain in his heart, AI intensified his punch. As their fists met, AI's electrifying punch overshadowed Uchiha Jin's, rendering it diminutive in comparison. Yet, just as their fists were about to collide, Uchiha Jin's hand erupted with a resounding roar, engulfed in blazing flames. "Fiery fist," Uchiha Jin exclaimed, as the ground beneath him shattered inch by inch, and the scorching flames erupted from his fist, instantly enveloping AI's figure. The orange flames coalesced into a massive fist, propelling AI's form several dozen meters away, toppling trees and leaving a charred trench upon the ground. "Brother, Lord AI." Karabi and several ninjas from the Cloud Village gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that AI had fallen into disadvantage in this direct confrontation. There was nothing astonishing about it. One must remember that the nature of flames is explosive and intensely hot. Uchiha Jin shook his slightly aching hand. Though his words were harsh, he regarded AI, the renowned brash warrior of the ninja world, with newfound caution. Uchiha Jin was not originally from this world. He had accidentally traversed here and became an ordinary jonin of the Uchiha clan, orphaned and alone. The past is of no consequence. According to the original storyline of Naruto, being reborn as a member of the Uchiha clan was akin to a catastrophic beginning. Externally, there was the oppression from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fifth Hokage, Danzo Shimura. Internally, there were unruly clan members oblivious to the dire situation, risking their own demise. Furthermore, there were a few individuals within the clan with obsessive tendencies, potentially volatile at any moment. Uchiha Jin's predicament could hardly be encapsulated by the word difficult. Fortunately, he had traversed into this world at an early juncture, with a considerable time remaining before the Uchiha clan's tragic night of annihilation. There was still a chance for Uchiha Jin to alter the clan's fated conclusion. Coupled with the indispensable golden finger of a traveler, Uchiha Jin was instilled with confidence in his ability to change destiny. Although his golden finger appeared somewhat paltry compared to those of other travelers, it was merely a devil fruit from another world, the Mera Mera no Mi. Indeed, it is the natural type Mera Mera no Mi, which has been disparaged by many sea enthusiasts as something even dogs would not consume. However, for Uchiha Jin himself, he harbors a profound satisfaction with this very fruit. The Mera Mera no Mi, in essence, grants its consumer the power of flames, commanding fire, becoming fire. Due to the previous user, Portgas D. Ace, whose application of the fruit was deemed less than satisfactory and ultimately met his demise at the hands of a Kainu. The fruit has acquired a reputation as undesirable. Furthermore, in the world of pirates, numerous individuals wield the ability to unleash fiery assaults, making it seem as though everyone possesses the power to manipulate flames, hence the label of being something that even dogs would forsake. But is the Mera Mera no Mi truly weak? Or is the ability to control fire genuinely lacking? From Uchiha Jin's perspective, this is far from the case. Although the Magu Magu no Mi is considered the superior fruit in the pirate lore, Uchiha Jin contends that the Mera Mera no Mi is not inherently inferior. Both magma and fire share characteristics of explosiveness and temperature. While magma, being a tangible substance, indeed surpasses fire in terms of explosive force, fire possesses a dominating advantage concerning temperature. The highest temperature of magma hovers around 1400 degrees Celsius, whereas fire can continuously elevate its temperature through the accumulation of heat, with virtually no upper limit. In the world where Uchiha Jin once resided, flames could be heated to over 500 million degrees, a staggering 30 times the sun's peak temperature. The disparity is self-evident. The Mera Mera no Mi harbors boundless potential. Fire has never been weak, much like the elderly figure next door, who also commands fire, yet is revered as the strongest Shinigami in 2 millennia, often rendered powerless in battle as his flame-manipulating Zanpakuto is sealed. Therefore, it is not the Mera Mera no Mi that is weak, it is merely Portgas D. Ace, having undergone a baptism of information explosion. Uchiha Jin believes his understanding of the Mera Mera no Mi far exceeds that of Ace. Coupled with the indigenous powers of this world, Uchiha Jin is determined not to tarnish the reputation of the Mera Mera no Mi. This fruit has instilled in him the confidence to alter everything. After years of seclusion, Uchiha Jin has clandestinely bolstered his strength, cultivated his influence, and amassed connections, steadily accumulating the power to transform this world. Now, as the third battle approaches its conclusion, Uchiha Jin has completed his preparations. He is eager to conclude the war swiftly and showcase his prowess in this realm. Konoha, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, is entrusted to you. Try to capture him alive. Uchiha Jin exhaled slowly, glancing at Minato Namikaze beside him. Minato is not only swift but, due to his girlfriend Kushina Uzumaki, is exceptionally skilled in sealing techniques, making him the ideal candidate for confronting Killer Bee. Although in the original narrative, Minato perished while sealing the Nine Tails, the Eight Tails is not on par with the Nine Tails. In a true confrontation, the Eight Tails would struggle to match even half of the Nine Tails' power. Moreover, the reason Minato likely fell while sealing the Nine Tails was more a matter of sacrifice and love. After all, at that time, the couple known as the Watergate had essentially taken control of the Nine Tails, and the support from Konoha had nearly arrived on the scene. Other ninja villages, which were not particularly adept at sealing techniques, could manage the rampaging tailed beasts. How could Konoha's sealing team, inheritors of the legacy of the Land of Whirlpools, falter against the Nine Tails that was already subdued? Ultimately, it was still Minato Namikaze who chose to bear the burden alone. Understood. Leave that guy to me. Minato revealed, a radiant smile, exuding confidence. Then let us resolve this swiftly. Uchiha Jin declared as flames engulfed his entire being, propelling him towards the location of Ei. Boom. Uchiha Jin's figure, enveloped in flames, descended with a scorching aura that radiated outwards like waves, causing the surrounding flora to wither and wilt rapidly. This was not merely a superficial coating of flames. It was the fire-release chakra mode developed by Uchiha Jin, combining the abilities of the Burn fruit with chakra. With the enhancement of the Burn fruit, Uchiha Jin achieved an unparalleled affinity for fire-based ninjutsu. He even executed techniques without hand seals, reaching a state of effortless mastery. Consequently, he devised numerous new techniques, with the fire-release chakra mode being one of them. While the enhancement to his physical prowess from the fire release chakra mode may not rival the terrifying capabilities of EI's lightning release chakra mode, it offered a balanced approach to both offense and defense, possessing myriad applications. Uchiha ninjas, I confess I underestimated you, but I shall not grant you another opportunity. EI stood a short distance opposite Uchiha Jin, crackling with electric energy, his body unmarred and showing no signs of injury. The formidable defensive power granted by the lightning release chakra mode allowed EI to disregard most attacks. However, for EI, being struck and sent flying in a direct confrontation felt like a defeat in his most esteemed attribute, more painful than any injury. Enough with the idle chatter, Stormbite. Uchiha Jin had no intention of engaging in small talk with EI. He swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful hook aimed at EI's cheek. So fast, EI's pupils constricted, astonished by Uchiha Jin's displayed velocity. Had he not been accustomed to high-speed movement, he would have been unable to perceive Uchiha Jin's form. Yet, this only fueled the flames of anger within EI. Do not underestimate me. Heavy flow. EI roared, deftly sidestepping and countering with an elbow strike aimed at Uchiha Jin's fist. It is well known that the Uchiha Clan's ninjas are famed for their ocular techniques, ninjutsu, and illusionary arts. Yet here was Uchiha Jin, engaging in combat through taijutsu, employing his weaknesses to assail the enemy's strengths. This felt like an affront to EI. Of course, if Uchiha Jin were to learn of EI's sentiments, he would likely be left in a state of bemusement. Indeed, compared to taijutsu, Uchiha Jin excelled in ninjutsu, particularly in large-scale destructive techniques. However, against EI's extraordinary defensive capabilities, Uchiha Jin realized that only concentrated single-point attacks with heightened chakra could breach EI's defenses and inflict substantial damage upon him. For instance, consider his devastating attack. Boom. The fist of Uchiha Jin was enveloped in a layer of nearly tangible orange flames, which erupted violently just as it was about to collide with EI's elbow, engulfing half of his body. The tremendous force exploded beside EI, sending him hurtling away before his heavy flow technique could take effect. EI let out a pained scream. As he flipped mid-air, he quickly stabilized his form and landed firmly on the ground. Although the flames unleashed by the devastating attack were not as swift as the fire fist, they had greatly intensified the heat by compressing it, raising the temperature significantly. EI sustained extensive burns on his right hand and neck, with his skin tightly wrinkled and numerous blisters forming. The relentless agony caused even this tough warrior to grimace in pain. How infuriating! Gritting his teeth, EI fixed his gaze on Uchiha Jin, raising his hand to the burned areas on his body and tearing at the blisters. Each blister was violently ripped apart, and EI's expression contorted into one of sheer agony. Though the presence of these blisters hindered EI's movements, his brutal method of dealing with them elicited a sympathetic grimace from Uchiha Jin. Truly, EI was deserving of his title as the most reckless man in the ninja world. With a thunderous roar, EI transformed his suffering into strength, his body crackling with electric energy as he launched himself at Uchiha Jin with a powerful downward kick. The fierce wind rushed toward him, and Uchiha Jin dared not meet the attack head-on, pushing off the ground and leaving behind 2 charred footprints, vanishing from sight. EI's eyes narrowed, a flash of realization crossing his mind as he quickly locked onto Uchiha Jin's silhouette. He slightly reduced the force in his legs, but did not cease his assault. With a resounding crash, the ground where EI landed shattered within a radius of several meters. EI swiftly adjusted his form, utilizing the momentum from his kick to double his speed, arriving instantaneously before Uchiha Jin, delivering a knife-hand strike. Lightning fury, with a flicker of electricity. High-quality lightning release chakra coalesced into a blade, slamming against Uchiha Jin's neck. With a thunderous explosion, Uchiha Jin's figure erupted into a blaze, rushing toward EI. The proximity was too close for EI to evade. However, the flames were not excessively hot. He swiftly maneuvered and escaped the fiery embrace, sustaining no harm. A fire clone. EI quickly steadied himself, scanning for Uchiha Jin's presence. He had discerned Uchiha Jin's capabilities, and the next strike would determine the victor. Although Uchiha Jin's speed appeared comparable to his own, it was not truly speed in the conventional sense. Before each movement, Uchiha Jin would gather a substantial amount of flames beneath his feet, using the explosive force of the flames to achieve his so-called high-speed movement. This could be seen as a unique form of fire body flicker technique, significantly faster than the ordinary version. Yet, this fiery technique bore a significant flaw. It lacked agility. The explosive force of the flames facilitated only linear high-speed movement, diminishing Uchiha Jin's reaction capabilities during the process. This has been validated in the recent confrontation. Even AI's momentary acceleration was inspired by Uchiha Jin's fire body flicker. Moreover, AI has discerned that Uchiha Jin's physical prowess is significantly inferior to his own after utilizing the lightning release chakra mode. Although their two attacks appeared to be direct clashes, their bodies never truly made contact. The flames coalescing around Uchiha Jin's fists would erupt just before their bodies were about to collide. This was the primary reason AI was sent flying twice by Uchiha Jin. If his lightning release chakra mode enhances his physical capabilities immensely, then Uchiha Jin's fire release chakra mode functions externally, resembling a form of ninjutsu. Each time AI was about to strike Uchiha Jin, the latter had already launched an assault against him. In this exchange, the disadvantage was undoubtedly his. Nevertheless, AI had already devised a countermeasure in his mind. Victory in this battle was assured. Concentrating his chakra, AI suddenly turned his gaze to a spot not far to his left, his eyes alight with determination. Found you. Come forth. The thunderous rage lightning axe. AI leapt high into the air, executing a powerful downward kick. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him shattered over a wide area, and Uchiha Jin's figure sprang forth from the debris. Lightning blade of the Thunder Ninja. AI activated his lightning release chakra mode to its zenith, his form vanishing in an instant, leaving no chance for Uchiha Jin to react. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Uchiha Jin, launching a punch. In an instant, Uchiha Jin's expression turned grave as flames erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward. Now is the moment. A glint of brilliance flickered in AI's eyes as he abruptly retracted the half-struck punch, altering his attack. Thunderous dance of the lightning beast. AI soared into the air, his hand aglow with flickering electricity, coalescing into a lightning blade. Uchiha Jin's body flicker was confined to linear movement. Thus, if AI could seize the opportunity during the brief moment before Jin's second step landed, he would be unable to alter his trajectory. This fleeting step was the pivotal moment that would determine victory. Boom. AI's electrified palm struck Uchiha Jin's waist. But contrary to expectations, there was no spray of blood. Uchiha Jin's form erupted into a mass of flames once more. A fire clone. AI paused, then quickly dismissed that notion. It was impossible. This was undoubtedly his true form. Although Uchiha Jin had once again exploded into flames, the sensation this time was entirely different from that of the previous fire clone. Moreover, while Uchiha Jin's figure had disintegrated into flames, these flames showed no sign of dissipating, rather ensnaring AI's hand within their grasp. AI was confident in his assessment. Could it be an illusion? AI recalled Uchiha Jin's lineage. It is well known that the Uchiha clan excels in illusion techniques. Those Sharingan can ensnare an opponent in Jinjutsu with but a single glance. This almost overpowered ability has led to widespread tales within the ninja world that encountering a Uchiha ninja one-on-one is often a matter of flight. Although this statement may not be absolute, it sufficiently illustrates the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan's ninjas. After all, during combat, it is inevitable that one will encounter direct eye contact with an opponent. In a one-on-one scenario, a single misstep could lead one into a Jinjutsu, rendering them vulnerable. In situations involving multiple adversaries, the Uchiha ninjas cannot incapacitate everyone simultaneously with their illusions. They must assist one another in breaking free from the Jinjutsu to hold any chance of victory. This rationale partly explains why Uchiha Obito entrusted the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, to Minato Namikaze for confrontation. While the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is a natural counter to tailed beasts, Killer Bee, being a perfect Jinchuriki, forms a formidable duo, thereby diminishing the efficacy of Uchiha Obito's illusions. A's vigilance towards Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu had never waned. From the onset of the battle, he refrained from locking eyes with Obito, instead relying solely on his physical movements to anticipate his actions. If this were the case, when had he fallen prey to the Jinjutsu? Yet, if it were not an illusion, how could he explain the scene before him? This was elemental transformation. Just as A.'s mind raced with urgency, the magnetic voice of Uchiha Obito echoed in his ears. Instinctively, A turned his head, only to meet a pair of crimson eyes. This was disastrous, A thought to himself, and in the next moment, his body stiffened, consciousness plunging into a realm of black and crimson, pinned in midair by several large iron spikes, utterly immobilized. Magical restraint technique. In the physical realm, Uchiha Obito's form gradually solidified, one hand pressing against A's head, enhancing the grip of the Jinjutsu. Indeed, when it comes to capturing an enemy alive, Jinjutsu proves to be the most effective tool. Uchiha Obito had recognized from the moment A transformed the power of the Thunderstorm Rage Axe into speed that he had perceived a portion of his fire-release chakra mode. From the very beginning, Obito harbored no intention of killing A in this battle. His sole objective was to capture him alive. Thus, he seized the opportunity when A, under the false impression of having deciphered his abilities, lowered his guard, and utilized elemental transformation to disrupt A's thoughts, subsequently casting the Jinjutsu. Elemental transformation involves converting one's body into natural elements to achieve immunity against attacks. This ability was bestowed upon Uchiha Obito by the Mera Mera no Mi. In the world of pirates, the elemental transformation of a Logia-type devil fruit is an almost insurmountable ability. Only those who have mastered Haki can touch the physical form of a Logia user. Those who lack Haki are not even qualified to confront a Logia user, with the exception of the protagonist. However, even when faced with a Haki master, a Logia user can preemptively transform their body into elements to alter their form and evade incoming attacks. Perhaps due to the fact that both Haki and chakra stem from physical strength, Uchiha Obito discovered that his elemental transformation could not immunize him against damage inflicted by attacks imbued with chakra. Nevertheless, utilizing elemental transformation to preemptively evade attacks remains feasible. When wielded adeptly, this ability can decisively determine the outcome of a battle. Just as is the case now, Uchiha Jin exhaled a long, heavy breath, closing his 3-tomo Sharingan, and hoisted the unconscious AI onto his shoulder. In a series of swift movements, Uchiha Jin returned to the location of the Minato team. The battle here had long since concluded. With the absence of AI, the swift ninja who had restrained him, Namake's Minato's abilities were fully unleashed. Among the entire Cloud Village team, only Killer Bee could match Minato in combat. The rest of the Cloud Ninjas were no match for him. Moreover, within Minato's team, Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi Choji were both elite jonin from Konohagakure. With their support, Killer Bee barely had time to enter full-tailed beast transformation before being sealed by Namake's Minato. Jin. Minato and his companions immediately recognized the arriving Uchiha Jin. I've temporarily controlled him with a Jinjutsu, but just to be safe, you should seal his chakra. Uchiha Jin dropped AI to the ground and addressed Minato. Understood. Minato nodded, swiftly forming hand signs, igniting 5 spheres of chakra flames upon his 5 fingers. 5 elements seal. Minato crouched down, striking AI's abdomen, leaving 5 tomo-shaped runes on his lower belly, sealing his chakra within. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Minato rose and said, I just expended too much chakra to seal the 8 tails Jinchuriki, so for now, I can only use the 5-element seal to disrupt his chakra output. Although this seal cannot completely sever his connection to the chakra within him, he is now unable to use any techniques. That will suffice. Uchiha Jin nodded, stating, we can place him in restraints once we return to the village. This will effectively conclude the war. As he spoke, a hint of a smile crossed Jin's face, and the expressions of Minato and the others also softened. This war had persisted for nearly 8 years and was finally approaching its end. Years prior, the sand village of the Land of Wind had instigated war under the pretext of the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance, seeking to transform internal strife into external conflict. The first target was the fertile and resource-rich Leaf Village of the Land of Fire. Initially, both sides engaged in small-scale skirmishes along the borders, which gradually escalated into a large-scale war. During this tumultuous period, the Rock Village of the Land of Earth and the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning were both poised to act, ultimately launching their offensives against the Leaf Village at opportune moments. At that time, the pressure on the Leaf Village was unprecedented, facing the combined might of 3 great nations, while also balancing the influence of powerful clans within the village, nearly deploying all available combat forces. Fortunately, the notorious Cloud Village, known for its disruptive tactics, proved to be quite effective, first launching a surprise attack on the Sand Village of the Wind Country, and then stabbing the Rock Village in the back, granting the Leaf Village a much-needed respite. Seizing upon the Sand Village's weakness, And with the mutual restraint between the Rock and Cloud villages, coupled with Minato's active involvement, the Leaf Village swiftly overwhelmed the Sand Village, compelling them to sign a ceasefire agreement. Simultaneously, Konohagakure severed the supply lines of Awagakure, shattering their frontline forces and rendering them incapable of launching a large-scale war in the near future. As the war reached this critical juncture, the situation was evidently clear. Just as the villagers of Konoha were contemplating the imminent conclusion of the conflict with jubilant anticipation, they were taken aback by a sudden strike from Kumogakure. Having suffered setbacks at the hands of Sunagakure and Awagakure, Kumogakure first attempted a surprise attack, only to be thwarted by Sunagakure's vigilance. Subsequently, while attempting to ambush Awagakure's rear, they fell into a trap, resulting in the demise of the third Raikage at their hands. Consequently, Kumogakure resolved to target Konoha. This unexpected turn of events must have left the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, utterly perplexed, as he pondered the motivations behind Kumogakure's reckless actions. Adding to Konoha's predicament, the long-dormant Kirigakure from the Land of Water also declared war at this juncture. Once again, Konoha found itself ensnared in a dire situation. Although Awagakure was momentarily unable to wage a large-scale war, they remained unscathed and possessed a significant number of ninjas at their disposal, ready to reignite the flames of conflict at any moment. Konoha was compelled to station heavy troops along the borders to prepare for any unforeseen eventualities. While Sunagakure had signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha, it was, in truth, nothing more than a worthless piece of paper devoid of any deterrent power. Should Sunagakure perceive an opportunity, they could readily tear up the agreement and once again declare war on Konoha. Thus, Konoha needed to allocate military forces along the borders with Sunagakure as well. Coupled with the ongoing conflict with Kumogakure, Konoha found itself unable to divert resources to counter the impending assault from Kirigakure. In this dire circumstance, the higher-ups of Konoha turned their attention to the Uchiha and Fugaku clans, two prominent families they had long regarded with suspicion. Both the Uchiha and Fugaku clans were renowned for their formidable power and rigid clan structures, which had always elicited concern from Konoha's leadership. Particularly, the Uchiha's rebellious nature had led the Hokage's administration, heavily influenced by the ideologies of the second Hokage, to constantly scrutinize them. The reluctance of Konoha's leadership to deploy Uchiha clan members to the battlefield stemmed from a desire to isolate them, preventing their potential rise to power through military achievements. Additionally, the Uchiha's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan, could activate in response to emotional fluctuations, enhancing their strength in the chaos of battle. In a setting rife with death and loss, while others might weaken, the Uchiha could paradoxically grow stronger. After all, those who survived the trials of war would emerge as tempered steel. Although the number of Uchiha might dwindle amidst the conflict, their quality would likely experience a significant surge. Indeed, during this very war, two members of the Uchiha clan awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Each of them possessed the strength of 1,000 warriors. Under such circumstances, Konoha's leadership naturally sought to prevent the Uchiha clan from entering the fray at all costs. The declaration of war by the Mist Village has left the higher-ups of Konoha in a state of desperation, compelling them to enlist the Uchiha clan to defend against the impending invasion. Throughout the tumultuous Third Great Ninja War, the other four major nations have engaged in sporadic fighting, while Konoha has faced a continuous barrage of adversaries. Nearly 8 years of relentless conflict have left the entire village weary and beleaguered. At last, it seems the war is nearing its conclusion. What shall we do next? Should we return them all to Konoha? Minato Namikaze inquired. Having composed himself and turning to Uchiha Jin, the war is not yet truly over. Vigilance must be maintained. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jin refrained from providing a direct answer and instead posed a question. What is your perspective? Minato hesitated before responding. The third Raikage is dead, and the fourth Raikage's fate hangs in the balance. The Cloud Village is currently leaderless. To truly conclude this war, we must return their fourth Raikage candidate to assume control. I believe that the bond between A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is profound, and with him maneuvering within the Cloud Village, it should facilitate a smoother path toward a ceasefire agreement. Minato sought to send a back to the Cloud Village, understanding that dissenting voices would inevitably emerge in the absence of leadership, especially from those with ulterior motives. A's close relationship with Killer Bee would ensure that as a hostage, he could exert maximum influence. However, this is merely the conventional approach. Uchiha Jin chuckled softly. Minato, you have overlooked a crucial point. Were this any other village, your decision would be sound, but do not forget that the Cloud Village is a unique entity. Do you truly believe that if you were to return this reckless individual would not rally substantial forces to threaten us with full-scale war, compelling us to release him? Minato was taken aback by this notion. Yet upon reflecting on the Cloud Village's modus operandi, he found himself unable to refute it. After all, it is well known that the denizens of the Cloud Village are fervent warriors. Uchiha Jin continued, both A and Killer B are indispensable to the Cloud Village. One is the candidate for the fourth Raikage, while the other is the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Only by asserting control over both can we ensure that the Cloud Village will willingly approach the negotiating table. Minato furrowed his brow, questioning, are you certain that the leadership of the Cloud Village will reach a consensus on this matter? Uchiha Jin understood the underlying implication of Minato's words and sighed softly. The leadership of the Cloud Village is markedly different from ours in Konoha. They possess a greater sense of unity. Moreover, the Raikage's advisor is a shrewd individual who will not allow for disorder. Thus, it is best to bring both A and Killer B back to the village. Pausing for a moment, Uchiha Jin recalled something and cautioned, by the way, when reporting back, do not mention me. Just state that this is the achievement of your team. Minato's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Jin, was this operation not ordered by the third Hokage? At the utterance of Minato's words, the assembled individuals displayed expressions of astonishment. Inuzuka Kaku spoke, Jin, this matter is no laughing matter. If mishandled, it could be used against us as leverage. Bear in mind that they are ninjas, and even leaving the village requires prior notification. Moreover, given the current state of war, scrutiny within the village is even more stringent. Uchiha Jin's unauthorized actions could easily be construed as desertion, and it could very well lead to severe repercussions. Given Uchiha Jin's lineage, it is nearly impossible to treat this lightly. If the third Hokage were to discover Uchiha Jin's whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. Do not fret. The front line at Kirigakure is predominantly occupied by members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, providing me with sufficient cover. They will not uncover my presence. Uchiha Jin explained with a smile. Moreover, I have compelling reasons to be here. All present are members of the Minato team, trustworthy comrades. This is why I can appear before you without concern. A compelling reason? Namake's Minato felt a vague sense of foreboding, his gaze piercing as he regarded Uchiha Jin. Please, sit down, Uchiha Jin gestured, surveying the group. Minato and the others did not object, finding comfortable spots to settle on the ground. Once everyone was seated, Uchiha Jin began. This war has persisted for nearly 8 years, and we are all weary in body and spirit. Regardless of the final outcome, Konoha has suffered grievously. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot evade responsibility for his misguided decisions. His tenure as Hokage has reached its limit. I trust you have all heard whispers regarding this matter. At the war's outset, faced with the provocations of Tsunegakure, the peace-seeking Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated to respond promptly, allowing the arrogance of Tsunegakure to swell, which led to a stalemate and subsequently drew a Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure into the fray. It is crucial to remember that Tsunegakure is the weakest of the 5 great shinobi countries, while Konoha is universally acknowledged as the foremost shinobi village. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated Konoha's superior forces at the outset to decisively cripple Tsunegakure, perhaps this war would not have escalated as it has, or at least not endured for so long. Furthermore, after the defeat at Tsunegakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a bid to placate them, not only refrained from demanding any war reparations, but also made concessions in various aspects. This has bred discontent among many Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's persistent pacifism has resulted in numerous erroneous decisions during this war, and the resentment within the village has only intensified. To provide an explanation to the citizens of Konoha, rumors have begun to circulate that Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to resign as Hokage following the conclusion of this war. This was a deliberate ploy to soothe the populace of Konoha. Uchiha Jin continued, in truth, even if I had not come, this war would be approaching its conclusion. Perhaps the village of Cloud and the village of Rock will not cease hostilities so swiftly. However, under the current circumstances of mutual restraint among our triad, large-scale warfare shall not ensue. At most, we may witness minor skirmishes along the borders. Although both the village of Rock and the village of Cloud are still capable of battle, The death of the third Hokage within Rock Village has engendered a deep-seated vendetta. Both villages have simultaneously declared war on Konoha, resulting in a chaotic three-way confrontation where trust is absent. Should either the village of Rock or the village of Cloud seek to wage a significant war against Konoha, they must contemplate the possibility of the other party striking from the shadows, vying for a chance to benefit from the turmoil. Thus, the war has effectively reached its conclusion. Minato Namikaze nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have received directives from the third Hokage and shall return to Konoha shortly to regroup. Furthermore, the third has subtly indicated in his correspondence that he intends to support my ascension as the fourth Hokage upon my return." Uchiha Jin smiled at this and said, "It appears our esteemed Hokage holds you in considerable regard, Minato." Minato chuckled wryly and shook his head. "He does not value me. Rather, he covets the power, intending to use me as a mere puppet, just as you have articulated in your writings, Jin, to wield the Emperor's authority to command the lords." If the original Minato had received Sarutobi Hiruzen's private message, he would have likely been overjoyed and ready to become the fourth Hokage. However, under Jin's intentional tutelage over the years, Minato has undergone a significant transformation. No longer resembling the political novice portrayed in the original narrative, he now possesses the discernment to comprehend Sarutobi's true intentions. To this end, Uchiha Jin had even meticulously transcribed several strategic tomes from his past life, such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms and The Art of Blackness, for Minato's edification. "Indeed, your progress is commendable, Minato." Uchiha Jin praised before continuing. "Logically, the most suitable candidate for the fourth Hokage should be Orochimaru. Orochimaru's demeanor is composed, his vision is exceptional, and his prowess is formidable. He has made significant contributions during both the second and third Great Ninja Wars. From any perspective, Orochimaru is more than capable of fulfilling the role of Hokage. Yet, his suitability is precisely what renders him unmanageable by the third, compelling the latter to relinquish him. In terms of strength, Minato Namikaze is undoubtedly on par with Orochimaru. However, when considering depth of experience, the recently emerged Minato cannot be compared to Orochimaru, whose long-standing tenure and accomplishments set him apart. It is akin to the vast disparity in their current standings. During this conflict, Minato has acted as a firefighter, rushing wherever he is needed. In contrast, Orochimaru has commanded the front line in Sunagakure and now leads at the forefront of Kumogakure, serving as Minato's direct superior. Should a competition arise, Minato would find himself at a disadvantage against Orochimaru. Minato acknowledged this without retort, nodding earnestly as he stated, "Indeed, aside from his somewhat aloof demeanor, Orochimaru-senpai is entirely capable of assuming the role of Hokage. As for Orochimaru, let us not dwell on him. He has lost his opportunity." Uchiha Jin continued, "Minato, upon your return, the third Hokage will undoubtedly subject you to further scrutiny. Until all matters settle, it would be unwise for you to draw too close to our Uchiha clan. Thus, I must convey certain words here." Namikaze Minato displayed a serious demeanor, awaiting Uchiha Jin's elaboration. Without further ado, Uchiha Jin stated, "Taking advantage of this war, we have completely seized control of the Land of Waves. At this very moment, Shursui should be at the daimyo's residence." Upon hearing this, Minato and the others were taken aback, their expressions swiftly transforming into excitement. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Minato stammered, "Does this mean the reform is to commence ahead of schedule?" According to their original plan, all matters were to gradually unfold once Minato became the fourth Hokage of Konoha and held the core authority within the village. However, it appeared that Uchiha Jin had encountered something significant on the front lines against the hidden mist. Uchiha Jin nodded, saying, "Plans often falter in the face of change. I met someone on the battlefield." Minato, curious, inquired who. He was intrigued by the individual who had prompted Uchiha Jin to alter their long-considered strategy. Uchiha Jin replied, "Kato." Minato was momentarily taken aback, searching his memory but finding no recollection of this name. Observing Minato's confusion, Uchiha Jin smiled and clarified, "Do not dwell on it. Kato is not a ninja but a merchant, the president of the largest maritime company in the shinobi world." Only then did Minato find clarity, realizing that his limited knowledge of matters unrelated to ninjas rendered it unsurprising he was unfamiliar with Kato. Not only Minato, but the vast majority of ninjas in this world likely paid little attention to ordinary individuals. Uchiha Jin shook his head and continued, "Kato is one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. His company essentially monopolizes global maritime trade, making him as rich as a nation. He was attempting to smuggle a shipment of weapons into the land of water when we inadvertently crossed paths with him. Otherwise, it would not have been so simple to locate him. Minato's interest was piqued, and he remarked, "Jin, it seems you have already secured Kato and his assets?" Uchiha Jin affirmed, "Indeed. Gaining control over Kato signifies that we now possess a continuous stream of financial resources. With sufficient funding, many issues will be readily resolved. We have also gained the confidence to initiate reform." Minato fell silent, contemplating the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. Meanwhile, Akimichi Koto furrowed his brow and interjected, "Jin, it seems somewhat improper for ninjas to act against ordinary people. There exists an unwritten rule in the shinobi world, stating that ninjas must not harm ordinary individuals without cause. Here, ordinary people refers to those of high status, such as the daimyos, royalty, or nobles of the 5 great nations. This rule has been passed down for an unknown duration. Yet to this day, formal ninjas from various countries have consistently adhered to it. Rules? Uchiha Jin, upon hearing this, smiled and turned to Akido Dato, stating, "Brother Dato, rules are immutable, yet humanity is vibrant. Do not forget what our ultimate goal is." Akido Dato's expression grew earnest, and he instinctively responded, "To fundamentally transform this world. Since the inception of ninjas millennia ago, conflicts among them have never ceased. From the tumultuous warring states period, characterized by fierce battles among various ninja clans, to the current era of large-scale wars among ninja villages, it seems this world has never known a moment of tranquility. The protracted wars have fostered a growing disdain for conflict among the populace. Even the so-called final bosses of this world are in pursuit of a so-called peace. This illustrates the profound aversion to war that permeates society." Uchiha Jin, leveraging this sentiment, gathered a group of like-minded individuals. He regarded Akido Dato earnestly and elucidated, "However, altering this world cannot merely be accomplished by transforming ninjas. How many ninjas exist in this world? Even at their peak, they number no more than 200,000. Yet, how many individuals inhabit this world in total? That figure likely necessitates counting in the hundreds of millions. In other words, ninjas constitute less than 1/10,000th of the global population." Through a self-reflective discourse, Uchiha Jin articulated the essence of this world from a perspective previously unconsidered by Akido Dato and others. He continued, "Initially, ninjas were mere contractors, executing tasks. However, due to their formidable martial prowess, hiring a single genin is far more economical than employing 10 samurai. Consequently, ninjas gradually earned the label of tools or task machines. Over time, they became the focal point of conflicts within this world. The strife among ninjas throughout history fundamentally reflects the ongoing struggles of their employers. Thus, to cease warfare and fundamentally transform this world, merely addressing the ninjas is futile. Without altering the root causes, war shall never cease." Uchiha Jin's demeanor grew increasingly solemn as he declared, "I am aware that this path is fraught with thorns, and whether we reach the end remains uncertain. Yet, whether in the past, present, or future, there shall always be those who seek peace and transformation. A single life encompasses the fate of countless others. Rather than burdening future generations with all dilemmas and challenges, I would rather endure the suffering of 3 generations within one lifetime, fighting battles for them, paving a grand avenue for those who follow." As Uchiha Jin's words resonated, the expressions of Akido Dato and others transitioned from silence and confusion to resolute determination. Particularly, Namake's Minato's gaze burned brightly, akin to 2 blazing torches. Influenced by his mentor Jiraiya, the original Namake's Minato had subscribed to the notions of fate and causality, often relegating insurmountable issues to future generations. However, under Uchiha Jin's transformative influence, he now perceived that no problem is insurmountable and no difficulty is unconquerable. Even in the face of ultimate failure, one can still pave a clearer path for future generations and accumulate invaluable experiences of success. This embodies the responsibility and commitment expected of a mentor. Akimichi Choji spoke up, "Jin, your vision extends far beyond ours." Minato Namikaze sincerely added, "Jin, you are indeed more suited to become Hokage than both Orochimaru and myself." Uchiha Jin chuckled softly, shaking his head. A person's suitability for a position cannot be solely assessed by talent. It requires comprehensive consideration. Besides, becoming Hokage is merely the beginning. Our journey does not end in Konoha. Our aspirations reach for the stars and the vast ocean. The words of Uchiha Jin ignited a fervent spirit among Minato and the others. Inuzuka Kiba gently petted the large dog beside him, reflecting, "Youth is truly wonderful. The boundless energy is exhilarating." Kiba, the eldest in Minato's team and a jonin, treated both Minato and Uchiha Jin as if they were his younger brothers. Jin smiled and said, "Do not underestimate yourself, Kiba. The world belongs to both you and me. We are like the sun at 10 in the morning, while you shine like the sun at noon. Every bit of light generates warmth. Only then can we illuminate the world further. You are urging this old man to strive harder." Kiba replied, somewhat moved. Though his words were jest, his tone was resolute. "However, as you mentioned, my hands are already stained with blood, irrevocably so, yet that young lad of mine remains untainted. If possible, I wish to carve out a clean future for him." Kiba's son was merely 3 years old and had yet to enter the ninja academy. Now that the war was drawing to a close, perhaps his son would never have to endure the flames of conflict. Kiba's somber words cast a hush over the gathering. Each of them, as jonin, bore the weight of their own bloody pasts. "Everyone, the past is behind us. There is nothing more to say," Minato said gently, his voice warm and comforting. "Now, we have discovered a lifelong goal worth striving for. We will no longer live as mere tools." Minato wore a faint smile, exuding an inviting warmth akin to a gentle sun, compelling others to draw near, a true testament to his charismatic personality. Such qualities alone rendered Minato worthy of the Hokage seat. Uchiha Jin adeptly shifted the conversation, stating, "Kato and the Land of Waves will become our allies moving forward. Additionally, I wish to discuss Shirsue's visit to the daimyo's residence." Upon hearing this, Minato's demeanor turned serious as he inquired, "Is Shirsue going to meet the daimyo?" Jin nodded, explaining, "I have sent him to apply for a position among the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja, essentially laying the groundwork for future communication between us and the daimyo. While this is a world belonging to ninjas, in a certain sense, the daimyo is the true master of the Land of Fire. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire not only possesses the authority to appoint and dismiss the Hokage, but also wields control over the economic lifeblood of the Hidden Leaf Village. Given that the village resides within the territory of the Land of Fire, it is imperative to cultivate a harmonious relationship with the feudal lord for any prospects of development. However, would the lord acquiesce to this?" Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is important to recognize that the so-called 12 guardians are, in fact, the feudal lord's private militia, established primarily to guard against us in the Leaf. Under such circumstances, it is unlikely that they would accept any Leaf ninja into their ranks." Uchiha Jin did not respond directly to Minato's concerns. Instead, he chuckled, "You are quite perceptive, Minato. It seems you have grasped this nuance." Minato scratched his head in modesty, admitting, "I never contemplated this deeply before, but after perusing the volumes you provided, I discovered the intricate web of political maneuvering at play. Although the feudal lord's estate and the Hidden Leaf Village are bound in a shared destiny, it is essential to acknowledge that there can be but one sun in the sky and one sovereign in the land. The Hokage of the Leaf commands the most formidable force in the Land of Fire, while the feudal lord governs its economic foundations. Naturally, tensions and disputes arise between these two powers. During the tenure of the first and second Hokage, relations between the Leaf and the feudal lord were amicable, characterized by mutual alliances and support. At that time, the security of the lord was directly entrusted to the Leaf. However, following the ascension of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the rapport between the Leaf and the lord began to wane. Subsequently, an inexplicable incident occurred, wherein the feudal lord dismissed the Leaf ninjas assigned to protect him and instead established his own protective force, the 12 Guardians. This maneuver was a blatant indication of the lord's mistrust towards the Leaf ninjas, particularly those in the upper echelons led by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Jin elaborated, "Indeed, there exists a rift between the feudal lord and the Leaf, though it is more accurately directed towards the third Hokage and his contemporaries." Minato raised an eyebrow, sensing an untold story behind this. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Jin continued, "This matter is not shrouded in secrecy. Rather, it is a tale of considerable length. The origin of this situation can be traced back to the death of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This incident occurred during the final stages of the First Shinobi World War, when the second Hokage was negotiating with the Cloud Village alongside his elite guard. A tragic turn of events ensued, leading the second Hokage to remain behind to ensure the safe retreat of his guard, which included Hiruzen Sarutobi, ultimately sacrificing his life in the process. When news of this tragedy reached the Hidden Leaf, the majority found it impossible to accept. This was not solely due to the second Hokage's formidable prowess, but also because he was renowned as the fastest shinobi in the world. Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique was conceived by the second Hokage, and I trust you appreciate its significance. Minato nodded. Having mastered the technique to a level that surpassed its original form, fully aware of its extraordinary power. It is not mere self-praise. Although he may not be the strongest in the shinobi world currently, he possesses the ability to elude anyone should he desire to depart. The second Hokage, possessing the same Flying Thunder God technique, should not have met such a hasty demise. Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God technique is not solely for personal teleportation. It also allows the transport of others. Given that the entire elite guard comprises merely 6 or 7 members, had the second Hokage desired, none would have been left behind, rendering it unnecessary for anyone to remain as a rear guard. In this light, the circumstances surrounding the second Hokage's death indeed raise considerable suspicion, and it is no wonder that friends harbor doubts regarding the matter. Uchiha Jin continued, stating that, in addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions returned with news that the second Hokage entrusted the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen just before his departure, further intensifying the skepticism among certain individuals. It is crucial to remember that the Hokage is elected through a voting system among the Jonin, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen, based solely on the second Hokage's words, ascended to the role of the third Hokage. While one might describe Sarutobi Hiruzen's assumption of duty as a response to a crisis, it cannot alter the fact that he attained his position through dubious means. In the present day, Konoha has been firmly established under the astute governance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has spent decades forging alliances and eliminating dissent. While it may not be entirely unified, he has undoubtedly secured his position as Hokage. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's esteemed reputation in Konoha, had it not been for the recent war, he might have remained in his role until his end. However, several decades ago, Konoha's situation was vastly different. At that time, the village had only recently been founded, and the second Hokage's policies had only begun to bear fruit. The principal combat strength was still derived from the ninjas of the prominent clans. Although the Sarutobi clan, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs, is significant, it pales in comparison to the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans. Particularly the Senju clan, not only one of the founders of Konoha but also having produced 2 Hokages, enjoys unparalleled prestige within the village. In such an environment, the ambiguous death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the subsequent return of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others with the second Hokage's final wishes to inherit the Hokage title could only invite immense scrutiny. Uchiha Jin elaborated, stating that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascent to the Hokage position was fraught with challenges, facing significant opposition from the major clans, with the Senju clan's doubts being the most pronounced. However, the most powerful individuals in Konoha at the time, prioritizing the greater good, suppressed dissenting voices, thus allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to momentarily stabilize his position as Hokage. The most powerful in Konoha? Namikaze Minato pondered, speculating, could it be Lord Mito? Indeed, it is Lady Uzumaki Mito. Uchiha Jin affirmed with a nod. Lady Uzumaki Mito is the first Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, her strength likely only rivaled by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, making her nearly equal to the second Hokage. Moreover, as the wife of the first Hokage, her influence in Konoha and with the Senju clan is extraordinary. To put it bluntly, had Lady Uzumaki Mito harbored such ambitions, she could very well have claimed the position of third Hokage. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement, recalling his own encounter with Lady Uzumaki Mito. The aura she exuded during their first meeting had nearly left him breathless. The prowess of the Vortex Water household is indeed unfathomable. Uchiha Jin continued, stating that our esteemed third Hokage is truly a born politician. Upon assuming the mantle of Hokage, he swiftly demonstrated his acumen, solidifying his position with remarkable agility. Perhaps it was after grappling with initial adversities that the third Hokage recognized the threat posed by the prominent clans to the village's development. Once established in his role, He initiated a series of targeted measures against the most formidable clan of the time, the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato recalled the desolate and tragic scenes he had witnessed during his visits to the Senju's ancestral grounds. A profound sense of melancholy enveloping his heart. The Senju clan, which had stood unyielding for millennia during the tumultuous Warring States period, had nearly vanished within just a few decades following the founding of Konohagakure, leaving behind but a solitary sprout. Who could believe that no issues were at play? Uchiha Jin continued. The precise events may have been submerged in the river of history. But according to certain records within our Uchiha clan, most of the young and middle-aged members of the Senju perished on the battlefield, while many infants and toddlers inexplicably disappeared within the village. Disappeared within the village? How could this be possible? Minato furrowed his brow and questioned. Did the village not dispatch anyone to investigate this matter? Certainly, investigations were conducted, interjected Inuzuka Kiba. In fact, not only the Senju clan, but other families also reported missing children. Unfortunately, no conclusive results emerged, and given the tense situation in the shinobi world at the time, the matter ultimately faded into obscurity. Akimichi Tudu added, I have some recollection of this incident as well. I was quite young then, and my family spoke of spies from enemy villages infiltrating our own, warning me to refrain from wandering the village. Minato's brow tightened. Being born later, he was unaware that such incidents had transpired in the village. Uchiha Jin, after a moment of contemplation, spoke solemnly. In this world, there are no walls that do not let the wind pass through. I do know some truths about this matter. At these words, all present turned their gaze towards Uchiha Jin. Without further ado, he continued, since the deaths of the first and second Hokage, while Konohagakure remains the foremost village in the shinobi world, it has lost much of its former dominance. The upper echelons of the village, led by the third Hokage, resolved to resume a human experimentation program. Human experimentation? Resume? Minato keenly seized upon the two key phrases in Uchiha Jin's statement. Pressing further, Jin, what exactly does this entail? The others also exhibited expressions of astonishment, for they were well aware that human experimentation had long been a taboo in the shinobi world. They could scarcely fathom that the third Hokage would dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Uchiha Jin elucidated. This human experimentation was initially proposed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Due to the unique nature of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, his bodily cells retained formidable vitality even after his demise. The second Hokage was indeed a man of insatiable curiosity, and upon witnessing the potential, he endeavored to replicate the first Hokage's would release while simultaneously studying the first Hokage's cells. Given the bloodline connection, it was only natural that the most suitable subjects for this experimentation would be the members of the Senju clan. However, due to the highly invasive nature of the first Hokage's cells, few survived the trials. Ultimately, the second Hokage came to a realization and prudently ceased the experiment. Yet, for various reasons, the third Hokage and his associates resumed this endeavor, broadening the scope of their subjects beyond the Senju clan. It was evident that while the experiments conducted by Hiruzen Sarutobi and his team were predominantly centered on the Senju clan, they were not confined to it. Otherwise, they would not have uncovered the connection between the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage. How could the third Hokage allow such actions? Minato Namikaze, his gentle visage now twisted in anger, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, do they truly uphold the will of fire? He recalled Hiruzen's benevolent face, astonished to discover the chilling demeanor that lay beneath. Minato once believed he had grasped the darker aspects of this world, but it now seemed he had remained naively optimistic. Jin Uchiha, embodying the will of fire, shook his head and sighed. Perhaps the third Hokage and his contemporaries initially sought to embody this so-called will of fire. Yet individuals are prone to change. Once they transgress the moral boundaries under the guise of the will of fire, they will continue to do so repeatedly. They then justify numerous erroneous decisions with the mantra of everything for Konoha. Eventually, this so-called will of fire morphs into something entirely different. After a brief pause, Jin solemnly continued, wherever the leaves dance, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and foster the growth of new leaves. This is the will of fire passed down by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, whose original intent in founding the village was to protect children. Yet, look at what the village has become. They conduct experiments on comrades and children, forcing students from the ninja academy to graduate early and enter the battlefield. All of this starkly contradicts the very purpose for which the village was established. Under the leadership of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his advisory council, the higher-ups of Konoha have indeed fallen into darkness. Minato reflected on the two disciples he lost in this war. His initial excitement and fury gradually transformed into unwavering resolve. He declared, "We must rectify the chaos. We must eliminate all disorder within the village." While Minato had previously held a modicum of respect for some of Hiruzen's decisions, that respect had now evaporated entirely. Jin Uchiha nodded resolutely, affirming, "This is precisely what we are undertaking." Initially, Jin's goal was merely to alter his own fate and that of the Uchiha clan. However, after living in this harsh reality for several years, Jin found himself inadvertently expanding his ambitions beyond his initial intentions. Among these events, some were unavoidable consequences of interconnected actions, while others were instigated by Uchiha Jin himself. In his earlier encounters with the world of anime, Uchiha Jin perceived the narratives as captivating, yet he found the majority of its inhabitants to be emotionally intense and obsessively deranged. However, after spending some time in this world, he realized that those labeled as mad merely chose to escape instead of confronting an unchangeable reality. In the midst of the blood-soaked policies of the Hidden Mist village, Zabuza Momochi ultimately opted to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, the architect of these draconian regulations. The emotional suppression imposed by the Hidden Mist did not extinguish Zabuza's feelings. Rather, he encased his emotions in a veneer of coldness, embarking on a nomadic existence, revealing his true sentiments only at the moment of his demise. Orochimaru, with his mercurial temperament and relentless pursuit of immortality, stands as one of the few rational beings in this realm. His foresight surpasses that of many. Having endured 2 wars and discerned the true nature of those around him, he, knowing his limitations, chose to seek truth. For him, the pursuit of endless life was merely a vehicle to explore greater truths, as he believed that only truth remains immutable and undeceptive. Those who aspired to be like the wind ultimately became mere observers of its movement. Numerous individuals share similar fates. Sasori, who claimed to seek eternity yet yearned for parental affection. Conan, who, after experiencing the vicissitudes of human emotion, turned to the pursuit of wealth. Nagato, who inherited a distorted legacy from a dear friend without a firm sense of self. Kabuto, who sacrificed everything merely to understand his own identity. And Uchiha Madara, who, in his quest for peace, was deceived to the point of destitution. Although these individuals are deemed antagonists within this world, their experiences render them difficult to despise. They are merely products of their environment, having succumbed to obsession. After several years in this world, Uchiha Jin seems to have unwittingly absorbed some of these influences. At some point, he developed a fervent desire to transform this world, aiming to sever the chains of fate and offer a new future. However, certain parasites are unworthy of such a future, and Uchiha Jin is determined to eradicate them one by one. His resolve has grown increasingly steadfast. Drawing a deep breath, Uchiha Jin continued, "As I previously stated, there are no impenetrable walls in this world. After the disappearance of several members, our Uchiha clan sensed something amiss. How could the deeply affected Senju clan remain oblivious? Ultimately, the Senju clan and the third Hokage's faction parted ways in discord, creating a rift with the Fire Country's ruling clan, which had long-standing ties to them. Yet, the exact details are likely known only to those directly involved." Uchiha Jin took his time to articulate the grievances between the Fire Country's ruling clan and the third Hokage's lineage. Indeed, the esteemed Minato Namikaze felt a surge of emotions as he listened. He remarked, "Is it not true that this very circumstance has afforded the Uchiha clan, often marginalized in Konoha, the opportunity to ascend as the 12 guardians of the land?" "Precisely," responded Uchiha Jin, nodding in agreement. Though the Uchiha clan harbors a historical grudge against the Senju clan, such animosities belong to the era of the Warring States. In truth, when the Uchiha clan chose not to depart from Konoha alongside Uchiha Madara, they truly became the Uchiha of Konoha, distinct from their former identity during the Warring States. Thus, the grievances between the Uchiha and Senju clans have dissipated with time. Therefore, under the reign of the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan, despite facing exclusion, stands in solidarity with the feudal lords in a certain sense. Provided the lords are not foolish, they should not dismiss the goodwill of the Uchiha clan. Of course, This was merely the hopeful sentiment of Uchiha Jin, and reality may not unfold as favorably as he envisioned. Hence, he had dispatched Uchiha Shursui, reputed for his unparalleled jinjutsu, to the feudal lord's residence. Should the feudal lord of the Land of Fire prove unappreciative, Uchiha Shursui would certainly make him aware of the gravity of the situation. Observing the confidence in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Minato Namikaze discerned that Jin had likely prepared additional contingency plans. However, Minato refrained from probing further, recognizing that overexposure of certain matters could prove detrimental. He stated, by securing a source of economic support and gaining the feudal lord's backing, we can alleviate numerous external instabilities for Konoha. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall be free to implement substantial reforms. Uchiha Jin nodded in affirmation, adding, moreover, this connection to the feudal lord can remain discreet for the time being, potentially serving as a trump card. Understood, Minato replied, acknowledging that their relationship with the feudal lord should indeed remain concealed for now, as revealing it might alert Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Operating from the shadows could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. Yet, Minato soon sensed an anomaly. The information Uchiha Jin had brought was undeniably significant. Yet their established means of communication suggested there was more to Jin's visit than mere tidings. Jin, you must have other matters at hand for this visit, do you not? Minato inquired. Uchiha Jin smiled, acknowledging, indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception. The primary purpose of my journey is to visit the Land of Rain, though I am passing through the Land of Hot Water and seize this opportunity to meet with you. In these times of war, the security forces within the Land of Fire are on high alert, with every rustle of leaves perceived as a potential threat. To remain incognito, I entered the Land of Hot Water via the seas of the Land of Waves, intending to traverse through the Land of Rice, the Land of Iron, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Grass to reach the Land of Rain. While it may sound cumbersome, in reality, it merely involved a circuitous route along the borders of the Land of Fire, without significant detours. The individuals who delineated the territories of the Land of Fire may have foreseen the possibility of future conflicts. The borders of the Land of Fire do not adjoin any of the great nations of the ninja world. Instead, they are encircled by a cluster of smaller nations. As a result, any major power wishing to invade the Land of Fire must first conquer these smaller nations, thereby granting the Land of Fire ample time to respond and space to maneuver. Additionally, Konoha can shift the battlefield beyond the borders of the Land of Fire, thereby safeguarding the prosperity and stability of its homeland. It must be said that this strategy exemplifies the notion of benefiting oneself at the expense of others in a most profound manner. As for the thoughts of those smaller nations, who would care? Their weakness is their original sin. They can only endure. Naruto Uzumaki inquired with curiosity, what do you intend to do in the Land of Rain at this time? This matter, it turns out, bears some relation to you, Minato. Uchiha Jin did not conceal the truth and replied straightforwardly. The informants in the village have informed me that Shimura Danzo has taken root ninjas to the Land of Rain. Elder Danzo? How is this related to me? Minato expressed his confusion. I am unaware of any matters concerning me in the Land of Rain. Uchiha Jin reminded him. Have you forgotten that your esteemed teacher, Jiraiya, once took on 3 disciples in the Land of Rain? Minato paused, realizing, you mean Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan? Although he had never met these 3, he had heard Jiraiya speak of them. Particularly in recent times, Jiraiya had been using Nagato as inspiration for his first novel, boasting about it to Minato on numerous occasions. Indeed, those 3, Uchiha Jin confirmed. In fact, it was only after receiving this information that he recalled this particular narrative. In order to perpetuate the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, Shimura Danzo personally ventured to the Land of Rain to collude with Hanzo of the Salamander, creating chaos on the front lines. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, who founded the Akatsuki organization, aimed to achieve world peace without resorting to extreme violence and were quite active in the Land of Rain, thus obstructing Danzo's plans. Consequently, Danzo deceived Hanzo, setting a trap to ambush Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. This marked the beginning of Nagato's descent into darkness. Minato furrowed his brow and asked, what has happened to those 3? Why is Elder Danzo seeking them out? Uchiha Jin shook his head and countered. You must have heard about the recently rising fame of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, have you not? Minato nodded, openly praising yes. I have heard that it is a neutral organization advocating for peace without resorting to violence. They are quite commendable. Uchiha Jin replied, That Akatsuki organization was founded by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Is that so? Minato exclaimed in surprise, and then, with a sense of pride, added, it is no wonder they are Jiraiya's disciples. They are all exceptionally talented. However, Minato soon stood up in excitement, nervously exclaiming, wait, is Danzo going to take action against them in the Land of Rain? Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was acutely aware of the nature of Danzo Shimura. To put it mildly, he was cold and decisive. To put it less kindly, he was insidious, ruthless, despicable, and devoid of humanity, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. Upon realizing that Danzo might have set his sights on Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, Minato could no longer remain passive. Although they had never met, they were all comrades in the same lineage. Furthermore, after learning of the trio's endeavors, Minato held them in high regard. Do not rush, urged Obito Uchiha, raising his hand to signal Minato to remain calm. He continued, Danzo's target is not them. They are merely obstacles in his path. Perplexed, Minato inquired, what is truly happening? Obito explained, currently, there are only minor skirmishes along the border between Konoha and Iwagakure. Anyone with clear sight can discern that the war is nearing its conclusion. From the intelligence I have received, the third Hokage intends to concede certain interests to expedite a peace treaty with Iwagakure and bring an end to the conflict. However, Danzo does not accept this approach, which resembles a peace treaty with the defeated, and he has voiced his dissent against the third Hokage's plans. The other elders, Mito Gate Kurenai and Tsurugi Koharu, lean towards the third's perspective, thus Danzo's opposition was disregarded. Yet, Danzo is not one to relinquish his ambitions so easily. My intelligence suggests that he plans to exploit the third Hokage's intentions before they materialize, inciting discord on the battlefield in the Land of Rain to exacerbate tensions between Konoha, Iwagakure, and Amigakure, thereby dragging all three into a large-scale war. At that point, the third strategy would collapse under its own weight, forcing him to adopt a hardline stance against Iwagakure. Meanwhile, Yahiko and his comrades, who have established the Akatsuki organization, are tirelessly working on the battlefield to assist the wounded and advocate for peace, undoubtedly obstructing Danzo's plans. Given Danzo's nature, it is only natural for him to take action against them. In truth, Obito found himself somewhat in agreement with Danzo's perspective. In the peace treaty signed with Sunagakure, Konoha relinquished many rights that were rightfully theirs. Now, Iwagakure appears poised to do the same, with the experiences of Sunagakure and Iwagakure serving as cautionary tales. It is unlikely that Kumogakure and Kirigakure would make any concessions. The unyielding pursuit of peace by the third Hokage ultimately sacrifices the interests of Konoha's shinobi. After this conflict, many fallen ninjas may not receive the compensation they deserve. Konoha, despite being the victor, stands to lose a significant amount of benefits, rendering such actions utterly disgraceful. However, agreeing with Danzo's ideology does not equate to endorsing his methods. Firstly, Danzo's desire to drag Konoha and Iwagakure back into a large-scale war would undeniably delay Minato's ascension as the fourth Hokage, a notion Obito could never accept. Secondly, to make Iwagakure pay the price, a mere display of strength would suffice. Iwagakure is the defeated party. It is they who should feel the urgency, not Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo represent two extremes, and neither approach is commendable. Uchiha Jin hastened towards the Land of Rain, driven by two primary motives. Firstly, to thwart Shimura Danzo, and, if possible, to persuade him to remain in the Land of Rain. Secondly, to explore whether he could alter the fates of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Moreover, Uchiha Obito, that enigmatic figure, was likely lurking near Nagato, and Uchiha Jin was curious to witness the extent of his growth. In the original narrative, Uchiha Obito was covertly observed by Uchiha Madara, who orchestrated a series of machinations, leading to Obito's apparent death during the battle at Kanabi Bridge, subsequently making him a puppet of Madara. Despite being aware of this sequence of events, Uchiha Jin refrained from alerting Minato Namikaze, allowing the plot to unfold organically. This restraint stemmed from several considerations. On one hand, Uchiha Madara's unfathomable strength rendered any alterations to the storyline perilous, even if Uchiha Obito were rescued from Madara's grasp. The emergence of an equally perilous adversary like Uchiha Rin would be inevitable. Such hidden threats could complicate matters significantly. On the other hand, Uchiha Jin perceived potential benefits for Minato's team in enduring these tribulations. At that time, Minato's team faced numerous challenges. Kakashi Hatake, a prodigious ninja, was ensnared in the shadows of his father's suicide, leading him down a path of coldness and detachment. Had Uchiha Obito not demonstrated, through his own sacrifice, the true meaning of camaraderie transcending mere duty, Kakashi might have remained oblivious to his misguided path. Similarly, Uchiha Obito himself harbored significant issues. Despite being of Uchiha lineage, he lagged in strength, becoming a liability to Minato's team. While it was undeniable that Obito possessed extraordinary talent, it was not something that could be awakened through conventional means. Without Madara's intervention, Obito might have never realized his potential. Additionally, beyond mere prowess, Obito's psyche exhibited troubling flaws. Instead of seeking to revive his beloved, he contemplated the annihilation of the world upon her demise, a mindset indicative of severe mental distress. Though both Madara and Obito were victims of deception, Madara's reputation remained comparatively intact, primarily because Obito's actions were his own, culminating in the tragic Kyuubi incident during Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth, a point of irreversible infamy for him. Given his familiarity with the narrative, Uchiha Jin found it difficult to view Obito without bias, struggling to place his trust in him fully. Desiring to avoid any lingering animosity, Jin chose to return the agency to Obito. After experiencing the events of the original storyline, should Obito still opt to instigate the Kyuubi incident, he would have already sealed his own fate. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had expressed his grievances towards Minato Namikaze for failing to recognize him on the fateful night of the Nine-Tails Rampage. If, after his identity was unveiled by Minato, Obito remained obstinately deluded, then Uchiha Shin could have pursued him without hesitation. However, should Obito have experienced a change of heart, it would have culminated in a harmonious conclusion. Kakashi Hatake would have embraced the righteous path, Obito would have emerged as a formidable force, and the greatest hidden threat left by Madara Uchiha would have been dismantled, contributing positively to the future. Lastly, there is Rin Noara, who can be considered the only rational individual among Minato's team, yet she was exploited to the utmost by Madara Uchiha as a mere tool. Rin's demise was pivotal in Obito's descent into darkness and served as the catalyst for Kakashi's subsequent despair. Although Shin did not interfere with the events of the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, he did manipulate the circumstances surrounding Rin's death to a small extent. Now, while Rin has perished, she has not truly died. At least, prior to Obito stepping onto the stage that Shin had prepared for him, Rin was indeed dead. Shin has earnestly dedicated himself to Obito, his kin. In contrast, the situations of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan differ markedly from that of Obito. They are genuine victims. Yahiko and Konan are representative of sacrifice and loyalty, respectively, and their narratives require little elaboration. The key figure here is Nagato. While both Nagato and Obito share the distinction of having killed their mentors, their circumstances are not comparable. Nagato's parents fell victim to the hands of Konoha ninjas. His homeland was ravaged amidst the conflicts between Konoha and other nations, and his dear friend was slain before his eyes due to the machinations of Konoha ninjas. Thus, Nagato harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards Konoha. Therefore, when Jiraiya infiltrated Amigakure under the guise of a Konoha ninja to gather intelligence, both parties had already positioned themselves in opposition. The conflict between Nagato and Jiraiya was not of personal vendetta, but rather a clash of ideologies. Nagato fought for the unfulfilled wishes of his friend, while Jiraiya fought for Konoha. Their battle was devoid of personal sentiments. Moreover, Nagato had offered Jiraiya opportunities. Initially, during their confrontation, Nagato utilized only a single animal path clone. Despite having multiple chances to retreat unscathed while Nagato did not exhibit a fervent desire to pursue him, Jiraiya stubbornly exhausted himself to death in Amigakure. Thus, Shin harbors no significant animosity towards Nagato. Had he averted the impending tragedy, Nagato might not have been led down that dark path. The Akatsuki could have very well evolved into a neutral organization dedicated to achieving world peace without resorting to extreme force. Elder Danzo's methods were excessively radical. Upon understanding the full scope of events, Minato also regained his composure. In this matter, Danzo was indeed considering the interests of Konoha, leaving Minato with little to criticize. However, like Shin, Minato acknowledged Danzo's intentions, yet could not endorse his methods. It is right to strive for Konoha's interests, yet one must not resort to unscrupulous means. Should war erupt anew, Konoha would inevitably suffer as well. Shimura Danzo's actions are utterly reprehensible, treating his comrades merely as instruments for his own gain. Namake's Minato would never allow such a travesty to occur. Minato also foresaw that his three disciples, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, would inevitably obstruct Danzo's path. Given Danzo's modus operandi and capabilities, the trio might find themselves in grave peril. After a moment of contemplation, Minato reached into his pouch and retrieved several specially crafted kunai, presenting them to Uchiha Obito. Obito, I recognize that my presence at this juncture may not be conducive, yet I yearn to contribute in any capacity. This is not solely because Yahiko and the others are disciples of our esteemed Jiraiya-sensei, but also because I wish to thwart Elder Danzo's schemes. Minato understood that this was a critical period for his candidacy for Hokage. Any rash departure to the Land of Rain could lead to unforeseen complications. However, remaining idle upon learning of such dire circumstances rendered Minato restless. Moreover, Danzo was no ordinary adversary. As a direct disciple of the second Hokage and a seasoned veteran forged in the crucible of battle, he had been deeply entrenched in the shadows of Konohagakure for decades. Absorbing untold resources, his foundation unfathomable. This time, Danzo did not act alone. He was accompanied by elite shinobi from the Root organization, and Minato feared that even Uchiha Obito might find himself outmatched. Thus, he entrusted Obito with several kunai, ensuring that Obito could summon him should the need arise. In Minato's eyes, Obito's life held far greater significance than the position of Hokage. If he could save Obito in a moment of crisis, he would willingly sacrifice his own aspirations for the Hokage title. Obito understood Minato's intentions. Though he had no intention of using them, he accepted the specially crafted kunai. Very well, I have already delayed here for quite some time. It is time for me to take my leave. I leave the Eight Tails and its Jinchuriki in your capable hands. As Obito spoke, he rose to depart. Minato nodded, assuring him, rest assured, I will manage the situation here. Once we return to the camp, I will request the assistance of Yamashiro Sandan to modify their memories, ensuring your movements remain undisclosed. Yamashiro Sandan, a distinguished member of the Yamashiro clan, was adept in soul-related forbidden techniques, capable of reading, altering, and erasing memories, and he was also one of Minato's loyal followers. However, Sandan was not skilled in direct combat, hence he did not usually accompany Minato's team. Obito refrained from discussing matters of concealment, trusting that Minato would handle the conclusion of this affair adeptly. Farewell, everyone, until we meet again in Konohagakure. Obito smiled as he waved goodbye to Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, and the others, vanishing in an instant. Minato gazed in the direction of Obito's departure, lost in thought, a flicker of concern finally evident in his eyes. Inuzuka Kiba approached and placed a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder, saying, Minato, you are well aware of Obito's strength. To speak candidly, if it were a straightforward confrontation, I believe you would find it challenging to prevail against him. Thus, there is truly little to be concerned about. Akimichi Tudu interjected, stating that not only is Jincheng formidable in strength, but his intellect is also unparalleled. I am confident he would not engage in actions without assurance. Indeed, I have been overly anxious. Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, bring those two along. Dispose of the remaining bodies of the Cloud Ninja, and let us depart. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, obscured entirely by a cat-faced mask, had stealthily arrived at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Observing the bustling crowds and the vibrant atmosphere devoid of any signs of war, the cloaked individual sighed softly, concealing themselves and patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the night enveloped the land, the cloaked figure finally revealed themselves and made their way towards the royal palace. Upon reaching the palace grounds, they were met with the alluring sounds emanating from within. The figure furrowed their brow slightly, as two crimson glimmers flashed within the depths of their masked eyes, imparting an eerie quality to their demeanor. Two elite shinobi were stationed to the east, 3 to the north, and 2 to the south. Indeed, formidable opponents. Ah, is this a perceptual barrier? With a mere glance, the cloaked individual discerned the entirety of the palace's defensive forces with clarity. In an instant, the figure vanished, becoming a fleeting shadow, effortlessly evading all guards and infiltrating the inner sanctum of the daimyo's chambers without drawing any attention. Hours later, as the full moon hung high, the revelry in the banquet hall finally subsided. The daimyo, appearing rather inebriated, was escorted back to his chambers by a few attendants. After some time, the attendants attended to the daimyo's rest, leaving 2 individuals on watch at the entrance while the others discreetly withdrew. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, the cloaked figure swiftly emerged from concealment, causing the attendant on guard to emit a muffled grunt before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Who goes there? Almost simultaneously, 2 figures leapt into the room from outside, positioning themselves protectively before the daimyo's bed, eyeing the cloaked figure in the center with caution. Who are you? And why have you intruded upon the palace at this hour? One of the figures, a bald monk with a furrowed brow, questioned the intruder. Yet, that was all they could muster. The cloaked individual's strength was unfathomable, having infiltrated the daimyo's chambers without a sound. The 2 were drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for the cloaked figure's decision to speak, they might not have even realized such an entity lurked nearby. Fortunately, the cloaked figure seemed devoid of malice. Revealing themselves, otherwise, they would have found it difficult to absolve themselves of the ensuing consequences. In response to the bald monk's inquiry, the cloaked figure remained silent, fixated on the daimyo resting in bed. Enough, Homa. Liu, you may withdraw. The daimyo, who had been reclining, had somehow risen to a seated position. Although his face retained a hint of flush, his gaze was remarkably lucid as he addressed the 2 guardians before him. Clearly, this daimyo, who appeared to indulge in a life of revelry and pleasure, was far more complex than he outwardly presented. He and the man from the earth and land exchanged a glance, each taking a step back while remaining vigilant. The Lord said nothing, turning to the cloaked figure and inquiring, "Your late-night visit must have a purpose. As long as your request is not excessive, I shall do my utmost to accommodate it." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure raised his hand to pull down his hood, subsequently removing his mask, and bowed respectfully to the Lord, stating, "Uchiha Shursui pays his respects to the Lord." Uchiha. The 3 present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Uchiha Shursui remained silent, lifting his gaze to reveal his crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan. Intriguing. Recognizing the identity of Uchiha Shursui, ripples of interest stirred deep within the Lord's gaze. Uchiha. The man from the earth and land, standing nearby, expressed his indignation, glaring at Uchiha Shursui and demanding, "What is the meaning of this from Konoha? Are you attempting to harm the Lord by intruding upon the royal palace at night?" The man, a staunch supporter of the Lord, had often voiced his discontent towards the ninjas of Konoha, and witnessing Uchiha Shursui's breach of decorum further fueled his ire. Meanwhile, the man from the earth and land contemplated further implications but chose to remain silent, resolving to observe the situation unfold. Uchiha Shursui, unperturbed by the man's accusations, calmly explained, "I come not as a ninja of Konoha, but as a member of the Uchiha Clan. I represent only the Uchiha." The man was no fool. Upon hearing Uchiha Shursui's words, he became acutely aware of the underlying implications, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Lord remained silent, his expression contemplative as he regarded Uchiha Shursui. After a moment, the man from the earth and land could no longer contain himself, speaking up, "What do you mean by that, Shursui? Is it possible that the Uchiha clan seeks to betray Konoha?" As a ninja monk hailing from the Temple of Fire, he served as a representative of the temple, a third-party force in the Land of Fire, quietly preserving peace while remaining aloof from conflicts. He understood the delicate relationship between Konoha and the Lord's domain. Having stepped forward to protect the Lord when his estate faced threats, maintaining balance and stability within the Land of Fire. The appearance of Uchiha Shursui, however, suggested a looming crisis. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, responding, "Master, you overstate the matter. The Uchiha clan is one of the founding families of Konoha. How could we betray it?" The man from the earth and land was not so easily dismissed by Shursui's reassurances, his brow furrowing as he pressed further. "If that is the case, what is the purpose of your visit? As a member of Konoha, why do you bypass the Hokage to approach the Lord in this manner? What is the Uchiha clan's intention?" His tone was intense, nearly accusing Shursui of plotting rebellion. Uchiha Shursui's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "The Uchiha clan seeks only to request a path of retreat from the Lord." Pausing for emphasis, he added, "Perhaps it is a path to survival." Uchiha Shursui maintained an exceptionally humble demeanor, which caused a palpable shift in the expressions of both Delu and Ma. The feudal lord chuckled lightly and remarked, "Uchiha Shursui, I have heard of you. You are a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, are you not?" Shirsui's gaze flickered with surprise at the Lord's familiarity with his lineage. Observing his reaction, the Lord continued, "In the days of the second Hokage, your grandfather Uchiha Kagami served as his personal guard, and I have crossed paths with him on several occasions. Recently, you shone brilliantly in the war against the mist, thus preserving the illustrious reputation of Uchiha Kagami." Shisui responded with measured humility, "Thank you for your kind words, my lord. I merely consider myself fortunate to have survived the tumult of war." The Lord, however, interjected, "There is no need for false modesty. I hold your abilities in high regard, as well as your sincerity. But can you truly represent the entire Uchiha clan at this moment? Your standing within the clan does not afford you much authority, does it?" The Lord had indeed encountered Uchiha Kagami, and Shisui exuded an aura reminiscent of his esteemed ancestor. Both were characterized by a humility that seemed almost uncharacteristic for a member of the Uchiha clan. Had Shisui arrived solely as an individual, the Lord would have been exceedingly pleased, perhaps even welcoming his allegiance with open arms. However, the notion that Shisui, an anomaly within the Uchiha, claimed to represent the entire clan struck the Lord as peculiar. Shisui elucidated, "In our Uchiha clan, we have always spoken through strength. Rest assured, I can indeed represent the entire Uchiha clan." The Lord narrowed his eyes slightly and queried, "Just you alone?" Shisui shook his head and replied, "Certainly not." The Lord's eyes widened with surprise as he asked, "Is it under your leadership?" Again, Shisui shook his head, his tone imbued with respect as he answered, "I am merely a messenger for Brother Jin." "Jin?" The Lord's gaze flickered with interest, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are you referring to the one known as the Red Sun, famed alongside the Yellow Flash?" "Indeed," Shisui affirmed with a nod. "Brother Jin has stated that once this war concludes, he intends to assume the role of the new clan leader of the Uchiha." The Lord pondered for a moment before articulating, "He aspires to become the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure?" He was well aware of the Uchiha clan's precarious position within the village, having been persistently targeted by the Hokage faction. The Uchiha clan had long sought to alter this unfavorable situation, and the most effective means would undoubtedly be to integrate themselves into the core decision-making circles of the village or to become Hokage directly. However, under the meticulous governance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the village was virtually impenetrable, leaving the Uchiha without a single ally, making it exceedingly difficult to effect any significant change. In this context, the Uchiha clan could only seek breakthroughs beyond the confines of Konohagakure, and this feudal lord of the Land of Fire was undoubtedly their best option. Yet, if this was all there was to it, then Uchiha Jin was perhaps overly optimistic. Becoming Hokage was no simple feat. However, to the Lord's astonishment, Shisui shook his head once more. "Brother Jin has no intention of becoming Hokage," he stated. Upon hearing the esteemed Lord's inquiry, Uchiha Shisui expressed his desires. "What I seek is an opportunity, a chance for the Uchiha clan to no longer be at the mercy of others." Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate to elaborate, stating, "I wish to join your esteemed household, to become one of your 12 guardian ninjas." The Lord, momentarily taken aback, furrowed his brow and replied, "Has your Uchiha clan truly fallen to such desperate straits?" With a heavy sigh, Uchiha Shisui continued, "In the recent conflict, our clan suffered the loss of 68 warriors, with 29 more mysteriously vanished. Their audacity is brazen, and with the tragic history of the Senju clan as a cautionary tale, we, the Uchiha, are compelled to seek a new path. Yet, we remain loyal to Konoha, for it is not merely the Hokage's Konoha. We, the Uchiha, shall never betray our village. Thus, I find myself at your doorstep." The Lord chuckled softly, remarking, "It is indeed rare to find a voice of reason within your clan." Though he held a high regard for the Uchiha's abilities and intellect, he noted their emotional intelligence was nearly non-existent, often manipulated by the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter a thoughtful individual among the Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui knelt on one knee, pleading, "I beseech you, gracious Lord, to grant us refuge." After a moment of contemplation, the Lord replied with a smile, "Rise. In these monotonous days, a fascinating event has presented itself. Assisting you shall not be an imposition." 3 days later, within the borders of the Land of Rain, Uchiha Jinju stood atop a desolate mountain, gazing at the oppressive clouds above, his heart heavy with contemplation. Just recently, the skies had been radiant, yet upon entering the Land of Rain, the weather had swiftly transformed. The once bright sunlight was obscured by dark clouds, and the air was thick with humidity, suggesting rain could fall at any moment. The land of rain earned its name for its perpetual downpours, rarely graced by sunlight. It bordered the great nations of fire, earth, and wind, often becoming a battleground during the Shinobi World Wars. The people of the land of rain, though innocent, endured the ravages of war, never experiencing a moment of peace. Consequently, the nation struggled to develop, and its citizens lived in constant uncertainty and poverty. The rain seemed to echo the heaven's sorrow for their plight, never ceasing. With a sigh, Uchiha Jinju found himself empathizing with Nagato and Hanzo of the Salamander. Recognizing their motives in the original narrative, the story had been told from Konoha's perspective, often glossing over the struggles of other nations. However, the harsh realities faced by small countries like the Land of Rain were undeniable. Hanzo, having grown amidst the chaos of war, resolved to change the fate of his homeland after witnessing its suffering. He understood that to alter the conditions in the Land of Rain, one must first transform the environment of conflict. Without addressing the turmoil, no progress could be made, as the flames of war would consume all. The internal strife within the Land of Rain was manageable, yet the attitudes of the great nations, fire, earth, and wind, posed a significant challenge. Otherwise, should the great nations of fire, earth, and wind engage in warfare, the Land of Rain would inevitably become the battleground for their conflict, rendering all previous efforts of the Rain country utterly futile. In a bid to assert the sovereignty of the Rain country and ensure that its voice is heard by the nations of fire, earth, and wind, Hanzo of the Salamander made the audacious decision to declare war against them single-handedly. Regrettably, Hanzo met with defeat. Although he was revered as a demigod among ninjas, he was ultimately not a god of ninjas. Under the onslaught from the allied forces of fire, earth, and wind, the Land of Rain remained a passive entity, unable to defend itself. Had Hanzo possessed the strength akin to that of the legendary Senju Hashirama, the outcome might have been markedly different. As Nagato, the successor to Hanzo and the leader of the Rain country, his aspirations transcended those of his predecessor. Nagato sought not merely the peace of the Rain country, but the tranquility of the entire ninja world. From the perspective of Uchiha Obito, a traveler from another realm, Nagato's philosophy of deterrence through overwhelming force appears far more pragmatic than the ethereal ideals of peace espoused by Naruto Uzumaki. In a certain light, Hashirama's distribution of tailed beasts, as proposed by Tobarama Senju at the inception of the village system, was intended to use their power to instill fear and maintain balance among the nations. In this regard, Nagato can be seen as a successor to the ideals of Hashirama and Tobarama. Unfortunately, the power of the tailed beasts is not absolute. The world is replete with ninjas capable of confronting them. Hashirama himself could effortlessly subdue the 9 tails as one might grasp a chick. Thus, the power of the tailed beasts failed to instill fear in the nations, ultimately devolving into mere conventional weaponry. Learning from this experience, Nagato resolved to collect the tailed beasts to forge an ultimate weapon capable of obliterating entire nations in a single blow. Should he succeed, the world would undoubtedly witness a period of relative stability. Conversely, Naruto's vision of peace lacks any tangible methodology or actionable ideas. He merely expresses an unwavering commitment to seek understanding among individuals, a notion that is grand yet abstract. Regrettably, Nagato's resolve is not unwavering. Rather, it is deeply intertwined with his obsession over the loss of his dear friend Yahiko. He himself harbors uncertainties about the righteousness of his path, ultimately leading to his ideological manipulation by Naruto's rhetoric. Thus, the journey toward peace was abandoned midway. As for Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, who view Nagato as a mere pawn, their philosophy of peace is markedly more direct. If one cannot resolve the issues at hand, then eradicate the source of those issues. If war cannot be extinguished, eliminate those who instigate it. With the extinction of humanity, the impetus for war would naturally cease. Their logic is, indeed, impeccable. Yet the cost of such a path is one that no one can accept. Better to endure a miserable existence than to embrace death. As long as one is alive, there remains hope. Even a life fraught with struggle is preferable to oblivion. Thus, their approach is destined to be met with universal opposition and rejection. In the depths of Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered a brilliant light, akin to 2 blazing torches. He was determined to dispel the ominous clouds shrouding this nation and to usher in a new dawn, not merely for this country, but but for the entire world. There existed no rationale, nor was there a need for one. It was a simple desire. Uchiha Jin wished to do so. Previously, he regarded himself as a mere beast of burden, yet some proclaimed him to be the morning sun at 8 or 9 o'clock. Now that he had the chance to unleash his potential, Uchiha Jin vowed to honor the name of the sun, radiating warmth and brilliance across the globe. From his satchel, Uchiha Jin retrieved a map, confirming his location while his mind raced with thoughts. The Hidden Sand Village had withdrawn from the battlefield of the Land of Rain, while both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Stone Village had established encampments within its borders, standing in mutual confrontation. Although neither village had initiated large-scale warfare, numerous squads of ninjas from both sides engaged in daily skirmishes within the Land of Rain, vying for intelligence on one another. Simultaneously, the Hidden Rain Village dispatched numerous ninja teams to monitor the movements of both the Leaf and Stone, occasionally becoming embroiled in conflict themselves. Additionally, there existed the Akatsuki. Founded by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, the members of the Akatsuki remained active on the front lines, advocating for the cessation of hostilities. The present state of the Land of Rain could be described as a chaotic mess, with many wandering ninjas and mountain bandits infiltrating the territory, seeking to exploit the turmoil for plunder. It was imperative to swiftly ascertain the precise whereabouts of the old schemer, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin murmured to himself. The locations of various factions within the Land of Rain were quite clear. Finding them was not particularly difficult. The only enigma lay in Shimura Danzo, the old trickster, who lurked in the shadows, orchestrating his schemes. To ensure that the situation within the Land of Rain did not deteriorate further, it was essential to root out Shimura Danzo, who was covertly stirring trouble. However, Danzo's operations were inherently clandestine, accompanied by root ninjas whom he had marked with the cursed seal of silence. It was already a considerable challenge for Uchiha Jin's informants to discern that Danzo had departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. Uncovering his precise movements seemed nearly impossible. It appeared that he would have to bide his time in the Hidden Rain Village, waiting for an opportunity to arise. In the original narrative, Shimura Danzo, along with his root ninjas disguised as ninjas from various villages, attempted to incite discord among the Leaf, Stone, and Rain villages through ambushes. During one such incident, while impersonating a Stone Village ninja to ambush Akatsuki members, Danzo uncovered the secret of Nagato possessing the Rinnegan, which ignited his murderous intent to seize the eyes. Yet, Danzo lacked absolute confidence in subduing Nagato, prompting him to seek the assistance of Hanzo of the Salamander. Initially, Hanzo held a favorable view of the Akatsuki, a nascent organization that shared his ideals of peace and did not impede its growth. However, under Danzo's slander and manipulation, Hanzo mistakenly believed that the Akatsuki merely masqueraded as a peaceful entity to vie for power and influence against him. To protect the authority he held, Hanzo also turned against the Akatsuki with murderous intent. Thus, the tragedy of the Akatsuki organization came to be. Hanzo of the Salamander lost his original convictions, becoming a dull blade, ultimately leading to his demise. Shimura Danzo truly inflicted great harm, living up to his reputation as the shadow of the ninja world. Uchiha Jin sighed, confirming his direction before swiftly heading towards the Rain Village. His eyes glimmered with a bright orange-red radiance as he stealthily navigated, evading all signs of human presence. Taking the better part of a day to arrive at the outskirts of the Rain Village. At this moment, the Rain Village was under heavy surveillance, with fully armed patrolling ninjas scattered throughout, and the streets were nearly devoid of life, filling the atmosphere with a palpable sense of foreboding. Coupled with the overcast sky, which loomed ominously, the entire village was shrouded in an oppressive ambience. Summoning technique. Uchiha Jin bit his finger, forming hand seals to summon a black ninja raven with flapping wings. Among the Uchiha clan, there are generally two types of summoning beasts available for their ninjas to contract: the ninja cat and the ninja raven. The ninja cats excel not only in crafting various ninja tools, but also in gathering intelligence, serving as weapons and sources of information for the Uchiha clan. Conversely, the ninja ravens are adept at reconnaissance, communication, and assisting Uchiha ninjas in combat. Naturally, Uchiha Jin had also formed contracts with these two types of summoning beasts. Ka-ka, the technique of raven concealment. The black ninja raven, possessing a fair level of intelligence, understood Uchiha Jin's intent with just a few glances, cawing twice before opening its beak. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Jin formed seals, his figure flickering before twisting and vanishing into the raven's mouth. This was a common secret technique in the ninja world, allowing one to conceal themselves within the body of an animal to evade enemy detection. Much like Orochimaru hiding within various snakes or Jiraiya concealing himself within a frog. Although the methods differ, the effects are remarkably similar. Caw! The black ninja raven emitted a soft cry and soared into the sky. After circling for a while, it descended, pursuing a sparrow as it passed through an invisible barrier and entered the rain village. The black raven lingered at the village's edge for a moment, ensuring it did not attract any attention before flying towards the center of the rain village. Crimson-eyed, activate. The deep brown pupils of the black raven suddenly widened, swiftly transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, spinning and emitting an orange-red glow. Under the cover of this orange-red luminescence, the raven's vision dimmed, only to illuminate with clusters of bright light. This unique ocular technique was developed by Uchiha Jin, combining the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi with the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive the world through a thermal imaging perspective, achieving effects akin to long-range and X-ray vision. The principle of this ocular technique lies in thermal perception. The stronger Uchiha Jin's mental and perceptual abilities, the further and clearer his sight would extend. Moreover, the chakra within a ninja's body manifests as a combination of physical and mental strength, appearing particularly radiant under the gaze of the crimson eyes. The more chakra one possesses, the more dazzling it becomes. This rendered Uchiha Jin's crimson eyes exceptionally proficient in reconnaissance, rivaling even the Byakugan. The black ninja crow swept through the sky, swiftly locating the most radiant chakra within the hidden rain village. Surrounding this vibrant chakra were numerous other chakra signatures, undoubtedly marking the presence of Hanzo of the salamander, the village's mightiest defender. With a powerful flap of its wings, the black ninja crow soared towards that direction. Moments later, it hovered above a grand estate, vast in size, with over 20 courtyards of varying dimensions, a scale rivaled only by the Hyuga clan's residence in the Leaf Village. The estate was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned at every critical juncture, patrolling in relentless succession. The black ninja crow refrained from recklessly descending into the estate. After confirming the positions of all the guards, it closed its crimson eyes. These eyes were solely for reconnaissance. While they offered some advantages in battle, they also imposed significant limitations, rendering their use a double-edged sword. The black ninja crow glided naturally over the estate, lingering in other areas briefly before returning above the estate to land in a secluded courtyard. This courtyard appeared to be a storage area. Although patrolling ninjas occasionally passed by, there were no guards at the entrance. Most importantly, it was currently unoccupied. The black ninja crow settled into the shadows of the courtyard, opening its beak, from which the figure of Uchiha Jin emerged. Crouching low, Uchiha Jin's expression suddenly shifted as he uttered a single word: failure. Raising his gaze, he noticed a tall figure clad in full armor, standing not far ahead. This individual boasted long, ash-blonde hair, wore a dark gray vest, draped a black cloak over his shoulders, and wielded a specially designed scythe attached with chains. His face obscured by a uniquely styled gas mask. Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Jin recognized the distinctive attire of the newcomer, feeling both surprised and yet unsurprised. The Leaf Village's ninja, Hanzo, regarded Jin with an impassive expression, glancing briefly at the forehead protector atop Jin's head before his gaze fell upon the clan emblem on Jin's sleeve. Uchiha Clan, are you here to represent your lineage? Or do you seek to frame me? Uchiha Jin did not attempt to conceal his identity. Hanzo recognized his lineage immediately. This was not due to Jin's negligence, but rather an acknowledgement that hiding his identity would be futile. Uchiha Jin's abilities were exceedingly unique, setting him apart within the ninja world. Anyone who witnessed his prowess would, with minimal effort, discern his identity. Moreover, Jin had already devised various strategies for this journey to the Land of Rain, making a straightforward declaration of his identity appear more genuine. How did you discover my presence? Uchiha Jin inquired curiously, looking at Hanzo. His acceptance of Hanzo's appearance stemmed from the fact that Hanzo was a demigod within the ninja realm. His depth of experience and skill was unfathomable, making it entirely reasonable for him to detect Jin's infiltration. Yet, Uchiha Jin pondered to himself that this time his infiltration had not revealed any flaws. He had even learned from Daidara's previous failures, ensuring that this area was inhabited by crows, making the presence of ninja crows unremarkable. Thus, Uchiha Jin felt somewhat astonished that Hanzo of the Salamander could detect him. "It is poisonous," Hanzo of the Salamander remarked without any intention of concealing the truth. "My estate is filled with various toxins, and leaks occur from time to time. Even though I clean up each time, some residue always remains. Over time, these toxins seep into the soil. Consequently, not even birds dare to approach this estate, let alone insects." The toxins within Hanzo's residence were not a result of his design. In fact, even if he wished to eradicate them, it would prove exceedingly difficult. When Hanzo was but a child, the people of Amigakure had implanted a poison sac from a salamander into his body, transforming him into a living vessel of toxins. With every breath he took, he exuded poisonous gas. To prevent harming others, Hanzo had adapted to breathing through his mouth and wore a specially crafted gas mask, filtering the air to protect others from poisoning. Nevertheless, having lived in this estate for so long, his physiological activities such as eating and excretion inevitably expelled toxins into the environment. Thus, unless he engaged in daily, relentless cleansing, it was impossible to rid the area of its toxins. "I see," Uchiha Jin nodded thoughtfully. "It seems I was too hasty and failed to observe my surroundings before commencing my infiltration. Not to worry. You will pay a price that will remain etched in your memory for a lifetime," Hanzo of the Salamander said, slightly raising his hand before continuing. "For now, let us refer to you as the Uchiha Ninja from Konoha." As soon as Hanzo finished speaking, his figure vanished from sight. What an astonishing body flicker technique. Uchiha Jin, witnessing Hanzo's swift approach with a blade aimed at him, felt as if he were staring at another Minato Namikaze. However, the strike was not aimed at a vital point. Was he trying to capture me alive? Uchiha Jin lowered his center of gravity, his eyes taking on a crimson hue, revealing 3 tomo. At the same time, he drew a shuriken from his waist pouch, deftly blocking the blade of Hanzo's sickle. With a soft clang, Uchiha Jin clearly saw the purple venom sliding off the edge of Hanzo's sickle. "Sharingan, it seems you truly are a ninja of the Uchiha clan," Hanzo of the Salamander remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice as he withdrew and distanced himself from Uchiha Jin. The venom splattering onto the sandy ground and corroding it into pits, releasing a foul-smelling white smoke. Hanzo did not continue his assault, but instead regarded Uchiha Jin with suspicion, asking, generally, during infiltration missions, to avoid revealing one's identity, one would strive to remove any items that could prove their identity. "Young Uchiha, what is your purpose in coming here so brazenly?" Currently, Konoha and Iwagakure were at a standoff on the borders of the Land of Rain. In theory, the master of the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander, should be a force that both Konoha and Iwagakure strive to win over. Even if Konoha or Iwagakure wished to take action, they would undoubtedly shift the blame onto one another. Therefore, the bold invasion orchestrated by Uchiha Obito is truly perplexing to Hanzo, as it may inadvertently align him with Iwagakure. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Obito clarified, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no malice towards you or the village of Rain. I am here to await a certain individual." Hanzo pressed further. "Who?" Uchiha Obito did not conceal his purpose, stating directly, "I seek the aid of our Hokage, Shimura Danzo." Hanzo squinted, his confusion deepening. He was not unfamiliar with the name Shimura Danzo. In fact, he had encountered him on several occasions. Given Hanzo's understanding of Danzo, he knew that wherever this man appeared, trouble was sure to follow. Hanzo inquired, "Why do you seek Danzo here?" Uchiha Obito chuckled softly. "This requires a lengthy explanation. Might I suggest we converse in a more private setting?" Although their earlier confrontation had been brief, the ensuing clash of chakra had already drawn attention. Uchiha Obito sensed that a multitude of guard ninjas were swiftly approaching. While his presence could be revealed to Hanzo, who was the very person he intended to meet, he could not afford to be exposed to other Rain ninjas, as they could be spies from rival villages. Given Hanzo's presence, Uchiha Obito could not simply eliminate all the Rain ninjas he had encountered. Thus, a quieter location was imperative. However, Hanzo misconstrued the situation and raised his scythe, ominously stating, "If you are unwilling to speak here, a change of venue will suffice. Surely, the interrogation room of the village of Rain will satisfy your needs." Before he finished speaking, Hanzo vanished from sight once more. A swift flash of the blade cleaved through the air, bisecting Uchiha Obito's form. "Do not even think of escaping," Hanzo declared, not sparing a glance at the severed silhouette of Uchiha Obito. He pivoted, launching his scythe towards a distant target. Uchiha Obito swiftly turned, deflecting the incoming scythe with a kunai, using the momentum to vault over the wall and flee into the distance. Hanzo let out a cold snort and pursued the direction in which Obito had retreated. Moments later, a dozen figures clad in the attire of rain ninjas appeared in the courtyard. This is the place. The disturbance originated here. Huh. There are traces of chakra on this broken stake. It must be a substitution technique. Everyone, be cautious. It is the poison of Lord Hanzo. Someone has engaged in combat with Lord Hanzo. These elite ninjas from the village of Rain quickly pieced together the events that had transpired based on the residual clues. Let us pursue. Remember not to get too close. Hanzo's poison is exceedingly potent. We should merely follow from a distance. A voice rang out loudly, prompting the group of over 10 individuals to pursue the direction in which Uchiha Jin had departed. All right, let the game of chase end here. Water release, water whip. Hanzo of the Salamander relentlessly pursued Uchiha Jin to the outskirts of the hidden rain village. Sensing the absence of others, he immediately took action. Previously, Hanzo had allowed Uchiha Jin to escape from his abode into the village, mindful of the potential harm his unique abilities could inflict upon the innocent civilians within. However, having now left the village, Hanzo felt no such restraint. With a swift motion, Hanzo unleashed the iron chain in his grasp, a torrent of water coiling around it, augmenting its attack range several-fold, striking towards Uchiha Jin ahead. While ordinary water lacks substantial offensive power, its destructive capability becomes formidable when propelled at high velocity. Especially in the hands of Hanzo, a demigod of the ninja world, this modest water whip wielded a might comparable to S-rank ninjutsu, carving deep furrows into the ground. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Jin evaded the water whip without forming any hand seals, turning to unleash a fireball towards Hanzo. The fireball swelled with the wind, rapidly transforming into a colossal sphere measuring 20 meters in diameter. Aware of the searing heat emanating from the fireball, Hanzo reacted swiftly, tugging the iron chain to direct the water whip towards the massive blaze. A piercing hiss erupted as steam billowed forth. The giant fireball cleaved in two by the water whip. Yet, Hanzo had no time to revel in his success, for behind the fireball lay an inferno. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. The existence of the burn fruit not only amplified Uchiha Jin's fire techniques, but also enabled him to execute most of them without hand seals. As long as his chakra and stamina were sufficient, Uchiha Jin became akin to a ninjutsu machine gun. Such formidable fire and water techniques left Hanzo astounded by Uchiha Jin's prowess. Just two fire techniques had rendered the surrounding air significantly drier. Uchiha Jin had reached an exceptionally high level of mastery over the transformation of fire attribute chakra, surpassing even his proficiency in water techniques. Consequently, although water is inherently superior to fire, Hanzo found himself compelled to deploy an equal measure of water release to counter Uchiha Jin's flames. Moreover, Hanzo noted that Uchiha Jin executed these two fire techniques without hand seals. While he was uncertain how Uchiha Jin accomplished this, if he were able to perform other techniques without seals as well, it would spell disaster. In the face of such an adversary, engaging in a ninjutsu battle was utterly inadvisable. A towering wall of water rose around Hanzo, colliding with the oncoming sea of flames. A dense mist swiftly enveloped the surroundings as a copious amount of water vapor ascended. With a swift draw, the air thickened. The presence of moisture may obscure vision. Yet for Hanzo the Salamander, the limitations imposed upon Uchiha Jin, who possesses the Sharingan, are far greater. Moreover, as a competent ninja, Hanzo is far more accustomed to operating from the shadows. In such an environment, where visibility is hindered, there is hardly a distinction from operating covertly. Leveraging his formidable perceptive abilities, Hanzo instantaneously appeared before Uchiha Jin, executing his signature technique. However, this time, Hanzo did not aim for Jin's vital points. With a crisp snap, the kunai in Uchiha Jin's hand shattered into two pieces, and an arm was sent flying. It seems he must acquire a fine sword upon his return. Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow, and with a fist ablaze with roaring flames, he struck fiercely at Hanzo's face. The fire fist. The flames erupted, and Hanzo's form dissipated into clear water, evaporating in an instant. Is this your technique of cremation? Hanzo materialized some distance away, astonished by the flames blazing from Uchiha Jin's severed arm. Techniques that allow one to elementalize their body to evade damage are not unheard of. The Uchiha clan of the Mist Village is renowned for their water transformation technique. Yet, over the many years in the ninja world, only the Uchiha clan has perfected the water transformation. No other elemental forms of elementalization exist. This highlights the rarity of such secret techniques. Now, witnessing another form of elementalization. How could Hanzo not be astonished? Almost. Uchiha Jin's severed arm reformed, and he calmly regarded Hanzo, saying, "Shall we continue, Hanzo-senpai?" Uchiha Jin did not come to the Rain Village to oppose Hanzo. His engagement with Hanzo was merely to demonstrate his prowess and to attain a position for equal discourse. Without strength, one cannot expect to be heard, let alone be seen. In this world, might commands respect. This is true for individuals and nations alike. Hanzo, the leader of the Rain country, who has long navigated the treacherous space between the fire, earth, and wind countries, surely understands this well. So, after merely exchanging 2 or 3 blows, you believe yourself to be on equal footing with me? Hanzo scoffed, remarking, "Given your mastery of fire techniques, you must be the rising star of the ninja world, the Red Sun Uchiha Jin. Am I correct? The new generation of Konoha shinobi is indeed replete with talent. Yet in terms of experience, you still have a long way to go. Do not forget, my true forte lies not in ninjutsu, but in poison." While Hanzo's taijutsu and ninjutsu are formidable, it is his expertise in toxins that granted him the audacity to challenge the 3 great nations of fire, earth, and wind during the Second Great Ninja War. Hanzo's poisons have caused considerable suffering to these nations. Had it not been for the emergence of Chio from the wind country and Tsunade from the fire country, Hanzo might have truly established the Rain country's prominence in the Second Great Ninja War. Let the land of Rain emerge as the 6th great nation of the shinobi world, one that cannot be overlooked by others. Hanzo of the Salamander continued, "From the very beginning, I infused my water release techniques with composite toxins. Your fire release has merely vaporized my toxic water into vapor. This area has long been permeated by my poison without your awareness, and you have inadvertently inhaled these toxins into your body. Calculating the time, the toxins within you should have already begun to take effect. Uchiha brat, can you still harness your chakra?" As Hanzo spoke, his confidence swelled, and he gazed at Uchiha Jin as one might look upon a lamb destined for slaughter. Intent on capturing Uchiha Jin alive to extract further information, Hanzo refrained from using lethal toxins, instead opting for those that would restrict chakra flow. This poison would insidiously obstruct the body's meridians, creating stagnation that would inhibit the movement of chakra. Once chakra is restricted, the ability to utilize jutsu is rendered impossible. What threat does a ninja pose when they can no longer wield ninjutsu? Thus, Hanzo believed he had secured victory in this battle. Poison? Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow and instantly appeared before Hanzo, delivering a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, Hanzo was sent sprawling backward several meters, disbelief etched across his face. Instantaneous movement? How is that possible? Hanzo exclaimed in shock. "You are not poisoned?" Uchiha Jin chuckled lightly. "Of course not. Senior Hanzo, your reputation resonates throughout the shinobi world. And having suffered from your poison, how could I not be prepared?" From the moment Uchiha Jin realized his whereabouts had been inadvertently revealed due to the toxins, he had been on high alert regarding Hanzo's poisonous tactics, transforming his body into an elemental state. Since the onset of his infiltration into Hanzo's residence, Uchiha Jin had ceased to be an ordinary human form, instead becoming a blazing inferno. Humans can be poisoned, but flames cannot. Although this transformation consumes significant stamina, it is a worthwhile expenditure compared to the constant distraction of guarding against Hanzo's toxic schemes. "Shall we converse now, Senior Hanzo?" Uchiha Jin did not continue his assault. Instead, he lowered his hands in a gesture of goodwill towards Hanzo. A glint of intrigue flickered in Hanzo's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he too lowered his hands, saying, "Very well, I am indeed curious to hear what you have to say." Uchiha Jin delved straight to the point. "Given your experience, Senior Hanzo, you must have sensed that this war is approaching its conclusion. Furthermore, you have endured through 3 shinobi world wars. The circumstances are evident, and you cannot be blind to them." Hanzo nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is drawing to a close. The war has reached a point where there are no longer any gains to be had. Prolonging it would only result in unnecessary losses. After so many years of conflict, each village has endured its share of suffering, and what can be taken has been nearly exhausted. Continuing this battle holds no further significance. Within the borders of the Rain Country, the persistent skirmishes between Konoha and Iwagakure are primarily fueled by the blood feud accumulated over the years of warfare. Should the high-ranking officials of both sides reach an agreement, this conflict could be declared at an end, allowing for a withdrawal of troops. Uchiha Jin continued, Senior Hanzo. To speak candidly, the third Hokage of Konoha has conceived the idea of concluding the war and intends to initiate peace talks with Iwagakure in the near future. Oh, Hanzo of the Salamander raised an eyebrow, feeling a stir within. This revelation from Uchiha Jin was indeed crucial intelligence, signifying that Konoha was prepared to concede to Iwagakure in this war. It is well known that in negotiations, the party that yields first relinquishes the initiative, often incurring substantial losses. Frankly speaking, Hanzo had initially presumed that Iwagakure would be the one to lower its head to Konoha, given Konoha's significant advantage on the battlefield, if not a decisive victory. It would be an unprecedented occurrence for a victor to bow to a vanquished foe. However, there had been whispers suggesting that during the negotiations between Konoha and Sunagakure, the victorious Konoha had relinquished much of its gains. Hanzo had dismissed such absurd rumors, yet now it seemed they bore the weight of truth. Konoha indeed thrived in the bountiful land of fire, exuding a sense of financial prowess. Thus, Hanzo found himself contemplating various strategies for the Rain Village, inspired by just a single remark from Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin, noting Hanzo's unusual demeanor, feigned ignorance and continued, Of course, this is merely the third Hokage's idea. There are dissenting voices among the Konoha leadership, so it has not yet been put into action. Hanzo's eyes glinted as he interjected. The dissenting high-ranking official you mentioned must be Shimura Danzo, correct? Given Hanzo's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, that feeble old man might indeed consider making concessions for the sake of peace. The only one audacious enough to openly oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen in such matters would be the radical Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin nodded, confirming, indeed. It is Shimura Danzo who has opposed the third's notion. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo sneered, Let me venture a guess. While Danzo may oppose Hiruzen's ideas, he cannot alter them. Thus, to undermine Hiruzen's intentions, he has personally come to the Rain Country, intending to instigate discord and intensify the war. As for his methods, they likely involve framing others for wrongdoing. Am I correct? Uchiha Jin was somewhat taken aback, impressed by Hanzo's keen intellect. With just a few words and his insight into Konoha's upper echelons, Hanzo had deduced the general trajectory of events. It must be acknowledged that those who survive multiple wars are anything but simple-minded. So what is your objective? Hanzo of the Salamander paused momentarily before turning to Uchiha Jin, inquiring, to thwart Shimura Danzo and facilitate peace talks between Konohagakure and Iwagakure? Previously, Uchiha Jin had explicitly stated that his purpose for being here was to await Shimura Danzo, leading Hanzo to believe that Uchiha Jin was most likely here to impede Danzo's plans. With an unchanging expression, Uchiha Jin replied coolly, If I say yes, what choice would you, esteemed Hanzo, then make? Hanzo narrowed his eyes, raising the scythe in his hand. If the land of rain were as formidable as the land of fire, the land of earth, or even the land of wind, he would not hesitate to obstruct Shimura Danzo's endeavors, seizing the opportunity to ally with the land of earth to extract concessions from Konohagakure. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's inherent weakness, he would likely not refuse. However, the unfortunate reality is that the land of rain is merely a small nation. Konohagakure respects the strength of Iwagakure, but dismisses the prowess of the land of rain. Should the land of rain dare to provoke, Konohagakure would undoubtedly respond with overwhelming force. Moreover, any alliance between the land of rain and the land of earth would only provoke greater resistance from Konohagakure, resulting in an even more vigorous reaction. Konohagakure would not permit a minor nation like the land of rain to ascend atop them. Thus, if the land of rain wishes to secure greater benefits, only one option remains. Although warfare among great powers has inflicted suffering upon the land of rain, it has undeniably also presented certain opportunities. In times of peace, those great nations would not allow the land of rain to flourish, colluding to suppress it in various ways. Yet, once conflict ignites between these great powers, the land of rain becomes a coveted ally. Even if they cannot sway the land of rain to their side, they must ensure it does not ally with their adversaries. In the context of the Third Great Ninja War, while the livelihood of the people in the land of rain was severely compromised, Hanzo of the Salamander managed to extract considerable advantages from the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of wind. Furthermore, from another perspective, as long as Konohagakure and Iwagakure remain embroiled in conflict, their strengths will inevitably wane. The weakening of both villages signifies an ascendance for the land of rain. The tumultuous situation may also provide the land of rain with additional opportunities. Amidst this whirlwind of thoughts, Hanzo of the Salamander found himself leaning towards collaboration with the man known as the Shadow of the Ninja World, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin observed Hanzo's actions and comprehended his intentions. It seems that in this tangible world, one cannot perceive these formidable figures in the ninja realm through the lens of anime characters. In the original narrative, Shimura Danzo merely presented a deceased rain ninja to easily sow discord between Hanzo and the Akatsuki organization, leading Hanzo, who initially held the Akatsuki in high regard, to harbor murderous intent against them and forge an alliance with Danzo. From this particular narrative segment, one can vividly illustrate Danzo's insidious cunning juxtaposed with Hanzo's tragic heroism. However, considering the realities of the situation, matters are far from the simplicity depicted in the manga. While Hanzo may indeed have seen promise in the nascent Akatsuki, the greater benefits offered by Danzo prove to be more enticing. In the face of the interests of the entire Hidden Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice the Akatsuki organization, thereby demonstrating his sincerity to Danzo Shimura. Hanzo and Danzo reached a tacit understanding in their collaboration. Of course, this was under the assumption that Hanzo was unaware of Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan. Had he known of the immense potential and concealed dangers that the Rinnegan represented, Hanzo might have made a different choice. In truth, the alliance between Hanzo and Danzo was undermined by an underestimation of Nagato's strength, leading to their eventual downfall. With the elite forces at Danzo's route nearly annihilated and the majority of Hanzo's ninjas suffering casualties, their capability to engage further in the land of rain was utterly diminished. It was a classic case of losing more than one gained. Uchiha Jin found himself unable to judge Hanzo's actions, whether right or wrong, as the perspectives of both parties differed significantly. As the leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo naturally prioritized the village's interests in all his actions. As for the morality of his choices, who could truly discern? Hanzo-senpai, it seems you have made your choice, Uchiha Jin remarked, just as flames erupted around him with a resounding roar. Fire release, chakra mode, activate. So you have come here to stop Danzo, then? Hanzo narrowed his eyes, sheathing his scythe at his waist. To be more precise, I am here to kill him, Uchiha Jin affirmed with a nod. While I agree with Danzo's thoughts regarding the peace negotiations with the Hidden Stone Village, this war must come to an end. Furthermore, the long-standing enmity between the Uchiha Clan and Danzo has reached a critical point. It is time for him to meet his demise. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Hanzo swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground as he declared, summoning technique. With a thunderous explosion of white smoke, a colossal brown salamander materialized, lifting Hanzo into the air. Jinbutsu, unleash your toxic spray, Hanzo commanded, seizing his scythe once more and leaping from the back of the salamander. Jinbutsu emitted a shrill cry akin to an infant's wail, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of thick purple poison. In terms of sheer strength, Jinbutsu might not rival the likes of Gamabunta from Mount Mayaboku or Manda from the Ryuchi Cave. However, with the enhancement of toxins, it could hold its own against multiple opponents without faltering. The potency of Jinbutsu's venom was not something even Hanzo could afford to overlook. Mirror fire. Uchiha Jin delivered a punch, generating an unending stream of searing flames that formed a colossal wall of fire, blocking the purple toxic mist spewed by Jinbutsu. Although elemental transformation could grant immunity to toxins, the world is full of surprises. In the absence of necessity, Uchiha Jin would not willingly immerse himself in a toxic environment for an extended period. Moreover, from a certain perspective, flames possess a counteracting effect against toxins. The intense heat was sufficient to render most substances inactive, turning them to ash, and toxins were no exception. Fire release, great fire annihilation. After deflecting the violet poisonous gas, Uchiha Jin opened his mouth to unleash a colossal fireball, infused with the residual flames of the mirror fire, directed towards the salamander fish Hanzo. Uchiha Jin aimed to swiftly eliminate the salamander fish Hanzo in one fell swoop. However, his attack met with empty air. The spot where the salamander fish Hanzo once stood was now merely a vast pit. Had he burrowed underground? Before Uchiha Jin could ponder further, The assault from Salamander Fish Hanzo was already upon him. The scythe in Hanzo's hand sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed directly at Uchiha Jin's face. Uchiha Jin barely managed to parry the scythe's handle with a kunai, using the force to create distance between himself and Hanzo. The blade of Salamander Fish Hanzo was exceedingly sharp. An ordinary kunai could hardly withstand its brilliance. Crack! Before Uchiha Jin could steady his stance, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, and the Salamander Fish Jiraiya lunged at him with its gaping maw. Simultaneously, a chain writhed like a serpent, encircling all avenues of evasion, surging towards Uchiha Jin. A fiery explosion erupted beneath Uchiha Jin's feet, propelling him forward, narrowly escaping the jaws of the Salamander Fish Jiraiya. Huh! Salamander Fish Hanzo let out a cold snort, yanking on the chain in his hand, causing the chains surrounding Uchiha Jin to tighten abruptly, ensnaring him thoroughly. Perched atop the head of Salamander Fish Jiraiya, Hanzo gazed down upon Uchiha Jin with an air of superiority, coldly remarking, "You, a scion of the Uchiha clan. I concede that your fire release technique is formidable, yet it appears you are ill-equipped in utilizing your family's esteemed bloodline. Not only have you refrained from employing illusion techniques, but you have also failed to capitalize on the advantages of dynamic perspective. You are squandering the potential of your three-tomo Sharingan." "Oh, bound by the chains." Uchiha Jin revealed a peculiar smile towards Salamander Fish Hanzo, calmly stating, "When did you come to the erroneous conclusion that I had not employed illusion techniques?" Hanzo was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a chilling aura surge from his spine to the crown of his head. His scalp tingled. Had this been uttered by any other ninja, Hanzo might have dismissed it. But the weight of the name Uchiha compelled him to regard Uchiha Jin's words with utmost seriousness. "Release." Hanzo, not daring to delay, immediately channeled his chakra to dispel Uchiha Jin's illusion. As the world spun violently, Hanzo's perspective shifted dramatically from overlooking Uchiha Jin to looking up at him. Hanzo found himself ensnared by his own chains, while Uchiha Jin stood atop the head of Salamander Fish Jiraiya, gazing down imperiously. Flames enveloped Uchiha Jin, radiating a blinding light that obscured Hanzo's view of his expression. Those brilliant scarlet eyes, still luminous amidst the inferno, sent shivers down Hanzo's spine. Meanwhile, the Salamander Fish Jiraiya lay quietly beneath Uchiha Jin, resembling a lifeless toy, evidently ensnared in the illusion, unable to extricate itself. At what point had I begun to remain vigilant since the residence? I have certainly never locked eyes with you. The legendary Hanzo of the Salamander was taken aback. Unable to comprehend the moment he fell into a trap, Uchiha Jin spoke in a low, calm voice. When your focus is concentrated on a single object, you often overlook many other aspects. Indeed, the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha Clan Sharingan is unparalleled within the ninja world, instilling terror in the hearts of many and even earning the moniker of Hypnotic Eyes. Thus, when confronting a ninja from the Uchiha Clan, the first instinct is to guard against our Sharingan. You remember that when battling against Uchiha ninjas, you must avoid making eye contact with us. However, it is essential to recognize that Jinjutsu is not exclusive to the Sharingan. Sometimes, an inconspicuous gesture or an offhand remark can ensnare you in an illusion, especially when your attention is fixated upon our Sharingan. With the existence of the Flame Fruit and the Sharingan, Uchiha Jin need not expend excessive energy on ninjutsu, granting him the time to learn other disciplines to compensate for his shortcomings. The path he chose was Jinjutsu, not limited to the Sharingan, but encompassing a variety of illusions. Previously, Uchiha Jin had pondered a particular scene from an anime where Niji faced the Sound Four, specifically against Kidamaru. Niji's Byakugan lost its 360-degree vision due to the existence of the caged bird curse mark, creating a blind spot. Kidamaru seized upon this flaw, repeatedly exploiting it to inflict grave injuries upon Niji. However, it is worth noting that a typical human's clear field of vision is merely 120 degrees, with peripheral vision extending to 180 degrees. Was that singular blind spot truly Niji's only vulnerability? If that were the case, how could other ninjas without the Byakugan survive? Moreover, if one can clearly discern the enemy's attack target as that blind spot, wouldn't it be prudent to defend against the impending assault from that direction? Ultimately, it seems that Niji relied too heavily on his Byakugan. He was accustomed to guarding against visible attacks, but he struggled when faced with unseen ambushes. Uchiha Jin exploited this cognitive bias, If you are also vigilant against the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan, then let your guard be up. Yet, the Uchiha can also master other forms of Jinjutsu. Such unexpected maneuvers often yield astonishing results. Even the once semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander fell prey to an unforeseen illusion. Truly, the younger generation surges forward, leaving the old behind. Hanzo gazed despondently at the towering figure of Uchiha Jin. If Uchiha Jin had wished to kill him, he would have perished countless times already. This battle was a loss for him. However, while Hanzo of the Salamander could accept defeat, the leader of the Amigakure could not concede so easily. With a fierce roar, Hanzo broke free from his chains, preparing to charge at Uchiha Jin. Bloom, O flower of the other shore. Uchiha Jin formed a hand seal with one hand and softly commanded the dark mark left on Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Jin was not foolish enough to alert his adversary to the fact that they had fallen victim to his illusion before fully grasping the situation. Such an act of premature celebration was beneath him. The moment Hanzo succumbed to the illusion, Uchiha Jin seized the opportunity to implant a hidden curse upon him. Hanzo staggered, acutely aware of the rapid rise in his body temperature. As he pulled open his collar, he discovered a fist-sized black mark over his heart. Intricate black veins, reminiscent of branches, began to spread to other areas of his body, leaving behind nodes along their path. Hanzo, I advise you against any reckless movements. While you were entrapped in the illusion, I infused a sphere of sealed thermal energy into your heart. Should I choose to release the seal, that energy will surge through your meridians to your limbs and erupt within you. In other words, Hanzo's life and death now rested firmly in Uchiha Jin's hands. Though Uchiha Jin spoke calmly, his words stirred a tempest within Hanzo's heart. Hanzo fixed his gaze on Uchiha Jin's eyes, gritting his teeth. What do you intend to do? Now, feeling like a sacrificial lamb, Hanzo no longer held any reservations, scrutinizing Uchiha Jin's crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Jin retracted his hand from the seal, smiling as he said, From the very beginning, I have stated that I harbor no malice towards you, Hanzo, or the Hidden Rain Village. However, I do hope that you refrain from interfering while I conduct my affairs. Hanzo furrowed his brow, seemingly incredulous, and inquired, Is it really that simple? Indeed, Uchiha Jin affirmed with a nod. Of course. It would be even better if you were willing to assist me in dealing with Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing this, Hanzo's expression darkened to an extreme, and he replied gravely, It appears I have no other choice. He had never envisioned that he would find himself in such a predicament at this stage of his life. Now in his 60s, he was well past his prime and descending into obscurity. His era had ultimately passed. Now, as for the illusion, Sharingan, Uchiha Jin proclaimed, seizing the moment when Hanzo surrendered his resistance to initiate the Jinjutsu. The illusions he had previously cast upon Hanzo during their battle were not particularly profound. He had merely acted opportunistically, and Hanzo had easily dispelled them. To fully dominate Hanzo, the true power of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu was required. At this juncture, the battle could finally be regarded as reaching its conclusion. Release. Hanzo raised his sword finger to dispel the summoning technique. With a thunderous explosion, Uchiha Jin's form disintegrated into white smoke, vanishing from the scene. Hanzo surveyed the ravaged battlefield before turning towards the direction of the Hidden Rain Village. Moments later, the sound of slicing air pierced the silence as several figures appeared before Hanzo, kneeling on one knee. They are the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village. Remaining at a distance from the battlefield where Hanzo the Salamander and Uchiha Obito engage in combat, apprehensive of potential poisoning. Lord Hanzo, has the battle concluded? Who is the enemy? The leading rain ninja, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired upon seeing Hanzo. Everyone, rise. Hanzo scanned the group of ninjas before him and replied calmly. The enemy has been dealt with. Send someone to cordon off the area to prevent villagers from approaching. We shall address the other matters later. Yes, the leading rain ninja responded dutifully without a moment's hesitation. Due to Hanzo's unique abilities, each of his battles left behind a substantial amount of toxic substances that required time to dissipate completely. To avert any incidents of poisoning, Hanzo typically dispatched personnel to secure the scene post-battle. The leading rain ninja was well accustomed to this task and immediately began to allocate personnel to carry out the orders. Having given his instructions, Hanzo paid no further heed to the situation, continuing his journey back to the Hidden Rain Village. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his residence. After freshening up and donning his customary attire, Hanzo summoned the earlier mentioned leading rain ninja, who was also his most competent assistant, Tenyu. Tenyu, have there been any unusual developments from the leaf or stone villages recently? Hanzo inquired, his expression inscrutable, concealing his innermost thoughts. Tenyu pondered for a moment before responding. There haven't been any significant changes. If I must mention something, it is that skirmishes between their respective teams have intensified. The casualty rate has nearly doubled compared to last week. Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Hanzo's eyes as he pressed further. Have our dispatch surveillance teams been implicated? Tenyu nodded, stating yes. Recently, 2 of our surveillance teams suddenly lost contact. Subsequent investigations revealed that they likely became entangled in the conflict between the leaf and stone villages, resulting in their demise. Hanzo fell silent, yet within, he was calculating. According to Tenyu's intelligence, Shimura Danzo had commenced operations on the battlefield of the Hidden Rain. Perhaps the day when Danzo would come knocking was not far off. Noticing Hanzo's continued silence, Tenyu cautiously ventured, Lord Hanzo, is there perhaps more to this situation than meets the eye? Regarding today's intruder, Hanzo shot Tenyu a sidelong glance, stating coolly, that individual was sent to assassinate me. He bore the identification of a leaf ninja, with the intention of drawing our Hidden Rain village into the conflict. Tenyu's pupils constricted, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. As Hanzo's assistant, charged with the management of the entire Hidden Rain village, Tenyu was no fool. Connecting the dots from Hanzo's earlier questions, he began to sense the underlying tension. In a low voice, Tenyu articulated, Lord Hanzo, are you suggesting that, aside from our Hidden Rain and the leaf and stone villages, a 4th force has infiltrated the Land of Rain, seeking to ignite a conflict among our 3 nations? The esteemed Hanzo of the Salamander gently shook his head and remarked, it may not necessarily be the work of a 4th party. Tenyu was taken aback, exclaiming, Lord Hanzo, are you suggesting that this incident was perpetrated by individuals from either Konohagakure or Iwagakure? Hanzo nodded, indicating that, after all, every village harbors its share of restless souls. With a troubled expression, Tenyu inquired, what course of action should we take? Should we notify Konohagakure and Iwagakure? Anxiety consumed Tenyu. Just as the ceasefire between Konohagakure and Iwagakure was on the horizon, such an incident could potentially ignite a large-scale conflict. The impoverished Land of Rain could scarcely endure further warfare. Hanzo doused Tenyu's hopes with a cold reality, stating, do you believe they would heed our words? In other words, would they pay attention to what we say? Tenyu faltered, a sense of emptiness enveloping him, as if he were plummeting into an abyss. Indeed, in the eyes of those great nations, the opinions of the Land of Rain have always been deemed insignificant. Hanzo continued, the anomalies we perceive, Konohagakure and Iwagakure are unlikely to overlook. Moreover, this situation was instigated by their own people. The course of war or peace between Konohagakure and Iwagakure primarily hinges upon their own strategic interests. We, the Hidden Rain village, cannot sway their thoughts. Our only recourse is to manage our own forces judiciously. Let us recall all surveillance teams, except for the sentries stationed outside the camps of Konohagakure and Iwagakure. We cannot allow them to lose their reason amidst the brewing animosity. Tenyu nodded in agreement, accepting Hanzo's order. After a moment's pause, Hanzo casually inquired, by the way, is the Akatsuki organization still active? Tenyu affirmed, yes, their ideology has garnered considerable support, and they have expanded to over 100 members. Though their notions may be overly naive, their intentions are commendable. Hanzo seemed to reflect for a moment before asking, their leader is named Yahiko, correct? Tenyu responded, indeed. But in addition to Yahiko, the Akatsuki also has 2 core figures, Nagato and Konan. After a brief contemplation, Hanzo declared, send someone to deliver a message to them. I wish to meet these 3 young individuals. Tenyu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Hanzo's desire to engage with such a seemingly juvenile organization. Ordinarily, Hanzo would not squander time on a group like the Akatsuki, so what prompted this sudden shift in demeanor? Hanzo, seemingly aware of Tenyu's confusion, took the rare opportunity to clarify. Tenyu, though I am loath to admit it, I am already in my 60s. How much longer can this village rely on me? While Yahiko and his companions may be overly idealistic, they possess vision and the ability to translate their thoughts into action. That is no small feat. It is high time for the Hidden Rain village to infuse some fresh blood. At Hanzo's words, Tenyu trembled, staring at him in a daze. A complex feeling surging within him. All along, Hanzo's formidable presence had made Tianyu overlook the passage of time reflected in his age. Having crossed the threshold of 50, the body of the seasoned Hanzo the Salamander has begun its inevitable decline. Over the years, Hanzo has shouldered an immense burden for this village. Torn by emotion, he gestures dismissively to Tenyu, signaling him to withdraw. With reddened eyes, Tenyu suppresses his emotions and turns away. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he departs, Hanzo's eyes quietly transform into a pair of crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. The following day, within the confines of a room at the Akatsuki's base, the leader Yahiko and Konan stand by the bedside, both wrapped in bandages stained with blood, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. However, their injuries are of little concern to them at the moment. Their gazes are fixed anxiously upon the unconscious Nagato. They had encountered unforeseen peril while attempting to aid some wounded Iwagakure ninjas, nearly losing their lives to their attacks. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Nagato summoned a peculiar summoning beast, enabling their escape from danger. Alas, this exertion has left him in a state of unconsciousness, and he has yet to awaken. Cursed be it, Yahiko mutters through clenched teeth, his face etched with regret. His predominant feelings are not merely anxiety for Nagato's condition, but also a tempest of anger and guilt. Anger at his lack of strength, and guilt for failing to protect his comrades. If only he had been more cautious, if only he had possessed greater power, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yahiko, do not blame yourself. Nagato has merely exhausted his strength. He will be fine. Konan, well acquainted with Yahiko's temperament, attempts to console him despite her own worries. Yahiko remains silent, as the weight of his remorse cannot be alleviated by her reassurances. After a brief pause, Konan shifts the topic. Yahiko, why do you think those Iwagakure ninjas attacked us? Though a diversion, her curiosity about the incident is genuine. Their organization has been active on the battlefield for quite some time, frequently rescuing surviving Iwagakure or Konoha ninjas. Although they have often been met with suspicion and resistance, these ninjas have never resorted to violence against them. Yet, this time, not only did the Iwagakure ninjas strike, but they did so with lethal intent. Looking back, they did not appear to be in the throes of battle. Instead, they seem to have been laying in wait for them. Yahiko comprehends the implication behind Konan's words, but refrains from interpreting their motivations with malice. Perhaps the Iwagakure ninjas were preparing to ambush Konoha ninjas, and our intervention thwarted their plans, prompting them to attack us, he suggests. Konan remains silent, her thoughts more discerning than Yahiko's idealism. Nevertheless, she is unwaveringly supportive of his perspective. Some truths are best left unspoken. Konan shifted the topic and continued, Yahiko, don't you think that the recent conflicts between Konoha and Iwagakure have escalated significantly compared to before? Could this be a portent of something? Yahiko furrowed his brow and replied, perhaps some new factor has intervened in this war. We must identify it and address it accordingly. Though Yahiko was naive, he was not foolish. He recognized that the situation on the battlefield was deteriorating. If the new factor were not addressed in a timely manner, a great war between Konoha and Iwagakure would be inevitable. Konan shook her head, offering a wry smile. With our current capabilities, acquiring intelligence of that magnitude seems quite difficult. We may not be capable, but perhaps Lord Hanzo could be, Yahiko asserted with unwavering conviction. Yahiko's parents perished in the Second Shinobi World War. At that time, Hanzo the Salamander had declared war on the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind, turning the land of rain into a battleground. Consequently, Yahiko harbored deep resentment towards Hanzo for a considerable time. However, as he matured and began to comprehend the complexities of the land of rain, his animosity towards Hanzo dissipated. While Hanzo had not brought peace to the land of rain, he had at least given it a voice. Now, Yahiko held Hanzo, who had safeguarded the land of rain for decades, in high regard. Upon hearing this, Konan hesitated. But will Lord Hanzo meet with us? He certainly will. Yahiko replied with certainty, because Lord Hanzo is also a seeker of peace. Konan remained silent, silently praying that Yahiko would not be disheartened by this endeavor. Yahiko, Konan, hurry, hurry, hurry. Just as the room fell into silence, a figure rushed in, visibly excited. Juzo, what's the matter? Calm down, what happened? Yahiko asked, soothing the newcomer's emotions. A rain ninja just arrived. He said Lord Hanzo has heard about us and wishes to meet you. Juzo thrust a letter into Yahiko's hands, brimming with excitement. This is Lord Hanzo's letter for you. Yahiko's body trembled, taken aback by this unexpected delight. They had just been contemplating how to seek an audience with Hanzo. And before they could act, Hanzo had sought them out instead. Yahiko, you should read what the letter says first, Conan reminded him. Oh right, let us read the letter. Yahiko snapped back to reality and eagerly tore open the envelope. The letter was succinct. It began by praising the principles and actions of the Akatsuki organization, affirming their active role on the battlefield, and concluded with an invitation for Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan to visit and discuss the future development of the Akatsuki. I knew it. I knew it. Yahiko exclaimed, reading the letter repeatedly, his body shaking with excitement. Hanzo the Salamander was a demigod of the ninja world. Receiving such recognition from such a formidable figure was, without a doubt, a tremendous validation for Yahiko. Now, Yahiko is more certain than ever that his chosen path is indeed the right one. Conan, having perused the contents of the letter, expressed her happiness for Yahiko, albeit with a hint of concern. Yahiko, she said, the letter invites the three of us to visit, but Nagato. At this moment, Yahiko regained his composure and glanced hesitantly at the unconscious Nagato lying on the bed. He contemplated whether to bring the comatose Nagato along to Amigakure. After all, Amigakure is a fully fledged ninja village, equipped with its own medical facilities, and they might be able to awaken Nagato from his slumber. However, Nagato's condition is rather unique, harboring secrets that must not be exposed. Those are the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. What if something were to happen? Although Yahiko is naive, when it comes to the life of a dear friend, he can shed his innocence. Just then, Nagato, lying on the bed, let out a soft groan and slowly opened his eyes. The following morning, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan set out early, and after an arduous morning of travel, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Amigakure by noon. Greetings, I am Yahiko of the Akatsuki organization, here at the invitation of Lord Hanzo. Yahiko stepped forward and communicated his intent to the guard at the entrance of Amigakure. You three, Lord Hanzo has prepared a luncheon. Please follow me. The guard, having been informed in advance, displayed a warm demeanor. After confirming the identities of Yahiko and his companions, he sent someone to inform Hanzo of the situation while leading the trio into Amigakure. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan were somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a warm reception from Hanzo. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, the trio traversed through Amigakure under the guard's guidance, soon arriving at the residence of Hanzo the Salamander. Tenju, having received news of their arrival, was already waiting at the entrance, smiling upon seeing Yahiko and his companions. I am Tenju, assistant to Lord Hanzo. You must be the founders of the Akatsuki organization. I am Yahiko. I am Conan. I am Nagato. After each introduced themselves, Tenju led the trio into Hanzo's residence. As they walked, Yahiko and his companions couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious, noting the tight security with guards stationed every few steps. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yahiko cautiously inquired, Tenju, has anything unusual happened in Amigakure recently? Why is the security at Lord Hanzo's residence so stringent? Tenju smiled and explained, there is no need for concern. This heightened security is unrelated to your arrival. It is merely a precaution following an assassination attempt on Lord Hanzo 2 days ago. An assassination? Yahiko exclaimed, his heart racing. Is Lord Hanzo unharmed? Have those responsible for the attempt been identified? Yahiko's anxiety was palpable. After all, Hanzo was the leader of Amigakure, and his safety was directly linked to the stability of the Land of Rain. Rest assured, Lord Hanzo is perfectly fine. The rain lingered for a moment before finally speaking. This matter is quite intricate. Lord Hanzo suspects that someone intends to reignite the flames of war and has consequently reduced the strength of the Hidden Rain Village. It would be prudent for your Akatsuki organization to exercise caution during this time and refrain from being overly active to avoid falling into a trap. Sensing Lord Hanzo's concern for the Akatsuki, the Rain did not hesitate to share certain intelligence with Yahiko and his companions as a precaution. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The Rain's words reminded them of the ambush they had encountered the previous day. Even Lord Hanzo had faced an assassination attempt, indicating that the situation was far more severe than they had initially perceived. Thank you for the warning, Senior, Yahiko replied. We will be extra vigilant. He refrained from immediately divulging the details of their recent attack, deciding instead to wait until he had spoken with Lord Hanzo to gauge his perspective on the matter. Ah, you have arrived. You three must have set out early this morning. Please, have some lunch and rest here before I take you to meet Lord Hanzo. the rain said, nodding slightly as he led Yahiko and his companions into a room. The dining table was already laden with an array of dishes, while not extravagant. The spread was indeed quite sumptuous. The trio was momentarily taken aback, having assumed they would dine with Lord Hanzo. Anticipating their reaction, the rain explained, "You have undoubtedly heard tales of Lord Hanzo's exploits. His unique constitution is such that every breath he takes is infused with venom. To avoid affecting others, he typically dines alone. He did not wish to disturb your meal, hence his absence during your dining." Realizing the implications, Yahiko recalled having heard rumors about Lord Hanzo's toxic nature. "Not at all. Lord Hanzo is quite considerate," he said earnestly. "Let us eat then. There is no need for formality. Please, indulge yourselves." The rain guided them to the table, encouraging them to partake in the meal. Perhaps due to their long journey or the exquisite food before them, the trio initially displayed restraint but soon relaxed and savored the feast. The rain, however, merely sampled the fare, eventually setting down his chopsticks and observing as Yahiko and his friends enjoyed their meal. Feeling more at ease, Yahiko turned to the rain with curiosity. "Senior, when did Lord Hanzo begin to take an interest in our Akatsuki organization?" The rain, unreserved, replied, "Naturally, we must investigate the forces operating within the land of rain. It was I who first reported your existence to Lord Hanzo." Upon hearing this, Yahiko set down his chopsticks and pressed further. "What was Lord Hanzo's reaction upon learning of us?" Nagato and Konan, intrigued, also turned their attention to the rain. Tianyu smiled gently and spoke. "Lord Hanzo mentioned that although your ideas may still be somewhat immature, your intentions are commendable. Particularly, the fact that you are able to put your thoughts into practice is truly admirable. Your presence is a rare infusion of fresh blood for the land of rain. And once you have developed further, Lord Hanzo wishes to meet you." Upon hearing this, Yahiko was filled with excitement, and even Nagato and Konan's eyes shimmered with delight. To receive such praise from the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander was enough to validate their efforts over this period. Yahiko then inquired about many matters, most of which pertained to Hanzo. Tianyu was forthcoming with information, providing the trio with a comprehensive understanding of Hanzo. After a delightful meal, Yahiko and his companions felt a sense of reassurance, albeit with a lingering desire for more conversation. Following their meal, and with the eager anticipation of Yahiko and his companions, Tianyu produced 3 specially crafted gas masks and handed them to them. He explained, "While Lord Hanzo has taken his own protective measures, it is advisable for you to wear these masks when meeting him, just in case." Without hesitation, Yahiko and the others donned the gas masks. "All right, let us proceed to meet Lord Hanzo," Tianyu declared, leading Yahiko and his companions toward Hanzo's office. Upon arriving at the office of Hanzo, the leader of the Akatsuki, Tianyu composed himself, his expression shifting to one of solemnity as he knocked on the door. "Allow them to enter," came Hanzo's gravelly voice from within. At this, Tianyu gently pushed the door open and stepped aside, whispering to Yahiko and his companions, "You may enter on your own. I will leave you here." Yahiko nodded, exchanging glances with Nagato and Konan, taking a deep breath to ease their nervousness before stepping into the office. Nagato and Konan quickly followed suit. Once all 3 were inside, Tianyu closed the door behind them and discreetly withdrew. Unbeknownst to them, atop a nearby high-rise, a figure wearing a white spiral mask and another half-black, half-white figure, partially submerged into the ground, silently observed the unfolding scene. "Call me Madara," exclaimed Obito. "Very well, Lord Madara. Shall we simply watch from here?" Black Zetsu began, only to be sharply interrupted by Uchiha Obito, who retorted, "What else can we do? That is Hanzo of the Salamander. Do you really think you can approach without being detected?" Black Zetsu fell silent, realizing he had no confidence in that. It wasn't that Hanzo's sensory abilities were particularly formidable. Rather, the vast accumulation of toxins beneath Hanzo's residence made it impossible to slip in unnoticed. Black Zetsu then queried, "What if Hanzo discovers the Rinnegan on Nagato? Wouldn't that be even better?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito let out a low and somber smile, remarking that a figure as astute as Hanzo of the Salamander would undoubtedly not overlook the Rinnegan. With Nagato's current prowess, although he may not be able to defeat Hanzo outright, he could certainly expend some of his strength and retreat unscathed. Perhaps this time, Nagato might experience a modicum of suffering. Heiju recalled the outer path golem summoned by Nagato the previous day, and with that thought, he felt reassured, stating, "Then so be it. In the office of Hanzo of the Salamander, upon seeing the figure behind the desk engrossed in documents, Yahiko and his companions bowed respectfully. "You must be Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Please, take a seat." Hanzo set aside the papers in his hands, looked up, and offered a warm smile while gesturing towards the 3 chairs that had already been prepared. "Thank you." Yahiko coughed lightly, suppressing his excitement as he sat down across from Hanzo. Nagato and Konan followed suit, but as Nagato lowered his body, he seized the opportunity to discreetly observe Hanzo with the eye hidden beneath his hair. That single glance sent a shiver down Nagato's spine, a chill coursing from his back to the crown of his head. He bit his lip, striving to suppress his emotions and maintain an outward composure. Once all 3 were seated, Hanzo turned his gaze directly upon Yahiko and, getting straight to the point, said, "Upon learning that a peace-seeking organization has emerged within the Land of Rain, I became quite intrigued by you, which is why I have taken the liberty to invite you here for a discussion." Yahiko, upon hearing this, promptly replied, "Honored Hanzo, your kindness is overwhelming. It is our privilege to receive your invitation. Do not belittle yourself. I am merely a senior who has taken a step ahead of you." Hanzo gently shook his head before inquiring, "I have heard from Tianyu that the Akatsuki's philosophy is to achieve world peace without reliance on extreme violence. Is that correct?" Yahiko nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the case." Hanzo continued, "Could you elaborate on that for me?" "Of course." Yahiko responded eagerly. "I believe that many of the wars and disputes in this world are unnecessary. The parties involved can resolve their differences through dialogue. However, I am also aware that achieving this is exceedingly difficult. In this world, there are the strong and the weak, and the strong often disregard the voices of the weak. Thus, the ideal scenario is for every nation to possess a certain degree of power, allowing them to communicate and negotiate on equal footing, ultimately forming a collective alliance to maintain order. This power is not meant for waging war through extreme violence, but rather for balance and protection. Although Yahiko is somewhat naive, he does not harbor overly idealistic views. He understands that mere acquiescence will only lead others to perceive weakness, and simply hoping that everyone will restrain themselves through moral means will yield little more than empty wishes. Therefore, a force is necessary to achieve equilibrium. It is this very power that deters the initiation of war, creating the possibility for dialogue. After Yahiko's demise, Nagato inherited his ideals, though Yahiko's death caused Nagato to adopt a somewhat more extreme stance. Nagato believed that only by having everyone experience the pain brought about by this force could they truly comprehend suffering and genuinely fear the existence of such power. Hanzo the Salamander chuckled softly, praising a commendable philosophy. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's face lit up with excitement. Yet, before his smile could fully form, Hanzo added, "But it is still too naive." Yahiko's expression stiffened, his heart filled with confusion and a tinge of indignation. He inquired, "Lord Hanzo, is there an aspect of my thoughts that I have overlooked?" "Your ideas are indeed beautiful," Hanzo retorted, "but reality is far more complex." He continued, "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding the establishment of the one nation, one village system, particularly regarding how the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, distributed tailed beasts to other ninja villages?" Yahiko shook his head in bewilderment. As a commoner, he had no means to grasp such matters. Hanzo elaborated. Despite the fact that each of the 5 great nations' ninja villages currently possesses 1 or 2 tailed beasts, most of these beasts were actually distributed to them by Hashirama Senju. The initial intention of Hashirama may have been to instill mutual fear of the tailed beast's power among the 5 great nations, deterring them from waging war. But what is the outcome now? The power of the tailed beast has merely led to greater casualties among the villages. Your ideas mirror Hashirama's actions, yet reality is far more intricate than you perceive. It must be said, Yahiko's thoughts were more grounded than the ephemeral ideals of the so-called child of destiny, Naruto Uzumaki. But they remained overly idealistic. While Yahiko's aspirations for national peace might be feasible, seeking world peace is utterly unattainable. Yahiko's face fluctuated between pale and flushed as he grappled with Hanzo's words, struggling to formulate a rebuttal. His origins had constrained his understanding, and his childhood of wandering had deprived him of opportunities to encounter a broader spectrum of experiences. Although he had met Jiraiya, a relatively decent mentor, the young Jiraiya had perhaps not yet found his own path, and having taught Yahiko for only 3 years, could not be expected to impart extensive cultural knowledge. The fact that Yahiko had reached this point of insight through his own experiences was already commendable. Observing this, Hanzo sought to reassure him, saying, "Yahiko, do not belittle yourself. If you continue on your current path, you may yet bring a period of peace to the land of rain. I once desired for the great nations to hear the voice of the land of rain, but in the face of ineffective communication, I aspired for them to witness our strength." Upon hearing this, Yahiko's heart stirred, and he asked, "Lord Hanzo, are you referring to your declaration of war against the fire, earth, and wind nations simultaneously?" Hanzo nodded, stating, "The land of rain is a small nation. Those great powers hardly regard us. I am aware that the land of rain cannot contend with the fire, earth, and wind nations. Nevertheless, I declared war. My sole aim was to secure an opportunity for the land of rain to engage in equal dialogue. Alas, I failed." Yahiko fell into a contemplative silence. His thoughts were, in fact, born from witnessing the preparation of the pike fish by Hanzo. Hanzo nearly succeeded at one point. Alas, his strength remained insufficient. "Master Hanzo, is there truly no genuine peace in this world?" While Yahiko remained silent, Nagato suddenly inquired. Compared to Yahiko, Nagato harbored greater ambitions. Due to the existence of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya had imparted a considerable amount of personal insights to Nagato, whom he regarded as a potential child of destiny. Yahiko was more pragmatic, perhaps focusing solely on the land of rain for now, whereas Nagato aimed for the entire world. Upon hearing this, Hanzo smiled and remarked, "To uncover this answer, you must first comprehend the essence of war." The essence of war? The three of them perked up, their gazes intensively fixed upon Hanzo. They perceived this question as quite intricate, given the myriad and often perplexing causes that ignite wars, leaving them in contemplation. They yearned to hear Hanzo's perspective. Without further ado, Hanzo elucidated. Regardless of the motives that initiate war or the reasons that incite it, at its core, it is merely a struggle for interests. A struggle for interests. Indeed, a struggle for interests. Hanzo nodded and further inquired, "Have you ever observed the animal kingdom?" Yahiko, somewhat perplexed, responded, "The animal kingdom? What is that?" Hanzo momentarily faltered, realizing he had misspoken in his enthusiasm. Yet, shortly after, he clarified, "A book that studies the living habits of animals." Yahiko shook his head, stating, "We have not heard of such a book." Hanzo chuckled, "This book is rather niche. After all, few take an interest in the lives of animals, so it is quite normal that you have not encountered it. However, humans are merely complex animals, and thus, the living habits of these creatures can vividly reflect many issues within human society. Take war, for instance." After a brief pause, Hanzo continued, "On a vast prairie, many predators like lions, cheetahs, leopards, and hyenas coexist, all subsisting by preying upon herbivores such as cattle and sheep. They compete and battle amongst themselves, and without hesitation, will kill each other's young when encountered. This occurs not only between species, but even within the same species, where they may attack those descendants not of their own bloodline. This has persisted for countless centuries. Do you know why this is?" Yahiko furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet a veil of fog obscured his understanding. Nagato hesitantly ventured, "Because of interests?" "Precisely." Hanzo smiled and nodded, explaining, "Because the grass on that prairie is fixed. The number of cattle and sheep it can sustain is also fixed. And if the cattle and sheep are limited, then the predators they can support are, naturally, limited as well. Without conflict, the ever-increasing predators would ultimately consume all the cattle and sheep, leading to their own extinction. Their struggles and the slaughter of each other's young are merely tactics to diminish competition, ensuring the survival of themselves and their progeny, thus achieving an ecological balance. Analogously, if we consider this world as a vast grassland, where the cattle and sheep symbolize various resources and the nations represent predators, the wars between countries become comprehensible. Just as the Second Shinobi World War, ignited by my actions, was fundamentally a pursuit of the Rain country's interests. The faces of Yahiko and his companions turned pallid, their eyes reflecting confusion. Hanzo of the Salamander's words were straightforward, allowing them to grasp the essence of war. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that shook their convictions. When it comes to such fundamental issues of survival, conflict is utterly inescapable. As everyone struggles to survive, what does mutual understanding truly accomplish? Should we all embrace death together? No, that is unequivocally impossible. Even wild beasts fight for survival. How could humans, driven by greater greed and desire, cease their strife. Given that conflict is unavoidable, where then lies the prospect of genuine peace? Their previous efforts seem to be nothing more than futile endeavors. The notion of achieving peace through mutual understanding is merely a hollow phrase. Hanzo observed the trio's reaction with a faint smile and remarked, "What? Has the harsh reality struck you?" Yahiko, with a wry smile, replied, "I apologize. This outcome is indeed difficult to accept." Hanzo continued, "In truth, once you identify the root of the problem, discovering a solution becomes rather simple." The eyes of Yahiko and his companions brightened at this revelation. Yahiko inquired, "Lord Hanzo, are you suggesting that you have found a way to resolve the conflict?" Hanzo nodded, saying, "Given time, you might also discover your own path. But before that, would you like to hear my thoughts?" "Of course," they responded without hesitation. Hanzo pondered for a moment and then said, "Before we proceed, let me formally introduce myself." As he spoke, his eyes turned a deep crimson, and his demeanor became vacant. A figure emerged from the shadows behind Hanzo. Speaking as Yahiko and his companions stared in horror. "I am Uchiha Obito. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yahiko stammered in disbelief, instinctively attempting to rise, only to find himself bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Konan and Nagato fared somewhat better. Though astonished, they managed to maintain their composure. Konan, with her calm nature, and Nagato, seemingly prepared for this encounter. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will towards you," Uchiha Obito said with a gentle smile. Then turned his gaze to Nagato. "You must have sensed something unusual, haven't you?" At this, Yahiko and Konan glanced at Nagato in surprise. Nagato hesitated for a moment before raising his head, revealing the rings of his Rinnegan. He said, "I have observed an unusual chakra emanating from Hanzo's brain. Yet I cannot ascertain the exact nature of it. Hence I refrained from taking any rash actions." While Nagato articulated his thoughts delicately, he was, in truth, apprehensive of Uchiha Jin's formidable power, concerned that exposing Uchiha Jin might lead to unforeseen dangers, which is why he chose to remain silent. The reason Nagato revealed his Rinnegan was merely because he was aware that Uchiha Jin had long since taken note of his eyes, and thus he chose to reveal them voluntarily as a demonstration of sincerity. Of course, the most crucial factor was that he sensed no malevolence emanating from Uchiha Jin. "Indeed, you possess remarkable eyes, yet it would be prudent not to overly rely on their power," Uchiha Jin remarked, retracting his gaze with a hint of implication. "Who exactly are you?" Yahiko, now composed, gazed solemnly at Uchiha Jin before turning his attention to the dazed Hanzo, asking, "What have you done to Lord Hanzo?" "I merely ensnared him in an illusion," Uchiha Jin clarified, adding, "Moreover, one could argue that I have saved your lives." Yahiko, puzzled, inquired, "Saved us? What do you mean?" "You must have noticed the recent anomalies on the battlefield of the Land of Rain." Uchiha Jin pointed to the bandages adorning Yahiko and Konan, stating, "It appears you have encountered some troubles." Yahiko's heart stirred as he responded, "Are you referring to the increasingly fierce battles between Konoha and Iwagakure?" Uchiha Jin nodded, elucidating, "A new force has intervened in this conflict, a man named Shimura Danzo, who seeks to escalate the tensions between Konoha and Iwagakure for his own gain, prolonging the war. I have come to the Land of Rain to thwart his plans. Prior to this, I spoke with Hanzo, yet he has resolved to ally with Shimura Danzo. Thus, I was left with no choice but to resort to this strategy." Yahiko, confused, asked, "How could this happen? How could Lord Hanzo possibly collaborate with Shimura Danzo? Surely, only by ending the war can the Land of Rain develop further?" "You remain overly naive," Uchiha Jin shook his head, countering. "From the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War to the onset of the Third, there was a period of peace. What progress did the Land of Rain achieve during that time?" Yahiko's expression faltered as he reflected. Indeed, the Land of Rain had undergone no transformation, remaining as impoverished as ever. Uchiha Jin elucidated, during times of peace, the three great nations bordering the Land of Rain, fire, earth, and wind, would never allow it to flourish. They would subtly suppress its development to prevent it from growing beyond their control. Conversely, during wartime, their attention would be diverted by one another, allowing the Land of Rain to seize opportunities for greater gain, even if it meant that its populace would endure more suffering. However, to those in power like Hanzo, sacrificing a few commoners to foster the emergence of some elites is undoubtedly a worthwhile trade. Just as wild beasts may abandon their less fortunate offspring to ensure the healthier ones thrive, this choice is made for the greater good of their kind. Uchiha Jin's words left Yahiko momentarily stunned, taken aback by the harshness of reality. What then does it mean to have saved our lives? Conan, whose fixation on peace was not as profound as Yahiko's or Nagato's, turned to inquire about another matter that directly impacted their interests. Uchiha Jin gestured towards Nagato and remarked, "This leads us to speak of him." "Me?" Nagato pointed to himself, utterly perplexed. "Your eyes have already been exposed," Uchiha Jin affirmed with a nod. "Shimura Danzo has taken an interest in your eyes and intends to use them as leverage for an alliance with Hanzo of the Salamander. If all goes as planned, your Akatsuki organization will become the sacrificial lambs of this union." At these words, a chill ran through Yahiko and the others as they recalled the rock ninjas who had attacked them the previous day, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could this be? Yahiko gritted his teeth, struggling to accept this grim reality. After a moment's contemplation, Uchiha Jin added, "If you do not believe me, that is of little consequence. Shimura Danzo will soon arrive here to discuss specifics with Hanzo. At that time, you may witness firsthand the truth of my words." Exchanging glances, the trio nodded in agreement. Some truths could only be confirmed through personal experience. Conan then ventured to ask, "Uchiha Jin, may I be so bold as to inquire why you wish to assist us?" Unsure of how to articulate her curiosity, she found her question echoed by Uchiha Jin. "Indeed," Conan affirmed. Uchiha Jin smiled and replied, "There are many reasons. Besides being asked to look after you, I genuinely admire you. As I mentioned earlier, you not only possess ideas but also have the ability to actualize them, which is truly commendable. Has someone entrusted you with this task?" Yahiko's eyes brightened. "Is it Jiraiya-sensei?" As a leaf ninja, Uchiha Jin prompted thoughts of Jiraiya among Yahiko and his companions, for he was their sole connection to the leaf. Uchiha Jin shook his head, saying, "It is not Jiraiya, but rather his other disciple, Minato Namikaze, your senior, so to speak. He learned of you from Jiraiya and requested that I look after you upon hearing of my journey to the Land of Rain." The trio found themselves at a loss for words, aware of Minato's existence, yet astonished that this unseen elder brother would care for them so deeply. The bond of comradeship warmed their hearts. Truly, he was worthy of being Jiraiya's disciple, his character beyond reproach. "Since you are a friend of Minato, I shall call you Jin and I." With this newfound connection to Jiraiya and Minato, Yahiko and his companions felt their wariness towards Uchiha Jin diminish. "Of course," Uchiha Jin replied with a smile. Mayahiko spoke again. "Brother Jin, let us set aside the matters concerning Lord Hanzo and Shimura Danzo for the moment. Could you share your thoughts on resolving disputes?" Despite the astonishment caused by the fact that Hanzo the Salamander was controlled by Uchiha Jin's Jinjutsu, Mayahiko had not forgotten Jin's assertion that he possessed a means to resolve conflict. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the essence of war, Mayahiko was eager to learn how to rectify it. Even Nagato and Conan turned their gazes toward Uchiha Jin, equally curious. Uchiha Jin, without any hesitation, replied, "The solution is rather simple. One merely needs to change their perspective." "Change their perspective? What do you mean?" The three of them were filled with confusion. Uchiha Jin smiled and elaborated, "The world is intricate, so let us simplify matters and approach them incrementally. Suppose we eliminate all other factors and confine two individuals within a cage, providing them with only a single bun each day. What do you think is most likely to occur in that cage?" "Competition," Mayahiko answered without hesitation. "A single bun is insufficient for two people. If they wish to survive, they will inevitably fight over that one bun." Uchiha Jin nodded, affirming, "While there are indeed many admirable qualities within human nature, most individuals will resort to seizing that singular hope for survival when faced with the instinct to live. In this scenario, the cage represents the world. The two individuals are the competitors, and the bun symbolizes the limited resources. Now, let me introduce a variable. What if the individuals in the cage are close friends, brothers, or even father and son? What would the outcome be then?" The three of them were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Nagato firmly declared, "If I were confined in the cage with Mayahiko, I would willingly give that bun to him." "Nagato, you rascal." Mayahiko turned to Nagato, overwhelmed with emotion. Uchiha Jin chuckled and said to Mayahiko, "I believe you would also relinquish the bun to Nagato, wouldn't you?" Without hesitation, Mayahiko nodded, "Of course." Uchiha Jin continued, "Consider how the dynamics within the cage have shifted compared to before." Mayahiko hesitated, pondering, "Is it because Nagato and I are friends? Thus, we should rely on love to influence one another?" Uchiha Jin replied, indeed. Mayahiko scratched his head, perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Uchiha Jin cleared his throat and stated, on the surface, it may appear as you have described, but fundamentally, it is a matter of shifting perspectives. Initially, the two individuals in the cage acted from their own standpoints, leading to conflict. However, when the individuals in the cage become you and Nagato, the perspective shifts, as you both stand on the same side. Consequently, you would yield the bun to one another and collaboratively seek solutions to the scarcity of buns. Mayahiko suddenly grasped the concept, slapping the table. So, the best way to resolve disputes is to ensure everyone stands on the same side. Brilliant. Uchiha Jin praised. Your intellect is commendable. You grasp concepts swiftly. It is you, Brother Jin, who elucidates matters with such clarity. Mayahiko shook his head and then remarked, however, while it may seem simple to change one's stance, the actual implementation must be quite challenging. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, that is precisely what I intend to elucidate. Uchiha Jin retracted his smile and inquired earnestly, what do you perceive the village to be? The village? Mayahiko furrowed his brow. Although he hailed from the land of rain, he was not a denizen of Amigakure. Thus, when Uchiha Jin suddenly posed this question, he found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his hesitation, Uchiha Jin continued without pause. Before the establishment of the system of one country, one village, this world was embroiled in the chaotic warring states period, where numerous ninja clans and organizations clashed fiercely in a bid for resources. It was akin to placing a cage containing you and Nagato amid many other cages holding different individuals. At that moment, you and Nagato shared the same stance, representing a single clan, while the other cages symbolized different clans or factions. The dynamics between you and the other cages varied significantly. Then, several decades ago, the Senju and Uchiha clans emerged, uniting with other clans to establish the first village. This act transformed the positions of dozens of cages, consolidating them into a singular stance. Consequently, the conflicts among these numerous cages diminished, and a sense of mutual restraint emerged, allowing for the resolution of disputes through various means, or even the externalization of conflicts, uniting against common foes. Much like the onset of the Third Shinobi World War. The onset of this war, Mayahiko paused, perplexed, and questioned. Is it not true that the Third Shinobi World War was initiated due to the disappearance of the Third Kazekage? Uchiha Jin shook his head and replied. The disappearance of the Third Kazekage served as the catalyst for war, but it was not the true inception of it. In reality, Sunagakure faced significant financial deficits due to the previous war's failure and some discrepancies with the feudal lord of the Wind Country, leading to substantial internal discord. When such conflicts cannot be resolved, it becomes necessary to eliminate the source of discord. Hence, they used the Third Kazekage's disappearance as a pretext to unify Sunagakure, overshadowing smaller conflicts with larger ones and shifting grievances outward, thus instigating war. Once the war concluded, the village found itself in dire need of labor, rendering previous minor disputes inconsequential. The circumstances in Awagakure, Humogakure, and other villages were quite similar, prompting them to join the fray. Ultimately, every war serves as a grand reshuffling of internal interests. This is also a key reason why Sunagakure, despite being the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages, would dare to declare war on Konoha, the strongest among them. Mayahiko and his companions listened with grave expressions. Mayahiko murmured to himself, I see now that such complexities lie hidden behind the facade of war. I had previously underestimated the situation. Nagato turned to Uchiha Jin and remarked, Brother Jin, if that is the case, even with a shared stance, disputes are inevitable. Uchiha Jin nodded. Indeed, for even within a grand stance, each individual harbors their own personal perspectives. Nagato furrowed his brow and inquired, so is it still difficult to achieve true peace? Certainly not. Uchiha Jin replied with a smile. With the existence of a grand stance, we can employ peaceful means to resolve the disputes of smaller factions. Moreover, a unified grand stance is merely the first step. The second step is to liberate productivity. Liberate productivity? What does that mean? Yahiko and the others were somewhat perplexed, as they had never encountered this term before. Uchiha Jin stated solemnly, do not underestimate this step. It is of utmost importance. Yahiko and his companions instinctively straightened their posture, fully attentive, eager not to miss a single word that Uchiha Jin was about to utter. Instead of directly explaining what he meant by liberating productivity, Uchiha Jin countered with a question. If you wish to pursue peace, what is the ultimate goal of your pursuit? Yahiko responded, of course, it is to ensure that everyone can live better lives. To no longer endure a life filled with uncertainty. Uchiha Jin then inquired, and when you speak of everyone, who do you refer to? Yahiko frowned slightly and replied, naturally, it refers to all people. Uchiha Jin cast a meaningful glance at Yahiko and said in a deep voice, but what if I told you that mere peace alone cannot alter the current situation? Even in the absence of war, people would still find themselves in dire straits. How can that be? Yahiko shook his head in disbelief. Nagato and Konan also exhibited expressions of confusion. All three of them were orphans of war, and they believed that the suffering they endured stemmed solely from conflict. They thought that as long as there was no war, they would no longer have to face such hardships. Thus, they had been solely focused on how to end the war and pursue peace. Now, Uchiha Jin was telling them that even without war, suffering would remain unchanged, a notion that was difficult for them to accept. This was, of course, influenced by the peculiar circumstances of the Land of Rain, which limited their understanding. Although the Land of Rain operated under a one-nation, one-village system, it was a small country that had suffered from continuous warfare, lacking both a feudal lord and a shadow. The only leader in the Land of Rain was Hanzo the Salamander. In the unique environment of the Land of Rain, the primary concern for its people was survival, leaving little room for the emergence of a noble class. While there were indeed some individuals living relatively well in the Land of Rain, they merely turned a blind eye to the lives of the lower-class citizens, and their exploitation of the impoverished was not as severe as in other regions. Therefore, it was quite natural for Yahiko and his companions, who had never ventured beyond the Land of Rain, to be unaware of the true nature of the world. Uchiha Jin did not elaborate further, but asked, you three must be aware of the existence of nobility, correct? They nodded in affirmation, acknowledging their awareness of this concept. Uchiha Jin then inquired, what is your opinion on those nobles? Yahiko and his companions exchanged glances, for they had no understanding of this subject, and thus could not form their own opinions. Observing their confusion, Uchiha Jin finally explained, in simple terms. Nobility consists of individuals who possess abundant resources. They control over 70% of the world's resources with less than 0.1% of the population. To them, ninjas are mere tools, and commoners are but beasts of burden, laboring to generate wealth for their benefit. War is merely a means of distributing their gains. You may find it unimaginable, but despite 3 great ninja wars, the lives of those aristocrats, reveling in their nightly festivities, remain wholly unaffected. Even in times of peace, the impoverished masses continue to suffer under the exploitation of the elite. They toil in the fields, yet most of their labor is siphoned off to the nobility, leaving them with barely enough sustenance to survive. A single natural disaster or man-made calamity can shatter countless families. Those with assets may sell them in a desperate bid for survival, while the destitute are left to sell their children into slavery or turn to banditry. In this world, apart from the prosperous enclaves of the nobility, most areas are steeped in despair. Uchiha Jinyu spoke with a heavy tone, his voice restrained by simmering anger. Previously, what was depicted in the anime showcased only the most vibrant aspects of this world: thriving commerce, bustling streets, and content lives. The only blemish seemed to be the wars between ninjas. Yet, while technology in certain respects has advanced, in many others it remains profoundly backward, with society still entrenched in an agrarian age. Who can fathom the blood, sweat, and tears of the laborers hidden behind the facades of those bustling streets? The most glaring representation of this stark reality in the original narrative is perhaps the inability of the commoners in the Land of Waves to gather enough for even a B-rank mission's reward. This world should not be like this. Ninjas should not be like this. How did it come to this? Yahiko murmured, his body tingling with unease. Nagato's Rinnegan was filled with confusion. They had once envisioned only peace, believing that once achieved, life would improve for everyone. Yet they could never have imagined that even in peace, lives would remain fraught with hardship. Uchiha Jinyu continued, in truth, there are still abundant resources in this world. Our current level of development may not even reach 1%. A mere fraction of individuals have already reaped significant benefits, so they remain indifferent to the plight of others. As long as they and their descendants can continue to indulge, this has solidified the social hierarchy. The children of slaves remain slaves, the children of commoners remain commoners. The children of scapegoats remain scapegoats, while the sons of nobility remain nobility. Thus, to alter this state of affairs, one must dismantle the existing system and forge a new one. To ensure that all can live well, we must unify the world under a single ideology. Reform the current system, liberate productive forces, and create more resources. This is the conclusion Uchiha Jin has drawn after observing this world for many years. To effectuate a profound transformation in this world, these three strategies must be pursued simultaneously. Yahiko's expression was one of melancholy as he gazed at Uchiha Jin and said, "Brother Jin, although your words are profoundly insightful, surely there will be significant resistance when attempting to completely transform the existing systems of this world." Yahiko, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind Uchiha Jin's discourse. However, it was precisely due to this understanding that Yahiko foresaw the inevitable turmoil that would engulf the entire shinobi world if Uchiha Jin's vision were to be realized. The sacrifices required for such a change filled him with trepidation. Uchiha Jin did not conceal his thoughts, stating plainly, "Because those individuals wield the majority of the resources in this world, it would not be an exaggeration to say that we would face opposition from all corners." After a brief pause, with unwavering determination in his gaze, he spoke with a grave tone. "History teaches us that no revolution occurs without bloodshed and sacrifice. Since I have seen the truth, I shall not leave the issues for the next generation to resolve. Let the bloodshed and sacrifice begin with our generation." Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan stood transfixed, their eyes fixed on the resolute figure of Uchiha Jin. In that moment, they perceived him as a towering presence, radiating brilliance, akin to a sun rising slowly on the horizon. Uchiha Jin continued, "You may find my stance radical, but that is only because you are unaware of the darkness my eyes have witnessed. After experiencing the shadows of this world, you may find yourselves even more radical than I." Uchiha Jin's words were not without merit. Regardless of Yahiko's situation, Nagato, in the original narrative, was burdened with carrying rice daily. In comparison to Nagato's aspiration to uplift the entire world, Uchiha Jin considered himself to be a moderate. Yahiko remained silent, his eyes filled with confusion, uncertain of how to proceed. It was then that Nagato spoke up with a query, "Brother Jin, I have one more question. Why is it that a unified stance is a prerequisite for changing the system and liberating productive forces?" Uchiha Jin responded with a smile. "That is an excellent question. Let us first discuss the matter of reforming the system. If other nations remain unchanged, what do you think would happen if we were to initiate a reform solely within the Land of Fire?" Nagato shook his head, lacking understanding, which prompted his inquiry. Uchiha Jin asserted confidently, "I am certain that the other nations would rise against the Land of Fire upon discovering its transformation." Nagato furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Why? If the reforms in the Land of Fire prove successful, shouldn't other nations follow suit?" "You underestimate the darker aspects of human nature," Uchiha Jin replied, shaking his head. "The reform in the Land of Fire essentially redistributes resources from the hands of a few to the majority, which is intolerable for the entrenched interests of the current power holders. Thus, bloodshed and sacrifice will inevitably occur, even if such reforms bestow a better life upon the majority in the Land of Fire. It is precisely this success that will incite fear among the vested interests in other nations. They will perceive the Land of Fire's transformation as an anomaly, and leveraging their resources, they will incite public outcry and wage war against it. It is akin to a beam of light piercing through a darkened room. The filth and squalor within become exposed, and that very light is deemed guilty. Dismantling the old system will undoubtedly offend the vested interests of the status quo, placing both parties inherently at odds. Therefore, to instigate change, it is paramount to unify our stance, thus averting unnecessary bloodshed and sacrifice. The resistance encountered when initiating reform versus unifying our position before instigating change will undoubtedly differ. In the latter scenario, those with vested interests may still harbor hope and refrain from fierce opposition. However, the former approach leaves no room for compromise, extinguishing any remnants of optimism among those vested interests. "I comprehend." Nagato nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What about liberating productive forces?" "Ah, that is even more straightforward." Uchiha Jin smiled and replied, "Liberating productive forces essentially means generating more resources. Without a unified stance, these additional resources may incite envy among others. Take the Land of Fire as an example. It is the most bountiful region among all nations, rich in resources. As you have observed, since the onset of the first Great Ninja War, it has always been other nations that declared war on the Land of Fire, eager to carve out a peace for themselves. This will only exacerbate conflicts. Thus, I maintain that the prerequisites for both reforming the system and liberating productive forces rest upon a unified stance. Nagato nodded, resolving his inner doubts. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly lifted his gaze to Uchiha Jin and asked, "Brother Jin, do you currently possess any tangible plans?" Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan both gazed at Nagato in astonishment. For Nagato to utter such words was tantamount to expressing his intent to join Uchiha Jin's ranks. Yahiko and Konan had not anticipated that a mere conversation would prompt such a decision from Nagato. Nagato turned to them earnestly and stated, "Yahiko, Konan, Brother Jin's perspective is indeed correct. Although our Akatsuki organization's efforts appear fruitful, drawing many to our cause, we are acutely aware that the cessation of hostilities between Konohagakure and Iwagakure bears no relevance to us. Both villages will act solely in their self-interest, disregarding our thoughts. To alter this status quo, unity is essential. Only through reform can we truly improve our lives. It is only when we share a common position that they will heed our words. Only through changing the existing system can everyone genuinely enjoy a better life." Nagato's fervor was palpable. He had found a way to break this curse. Yahiko stared at Nagato, his body trembling slightly. In truth, Yahiko was also deeply moved by Uchiha Jin's words. However, as the leader of the Akatsuki, he had far more considerations than Nagato. Ultimately, Yahiko had only just met Uchiha Jin and could not fully trust him yet. Uchiha Jin chuckled and said, "You need not rush into any decisions. Today, we are merely engaging in casual conversation. I will remain in the Land of Rain for a while longer, allowing us to gradually understand one another. Moreover, even if I were to leave the Land of Rain, it would not matter. Our doors will always remain open for you, as we strive together." Upon hearing these words, Yahiko and Konan both breathed a sigh of relief, their trust in Uchiha Jin deepening. Nagato also chose not to press any further. As Uchiha Jin had stated, he was in no rush. Yahiko turned to Uchiha Jin and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Brother Jin. Today's discussion has truly broadened my horizons." Uchiha Jin shook his head and smiled, replying, "It is merely a mutual exchange of knowledge. Your insights have enlightened me as well." After a brief pause, Uchiha Jin's expression shifted to seriousness as he said, "Having discussed philosophies, let us now turn to more pressing matters." Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly asked, "Are you referring to the issues concerning Shimura Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander?" Uchiha Jin first shook his head, then continued, "What I wish to address is another matter that is crucial to your very survival." The three of them exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Besides Shimura Danzo and Hanzo, was there someone else interested in their Akatsuki organization? Without further ado, Uchiha Jin stated, "Recently, has a mysterious individual wearing a whirlpool mask approached you?" It was a well-considered decision for Uchiha Jin to reveal certain information about Uchiha Obito to Yahiko and the others. Currently, Uchiha Obito was intent on leading Nagato into darkness. In the original storyline, Uchiha Obito had murdered an Akatsuki member who had sought to assist Yahiko and the others, thereby orchestrating Yahiko's demise. Although Uchiha Jin's arrival had altered this course to some extent, it was certain that Uchiha Obito would seek other opportunities if this one slipped by. If Yahiko and his companions remained unaware, they would inevitably find themselves ensnared by Uchiha Obito's machinations. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were momentarily stunned, recalling the peculiar individual who had approached them before the establishment of their Akatsuki organization. Yahiko spoke, "Brother Jin, do you know about the mysterious person who claims to be Uchiha Madara?" Uchiha Jin raised an eyebrow, responding, "Ah, it seems he has indeed made contact with you." Yahiko nodded, recounting, "When the three of us first began our activities, this self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara sought us out. His target was Nagato, specifically Nagato's Rinnegan. He claimed that his organization inherited the will of the Sage of Six Paths and aimed to guide those with Rinnegan to tread the right path. He spoke of light and darkness, winners and losers, asserting that the selfish pursuit of peace would inevitably lead to war, and that love would breed hatred. Though his words held some truth, he proposed to sever the ties of causality and create a world devoid of strife, where love, winners, and peace reign supreme. Such an endeavor is utterly implausible. I sensed that his intentions were not pure, so I rejected him." Yahiko reminisced about that fateful encounter with Uchiha Obito, still feeling a chill run down his spine. The aura he exuded was overwhelmingly sinister, radiating a palpable sense of bloodlust, as if he had crawled forth from the depths of hell itself. Since that fateful day, Yahiko had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep, plagued by the fear that the mysterious figure might once again seek him out. Contemplating this, he turned to Uchiha Jin, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Brother Jin, do you know who that enigmatic individual is?" Indeed, Uchiha Jin nodded. Though he is not Uchiha Obito, he is undoubtedly connected to him. One might consider him an heir to Obito's legacy. Yahiko was taken aback, realizing that the elusive figure was indeed linked to the legendary Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Jin continued, "As for his proclamations, take them with a grain of salt. Do not let them weigh heavily on your hearts. They are mere fabrications." Even he himself remains ensnared by this deception. Nagato furrowed his brow, questioning, "Brother Jin, are you suggesting that the ideals of victory and love he espouses are merely a ruse?" He could not deny that he had nearly been swayed by Uchiha Obito's words at that time. Had it not been for Yahiko's decisive rejection of Obito, Nagato might have impulsively joined his organization. This was not solely due to Obito's depiction of a utopian world, but also because of his profound understanding of the Rinnegan, a secret Nagato had long sought to uncover. Uchiha Jin nodded, elaborating, "Within the sacred grounds of our Uchiha clan lies a unique stone tablet, a relic passed down through the ages, inscribed with secrets visible only to our Sharingan. Among these is the method to awaken the Rinnegan, as well as a technique to create a world governed solely by victors and love." "The method to awaken the Rinnegan?" Nagato gasped, astonished. "Are you implying that the Rinnegan evolves from the Sharingan?" He was so taken aback by Jin's revelations regarding the Rinnegan that he instinctively overlooked the method for creating a better world. Both Yahiko and Konan shared his shock, subconsciously glancing at Nagato's Rinnegan. Uchiha Jin elucidated, "We Uchihas are descendants of Indra, the elder son of the Sage of Six Paths, inheriting his ocular prowess. In contrast, the Senju clan descends from Ashura, the younger son, inheriting his physical might. Logically, the maximum evolution of our Sharingan culminates in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, should the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan absorb the power of the Senju, it can further evolve, bestowing the wielder with the might of the Sage of Six Paths, namely, the Rinnegan." Jin withheld certain details, as the intricacies surrounding Indra's and Ashura's chakra were too clandestine. Revealing them might undermine his credibility. Nonetheless, even with this omission, Yahiko and the others were left utterly astounded by Jin's revelations. Nagato murmured, "But I am neither of the Uchiha nor the Senju. How could I possess the Rinnegan?" He did not complete his thought, but he was already aware that a colossal conspiracy lurked behind his Rinnegan. Uchiha Jin's subsequent words only served to confirm his suspicions. Uchiha Jin spoke, "Indeed, those Rinnegan eyes are not your own, but rather entrusted to you by Uchiha Madara. The reason lies in the fact that the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju clan and also a descendant of Ashura, possessing the potential to awaken sage body. Only the physical constitution of the Uzumaki and Senju clans can bear the weight of these eyes. However, the number of individuals from the Uzumaki and Senju clans is dwindling in the ninja world. Nagato, you are merely a pawn chosen by Uchiha Madara." At this revelation, Nagato's expression darkened. He had once believed himself to be the prophesied child of destiny, a unique entity in this world, burdened with an extraordinary mission, guided by Jiraiya. Yet now he discovered that he was merely a vessel for nurturing another's eyes, a mere piece on someone else's chessboard. How could he accept such a harsh truth? Yahiko interjected, pondering a discrepancy, "But wasn't Uchiha Madara killed long ago by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? At that time, Nagato had yet to be born, right?" Nagato and Konan turned their attention to Uchiha Jin, as the timeline indeed seemed inconsistent. However, Uchiha Jin shook his head and clarified, "In truth, Uchiha Madara did not perish in that battle. Rather, he acquired Senju Hashirama's power during it. We Uchiha possess a technique known as Izanagi, which allows us to alter unfavorable realities. Uchiha Madara utilized this technique to feign death and escape." After a brief pause, Uchiha Jin continued, "Yet when Uchiha Madara integrated Hashirama's power and awakened the Rinnegan, he was already aged and incapable of executing the peace plan inscribed on the legacy stone, which required the Rinnegan. Thus, as he implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, he began searching for a successor. That masked man you encountered is simply the unfortunate soul chosen by Uchiha Madara. Unfortunate soul? Yahiko queried, puzzled. Why do you say that? Isn't it a blessing to inherit Madara's legacy? To Yahiko, one's will was paramount, and receiving Madara's guidance did not necessarily mean one must inherit his will. Strengthening oneself could facilitate the realization of one's own ambitions. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. Uchiha Jin shook his head, stating, the method by which Uchiha Madara selects his successors differs significantly from your assumptions. In order to ensure that the masked man inherits his will, Uchiha Madara has devised an elaborate scheme. Essentially, it involves allowing you to die once, only to witness Konan perish at Nagato's hands. Yahiko felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped Uchiha Jin's implication. This notion was truly beyond his capacity to articulate. He simply could not accept such a grim reality. Uchiha Jin concluded, in short, Uchiha Madara's endeavor was less about cultivating a successor and more about nurturing a pawn. Those who become Uchiha Madara's heirs possess no rights of their own. Yahiko nodded vacantly, no longer envious of Uchiha Obito's fortunate training under Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Uchiha Obito was a victim of misfortune. After a prolonged silence, Nagato spoke up. Brother Jin, I am eager to understand Uchiha Madara's intentions. As a mere pawn, Nagato yearned to uncover the true objective that compelled him to fight passively. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Uchiha Jin had no choice but to unveil the truth. Explaining, the Eye of the Moon plan, a scheme designed to ensnare the entire world in an illusion known as infinite Tsukuyomi. Since each individual's illusion differs, everyone can emerge as a victor immersed in love. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan found themselves at a loss for words. Such a farcical plan could hardly persuade even a 3-year-old. Yahiko tentatively inquired, what will happen to people in reality? Uchiha Jin replied, they will be suspended from trees, transformed into a humanoid weapon known as White Zetsu within a beautiful illusion, losing their will. The trio fell silent, perhaps regretting their inquiry. How could such a trivial plan ever possess any merit? Uchiha Jin disregarded their expressions and continued, regardless of your thoughts, that masked man will not relinquish you. Nagato shook his head, resolutely stating, no matter what, I shall never endorse his ideology. Your endorsement is unnecessary. Uchiha Jin clarified, according to Uchiha Madara's design, Nagato, you are merely a vessel, a tool. All that is needed is for you to resurrect him at the opportune moment using the power of the Rinnegan. He must have left numerous contingencies within you. Your will is of no consequence. Nagato was taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of indignation. He had never anticipated being regarded as such a mere pawn in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Yahiko exclaimed in alarm. Does that mean Nagato is in grave danger? Brother Jin, can you assist him? Now is not the time. Uchiha Jin shook his head and added gravely. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is already deceased, and his contingencies may never come to fruition. You should be more concerned about that masked man. Yahiko paused, puzzled. Why is that? Uchiha Jin elucidated. That masked man has lost his sanity. According to Uchiha Madara's plan, he should not have sought an audience with you. Yet he now aims to lead Nagato into the same abyss he inhabits. Yahiko, you and Konan may serve as tools to guide Nagato. Upon hearing this, Nagato furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Brother Jin, are you suggesting that the masked man will target Yahiko and Konan? Uchiha Jin nodded. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Moreover, his abilities are exceptionally unique, elusive. You may not be able to counter him. After a brief pause, Uchiha Jin added, more importantly, for various reasons, I am unable to confront him at present and cannot assist in alleviating this threat. Therefore, you must remain vigilant for a time and avoid acting alone whenever possible. He merely sought to lead Nagato into darkness, rather than to incite his hatred. Thus, as long as you remain together, he will find it exceedingly difficult to seize an opportunity to act. Uchiha Obito's Kimui is impeccable for evading danger, and Uchiha Jin would require considerable preparation to confront him. Hence, at this juncture, Uchiha Jin is not inclined to engage in direct conflict. Yahiko solemnly nodded and reassured. Rest assured, Brother Jin, we will exercise caution. Uchiha Jin smiled gently and added, of course, you need not worry excessively. I will leave you with a contingency before I depart from the land of rain. Contingency? Yahiko and the others were momentarily taken aback, filled with curiosity. You will know in due time. Uchiha Jin teased, then inquired, now, Shall you return today or stay the night? Yahiko pondered briefly before responding. Although I wish to converse further with you, Brother Jin, we cannot be absent from the Akatsuki right now. We must return today. There will be other opportunities. Uchiha Jin made no effort to retain them, saying, when Shimura Danzo comes seeking us, I will send someone to inform you. Do take care of yourselves. Understood. Yahiko and his companions nodded in acknowledgement of the seriousness of the situation. Oh, by the way, consider this a token of our meeting. Uchiha Jin suddenly recalled something and retrieved 3 small red books from his pouch, handing one to each of them. The books were entirely red, devoid of any text, featuring only a unique emblem of a hammer and sickle. Yahiko inquired with curiosity, Brother Jin, what is this? Uchiha Jin smiled as he explained. This is a compilation of my insights about this world, intertwined with the philosophies of a predecessor. You may find it enlightening in your leisure. That night, at the Akatsuki's camp, after several hours of travel, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan finally returned from Amigakure in the dead of night. After greeting the members on guard and confirming that no incidents had transpired, they made their way to Yahiko's room. The conversation with Uchiha Jin had imparted an abundance of information, rendering them unable to find peaceful slumber. They lit the oil lamp, its amber flame casting a warm glow that dispelled the shadows within the room. Yahiko and Nagato seated themselves at the table, while Konan brought forth provisions and water to share before joining them. Yahiko spoke first, turning to the others. Nagato, Konan, what are your thoughts on Brother Jin? Although Yahiko held a favorable impression of Uchiha Jin, their acquaintance was still new, and certain sentiments felt inappropriate to express in his presence. Yet, with Nagato and Konan, there were no such reservations. They had grown up together, relying on and supporting one another. More than friends, they were akin to family, sharing an inseparable bond. There was nothing among them that could not be spoken. Xiaonan hesitated briefly before responding. He likely harbors no ill intentions toward us. Yet the matters he speaks of are exceedingly sensational, and their veracity remains to be verified. Xiaonan does not doubt that Uchiha Jin is deceiving them. Rather, some concepts are so radically transformative that, even if true, they are difficult to accept. They require some time to come to terms with reality. Brother Jin has no need to deceive us. Nagato paused, pressing a hand against his eye sockets as he spoke, particularly regarding the Rinnegan. I have sensed a vague repulsion from this pair of eyes for quite some time. I am utterly unable to harness their true power. These eyes do not belong to me. Those who are close understand their own matters. Nagato possesses an immense chakra reserve, extraordinary regenerative abilities, and enduring physical stamina. By all accounts, he should be an exceptionally robust ninja. Yet, his current physique is slender and frail, which is quite abnormal. It is akin to achieving perfect scores in every subject while failing the overall exam. This Rinnegan is siphoning the nutrients from his body, devouring his vitality. Previously, Nagato believed the power of the Rinnegan was simply too overwhelming, and that he himself was too weak. The crucial point is that Nagato has never wielded the formidable power of the Rinnegan. Now, prompted by Uchiha Jin's insights, he finally realizes that he is merely a vessel. How can a vessel wield the power of what it contains? Nagato chuckled wryly, stating, I am beginning to struggle with the very notion of my existence. Having been treated as a mere pawn since childhood, all for such a ludicrous reason. Yahiko, with a grave expression, offered words of comfort. Nagato, do not overthink it. Regardless of what others have done to you, you have always acted with your own will. You are you. You are Nagato. Perhaps, Nagato nodded, resolutely asserting, regardless of the past, I have now found my own path and shall no longer be manipulated by others. Upon hearing this, Yahiko furrowed his brow. Speaking earnestly, Nagato, do not hastily affirm your thoughts. Decisions made in haste do not reflect one's true will, especially concerning such matters. Nagato's demeanor remained unchanged by Yahiko's words, as he replied calmly, do not speak in grandiose terms. Yahiko, you clearly resonate with Brother Jin's words as well. Yahiko was momentarily at a loss, his carefully cultivated serious expression crumbling in an instant, scratching his head and saying, is it that obvious? Nagato shot Yahiko a glance, saying nothing. Among the three of them, any hidden thoughts were easily discernible. Yahiko could only concede. All right, I admit it, Brother Jin's ideas do indeed captivate me. After all, I cannot conceive of a better idea than his at this moment. However, Nagato pressed, however what? Yahiko shook his head. Brother Jin's ideas are somewhat extreme, which unnerves me. Nagato was taken aback, perplexed. Why do you say that? Mayahiko explained with a wry smile. In the course of casual conversation, Master Jiraiya once shared with me certain matters concerning the Hidden Leaf Village, including information related to the Uchiha Clan. He mentioned that the Uchiha are exceedingly proud and prone to extremism. At the time, I did not take it to heart, but after meeting Brother Jin today, I have gained a profound understanding of this. Firstly, the Moon Eye plan conceived by Uchiha Madara bears an uncanny resemblance to world destruction. In a certain sense, Brother Jin's ideas are even more radical than those of Uchiha Madara. One seeks to obliterate the old world, while the other aims to eradicate the existing order, fundamentally. Both stand against the entirety of the world. This fills me with concern. Mayahiko did not finish his thought, as expressing his worries about Uchiha Jin's mental state would be rather impolite. However, Nagato shook his head and replied solemnly, Mayahiko, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. It is undeniable that Brother Jin's ideas may be somewhat extreme, even mad, but that does not imply that his thoughts are erroneous. The true fault lies with this world, which has been embroiled in conflict for thousands of years. This world is beyond saving with mere remedies. It requires drastic measures for transformation. As for your worries, they hold little significance. Regardless of how Brother Jin may act in the future, as long as we ascertain that his current thoughts are just, that suffices. What we need to uphold is solely this idea. Therefore, as long as we remain true to our convictions, why should we fret over those ephemeral concerns? Mayahiko gazed at Nagato in astonishment, not expecting to find himself on the receiving end of a lecture. In the past, Nagato often followed his lead without expressing his own opinions. Yet now, not only could Nagato engage in debate, but he could also impart wisdom in return, which filled Mayahiko with genuine delight. Indeed, delight. Mayahiko felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was filled with joy. This signified that Nagato had firmly established his own path. Moreover, Nagato was absolutely correct. Their endorsement of Uchiha Jin's ideas did not equate to blind obedience. They could carve their own path based on Jin's thoughts. His worries were indeed unnecessary. I was being overly narrow-minded. Mayahiko exhaled slowly, a radiant smile illuminating his face. When we next meet Brother Jin, let us delve deeper into his ideas. The next day, in the office of Hanzo the Salamander in the village hidden in rain, under the control of Uchiha Jin, Hanzo was perusing the intelligence recently received from various regions of the Land of Rain, gathering diverse information about the country. The Land of Rain borders the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind, making it an undeniable strategic stronghold. Currently, Uchiha Jin awaited the bait for Shimura Danzo. Collecting intelligence about the Land of Rain in his leisure time could prove beneficial in times of need. Lord Hanzo, the voice of Tenyu echoed from outside the door, carrying an unusual urgency. Enter, Hanzo commanded, setting aside the documents in his hands. As the rain poured, Tenyu entered, kneeling on one knee and reporting, Lord Hanzo, there is a delegation from Konoha seeking an audience at the village's entrance. Konoha's delegation? A flicker of crimson flashed in the eyes of Hanzo of the Salamander. Who leads them? Tenyu replied, Elder Shimura Danzo of Konoha. At last, he has arrived. Hanzo maintained a calm demeanor and continued, How many have come? Tenyu answered, Shimura Danzo, accompanied by 2 Umbu, making a total of 3. They have also brought the corpse of one of our rain shinobi. Are the other root ninjas concealed in the shadows? Hanzo mused, realizing that his order to tighten security in the rain village had triggered a chain reaction, prompting Danzo to bring only a single rain shinobi's corpse. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo instructed, Take them to the reception hall. Understood, Tenyu responded, vanishing from sight. Hanzo also rose and made his way to the reception hall, aware that his presence must remain undisclosed to the masses, thus refraining from any actions within the rain village. His objective was to capture the elite root ninjas that Danzo had brought along, making this an inappropriate time for confrontation. For now, he needed to engage Danzo in a feigned cordiality. After waiting in the reception hall for a brief moment, the sound of footsteps finally approached. Tenyu opened the door and quickly positioned himself behind Hanzo. In entered Shimura Danzo, a middle-aged figure clad in Umbu battle attire, with a long blade strapped to his back and his right eye obscured by a bandage. Accompanying him were 2 root ninjas. One remained outside while the other, carrying the rain shinobi's corpse, followed closely behind Danzo into the hall. Such an uncommon visitor, Hanzo remarked. casting a glance at the range shinobi's lifeless form before turning his attention to Danzo. I had presumed individuals of your standing would no longer lead troops into battle. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, the renowned Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had seldom graced the battlefield, nor had his fellow elders, Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamen. Danzo had remained active for a time during the Second Shinobi World War, yet as the root organization gained prominence, he gradually retreated into the shadows, seldom appearing in the light. I can appear wherever the village requires me, Danzo stated, his expression stoic as he proclaimed his noble intentions. If you wish to express your loyalty, perhaps you should do so within your own village, Hanzo replied coolly. Danzo, state your purpose. Danzo began. I am here on behalf of Konoha to negotiate with the Wagakure and seek your assistance in mediating. Whether intentional or not, Danzo emphasized the term negotiation. Hanzo boldly inquired, what can we, the Rain Village, gain from this? Danzo replied, that will depend on the choices made by the Rain Village. Their eyes met, and in that moment of silent exchange, an unspoken understanding was reached between the two. Some matters are best left unvoiced, understood without the need for explicit discussion. Hanzo of the Salamander turned his gaze towards the corpse of a Rain ninja held by the root ninja behind Shimura Danzo, and inquired, what transpired here? Shimura Danzo cast a glance over his shoulder, prompting the root ninja to step forward and place the Rain ninja's body before Hanzo. Danzo explained, on our way here, we encountered a group of Rain ninjas under attack. The rest of their bodies were obliterated, and we managed to salvage this one. It appears they were your kin. In a calculated effort to incite Hanzo's wrath, Danzo had meticulously sought out several individuals closely related to him. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with fury as he demanded, who was responsible? After a brief moment of contemplation, Danzo replied softly, at such a crucial juncture. Neither Konoha nor a Wagakure would dare offend your Rain Village. It must have been Akatsuki. Impossible. Hanzo refuted vehemently. The Akatsuki is an organization that acts for the sake of peace. I met their leader just yesterday. How could they possibly strike against us? Many were aware of Yahiko's trio visiting the Rain Village, and Hanzo chose not to dwell on trifles, lest he risk greater losses. Danzo, undeterred, calmly responded. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. If it were merely for the peace of the land of rain. Your village has been striving for that as well. Why not join forces with you? The Akatsuki's rapid development posed a potential threat, and Danzo's words were undeniably persuasive. Had an older Hanzo been present, he might have harbored suspicions towards the Akatsuki. Hanzo's expression flickered with uncertainty before he finally asked, what do you desire? Danzo replied, I need a wise leader for the Rain Village. I can assist you in dealing with the Akatsuki, but I must return the corpses of their 3 leaders to Konoha. Hanzo squinted, questioning why. Danzo elucidated, those 3 are disciples of Jiraiya, one of Konoha's legendary 3 ninjas, and they possess vital intelligence that must not leak. His reasoning was sound, leaving little room for counterargument. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo declared, I can devise a method to draw them out. But there shall be no other Rain ninjas present except for myself. After all, I just proclaimed them as the hope for the future of the land of rain. Without hesitation, Danzo nodded in agreement, agreed. Hanzo's thoughts aligned perfectly with his intentions. From the outset, Danzo's objective had been to acquire Nagato's Rinnegan, and he sought to utilize the formidable Hanzo as a means to eliminate his targets. If Hanzo brought more of his people, it would complicate the undertaking. The two then proceeded to discuss various details. Once everything was settled and a time was agreed upon, Danzo took his leave, and an invisible web slowly began to unfurl. After bidding farewell to Shimura Danzo, Hanzo of the Salamander returned to the office with Tenyu. Settling back into his seat, Hanzo took out paper and pen, engrossed in writing. Tenyu stood before the desk, hesitating as he watched Hanzo. Glancing up slightly, Hanzo urged, if you have something to say, just say it. Encouraged, Tenyu knelt on one knee and inquired, Lord Hanzo, are we truly going to take action against the Akatsuki? Danzo's words cannot be trusted. Tenyu held a favorable view of Yahiko and his companions, and could not bear the thought of their demise. I know, Hanzo replied nonchalantly. It is likely that Danzo has instigated the recent conflicts in the land of rain. My clansmen were probably killed by him, with the blame shifted onto the Akatsuki. Taken aback, Tenyu questioned, if that is the case, why do you still agree to cooperate with him? Merely a facade, Hanzo explained. After all, he is an elder and advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. Even if I were to expose him on the spot, what difference would it make? Although he may be at fault, Konoha would not side with us. Rather than completely severing ties, I must turn a blind eye. Tenyu processed this, a sense of defeat washing over him. Ultimately, their country was too weak, and submission was their only recourse. Yet, he still voiced his discontent. But must we sacrifice the Akatsuki? Yahiko and the others are commendable young men. They deserve more than this. Certainly, they should not be sacrificed, Hanzo declared, setting down his pen and placing his writings into an envelope. After sealing it with wax, he wrapped his fingers on the desk. Lord Hanzo, a figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling beside Tenyu with respect. Hanzo tossed the envelope to the newcomer and instructed, Kanzu, take your team to the Akatsuki's headquarters and deliver this letter to their leader, Yahiko. He will guide you on the next steps. You may approach openly, but be discreet in your dealings with Yahiko. Kanzu, who led the secret mobile unit of the Rain Village, akin to the dark divisions of other ninja villages, was Hanzo's most trusted clansman and right-hand man. Understood, Kanzu replied without hesitation before swiftly departing the office. Watching this unfold, Tenyu silently sighed in relief for Yahiko and his companions. Hanzo's actions were clearly intended to protect them. However, his anxiety soon returned. Lord Hanzo, will this not provoke Danzo? With a derisive snort, Hanzo responded, we wish to avoid confrontation due to his status as a Konoha elder, but do you think he dares to confront us? If I am not mistaken, Danzo's current actions are likely unauthorized by the higher-ups in Konoha. Our superficial cooperation with him is already a significant concession. He cannot expect to claim our people. Moreover, we have fulfilled all that was asked of us. The fact that the members of the Akatsuki organization have become aware of the irregularities is of no concern to us. Upon hearing this, Tenyu grasped the underlying significance and felt a sense of relief. To put it plainly, this was indeed a clandestine operation, as long as no incriminating evidence was left behind. Even if the opposing party knew it was their doing, they could only glare in disbelief. After a brief pause, Hanzo the Salamander spoke again. By the way, do you know why Shimura Danzo has targeted the members of the Akatsuki? Tenyu was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with the safety of the Akatsuki and had not considered this question. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, yet could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation. The Akatsuki is a burgeoning organization active in the Rain Country. From any perspective, they hold no relevance to him or Konoha. Even if the Akatsuki were to grow, the ones who would face trouble would be us in the Hidden Rain Village. What could Shimura Danzo possibly want? Tenyu was genuinely perplexed. Even if the Akatsuki's actions on the battlefield obstructed Shimura Danzo, it hardly warranted such elaborate efforts on his part. Hanzo exhaled a heavy breath and replied earnestly, the reason is quite simple. Because Yahiko and his companions represent the future of our Rain Country. Shimura Danzo seeks to stifle the rise of our nation in its infancy. Hanzo's assertion stemmed from the fact that Uchiha Jin was paving the way for Yahiko and the others, intending to gradually transfer the power of the Rain Country to them. Uchiha Jin could not remain in the Rain Country indefinitely, since collaboration with Hanzo was not feasible. The only option left was to entrust the power of the Rain Country to Yahiko and his group. For this, Uchiha Jin needed to judiciously share certain information with Tenyu and the others. Upon hearing this, Tenyu was taken aback and turned to Hanzo with a questioning gaze. Lord Hanzo, I admit that Yahiko and his companions are indeed remarkable young individuals, but isn't your statement somewhat exaggerated? Not at all, Hanzo asserted solemnly. Yesterday, I had an engaging conversation with Yahiko and his friends, and they revealed some of their secrets to me. Secrets? Tenyu remained perplexed, unsure what secrets could render Hanzo so invested in Yahiko and the others. Hanzo did not keep him in suspense, explaining, Nagato has inherited the powers of the Sage of Six Paths. Tenyu's pupils constricted in disbelief. The Sage of Six Paths is merely a fleeting legend, is it not? Hanzo shook his head, stating, I once believed it to be mere folklore as well, but it is now certain that the Sage of Six Paths truly existed, and Nagato is his successor, destined for greatness. The hope for our Rain Country, and perhaps even the entire world, may reside within Nagato. Tenyu swallowed hard, responding, I still find it hard to believe. You will come to understand in due time, Hanzo replied, shaking his head again. He then added with gravity, thus, I plan to cultivate them as my successors, entrusting the future of the Rain Country to them. Nagato is still quite young and has yet to fully harness the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, but I firmly believe that one day they will lead the Rain Country into the light. Tenyu fell silent. If what Hanzo the Salamander asserted is indeed accurate, then this is undoubtedly the clearest choice. According to legend, the successor of the Sage of Six Paths, based solely on this fact, makes Nagato the rightful leader. That night, at the Akatsuki's headquarters, Kanzo, accompanied by Akatsuki members, met with Yahiko and his companions. "Greetings, I am Kanzo, the deputy of Lord Hanzo." Kanzo nodded towards Yahiko and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Yahiko, and these are Nagato and Konan." Yahiko responded with a smile, then inquired, "Might I ask what brings you here, Kanzo?" Kanzo displayed a formal smile and replied, "I am here on behalf of Lord Hanzo to invite the three of you to participate in the peace talks between the Hidden Leaf and Hidden Stone villages." Yahiko's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this. However, before his exhilaration could fully manifest, he discreetly exchanged a glance with Kanzo. Understanding the unspoken message, Yahiko maintained his composure and replied with feigned delight, "That is truly wonderful. Let us proceed inside for a more detailed discussion." Yahiko dismissed the leading Akatsuki members and personally ushered Kanzo into the room. Once the door was closed, Yahiko signaled to Nagato. Nagato comprehended the cue, clasped his hands together, and gently clapped. Barrier of the Heavenly Covering Technique. An invisible sensory barrier expanded from Nagato, enveloping the entire room. Due to possessing all 7 attributes, Nagato had learned the most diverse array of techniques from Jiraiya among the 3 of them. This sensory barrier was one of the comprehensive sensing techniques imparted by Jiraiya. "All is clear, there are no others present," Nagato announced. Yahiko nodded and then turned to Kanzo, stating, "Senior Kanzo, you may speak freely now. What does Lord Hanzo require of us?" Seeing this, Kanzo relaxed slightly and retrieved a letter written by Hanzo, saying, "Earlier today, the elder Shimura Danzo of the Hidden Leaf approached Lord Hanzo, seeking his assistance against your Akatsuki organization." Yahiko and the others were taken aback. Although they had been forewarned by Uchiha Jin, they had not anticipated Danzo would act so swiftly. Yahiko took the letter from Kanzo and asked, "What was Lord Hanzo's response?" Kanzo shook his head, replying, "While Lord Hanzo agreed to Danzo's request, his decision to send me to you suggests he harbors other intentions. The particulars remain unclear to me. Lord Hanzo mentioned you would know how to proceed upon reading the letter. Furthermore, I will follow your lead thereafter." Upon hearing this, Yahiko nodded and promptly opened the letter in his hands. After quickly scanning its contents, a serious expression overtook his face, and he handed the letter to Nagato. Nagato furrowed his brow as he read, then passed it to Konan. Once Konan finished reading, the 3 fell into a contemplative silence. Observing this, Kanzo's curiosity about the letter's contents piqued. However, as an experienced ninja, he chose to suppress his intrigue and remained silent. After a considerable silence, Konan finally broke the stillness, saying, "Since this is Lord Hanzo's arrangement, we shall proceed accordingly. With Lord Hanzo's presence, I shall be safe." Without waiting for Yahiko and Nagato to respond, she turned to Kakazu and stated, "Senior Kakazu, Lord Hanzo mentioned that I need to serve as bait to lure Shimura Danzo. Therefore, I will patrol the southern battlefield, and you should seize the opportunity to capture me. Shimura Danzo is no ordinary adversary. To prevent any suspicion from arising, Uchiha Jin intended to follow the original plot, capturing Konan as a hostage and ensuring the performance is sufficiently convincing. Of course, if Yahiko and Nagato felt too uneasy, they could abandon this step. After all, Danzo's primary target is Nagato. As long as Yahiko and Nagato exhibit signs of falling into a trap, there should be no unforeseen complications. Uchiha Jin left the choice to Yahiko and the others. Until I and Nagato reveal ourselves, Konan should remain unharmed. Thus, this matter is settled. After contemplating, Yahiko did not voice any objections and turned to Kakazu, saying, "Senior Kakazu, I entrust Konan to your care." Kakuzu assured, "Rest assured, I will ensure her safety." At this moment, Kakuzu understood why Yahiko and the others had reacted as they did. It was indeed a plan to use someone as bait. As comrades, it is natural to harbor concerns about such matters. Nagato then added, "I also entrust you, Senior Kakuzu. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now." Kakuzu nodded and bid farewell to Yahiko and the others, as he needed to prepare. The trio said little more and escorted Kakuzu outside. Once he departed, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan returned to their room, falling into another silence. In truth, using Konan as bait was only one aspect of Uchiha Jin's letter. With Jin's assurance, they were not overly anxious. However, Jin had also mentioned another concern. The masked man lurking in the shadows might seize this opportunity to strike against them, necessitating the stabilization of the Akatsuki members. What shall we do? Yahiko spoke up. If the three of us leave like this, we cannot guarantee what might befall Juzo and the others. Should we disclose some information to them? After a moment of contemplation, Nagato replied. Jin said that as long as Juzo and the others remain in the camp and refrain from acting recklessly, there should be no issue. We can inform him of certain matters to help stabilize the morale within the camp. Konan expressed her concern. What if that masked man recklessly attacks Juzo and the others? They would not be able to withstand him. Yahiko felt a headache coming on. Konan's speculation was not unfounded, and he had to consider it carefully. After a moment of thought, Nagato stated, whether it is Shimura Danzo or that masked man, their target is me. The trap set for Danzo is devised by Jin. We merely need to bait him. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, I will use shadow clones alongside Yahiko for the meeting, while my true self remains hidden in the camp. As long as that masked man does not appear at the camp, I will not reveal myself, which should suffice to deceive Shimura Danzo. This is the best strategy one can conceive at present. After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko remarked, the shadow clone is a tangible duplicate, its aura indistinguishable from the original. Deceiving Shimura Danzo should pose no significant issue. Yet, leaving Nagato alone in the camp to confront that masked individual seems excessively perilous. Nagato shook his head and replied, according to what Brother Jinch said, that masked man is unlikely to engage me directly. Comparatively, I am far more concerned about your situation. Brother Jinch will face Shimura Danzo and the Konoha Umbu alone, and I fear he may not be able to safeguard you. Then it is settled. Yahiko, feeling reassured, smiled and declared, Nagato, do not underestimate me. I am formidable in my own right. I will ensure that Konan remains unharmed. On a hill near the Akatsuki's base, the masked Uchiha Obito and Zetsu observed the figure of Kanzo disappearing into the darkness after leaving the Akatsuki headquarters. Based on the intelligence gathered by White Zetsu, it appeared that Hanzo of the Salamander had forged some agreement with Shimura Danzo, targeting the Akatsuki. This Kanzo was a bait intended to lure Nagato and the others into a trap. Black Zetsu began to articulate the intelligence and analyses he had compiled. Danzo, in a low voice, expressed his disdain. What a troublesome individual, always stirring up chaos. In his lifetime, Obito had little familiarity with Shimura Danzo, scarcely having heard his name. However, after his demise and subsequent exposure to the darker facets of the ninja world, the name Danzo resonated with him powerfully. Framing, manipulating public opinion, instigating war, and assassination, Danzo engaged in every nefarious deed imaginable, employing ruthlessly extreme measures. Before Danzo, Obito sometimes felt as innocent as a fragile white flower. Note, at this stage, Obito had not yet committed any egregious acts. Yet, he had inadvertently performed a commendable deed. Originally, Obito had hoped that during Hanzo's previous meeting with Yahiko and his companions, Hanzo might uncover Nagato's Rinnegan, thereby turning against them and drawing Nagato into darkness. However, Hanzo seemingly did not recognize Nagato's Rinnegan and instead engaged in amiable conversation with Yahiko and the others, leaving Obito somewhat disappointed. He had not harbored high hopes for the encounter, yet unexpectedly, the situation shifted with the emergence of Danzo. Obito stated, let us have White Zetsu keep a close watch. At a critical moment, we may lend them a hand. Understood. Black Zetsu nodded but hesitated momentarily, as if he wished to voice something further. Noticing Black Zetsu's unease, Obito inquired, what is the matter? Is there something else troubling you? After a brief pause, Black Zetsu replied uncertainly, I cannot quite explain it, but I have an unsettling feeling that something is amiss. It was not that Black Zetsu had uncovered anything specific, rather, an instinctive premonition suggested that the situation might not be as it appeared. Something amiss? Obito furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment but finding no clarity. He asked, what seems out of place? I do not know. Black Zetsu shook his head and replied, it is merely an intuition. Intuition? Uchiha Obito cast a sidelong glance at the pitch-black Black Zetsu, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Was this fellow influenced by White Zetsu due to their constant companionship? What does that look? Black Zetsu sensed the palpable malice in Obito's gaze and felt affronted. Never mind, do not overthink it. Obito quickly diverted his gaze and shifted the conversation, stating, this matter was never significantly related to us. A failure holds little consequence. Let us remain vigilant, if need be. We shall seek another opportunity next time. Black Zetsu nodded, choosing to remain silent. After all, Nagato was merely a tool, a product of Obito's own twisted desires to plunge him into darkness. Regardless of the outcome, it would not alter the grand scheme. Several hours later, within a cave in the land of rain, Shimura Danzo rested with his eyes closed deep within the cavern, while the root ninjas surrounding him mostly slumbered. Suddenly, the tranquility of the cave was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Everyone within the cave opened their eyes immediately, yet they made no move. Their sentinels outside did not raise an alarm, and the newcomer had made noise to indicate their arrival. It could only be an ally. Lord Danzo. A masked root ninja approached, kneeling before Shimura Danzo. Danzo replied coolly, "Speak." The root ninja reported, "There have been no anomalies from Hanzo of the Salamander. He has summoned the leader of the Akatsuki and has just abducted the woman from the trio of the Akatsuki leader." At this, a glimmer of light flashed in Danzo's eyes, prompting him to inquire further, "Is there any unusual movement among the Rain Village ninjas?" The root ninja affirmed, "None. All Rain ninjas are under surveillance, and there are no irregularities." Excellent. With confirmation that Hanzo had fallen into the trap, Danzo exhaled in relief. This time, he was determined to obtain Nagato's Rinnegan. Moreover, it seemed he could accomplish even more. Should Hanzo meet an untimely demise, a leaderless Rain village would be utterly vulnerable. With proper maneuvering, he could swiftly seize control of the land of Rain and reap substantial rewards. Danzo closed his eyes, analyzing various potential scenarios and weighing their pros and cons. To swallow the rain, attack the earth, and sweep the clouds, unifying the ninja world and reigning supreme for millennia. Danzo, I shall be the Hokage. He soon opened his eyes again, filled with rage. His grand ambitions had been interrupted by that nightmarish voice before they had even begun. With the power he currently wielded, even if he could conquer the land of rain, he could not hold it. He would become a target, besieged from all sides. More crucially, Konoha would not support him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost all his vigor. Seeking balance, he would never condone such radical measures. How outrageous! Shimura Danzo muttered under his breath, his voice laden with resentment. Despite Konoha emerging victorious in this shinobi world war, they had gained naught but the loss of numerous ninjas. Konoha, undeniably the most formidable force on the battleground of the Land of Rain, had acted with an unsettling timidity, utterly devoid of the grandeur befitting the foremost village of the shinobi world. Had he been the Hokage, Konoha would never have descended into its current state. Were he in that esteemed position, perhaps the village would have already unified the shinobi realm. Yet, he was not the Hokage. The bitterness in Danzo's heart intensified, and his gaze grew increasingly steely. Patience was essential. He still had a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be held accountable for the losses incurred during this war and step down from the Hokage position. Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze were no match for him. One held a weakness in Danzo's grasp, while the other possessed no political acumen. As long as the war persisted, he could seize the opportunity to establish his own reputation, and with his experience, perhaps he could contend for power. Indeed, Danzo's instigation of conflict in the Land of Rain was not solely to advocate for Konoha's interests, but also to carve out opportunities for himself. Ordinarily, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's support and Orochimaru's credentials, the position of the fourth Hokage would be undisputed. However, Danzo had recently discovered that Sarutobi had unexpectedly shifted his allegiance to the rising Minato Namikaze. Danzo could surmise Sarutobi's intentions, which rekindled a flicker of hope within him. While he could not contend against the alliance of Hiruzen and Orochimaru, any division of their strength would open a window of opportunity for him. Lord Danzo, the time is drawing near. A root ninja interjected, breaking Danzo's reverie. He raised his gaze, a glimmer of light piercing through the ominous clouds and illuminating the dim cave. Let us proceed. It is time for me to bask in the sunlight. Danzo rose and led the way out of the cave. In the hidden village of Amigakure, within the dwelling of Hanzo the Salamander, Tenyu and Kanzu knelt before Hanzo, their voices filled with concern. Lord Hanzo, allow us to accompany you. Hanzo, preoccupied with donning his battle attire, replied nonchalantly, I have already stated that it is unnecessary. Your duty is to safeguard Amigakure and the Land of Rain. But there is no but. You should understand my fighting style. Even if a battle ensues, you would be of no assistance to me and would only serve to distract. Hanzo's words were stern, leaving no room for Tenyu and Kanzu to argue. He knew that only by asserting himself could he convince them to let him face the challenge alone. And indeed, the reality unfolded as Hanzo anticipated. Lord Hanzo. Wee Tenyu and Kanzu exchanged glances, their faces etched with shame. Ultimately, they were simply too weak. Enough with the guilt. It is not that you lack the prowess of other elite ninjas. It is I who am exceedingly exceptional. Hanzo secured his ninja tool pouch at his waist and lifted his scythe, declaring, I leave this place in your capable hands. Yes, rest assured, Lord Hanzo. Tenyu and Kanzu replied in unison, their voices resolute. Let us depart. Hanzo of the Salamander gazed at the young woman, Xiaonan, whose hands were bound by ropes at the entrance, offering her a reassuring glance. Xiaonan nodded, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing her previously impassive face as she lowered her head slightly. Impressive acting. Hanzo was somewhat astonished. Xiaonan, with her tranquil demeanor and usually expressionless visage, possessed such remarkable thespian skills. He silently marveled as he led Xiaonan towards the outskirts of the Rain Village. Leaving his territory inevitably exposed them to the prying eyes of many, and none could ascertain who might be lurking in the shadows. Thus, throughout their journey, both Hanzo and Xiaonan maintained a silent accord, exchanging not a single word, until they arrived at a secluded valley. There, Shimura Danzo and dozens of root ninjas had long awaited their arrival. Lord Hanzo. Danzo's sinister gaze swept over Xiaonan before he acknowledged Hanzo with a nod. Hanzo responded with a slight nod of his own, then turned to address the multitude of root ninjas behind Danzo, remarking in a low tone, the depth of Konoha's resources is indeed unfathomable. Even after enduring continuous battles with the four great nations, they can still muster such a formidable force. The presence of these root ninjas, predominantly elite Chunin and special Jonin, with over a dozen fully fledged Jonin among them, constituted a substantial force capable of engaging in a small-scale war. Danzo replied nonchalantly, it's merely passable. This is just my guard detail. To secure an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield and steer the narrative according to his design, Danzo had brought a significant portion of his elite forces from Root. Furthermore, in pursuit of Nagato's Rinnegan, Danzo spared no effort, summoning all his strength from the land of Rain. This also served to demonstrate Konoha's might to Hanzo, thereby instilling a degree of intimidation. Danzo then cast a glance at Xiaonan, who was still with her head bowed, and inquired, Lord Hanzo, what is your intention in bringing her here? Hanzo nodded, explaining, after all, they are the seedlings of my land of Rain, and it would not be prudent for me to act against them directly. However, I have heard that the Akatsuki's trio of leaders grew up together, bound by life and death, so I thought it best to use her as leverage, prompting them to turn on one another. Xiaonan shuddered at Hanzo's words, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at him. Even knowing that this Hanzo was merely a puppet controlled by Uchiha Obito, she could not quell the rising tide of panic within her. Such a scheme was undeniably malicious. Conversely, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Danzo's eyes as he remarked, Lord Hanzo, you truly embody the prowess of a demigod in the shinobi world, having ruled the land of Rain for decades. Such a heart-wrenching strategy is indeed awe-inspiring. Hanzo's intent was not only to dismantle the Akatsuki physically, but also to shatter their spirit. Regardless of the strength of the bonds among the trio of Akatsuki leaders, should casualties arise from Hanzo's machinations, rifts would inevitably form among them, sowing discord not just between them, but within themselves as well. Even if they can maintain their original intentions, what of those who follow them? Over time, it is inevitable that they will drift apart. You cannot do this. Xiaonan's voice trembled, her face a mask of terror as she shouted at Hanzo the Salamander. It was unclear whether her fright was genuine or merely a performance to deceive Shimura Danzo. You have no power to choose. Hanzo raised his sword, directing his gaze at Xiaonan. For the grand spectacle to come, it is best you remain silent for now. He pressed a finger against her throat, a black seal materializing and extending dark runes that enveloped her mouth. Xiaonan's cheeks twitched, attempting to utter something, only to discover her mouth could not open, nor could her vocal cords vibrate. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. Although Hanzo had merely employed a minor ninjutsu, the mastery and precision of his chakra control left Danzo feeling inadequate. Despite his age, Hanzo lived up to his reputation as a demigod in the ninja world. They are coming. Just as Danzo reflected upon this, Hanzo suddenly turned toward the distant entrance of the valley. There, two figures approached rapidly, one with orange hair and the other with red, unmistakably Yahiko and Nagato. Hanzo swiftly pulled Xiao Nin in front of him while drawing a scythe entwined with chains from his waist. Danzo's body tensed momentarily, but soon relaxed. He too focused on the approaching Yahiko and Nagato, his gaze intensifying as he fixated on Nagato, determined to see through the strands of hair concealing his Rinnegan. Suddenly, a dazzling flash of steel cut through the air. Danzo's arm was severed, blood gushing forth as if it were free-flowing. Cradling his shoulder, he staggered backward. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Hanzo, who held the scythe. Danzo-sama. The root ninjas around them instantly panicked, rapidly forming a protective circle around Danzo. Hanzo snorted softly, remaining silent as he hurled Xiao Nin toward the bewildered Yahiko and Nagato below. You must leave at once. Upon seeing Yahiko catch Xiao Nin, Hanzo turned his attention back to Danzo and the others, not glancing back as he shouted. Although Yahiko and Nagato were aware that today's events were a trap laid by Uchiha Obito for Danzo, they were oblivious to the specifics of Obito's plans. Thus, they had not anticipated that Obito would strike at Danzo the moment they arrived. For a moment, they stood frozen, caught off guard. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was also compelled into action. Despite orchestrating a collaboration between Hanzo and Danzo, Danzo had not fully trusted Hanzo. From the outset of their meeting, Danzo had maintained a degree of vigilance towards Hanzo, leaving him without an opportunity to act. However, the moment Yahi and Nagato made their appearance, Shimura Danzo momentarily lost his composure. For a man of Danzo's character, this was a rare lapse in his otherwise steadfast demeanor. Opportunity must not be squandered, for it may not arise again. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Jin commanded Hanzo of the Salamander to strike against Shimura Danzo. Despite this, Danzo managed to regain his senses at the last moment, deftly evading the lethal blow. Why? He questioned incredulously. Hiding among the root ninjas while receiving treatment from one of them, casting a disbelieving glance at Hanzo, Danzo found it utterly incomprehensible that Hanzo would dare to attack him. After all, he was a respected elder of Konoha and an advisor to the Hokage, a prominent figure within the village's hierarchy. Did Hanzo not fear the repercussions from Konoha for his audacity? With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Hanzo retorted, Danzo, your actions were not sanctioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, were they? You dare to instigate conflict in the land of rain without his approval. Do you truly believe that Hiruzen would come to your aid? Would he allow Konoha to plunge back into the flames of war for your sake? Hanzo's pointed inquiries left Danzo momentarily stunned, causing him to falter in his thoughts. Given his understanding of Hiruzen, it was indeed unlikely that the Hokage would take significant action on his behalf. Hiruzen had long since lost his vigor. For the sake of so-called peace, he would choose compromise over conflict. Moreover, Danzo's current actions were in direct violation of Hiruzen's will. Should misfortune befall him, it would be a death without purpose. Realizing this, Danzo's expression darkened significantly. Hanzo continued, Hiruzen is a Hokage who prioritizes the greater good. Without your constraints, Konoha, under Hiruzen's influence, would undoubtedly become more unified in its vision. While a chaotic situation might provide certain advantages for the land of rain, a cohesive Konoha would yield far greater benefits. Danzo's countenance grew increasingly grim as he grasped Hanzo's motives for attacking him. Among the Konoha High Command, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gatiki were all advocates of compromise, while he alone stood as a radical hardliner. As long as peace could be maintained, Hiruzen and the others would readily sacrifice a portion of their interests. With Danzo's potential absence, it was inevitable that their concessions would amplify. Such a Konoha would undoubtedly be the most favorable entity to its neighboring nations. Hanzo's decision was, therefore, entirely justified. Yet, Danzo was left pondering how Hanzo had come to possess such profound insight into the dynamics of Konoha's leadership. Could there be a traitor within the village? Realizing his own oversight, Danzo's gaze hardened as he solemnly declared, however, achieving your aims will not be so simple. With that, he prepared to command the root ninjas surrounding him to take action against Hanzo. Before he could utter a word, an unsettling realization washed over him, transforming his expression entirely. Have you noticed? The enigmatic Hanzo of the Salamander chuckled softly and declared, my attacks are not so easily evaded. Lord Danzo, the blade of my scythe is laced with poison. The root ninja tasked with treating Shimura Danzo gasped in horror, observing that the wound on Danzo's severed arm had turned a ghastly shade of purple. With his limited abilities, he could not hope to neutralize the toxin, nor could he discern its nature. Danzo, today marks your demise. Hanzo of the Salamander raised his sword, poised to strike. "Seize that wretch as well," Danzo commanded, gesturing towards the surrounding root ninjas. In this critical moment, Danzo did not forget about Nagato's Rinnegan. Instantly, dozens of root ninjas divided into 3 groups. One remained to protect Danzo, another charged toward Yahiko and his companions below, while the majority surged toward Hanzo of the Salamander. Fire release, exploding flame formation. Hanzo, realizing the imminent danger, clasped his hands together and activated the explosive tags he had previously concealed. Although Danzo had dispatched the root ninjas to monitor the movements of the rain ninja, Uchiha Obito, lurking in the shadows, remained beyond their sight. After confirming the precise location the previous day, Obito had stealthily arrived to set a multitude of traps. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted as explosive tags launched from the ground towards the swarm of root ninjas, instantly transforming the valley into a sea of flames. "Hurry! We must flee." Hanzo deliberately steered clear of Yahiko and his companions, shouting towards them. Only then did Yahiko and his group regain their senses, turning to flee towards the valley's edge. "You shall not escape." Several beleaguered root ninjas burst forth from the inferno, pursuing Yahiko and his friends. Yahiko, cradling Konan, remained unaffected and continued to flee without looking back, while Nagato abruptly halted, turning to face the pursuing root ninjas and raising his hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted in all directions, sending the root ninjas sprawling, caught off guard. However, Nagato had yet to fully master the power of the Rinnegan, and the force of Shinra Tensei was not particularly potent. The root ninjas quickly regained their footing. Left with no choice, Nagato had to remain behind to buy time for Yahiko and Konan to escape. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander was preoccupied, facing an onslaught from dozens of root ninjas. Bang! Under the relentless assault, Nagato's form quickly disintegrated into a cloud of white smoke. A shadow clone. The root ninjas were momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Their target had always been Nagato, yet he was nowhere to be found, leaving them aimless. An astute choice. Not far away, Hanzo of the Salamander noted this turn of events with silent admiration, his hands swiftly forming seals. With only enemies remaining, he felt no hesitation. Summoning technique. Hanzo of the Salamander deftly evaded a fireball hurtling towards him, swiftly forming seals with his hands. With a resounding explosion, a colossal salamander summoned from the depths erupted forth, sweeping away several root ninjas who had charged forward. Poisonous discharge, Hanzo commanded, and the salamander opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of deep purple toxic substance that cascaded outward like a waterfall. "Be careful. Hold your breath," a root ninja warned loudly, but in the next instant, a glint of silver flashed by, and the head of the root ninja was sent soaring, his eyes still reflecting terror. Hanzo moved like a specter through the poisonous mist, reaping the lives of the root ninjas as if he were a grim reaper. Their strength paled in comparison to his, and the necessity to hold their breath had significantly reduced the oxygen in their blood, rendering their movements sluggish and making them no match for Hanzo. Wind release, great breakthrough. Realizing that the situation was untenable, a root jonin took the risk of poisoning to unleash a jutsu, exhaling a whirlwind in an attempt to disperse the dense purple fog. However, the toxicity of the salamander's mist was not so easily overcome. Its adhesion was terrifyingly potent. The jonin's wind technique merely diminished the concentration of the toxic fog slightly, while the area it covered expanded even further. Summoning jutsu. With another subdued thud, a colossal beast resembling an elephant materialized on the battlefield, opening its mouth to emit a chilling roar. Is that a dream taper? Hanzo recognized the newly appeared monstrous creature as the summoning beast of Danzo Shimura. Aware of the dream taper's capabilities, Hanzo tightened his grip on his scythe, preparing to eliminate the beast before it could unleash its power. Suddenly, a series of sharp, slicing sounds pierced the air as several rapidly spinning shurikens sliced through the atmosphere, sealing off every escape route around Hanzo. His pupils contracted. These were no ordinary shurikens. Infused with an exceptionally high concentration of wind chakra, they generated a whirlwind with the power to cleave stone. Yet, despite the terrifying power of this technique, its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. With a swift motion, Hanzo sent forth the end of his chain, connected to an iron weight, darting through the air like a nimble serpent. With a series of dull thuds, the iron weight skillfully evaded the sharp edges of the incoming shurikens, colliding with their sides and sending them flying away. However, this brief delay allowed the dream taper to open its enormous mouth, unleashing a horrifying suction that began to consume everything in its vicinity. The purple toxic mist in the air surged towards the dream taper's gaping maw as if rivers were reversing their flow. And the same force of suction began to tug at Hanzo's very being. Wind release, vacuum wave. At that moment, a figure materialized behind the legendary Hanzo of the salamander, unleashing a sharp, sickle-like gust of wind towards him. The force of the wind struck Hanzo's body, shattering him into a cascade of water. A water clone. Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow, quickly redirecting his gaze to another direction, forming hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo exhaled short breaths in rapid succession, resembling a machine gun as he unleashed a barrage of wind attribute chakra, launching them like bullets. Water release, water barrier. The relentless assault of the vacuum sphere, with its expansive coverage, made evasion exceedingly difficult. Hanzo was compelled to employ the water release technique for defense. The clash between the wind bullets and the water curtain sent sprays of water flying. Danzo's mastery of wind release techniques was exceptional, and his understanding of the chakra's wind properties was unparalleled, far beyond that of a typical jonin. Were it not for Hanzo's own formidable water release, it would indeed be quite challenging to block Danzo's vacuum sphere with the water barrier. In a swift movement, Hanzo dashed through the water curtain, his scythe slicing through the air towards Danzo's face. Danzo's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly drew his katana from his back, parrying Hanzo's scythe. The two figures passed each other, creating distance before quickly pivoting to face one another again. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, observing Danzo's unblemished hands and the absence of any signs of poisoning on his body, stirring intrigue within him. Izanagi, perhaps? Hanzo's gaze fell upon Danzo's eye, shrouded in bandages. At this moment, Danzo had yet to implant that grotesque arm adorned with multiple Sharingan. The only possibility for a Sharingan lay hidden beneath the bandages. This implied that Danzo had but one opportunity to utilize Izanagi. Furthermore, the duration of Izanagi's effect was approximately 1 minute. Calculating the time, Danzo might still be within the state of Izanagi. Realizing this, Hanzo swiftly altered his strategy against Danzo, charging towards the remaining root ninjas surrounding him. Having endured the explosive flame array and the toxic gas barrage, Danzo's elite root ninjas had suffered significant losses. Just moments ago, Hanzo had surged through the poisonous mist, leaving the surviving elite ninjas severely weakened. These remaining ninjas had yet to recover from the toxic haze, displaying varying degrees of poisoning. Now was the perfect moment to eliminate them. Only by vanquishing them could he better contend with Danzo. How audacious! Danzo discerned Hanzo's intent, muttering a curse under his breath before swiftly pursuing him. Although Danzo's face was devoid of expression, a raging fire burned within him. That was a Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the eye he had painstakingly acquired from his former comrade, Uchiha Kagami, and to think it would be squandered here without even utilizing its ocular techniques. This filled Danzo with an immeasurable sense of indignation. The deceased elite ninjas of the root have caused Shimura Danzo immense frustration, almost to the point of despair. The core of his power, painstakingly cultivated over decades, lies within this very group. Shimura Danzo is filled with a sense of impending doom, wishing fervently to rend Hanzo the salamander asunder. Now, Hanzo dares to eliminate the remaining root ninjas before his very eyes, a reality Danzo finds utterly intolerable. More crucially, he is acutely aware that he stands alone against Hanzo, and should the latter seize this opportunity to eradicate the root ninjas, Danzo himself would be in grave peril. He must, by all means, prevent Hanzo from unleashing his deadly toxins in this area. Wind release, vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo forms hand seals, exhaling a torrent of chakra that manifests as scythe-like slashes, sweeping toward Hanzo's position. Yet, Hanzo's body flickers with blinding speed, making it impossible for Danzo to keep pace. In desperation, Danzo resorts to this broad area attack in an attempt to hinder Hanzo's momentum. However, this is precisely the moment Hanzo has been waiting for. In a flash, he sidesteps the vacuum wave, revealing his face beneath his mask and swiftly forming his own seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Though adept in water release, Hanzo is not limited to it. Among the 5 elemental techniques, fire release is his second most favored. Moreover, fire is known to counter wind. It harnesses the wind's force, amplifying its own might. in a clash between ninjas employing techniques of equal rank. The one wielding wind release would be alarmed to discover that their technique not only fails to counter the opponent's, but inadvertently enhances its power. This is the predicament at hand. The great fireball unleashed by Hanzo surges forth, colliding with Danzo's vacuum wave and transforming into a raging inferno that engulfs the battlefield. The primary target of this conflagration is the Dream Eater, whose presence poses a greater threat than the remaining root ninjas. The Dream Eater's ability to absorb toxins restricts Hanzo's poisonous mist, effectively nullifying his most significant advantage on the battlefield. Once the Dream Eater is vanquished, Hanzo can swiftly unleash his toxins once more, turning the root ninjas ensnared within into mere lambs for slaughter. As the Dream Eater's suction accelerates the spread of the flames, the inferno quickly envelopes it, eliciting anguished cries. Soon, it can no longer consume the toxic mist and vanishes from the battlefield. Unbelievable. Wind release, vacuum blade. Realizing he has fallen into a trap, Shimura Danzo unleashes a swirling tempest that entwines around the blade of his katana, striking toward Hanzo with renewed fervor. As the blade swept through the air, a tempest erupted from its edge, forming a colossal wind blade that spanned several meters, aimed at Hanzo the salamander. With a deft sidestep, Hanzo narrowly evaded the massive wind blade, which sliced through the ground, leaving behind a smooth gash. Undeterred by his initial failure, Shimura Danzo swung his katana once more, launching another assault against Hanzo. In a decisive moment, Hanzo removed the contorted mask from his face and cast it aside, charging towards Danzo. At this juncture in their fierce combat, there was no longer any concern about the toxins that lingered in the air from their breaths. The two figures intertwined in a deadly dance. Although Danzo successfully parried Hanzo's scythe attack, the iron base connected to the scythe struck his chest with a forceful gust, causing him to grunt in pain and stagger back several paces. Hanzo's blow had undoubtedly shattered at least two of Danzo's ribs. In terms of swordsmanship and physical prowess, Danzo was no match for Hanzo. Just as Hanzo prepared to capitalize on his advantage, several shadows emerged from the surroundings, restraining his movements. They were root ninjas, temporarily suppressing the toxins within their bodies with antidotes. While the toxicity of Hanzo's venom was formidable, it was a singular type produced naturally within him. And many factions in the ninja world had developed corresponding antidotes. Konoha was among them. Jonin-level shinobi, remain with me to confront Hanzo. The rest, deal with that beast. Danzo commanded rapidly as he regained his footing. Though they possessed antidotes for Hanzo's toxins, these antidotes were not infallible. Once the toxins accumulated to a certain level within their bodies, even the antidotes would prove ineffective. The reasoning was simple. 1 part base cannot neutralize 5 parts acid. This exemplifies the transformation that arises from quantitative changes. According to intelligence reports, Hanzo required approximately 5 minutes to accumulate enough toxins for another spray after using them once. They had to eliminate him before that time elapsed, ensuring he would not unleash his toxins again. Following Danzo's orders, the number of root ninjas attacking Hanzo dwindled to just 3, a sight that pierced Danzo's heart with anguish. These were Jonin, the core strength of any village. Over the years, he had expended countless resources to cultivate fewer than 30 Jonin within root. Excluding those stationed at the base and others on various missions, only 3 of the nearly 20 Jonin he had brought remained alive. How could Danzo not feel the weight of this loss? Be cautious of his toxins. Do not let his scythe wound you, Danzo warned, joining the fray himself. The poison on Hanzo's scythe was far beyond that of Hanzo the salamander. It was a complex toxin, meticulously crafted by Hanzo from a fusion of various venoms, rendering conventional antidotes utterly ineffective. This experience resonates deeply with Izanagi's Shikamaru Nara. Water style, water surge wave. With the constraint of 3 elite shinobi, Hanzo the salamander faced Shikamaru Nara with far less ease than before, soon acquiring several wounds upon his body. Although these were mere flesh wounds and did not impede his combat capabilities, they undeniably illustrated the difficulties Hanzo was currently enduring. He was compelled to utilize the water surge wave to create a momentary respite. Towering waves of water surged towards Shikamaru Nara, forcing him to retreat and distance himself. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzo executed the body flicker technique, swiftly darting past and cleaving an unsuspecting root shinobi in two. With this initial success, Hanzo continued his assault. He yanked on his chain, and the iron claw, propelled by fierce winds, struck the head of another root shinobi attempting to intervene, obliterating it in a single blow. In the blink of an eye, Hanzo had dispatched 2 root shinobi. However, the price he paid was severe, as the remaining root shinobi pierced his shoulder with a kunai imbued with lightning. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, and the last root shinobi was drenched in Hanzo's spurting blood, his body corroded by the potent toxins coursing through Hanzo's veins. Hanzo, a master of poison, had to exercise caution even with his own lethal substances. He kicked the lifeless root shinobi aside, raising his scythe to parry Shikamaru Nara's descending katana. The battle between them had reached a fever pitch. "Hanzo, your end is nigh." Shikamaru Nara's gaze was fierce as he relentlessly pressed forward with his katana. The exertion caused both his weapon and Hanzo's scythe to tremble violently, though only one assailant remained. Hanzo had rendered one of his hands useless. The loss of a hand for a ninja signified a drastic reduction in combat efficacy, particularly for Hanzo, whose unique swordsmanship demanded the use of both hands to unleash its full potential. Shikamaru Nara brimmed with confidence for ultimate victory in this confrontation. "Do not speak so boldly. I can finish you with just one hand." Hanzo scoffed, shaking off Shikamaru Nara's katana and retreating. "Do not think you can escape." Shikamaru Nara swiftly pursued, his katana slicing through the air, creating afterimages, denying Hanzo even a moment to breathe. As Hanzo defended while retreating, he skillfully wielded his scythe to block Shikamaru Nara's relentless attacks. A slight frown creased Shikamaru Nara's brow. Something felt amiss. A fighter like Hanzo, after sustaining injuries, should unleash a more ferocious assault akin to a wounded beast, rather than adopting a purely defensive stance as he was now. Shikamaru Nara had prepared for a defensive strategy, anticipating Hanzo would exhaust his strength. Yet, why had the situation reversed? This was not right. There had to be a ruse at play. The relentless offensive of Shimura Danzo persisted, yet he discreetly heightened his vigilance, diverting a portion of his attention to the surroundings with cautious alertness. To his astonishment, he discovered that those he had dispatched to deal with the root ninja of the Murasame had yet to fulfill their mission. Furthermore, judging by the current situation, Murasame had not sustained significant injuries, making it nearly impossible to resolve the matter swiftly. Was Murasame Hanzo merely stalling for time? This band of inept fools. Danzo cursed vehemently, intensifying his assault on Murasame Hanzo. If Murasame were to unleash his toxic spray once more, it was highly likely that Hanzo would turn the tide of battle. The only course of action left was to eliminate Murasame Hanzo before that could happen. However, one cannot entirely blame the root ninja for their incompetence. Murasame possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to single-handedly suppress the summoned beasts of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries. Even if he could not utilize his toxic spray temporarily, Murasame's elusive ability to burrow underground would not be something the root ninja could resolve in a short span. Moreover, in the end, it remained uncertain who would prevail over whom. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo forced Murasame Hanzo back with a decisive strike, swiftly forming hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. At that critical moment, however, Danzo's body stiffened slightly, causing his movements to falter. Iato slash. Seizing this opportunity, Murasame Hanzo darted forward, his scythe slicing towards Danzo with alarming speed. Danzo's pupils contracted, even as he desperately evaded. His right hand, wielding the katana, was inflicted with a deep gash that exposed bone. Danzo's expression darkened considerably as he quickly retreated, shifting the katana to his left hand and, without hesitation, severing his own right arm. He had already experienced the venom on Hanzo's scythe. Failing to act would mean certain death. Moreover, feeling a slight numbness coursing through his body, Danzo looked at Murasame Hanzo in confusion and asked, "When did you poison me?" "Oh, has the numbness begun to set in?" Murasame Hanzo grinned malevolently, revealing, "My blood is far more toxic than the venom within your veins. Though the quantity is small, the toxins in my blood, once vaporized into the air, are sufficient to paralyze your body and incapacitate you." Danzo's expression darkened further. It appeared that his prolonged absence from the battlefield had eroded his combat instincts, causing him to overlook such a critical factor. Today, he feared he might meet a dire fate. Toxic spray. Just then, as if misfortune compounded upon misfortune, Murasame finally completed the accumulation of toxins and unleashed his toxic spray once more. A vast expanse of purple toxic mist spread rapidly, engulfing the surroundings. "Be careful. Get away from here." The root ninja, witnessing the impending disaster, immediately distanced themselves from Murasame, converging towards Danzo. Lord Danzo, retreat. You must not fall here. The few root ninjas stood resolutely before Shimura Danzo, determined to shield his retreat. Do not struggle. None of you shall escape today, Hanzo of the Salamander remarked coldly, shaking his head at the remaining defeated soldiers before him. Among the remaining root ninjas, the strongest were merely 2 special jonin, while the rest were chunin, utterly incapable of halting him. Danzo was acutely aware of this reality. If they dispersed, the other root ninjas might have a chance of survival. But as the primary target of Hanzo, his demise was inevitable. Thus, rather than fleeing, he resolved to fight fiercely, hoping to take Hanzo down with him. A determined glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. He still had a trump card to unleash against his foe. You all, go and hold him back. Buy me some time, Danzo commanded, intending for the remaining root ninjas to distract Hanzo while he prepared the sealing technique, the 4-symbol seal. However, before he could finish his command, Hanzo suddenly looked up, as if sensing something. Danzo followed his gaze but discerned nothing. His sensory abilities were not particularly strong. Yet, a root ninja with sensing capabilities spoke up. Lord Danzo, there is a disturbance in that direction. Based on the chakra fluctuations, it must be those 2 young ones who escaped earlier. At this, a spark ignited in Danzo's eyes as he turned to Hanzo. It seems the individuals you sought to protect are in peril. Will you continue to squander time here with me? Although they found themselves at a disadvantage, Danzo was confident they could exchange blows before their demise. His tone was laced with menace, yet internally, he felt a profound anxiety. This was his last opportunity. Who wishes for death when life is still an option? Hanzo's gaze was icy as he glimpsed the faint black symbols on Danzo's chest through his torn sleeve. Consider yourself fortunate. Without further hesitation, Hanzo uttered a parting remark and vanished from sight. Danzo exhaled a sigh of relief, his spirit visibly deflating. Let us proceed to the Leaf Camp. Not long before, in a shadowy corner not far from the valley where Danzo and Hanzo battled, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, hidden within the shadows, silently observed the unfolding events. TSK, Hanzo resorted to kidnapping Konan to coerce Nagato and Yahiko. One cannot deny he embodies the essence of a true ninja, Zetsu remarked, glancing at the silent Obito, his tone laden with meaning. Obito, oblivious to Zetsu's veiled sarcasm, replied solemnly, this is for the best. It will allow Nagato to grasp the profound darkness of this world. Zetsu could barely suppress a chuckle, pondering that perhaps only when Obito learned the ultimate truth would he comprehend the true nature of darkness. At present, Uchiha Obito is merely perceived by Kaguya as a naive youth lamenting in vain. They have arrived. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt a jolt of energy, turning his gaze towards the entrance of the valley where Nagato and Yahiko had appeared. The corner of his mouth, concealed beneath his mask, curved upward in a cold smirk. And Kaguya, too, became invigorated. They could hardly contain their anticipation for the unfolding events. However, soon both Uchiha Obito and Kaguya were rendered speechless. The turn of events was entirely beyond their expectations. Why? Why would Hanzo of the Salamander turn against Danzo's supporters? Uchiha Obito could not fathom why Hanzo would make such a choice. Could it be that Hanzo wished to protect Nagato and the others? That seemed implausible. How could a figure of Hanzo's stature act in such a manner? Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow, racking his brain without any insight. Meanwhile, Kaguya, this ancient creature who had survived for thousands of years, began to perceive some clues after a moment of careful contemplation. Hesitantly, Kaguya spoke. Perhaps Hanzo's vision extends further than we could have imagined. Uchiha Obito paused, perplexed, and inquired, what do you mean? Kaguya elucidated based on his understanding. Given the current situation in the Land of Rain, a collaboration between Hanzo and Shimura Danzo could indeed yield certain benefits. However, the pursuit of gain is accompanied by inherent risks. Aligning with the notorious Danzo is akin to courting disaster. It must be noted that many of the policies restricting the development of the Land of Rain stem from Danzo's machinations. Thus, while Hanzo's alliance with Danzo may yield short-term benefits, it is foreseen that when Konoha regains its strength, the Land of Rain will likely pay a far greater price. More importantly, consider the current dynamics within Konoha. As Kaguya spoke, his tone grew increasingly assertive. The dynamics within Konoha? Uchiha Obito questioned. Confused, what does that have to do with Konoha? It is indeed relevant. Kaguya slightly shook his head, explaining, If we liken the will of Konoha's high-level decision-making body to that of a ferocious tiger, then Danzo serves as the tiger's claw. The personalities of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his peers are excessively weak. Without Danzo, the will of Konoha's high command would resemble a toothless old tiger, imposing yet powerless. It is predictable that under their governance, Konoha would become weak and easily manipulated. The village's external policies would shift towards appeasement. In the long term, such a Konoha would be more favorable for the future development of the Land of Rain. Hanzo must have recognized this, prompting his choice. Uchiha Obito nodded slightly. His doubts alleviated somewhat, yet he still queried with lingering uncertainty. But isn't there a rumor that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is about to resign from his position? The candidates for the fourth Hokage are either Orochimaru or Minato Namikaze. Once the new Hokage assumes office, the will of the Konoha Leadership Council is likely to shift accordingly. Is it not? How can Hanzo of the Salamander ensure that the external policies of Konoha will not become increasingly hardline under the new Hokage? The impending abdication of Sarutobi Hiruzen is no secret within the village. It has become common knowledge. In the competition for the position of the fourth Hokage, both Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze are rallying their supporters, and various ninja villages must have received some intelligence regarding this matter. Kurizetsu pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, there is no actual election. Orochimaru has already forfeited his chance to become Hokage. It is highly probable that Minato Namikaze will ascend to the role. Uchiha Obito questioned, why is that? The answer lies in the change of attitude displayed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kurizetsu elaborated, in both reason and sentiment. Minato Namikaze lacks the qualifications to compete with Orochimaru. His foundation is still insufficient. The only reason Minato can now vie with Orochimaru and even hold an advantage is due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's support. Compared to Sarutobi, Orochimaru is still rather inexperienced. Uchiha Obito, still perplexed, inquired. In terms of their relationship, Orochimaru is Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct disciple. Shouldn't Hiruzen support Orochimaru? Kurizetsu scoffed, saying, what does being a direct disciple matter? In the face of the allure of power, even a biological son might be set aside. In contrast to the deeply rooted Orochimaru, the comparatively shallow Minato Namikaze is undoubtedly easier to control. Even if Minato were to become Hokage, he would have few trusted allies at his disposal, rendering him incapable of wielding total authority within Konoha. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen would possess a legitimate excuse to maintain his own people in their previous positions. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened significantly. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen's support for Minato Namikaze is essentially an attempt to install a puppet Hokage. It is quite close to that. Kurizetsu nodded, stating, therefore, at that point, the will of the Konoha Leadership Council would still reflect Hiruzen's own desires. I must admit, we previously underestimated Hanzo of the Salamander. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I might have never considered this layer of complexity. Kurizetsu also expressed his astonishment, acknowledging that he had learned a valuable lesson today. The struggles among these individuals are truly repulsive. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, his tone laced with fury. Just as Kurizetsu was about to offer some words of comfort, he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, wait, is that Nagato a shadow clone? A shadow clone. Uchiha Obito also observed the dissipating form of Nagato, perplexed. When did this happen? Uncertain, Kurizetsu shook his head. He hasn't performed any hand seals since earlier. He must have used the shadow clone technique much earlier, perhaps anticipating Shimura Danzo's intentions, hence deliberately keeping his true self away for precaution. This implies that Nagato's true self should still be at the Akatsuki's base. Uchiha Obito, observing Yahiko and Konan fleeing, quickly made a decision. Let us follow and see. Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu, one wielding space-time ninjutsu, and the other possessing the ability to disregard terrain, moved at speeds far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Before long, Uchiha Obito and Zetsu caught up with Yahiko and Konan, who were fleeing. As they escaped, a vortex-like ripple emerged from the space atop a nearby hill, and Uchiha Obito materialized there. Moments later, Zetsu's figure also emerged from the ground. Before Obito could inquire, Black Zetsu spoke first. I have inquired with the nearby White Zetsu, and Nagato is not in this vicinity. What should we do? Obito furrowed his brow and replied, the shadow clone technique can relay information back to the original body. The last report Nagato received must be that Yahiko and Konin are being pursued by root ninjas. If they perish here, we can shift the blame onto Shimura Danzo. Even if Hanzo of the Salamander has no intention of acting against them, it will undoubtedly create a rift between Nagato and him. While the outcome may not be as flawless as I envisioned, it will still allow Nagato to witness the darkness for the first time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Obito's desire to eliminate Yahiko and Konin solidified. Black Zetsu hesitated and cautioned, but if Nagato discovers that we were responsible for Yahiko and Konin's deaths, he would likely refuse to assist us in our plans, no matter the cost. His opposition could create significant complications for us. The risks of this course of action are considerable, having schemed for millennia to rescue the sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki on the moon. Black Zetsu understood that even the smallest detail could profoundly impact future events. Thus, he was reluctant to complicate matters and hinder their plans. Obito's gaze flickered, and after a moment of deliberation, he stated, "We must ensure he does not realize our involvement. We can disguise ourselves as root ninjas, leaving Konin to return and inform Nagato, but Yahiko must die. His influence over Nagato is too substantial." Through previous encounters with Nagato, Obito recognized that persuading him through mere words was nearly impossible, especially while Yahiko remained alive. Both Yahiko and Konin were deeply connected to Nagato, and he would always consider their feelings in his decisions. Konin was more malleable, primarily influenced by Yahiko and Nagato, rendering her presence less of a concern. However, Yahiko was different. He harbored his own thoughts and profoundly shaped Nagato's will. To alter Nagato's mindset, Yahiko's removal was imperative. Moreover, Obito was unsettled by the fleeting glimpse of his own shadow within Yahiko, an unsettling realization he could not accept. Black Zetsu remained silent, casting a deep glance at Obito. Over their time together, Black Zetsu had discerned that, while Obito had embraced Uchiha Madara's plan, he also harbored his own ambitions. It seemed Obito never intended to resurrect Madara. Rather, he sought to execute the Eye of the Moon plan himself. Black Zetsu chose not to expose Obito's hidden intentions, for Madara was merely a pawn in his game. And as long as Obito worked towards the Eye of the Moon, that was sufficient. Should Uchiha Obito ultimately fail, he could still resurrect Uchiha Madara as a contingency plan. Presently, however, Obito appears to be in a rebellious phase, brimming with defiance. To avoid disrupting the grand scheme, Kurizetsu can only endeavor to accommodate Obito's whims. Without hesitation, Obito lunges forward, extending his hand toward Kurizetsu's counterpart, White Zetsu. With half of his body enhanced by Hashirama cells, Obito possesses plant-like attributes that facilitate White Zetsu's merging. As if donning a garment, White Zetsu offers no resistance, effortlessly climbing onto Obito's form, merging seamlessly with him. Disguise technique. Obito's figure contorts, transforming into a root ninja adorned with a mask. Unlike conventional transformation techniques, the disguise technique allows one to absorb another's chakra and replicate it precisely, rendering even the most perceptive ninja incapable of detection. During the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original storyline, White Zetsu's clones absorbed chakra to masquerade as others, infiltrating the allied shinobi forces and sowing chaos. Ultimately, it was Naruto Uzumaki, utilizing his sense of morality in Kurama mode, who resolved this predicament. Under normal circumstances, no one could pierce through White Zetsu's disguise. Upon greeting Kurizetsu, Obito charges towards Yahiko and Konin, who are hastening towards him. Obito makes no effort to conceal his presence, prompting Yahiko and Konin to quickly recognize the approaching figure. Be cautious. It's a root ninja. Yahiko, struck by the sight of Obito's attire, harbors no suspicion and abruptly halts, pulling Konin with him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Without a moment's pause, Obito unleashes a massive fireball, measuring several meters in diameter, toward Yahiko and Konin. Impressive. Yahiko's eyes widen in astonishment as he summons all his strength to execute his most adept water technique, water style, water surge wave. While water typically counters fire in ninjutsu, Yahiko's water surge wave proves utterly ineffectual against the fireball, which has absorbed the properties of fire. In comparison to Nagato, who possesses the Uzumaki bloodline and the Rinnegan, and Konin, capable of developing paper jutsu, Yahiko's innate talent is merely average. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, Yahiko has ascended from an ordinary individual to an elite chunin in just a few years, demonstrating remarkable determination. Had it not been for Nagato transforming him into the Deva Path of Pain, Yahiko would likely have only attained Jonin-level prowess throughout his life. Currently, Obito has not only awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but has also learned numerous jutsu and secret techniques under Madara's meticulous guidance, placing his strength at a Kage level. Thus, confronting Yahiko and Konin poses no challenge for him. The colossal fireball swiftly evaporates Yahiko's water surge wave, diminishing only slightly in size as it continues its relentless advance toward them. Be careful. Quickly, take cover. Yahiko called out loudly, urging Konin and himself to leap apart. This was precisely the intention of Uchiha Obito. Had Yahiko and Konin remained side by side, Obito would have genuinely feared inadvertently harming Konin as well. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. After separating the two, Uchiha Obito unleashed a B-rank fire release technique aimed directly at Yahiko. The searing flames divided into 3 directions, front, left, and right, constricting Yahiko's escape routes. The relentless barrage of ninjutsu left Yahiko somewhat overwhelmed, his eyes widening as he stared helplessly at the flames surging towards him. Am I to perish? Yahiko, be careful. Just as Yahiko was on the verge of surrendering to despair, Konin sprang into action. She raised her hand, and a multitude of paper shurikens swirled forth from her sleeves, creating a whirlwind that shielded Yahiko. Although the paper was soon consumed by the flames, intensifying their blaze, that fleeting moment granted Yahiko a precious breath of respite. Water release, Water Barrier. Yahiko retreated, escaping the encirclement of flames while swiftly forming hand seals to summon the water barrier, hindering the flames' advance. With a series of agile leaps, Yahiko finally evaded the fire dragon's assault. However, before he could regain his footing, Uchiha Obito materialized before him. Die! Obito brandished a kunai, lunging it towards Yahiko's neck. Yahiko barely managed to sidestep the attack, but Obito's reflexes were astute, immediately striking again. This time, Yahiko found himself devoid of any means to evade. His body was unresponsive. Am I to die again? Paper release, Shuriken. At that moment, Konin intervened once more. Dozens of shurikens, fashioned from paper, shot towards Uchiha Obito. Obito stiffened momentarily, ultimately abandoning his assault on Yahiko to retreat and evade Konin's onslaught. This is troublesome. Faced with Konin's attack, Obito instinctively considered using his Kimyui to phase out of harm's way, but the distinctiveness of that ability made him hesitant to reveal his identity, prompting him to discard that thought. Seizing the opportunity, Konin approached Yahiko's side, concern etching her features as she inquired, Yahiko, are you all right? I'm fine. Yahiko's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Obito, declaring, is this the strength of Konoha Zanbu? Truly formidable. Throughout his journey, Yahiko had predominantly encountered subpar rogue ninjas, and during his mediations and rescues involving Konoha and Iwagakure's shinobi, he had not faced significant conflict. The last time he was besieged by Iwagakure ninjas, Nagato had swiftly resolved the crisis. This was Yahiko's first encounter with such a potent adversary, and he felt utterly powerless before Uchiha Obito. His nails dug deeply into his palms, the sense of impotence igniting a profound self-loathing within him. Konin noticed the change in Yahiko, softly calling his name in concern. I'm all right, Yahiko exhaled slowly, his demeanor serious as he stated. Konin, his primary target is me. I shall do my utmost to delay him. You must take this opportunity to escape. Xiaonan paused momentarily, then immediately shook her head in refusal, exclaiming, no, I absolutely cannot abandon you. In truth, Xiaonan had known Yahiko for a longer time, and her bond with him was laced with a certain sentiment. Regardless of the perspective, she could never forsake Yahiko to flee alone. Yahiko looked at Xiaonan earnestly and declared, Xiaonan, whether it be you or I, dying here serves no purpose. However, if I were to perish in order to protect you, then my death would hold significance. Moreover, I vowed to Nagato that I would safeguard you. Upon seeing the resolve in Yahiko's eyes, Xiaonan found herself at a loss for words. Have you reached an agreement? Uchiha Obito, observing Yahiko's determined demeanor, became intrigued. He refrained from launching an immediate attack and instead spoke in a feigned raspy voice. I have a proposition. If you reveal the whereabouts of that red-haired brat, I shall spare you. Over my dead body. Without a moment's hesitation, Yahiko rejected Uchiha Obito's proposal with unwavering conviction, stating, I would never betray Nagato, even in death. The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask as he replied, You may be indifferent to your own life. But what if it were to cost her life instead? With that, Uchiha Obito vanished and reappeared before Xiao Nan, swiftly reaching for her neck. Obito's speed was astonishing. Yahiko could scarcely react, though Xiao Nan managed to respond in time. Attempting to evade Obito's grasp with a paper clone, it seemed Obito had anticipated her intentions. A sharp black rod suddenly extended from his palm, piercing into Xiao Nan's shoulder. Drops of crimson blood fell. The black rod appeared to harbor some peculiar substance that disrupted Xiao Nan's chakra, rendering her unable to utilize any ninjutsu. With a snap, Uchiha Obito broke the black rod, leaving a fragment embedded within Xiao Nan to further hinder her chakra. He then seized Xiao Nan, pressing the remaining shard against her throat. This entire turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Yahiko comprehended the situation, it was far too late. Do not move, Uchiha Obito commanded, halting Yahiko, who was ready to charge forward. Now make your choice. Will it be this girl, or that red-haired brat? Yahiko stood frozen, trembling, his eyes filled with anguish and turmoil. Were it his own life at stake, he would not hesitate in the slightest. However, Xiao Nan and Nagato were his comrades. How could he choose between them? Uchiha Obito, witnessing this scene, wore a satisfied smile beneath his mask. Yes, this is it. Feel the pain. Understand the anguish. Only then can you perceive the true nature of this world. A world rife with tragedy holds no reason to persist. It is a pity that Nagato is not here. It would have been even better. Xiao Nan's heart ached at the sight of Yahiko's suffering. This choice must not fall upon him. In Xiao Nan's heart, a flicker of determination crossed her gaze. Mi-Yin sensed the unusual glimmer in Xiao Nan's eyes, and his heart sank. Before Mi-Yin could voice his concern, he watched in horror as Xiao Nan charged towards the black iron rod held by Uchiha Obito. With a sickening sound, warm blood gushed from Xiao Nan's neck, splattering all over Mi-Yin. His eyes widened in shock, yet they were vacant and lifeless. Mi-Yin looked down at his hands stained with blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Nan's eyes gradually lost their luster, and she helplessly collapsed to the ground. Why? Mi-Yin cried out in anguish, his heart aching to the point of suffocation, rendered speechless as he knelt, releasing a pained roar. Had Mi-Yin belonged to the Uchiha clan, this torment might have awakened his Sharingan. Uchiha Obito silently stepped back, his single eye beneath the mask fixed intently on Mi-Yin. Let me see what choice you will make. Why did this happen? After a moment, Mi-Yin finally regained a semblance of clarity. Yet disbelief clouded his gaze as he questioned Xiao Nan's lifeless body in agony. This is reality, Uchiha Obito intoned, his voice laced with manipulation. To protect Xiao Nan, you must betray Nagato. If you do not betray him, Xiao Nan will be harmed. Your reluctance to choose between them, your hesitation, your avoidance of reality, is what led Xiao Nan to make her own choice, sacrificing herself to save you. This is how the world operates. There is no perfect resolution. To protect love inevitably breeds hatred. Uchiha Obito continued his insidious rhetoric, but Mi-Yin suddenly realized something was amiss. It's you. He shouted in fury at the figure clad in the attire of a Konoha Umbu ninja. You are not one of Konoha's Umbu. You are the masked man who seeks to manipulate Nagato. Mi-Yin was consumed by a tumult of rage and shock. He never anticipated that Uchiha Obito would choose to ambush him and Xiao Nan rather than attacking the Akatsuki base during the chaos. Uchiha Obito neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, continuing, "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I have revealed to you the harshness of this world. After all that has transpired, do you still naively believe your previous ideas were correct? Do you truly think that people in this world can understand one another and resolve conflicts through dialogue? Or do you believe you can now understand me and are willing to resolve our differences through conversation? How could that be possible? You monster!" Mi-Yin roared, consumed by rage. "You have killed Xiao Nan." Indeed, Uchiha Obito responded gleefully. The ninjas from Konoha and Iwagakure have also lost their comrades at each other's hands, and their feelings mirror yours perfectly. Now that you understand their emotions, why would you demand they do what you yourself cannot? Accept it, Mi-Yin. Your ideals are fundamentally flawed. The world has become irreparably lost. The only righteous path is to forge a new realm. Uchiha Obito is perplexed by his sudden shift in intention, initially resolved to eliminate Yahiko, now yearning to draw the fervent youth to his side. However, Yahiko, with unwavering resolve, glares at Obito, gritting his teeth as he declares, "Conan is dead. I am beyond discerning right from wrong. My sole desire is to avenge her. Water release. Water surge. Yahiko swiftly forms hand seals, unleashing torrents of rushing water towards Uchiha Obito. With a slight furrow of his brow, Obito effortlessly evades Yahiko's onslaught. Shaking his head and remarking, "A leaf obscures the mountain. Is your vision so limited, Yahiko? You disappoint me greatly." Yahiko remains silent, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, charging at Obito with reckless abandon. Yet, the chasm between their abilities is insurmountable. Obito, dismissive of even utilizing his phasing technique, gracefully sidesteps Yahiko's frantic attacks. Seizing an opportunity, Obito delivers a swift kick to Yahiko's abdomen, sending him flying several meters away. Coughing, Yahiko tastes blood at the corner of his mouth, struggling to rise from the ground. Yet, the agonizing pain in his abdomen saps his strength, leaving him helpless. Obito approaches Yahiko, stating, "Your reason has been clouded by hatred. If you were still lucid, you would recognize that it is not I who caused Conan's demise, but rather this harsh reality. The people of this world are driven by hatred, inevitably clashing with one another. Your organization's actions aim to preserve peace. Yet such ideals threaten the interests of certain schemers who will not tolerate your existence. Just as Shimura Danzo ambushed you. Even if Conan had not perished here, she would face death tomorrow or the day after for the same reasons. To safeguard peace will inevitably lead to war. This is the inexorable cause and effect of our reality. What I seek to create is a world of victors, a beautiful realm of love that severs this cycle. Join me, Yahiko. Together, let us forge a world where Conan shall never again meet her end." In a final effort, Uchiha Obito implores Yahiko to embrace his vision. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who killed Conan, you scoundrel. What does this world have to do with it? Though imperfect, this world is not devoid of merit. It is adorned with flowers, illuminated by sunlight, and populated by kind souls like Conan and Nagato, as well as gentle figures like Jiraiya-sensei. Do not, because of your suffering, generalize the faults of this world to encompass all its inhabitants." Yahiko gazes intently at the approaching Uchiha Obito, vehemently refuting his ideology. Unlike Obito, Yahiko is a child of war, having lived a life of wandering and having witnessed the harshness of human nature. However, the life of Yahiko is not solely characterized by hardship and suffering. It is also punctuated by moments of happiness and joy. His encounters with Conan and Nagato alleviated his sense of solitude, while his meeting with Jiraiya bestowed upon him the warmth of elder care. The interactions with people like Kisame instilled in him a sense of validation. Perhaps it is due to his accustomedness to adversity that these precious moments shine brightly in his memory. Even with a clear understanding of the harshness of reality, he maintains an unwavering love for life. His fervent heart shall never be consumed by darkness. Such resilience is truly remarkable. Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable unease upon meeting Yahiko's determined gaze, finding himself at a loss for words. Yahiko shakily rose to his feet, locking eyes with Obito's masked visage, and declared solemnly, "In the book given to me by Brother Jiraiya, it is stated that a true warrior dares to confront the bleakness of life and faces the bloodshed head-on. Yet you, who incessantly speaks of severing the world's causality and fleeing to an illusory realm, are nothing but a coward too afraid to confront reality. Go ahead and cower in the corner, clutching your head, continuing your self-deception. I, however, shall never bow to the harsh truths of this world, nor will I ever acknowledge your feeble thoughts." Yahiko's piercing gaze and formidable spirit compelled Uchiha Obito to avert his eyes. "How dare you? Then go die?" Obito, enraged and humiliated, reached out to seize Yahiko. Enough. Just as Obito's hand was about to grasp Yahiko's neck, a powerful hand suddenly seized his wrist. Brother Jiraiya. Yahiko, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe the appearance of Uchiha Jiraiya. Uchiha Obito, having evaded Jiraiya's hold with a swift movement, retreated in fear, realizing he had been so engrossed in his emotions that he had failed to notice Jiraiya's approach. Had Jiraiya intended to kill him, he would have already met his end. Moreover, why was Uchiha Jiraiya present here? Obito held a profound impression of Jiraiya, having frequently seen him in the company of his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and often conversing with Team 7 in an enigmatic manner. Not only did Minato speak highly of Jiraiya, but Jiraiya also exhibited remarkable prowess on the battlefield in the Land of Mist. In summary, Uchiha Jiraiya stood before Obito as an enigmatic figure, equal in strength to his mentor, Minato. "Brother Jiraiya, what about Conan?" After being rescued by Uchiha Jiraiya, Yahiko felt no relief from his brush with death. Instead, he was engulfed in anguish and regret. Had Jiraiya arrived sooner, perhaps Konan would not have perished. Yahiko did not blame Jiraiya for his tardiness. Rather, he loathed his own inadequacy and weakness for not having delayed the inevitable. Do not worry, Konan is safe. She is alive and well. Uchiha Jin subtly gestured to Yahiko, who then noticed that Jin was cradling the unconscious Konan in his other arm. Although there were faint traces of blood at her neck, upon closer inspection, it was merely a superficial injury. Konan's breathing was steady. Despite her unconscious state, she seemed to be largely unharmed. This was splendid news. Yahiko's eyes brimmed with tears as he stammered, "This is wonderful. Konan is safe. It truly is wonderful." The mere fact that Konan was alive filled Yahiko with overwhelming joy, causing him to momentarily forget the gravity of the situation. "I witnessed everything that transpired. Yahiko, you truly did well." Uchiha Jin expressed his admiration openly as he looked at Yahiko. "You must protect Konan." With that, Uchiha Jin gently handed Konan to Yahiko. Yahiko quickly extended his hands, cradling her as if she were a precious gem, fearful of causing her any harm. It was only then that Uchiha Jin turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito, his expression laden with complexity. Not long before, upon sensing the commotion, Uchiha Jin had swiftly summoned Hanzo the Salamander to this location. He then witnessed Obito using Jinjutsu on Yahiko, even going so far as to employ his Sharingan to hypnotize him, leading Yahiko to mistakenly believe that Konan had perished before his eyes. At that moment, Konan had indeed charged towards Obito's black metallic rod with the determination to end her life. Uchiha Jin had nearly intervened to stop her. However, perhaps Konan's actions prompted Obito to recall something, resulting in him diverting the rod at the critical moment, inflicting only minor injuries upon her while simultaneously hypnotizing Yahiko. Following that, Obito unleashed his Jinjutsu on Yahiko. Observing this scene, Uchiha Jin realized that Obito saw reflections of his own past in Yahiko and Konan. Yahiko's fervor and the choice Konan made, reminiscent of Lin's decision back then, ignited in Obito a desperate desire for Yahiko's approval. As if to validate his own choices and reinforce his resolve, Uchiha Jin, curious about the true thoughts of both Obito and Yahiko, refrained from intervening. Then, Yahiko broke through Obito's defenses. The intensity of Yahiko's passionate, sunny, and optimistic heart was unwavering. One could label him as naive or immature. Yet when such a person stands vividly before another, it leaves the almost despairing Obito feeling utterly ashamed. He himself had once embodied such qualities. Indeed, Uchiha Obito had not yet completely abandoned his true self. Even in the original narrative during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Obito had not fully relinquished his identity. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily swayed by Naruto Uzumaki. Obito had merely buried his former self deep within his heart, and when confronted with someone akin to him, that buried self would break free from its confines. Recognizing this, Uchiha Jin felt a stirring within, contemplating even more. Uchiha Obito had once been a person of the same fervor as Yahiko, after enduring similar tribulations. The reason why Uchiha Obito veered towards extremism may lie in the possession of the Sharingan, a gift that Yahiko lacked. The unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan bestows upon its members formidable power in the wake of suffering, yet simultaneously renders them more radical and susceptible to extreme actions. The capacity to love more intensifies the pain one bears. This is the price of power for the Uchiha lineage. Had Uchiha Obito not belonged to the Uchiha clan, he might have made choices akin to those of Yahiko. Thus, Uchiha Jin altered his original intent, opting to reveal his true self before Uchiha Obito. He aimed to provide Obito with greater opportunities to rediscover himself. Gazing at Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Jin remarked, "Indeed, a mere 3 days apart warrants a fresh perspective. I never anticipated that the once unremarkable individual would now possess such strength." Obito's heart raced at these words, swallowing hard before responding in a grave tone. "You must be Uchiha Jin, the most illustrious member of the Uchiha clan in this era. I have heard your name, yet it appears we have never met before. I am Uchiha Madara." Despite his attempts to feign composure, Obito's words faltered, revealing a semblance of trepidation. Uchiha Jin chuckled softly, saying, "When one wears a mask for too long, it tends to meld with the face. At that point, removing it will require considerable effort and pain. It is not too late to turn back. You are still you, still the hero of Konoha." Obito's gaze flickered, avoiding eye contact with Jin, and he retorted nervously. What nonsensical words are you uttering, young one? I, Uchiha Madara, am a rogue shinobi of Konoha, not a hero. Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Jin smiled slightly, saying, Do not feign ignorance. You cannot deceive me. You are unmistakably Uchiha Kenji. Obito's expression turned to one of confusion. Jin continued, You are indeed Uchiha Kenji, are you not? Obito, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt a torrent of unspoken words welling up within him. However, upon encountering Jin's ambiguous smile, he swallowed the words that threatened to escape. Given Jin's notorious character, it was entirely plausible that he would deliberately misname him. In the past, Jin often referred to him as Uchiha Runto. Although the reason behind this appellation eluded Obito, he could sense the underlying malice it carried. Uchiha Kenji. Obito pondered over this name, suddenly recalling his ability assessment upon graduating from the Ninja Academy. Ninjutsu. 6. Taijutsu. 4. Jinjutsu. 3. Strength. 4. Speed. 6. Precision. 5. Seals. 6. And Wisdom. 2. Notably, the Wisdom score reflects a shinobi's knowledge and intellectual capacity, or IQ. It is worth noting that Naruto Uzumaki, despite being a reckless underachiever of the same age, boasted a Wisdom score of 6. Meanwhile, Rock Lee, Choji Akimichi, and Kiba Inuzuka, who were known for their brute strength, had a minimum Wisdom score of 4. Even a representative of foolishness like Haiden possessed a Wisdom score of 6. It is evident how remarkably low the wisdom value of Uchiha Obito truly is. In fact, Uchiha Jin has never encountered a ninja with wisdom as diminished as that of Uchiha Obito. This is indeed a lifelong disgrace for Uchiha Obito. How utterly unacceptable. Upon realizing this, Uchiha Obito was enraged to the point of his veins bulging. How dare Uchiha Jin mock his intelligence? Oh, you actually understood my words? Uchiha Jin exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that you have grown into Uchiha Ikari? Scoundrel, go perish. Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself. Disregarding whether Uchiha Jin truly recognized his identity and charged towards him, he intended to teach Uchiha Jin a lesson. With a fiery ring, Uchiha Jin remained unperturbed, raising his hand to form a sword gesture. A circle of searing flames emanated from Uchiha Jin, spreading from beneath his feet and swiftly enveloping an area of several dozen meters while circumventing Yahiko and Konan. Feeling the intense heat of the flames, Uchiha Obito dared not be negligent and immediately activated his Kamui to evade harm. Yet, his forward momentum did not falter. He continued to advance towards Uchiha Jin, aiming a punch directly at his face. Uchiha Jin calmly observed the approaching fist of Uchiha Obito, showing no inclination to evade. Brother Jin, be cautious, Yahiko urgently warned. But before he could finish his sentence, he was astonished to witness Uchiha Obito's fist passing through Uchiha Jin's head without making contact. The power of Kamui was indeed a perplexing ability. Those unfamiliar with it might find it eerie and fearsome. However, once one comprehends the principle behind Kamui, unraveling its capabilities becomes significantly less daunting. When Uchiha Obito activated Kamui to evade damage, while he could not be harmed, he was also unable to inflict harm upon others. Uchiha Jin had initially cloaked the surroundings in flames. For Uchiha Obito to strike him, he would first have to endure the fiery damage. Thus, Uchiha Jin was untroubled by the prospect of injury from Uchiha Obito's punch. How utterly unacceptable. Failing to land a blow, Uchiha Obito soared into the air and executed a sweeping kick towards Uchiha Jin's head. Uchiha Jin did not turn his head, but just as Uchiha Obito's leg was about to strike him, he instantaneously activated his fire-release chakra mode, igniting his form in roaring flames. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted, and at the last moment, he was compelled to activate Kamui once more, allowing his leg to pass through Uchiha Jin's head. Furrowing his brow, Uchiha Obito quickly distanced himself from Uchiha Jin after landing, escaping the fiery radius. Although it was merely a two-move exchange, Uchiha Obito's heart was tumultuous with unease. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that Uchiha Jin had an acute understanding of his abilities, leading him by the nose. Despite the appearance of an even confrontation, where neither party sustained damage, Uchiha Obito was, in fact, at a disadvantage. The essence of Uchiha Obito's Kamui technique lies in its ability to transfer the portion of his body that is about to be struck by an incoming attack into the Kamui dimension, thereby evading harm. However, The assault of flames is far from straightforward. Simply avoiding direct contact does not negate all injury. Although Uchiha Obito successfully evaded direct contact with the flames, the immense thermal energy radiating from them still affected the adjacent areas of his body. Thus, on the surface, it appeared as though Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Jin merely passed through each other without inflicting any harm. Yet in reality, Obito's legs had already suffered severe burns, resulting in the necrosis of numerous cells. The temperature of the flames wielded by Uchiha Jin was extraordinarily high, incomparable to any ordinary fire. "What will you do now?" Uchiha Jin inquired calmly, observing Uchiha Obito, who had stopped advancing. Obito's expression was marked by a tumult of emotions beneath his mask. Although he did not respond, he refrained from approaching recklessly. The battles between ninjas of their caliber ultimately boiled down to an information war. If his capabilities had been revealed, his chances of victory would diminish significantly. "What are your intentions?" After a lengthy contemplation, Uchiha Obito realized that if Uchiha Jin truly knew his identity, there must be a reason for his appearance now, prompting him to ask directly. Uchiha Jin shook his head slightly, replying, "It's not about what I wish to do. Rather, it is about what you desire." As he spoke, he casually glanced toward a shadowy corner nearby and activated his Sharingan, revealing the three-tomo. Uchiha Jin's gaze, imbued with a flash of crimson light, fell upon Uchiha Obito. The latter hesitated for a moment, but, upon realization, made no effort to resist, allowing Jin to draw him into a rudimentary, illusionary space. This illusory realm bore no harmful effects. It merely provided a secure environment for dialogue between Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Obito. Obito's willingness to venture into this perilous situation stemmed from the fact that Jin's eyes were merely those of a standard three-tomo Sharingan, while he himself possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the ability to escape Jin's simplistic illusion at will. In a realm adorned with verdant grass and blossoms, Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Obito stood facing one another. Their gazes locked. "Oh, Black Sassy, you haven't changed," Uchiha Jin initiated, addressing Obito as Uchiha Rinto. The veins on Obito's forehead bulged as he glared menacingly at Jin, exclaiming, "You are as intolerable as ever." In response, Uchiha Jin feigned sadness, stating, "Indeed, a rebellious youth lacks manners. Otherwise, given my connection with Minato, you should at least address me as teacher." Here, teacher did not imply a master-apprentice relationship, but rather served as a term of respect for the leading jonin within a ninja squad. Among squads with amicable relations, it was commonplace for members to refer to each other's leading jonin as teacher. Uchiha Obito scoffed, declaring, "Even if it were my teacher, Minato, I would be reluctant to acknowledge him, let alone you, this insufferable wretch." Upon hearing Uchiha Jin mention the name of Minato Namikaze, the resentment that had been festering within Uchiha Obito erupted uncontrollably at that moment. From the very inception of Team 7, the responsibility of guiding and safeguarding its three members fell squarely upon the shoulders of their leader, the jonin Minato Namikaze. In Obito's eyes, all the tribulations faced by Team 7 could have been averted by the illustrious yellow flash of the Leaf Village. Yet, time and again, Minato arrived just a moment too late. Though Obito was aware that the unpredictability of war often left little room for agency, and that Minato, as a ninja, was compelled to heed higher orders rather than devote himself entirely to their protection, he could not suppress the thoughts that plagued him. If only Minato had arrived sooner when he and Kakashi sought to rescue Rin, would she not have been struck by the boulder? Would he not have encountered Madara Uchiha? If Minato had been present on the battlefield of the Mist, would Rin have been captured by the Mist ninjas, thus sparing her the necessity of sacrificing her life to protect the village? Despite knowing such musings were unfounded, Obito could not help but entertain them. Had circumstances been different, perhaps he would still be the Obito Uchiha he once was. How cruel fate could be. Uchiha Jin, composing his expression, spoke earnestly. "So, you hold Minato accountable for your suffering?" "Should I not?" Obito retorted passionately. "Minato-sensei is hailed as the fastest ninja in the world. He possesses the power to alter the course of events." Uchiha Jin remained silent, simply observing Obito. Gradually regaining his composure, Obito continued, "Of course, I understand that Minato's formidable strength meant that the Leaf entrusted him with more significant missions, stretching him thin. Thus, the true architects of this tragedy must be the complacent higher-ups of Konoha. They assigned Rin and me to Team 7, forcing us to accompany the mighty Minato on perilous missions. They placed us in jeopardy. Obito's grievances against the Leaf Village were not without foundation. The allocation of teams at that time was indeed flawed. It is essential to note that during their training and subsequent Chunin exams, individuals like Might Guy and Noara Kakashi, who significantly outperformed Obito, primarily undertook missions of comparatively lower risk, such as escorting supplies during the war. Meanwhile, Obito, the underperformer, was assigned to Minato's team, where he was thrust into crucial missions that could alter the tide of battle. The disparity between the two situations was glaringly evident. In truth, a configuration more suited to Minato would be a team akin to the present-day Minato squad, predominantly composed of Jonin. In the so-called Team Minato, only Kakashi managed to keep pace with the illustrious Minato Namikaze, while Obito, Uchiha, and Rin Noara were mere burdens. It was due to Kakashi's troubled mindset at that time that Hiruzen Sarutobi, wishing to prevent the waste of such a gifted shinobi, assigned Minato to mentor him. Simultaneously, he paired Kakashi with the more cheerful and amiable Obito and Rin, hoping their presence would positively influence him. Thus, the infamous Team Minato was formed. Hiruzen, in his short-sightedness, failed to consider the implications for Obito and Rin within this configuration. Perhaps he did contemplate it, but chose to disregard their fates. After all, if he could forge Kakashi into a formidable weapon, what did it matter if a few inconsequential stragglers met their end? Under such circumstances, it is only natural for Obito to harbor resentment towards Konoha. Obito paused for a moment before continuing. Minato-sensei is at fault, Konoha is at fault, but ultimately, the true error lies within this ceaselessly tumultuous world. Without war, none of this would have come to pass. Therefore, I shall rectify it all. Obito's tone grew increasingly resolute, as if he had regained the composure that had been momentarily shaken by Yahiko's words. However, Obito's declaration elicited a laugh from Shin Uchiha. Ha ha ha, Shin chuckled, shaking his head. What a presumptuous little brat. I never understood how your so-called wisdom was quantified, but now it seems even that estimation might be an overstatement. Obito's face darkened, a desire to trample on Shin's handsome visage surging within him. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to insult others? The crux of the matter was that Obito found himself unable to counter such ridicule, for his wisdom had indeed been recorded by Konoha. Yet, aside from Shin, no one else dared to mock him over this. Thus, all blame fell upon Shin. How infuriating. Obito seethed, you scoundrel. If you keep laughing, I shall take action. Apologies. Apologies. Shin waved his hand, sensing Obito was on the brink of eruption. He suppressed his mirth and, with a serious demeanor, stated, it is my fault. But your words are undeniably absurd. What is absurd about it? Obito retorted in anger. Have I said anything incorrect? Shin replied calmly. Firstly, regardless of the feasibility of your so-called plan to change the world, I acknowledge that the turmoil of this world has indeed wrought untold tragedies. However, what I must convey is that everything you have experienced is, in fact, not intrinsically linked to the wars. Even without the occurrence of the Third Shinobi World War, your experiences would likely have unfolded just the same. The reason for this is that you remain oblivious to the deeper truths behind it all. At these words, Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, his brows furrowed in confusion as he questioned, what do you mean by that? Uchiha Jin spoke softly. Indeed, while the arrangements of the village may possess certain flaws, under the formidable strength of Minato, your team should remain safe under normal circumstances. Therefore, the adversities you have faced cannot be attributed to the oblivious Minato. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon me, who allowed events to unfold naturally despite my awareness, and the one who orchestrated all of this behind the scenes, Uchiha Obito, along with the entity that deceived him. Do you know Uchiha Obito? Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, wait, what do you mean by knowing everything? What does it imply that you were deceived by Uchiha Obito? Jin's words left Obito stunned, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. The certainty in Jin's tone quelled any doubts Obito might have harbored regarding Jin's intentions. The mere fact that Jin had recognized him had already astonished Obito. But now Jin's mention of Uchiha Obito's existence left him utterly astounded. With an expression that betrayed his turmoil, Obito clenched his teeth and demanded, what on earth is going on? Jin did not beat around the bush and clarified, it's quite simple. Uchiha Obito has had his sights set on you for a long time. Everything you have endured was not by chance, but rather meticulously orchestrated by him. During your mission at the Shinobi Bridge, Rin was captured by the rock-hidden ninja. You and Kakashi went to her rescue. You awakened your Sharingan, were grievously injured. And all of this was within Obito's design. On the battlefield of the mist, Rin was seized and transformed into the Three Tails Jinchuriki, only to be rescued by Kakashi, pursued by mist ninjas, and ultimately forced to take her own life before your eyes. This too was a grand performance directed by Uchiha Obito. Even Minato's consistent tardiness was a result of the various unforeseen circumstances orchestrated by Obito. Did you think Obito's interest in you was mere coincidence? No. He has been monitoring you for many years. Perhaps an elderly person you assisted in Konoha was none other than Obito in disguise. Thus, even in the absence of a third shinobi world war, you might find yourself reliving these experiences during future missions outside the village. Impossible, Obito exclaimed in disbelief, his agitation palpable. How could such a convoluted series of events be meticulously planned in advance? I refuse to accept it. His eyes reddened with a network of veins. He had never fully trusted Uchiha Obito, maintaining a certain wariness towards him. However, the notion that everything was intricately plotted by Obito was beyond his comprehension. In such a complex situation, should even one individual act with a moment of folly, or if a single element faltered, it could lead to complete failure. How could everything possibly unfold according to Uchiha Obito's will? That is precisely where Uchiha Obito's brilliance lies, Jin stated solemnly. He has discerned the intricacies of human nature, and with a mere nudge, he can steer the course of events within the confines of his desires. Furthermore, let us not forget that Uchiha Obito has White Zetsu at his disposal. White Zetsu possesses the remarkable ability to impersonate anyone with near perfection. By substituting a few key individuals with White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara can ensure that events unfold without deviation. This alone is sufficient. Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling White Zetsu's capabilities. Previously, he had marveled at this power without considering its implications, but with Uchiha Jin's reminder, he began to sense something amiss. The fact that he encountered Uchiha Madara was already highly suspicious. Coincidentally, at that time, the exhausted Uchiha Madara was actively seeking a suitable successor. The subsequent developments were equally dramatic, as fate seemed to conspire to bring them together. Once could be deemed a coincidence, twice an accident, but what of a third occurrence? With White Zetsu's unique ability to disguise, guiding these events became considerably simpler. Uchiha Obito fixed his gaze intensely upon Uchiha Jin, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "So, tell me, how do you know all this? How did you uncover Madara's schemes?" Uchiha Obito was visibly agitated, eager to grasp the entire truth. "This brings us to the matter of my eyes," Uchiha Jin replied calmly, gazing at Uchiha Obito. "I have glimpsed all possible futures." In the midst of Uchiha Obito's astonished stare, Uchiha Jin's Sharingan began to spin rapidly, forming a unique pattern. It was a peculiar design composed of 6 small triangles encircling a hexagon, reminiscent of a hexagram missing one point, or perhaps a simplistic drawing of the sun. A kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in astonishment, both surprised yet not entirely shocked. Uchiha Jin had seemingly never revealed the existence of this kaleidoscopic Sharingan before, and its sudden appearance was indeed unexpected. However, given Uchiha Jin's prowess, it seemed only natural for him to possess such an eye. Uchiha Jin's kaleidoscopic Sharingan was fleeting, swiftly transforming back into the 3-tomo Sharingan as he continued, "The power of my eyes is known as Koninoto Kotachi, allowing me to trace back to the roots and glimpse into the future. It grants me the ability to perceive many things invisible to others. Long ago, I noticed that peculiar beings always followed you, later discovering they were White Zetsu. Following this thread, I uncovered the existence of Uchiha Madara and his schemes. You, Uchiha Obito, are but a pawn selected by Uchiha Madara. Everything about you lies within the purview of my eyes." Indeed, Uchiha Jin had awakened his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. But the power of Koninoto Kotachi was a fabrication, a mere pretext for his foresight. Without such an explanation, many matters would remain inexplicable. He certainly could not divulge to Uchiha Obito that he was a traveler from another world. Thus, Uchiha Jin was left with no choice but to resort to this ruse. However, he believed it would not be difficult to deceive Uchiha Kyuji. After all, the events he described were genuine. He merely altered the source of the information. Indeed, Uchiha Obito did not question Uchiha Jin's words, and, with a grim expression, exclaimed, "Since you know everything, why do you do nothing? Will you just stand by and watch me be toyed with by that Uchiha Madara? Will you simply watch Rin perish?" Obito's emotions grew increasingly agitated. Uchiha Jin's cold indifference was far more intolerable than Madara's manipulation. Especially disconcerting was the sight of Uchiha Jin standing before him in a lecturing demeanor. I observe from the sidelines for my own reasons, Obito. You must understand that this world does not revolve around you. Not everyone will act according to your desires. Uchiha Jin recognized that Obito's current mindset was quite extreme, and his emotions were volatile. Harsh words could easily provoke his rebellious nature. Yet he did not wish to use some toxic platitude to soothe Obito's wounded spirit. More crucial was to help Obito confront his inner self and truly perceive the world. Uchiha Jin continued, the higher-ups of Konoha did not inquire about your wishes when they assigned you to Minato's team. They did not seek your consent when the war began. Uchiha Madara did not ask for your approval when he chose you as a pawn. Such is the reality of this world. You wish to sever this cycle of cause and effect. Unless you transform this world, it is impossible. Obito fell silent, lost in thought. Jin's words resonated deeply within him, evoking a sense of empathy. Although deceived by Madara, Obito had witnessed many truths during his time in the ninja world. Acknowledging Madara's vision of changing the world and his elaborate plans, he also came to understand the harsh realities of existence, thus gaining a deeper comprehension of Jin's earlier remarks. Calming himself, Obito looked at Uchiha Jin and asked, so, do you agree with Madara's ideology, allowing his plans to unfold unimpeded? No, Jin shook his head. Madara's ideals are commendable, yet his plans are fundamentally flawed. There are other reasons for my temporary disengagement from his scheme. Obito refrained from probing into Jin's reasons and instead inquired, what do you think of Madara's ideals? How do you perceive his plans? After a brief contemplation, Uchiha Jin posed a counter-question. Has Madara ever shared with you his journey of thought? Obito shook his head in confusion, replying, no. He only spoke to me about his philosophy and plans. Jin nodded. Then allow me to introduce you to the life of Uchiha Madara. Born during the tumultuous Warring States period, Madara, having repeatedly experienced the loss of loved ones, harbored a deep yearning for peace. He encountered Senju Hashirama, who shared similar experiences and aspirations, and they quickly became friends. At that time, Hashirama had already begun to formulate a preliminary idea to reconcile warring clans and unite them in the formation of a village, thus eliminating conflict. Madara, lacking his own vision at that moment, temporarily accepted Hashirama's proposal. At the same time, Uchiha Madara was acutely aware that, in their then weak state, they lacked any voice of authority. Others would not heed their words. Thus, the first step towards realizing his aspirations was to become a formidable force and seize the power to speak. Subsequently, a series of events transpired, leading to the disruption of the friendship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as family conflicts escalated into fierce rivalry. It was not until both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama ascended to the roles of clan leaders of their respective families that the true toll of their battles became apparent, culminating in the death of Uchiha Madara's youngest brother, Izuna, on the battlefield. They had grown weary of the incessant strife. Thus, under Senju Hashirama's counsel, Uchiha Madara acquiesced to a proposal for peace, and together they established Konoha Village. Many ninja clans from the Land of Fire joined Konoha, unifying their stance and forming a collective interest, ushering in a fleeting era of tranquility within the tumultuous shinobi world. However, when other ninja clans recognized the necessity of unity to counterbalance Konoha and began emulating its model by establishing their own villages, Uchiha Madara perceived an impending crisis. He realized that the positions of Konoha and the other ninja villages remained adversarial, inevitably leading to conflicts of interest and, ultimately, wars on a scale surpassing that of the Warring States period. This divergence in ideology between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama emerged as a significant rift. Uchiha Madara advocated for a resolute approach to resolve disputes, while Senju Hashirama leaned towards dialogue as a means of resolution. At that time, Senju Hashirama had promised Uchiha Madara that he would become the first Hokage of Konoha, the village's inaugural leader. Therefore, the ideological clash between them did not erupt into open conflict. Senju Hashirama would endure for Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara believed that Konoha would embody his principles. Yet, Senju Hashirama ultimately failed to fulfill his promise, becoming the first Hokage himself, which left Uchiha Madara feeling betrayed and recognizing that Konoha would inevitably descend into greater turmoil due to Hashirama's compromises. Consequently, Uchiha Madara resolved to leave Konoha with his clan. However, the Uchiha clan members, blinded by the brief peace, turned their backs on him, with none choosing to follow him into exile. This profound sense of betrayal laid the groundwork for Uchiha Madara's eventual descent into extremism. After a moment's pause to allow Uchiha Obito to process this revelation, Uchiha Itachi continued, explaining that Uchiha Madara journeyed through the shinobi world, gaining a clearer understanding of the nature of this realm, with every individual holding their own stance. Conflicts are inevitable wherever there are people. In the face of greater conflicts, those with lesser disputes tend to form coalitions of interest, and minor conflicts can escalate into war. Such occurrences are inescapable. Even among beasts, this principle holds true. Thus, achieving lasting peace is nearly an impossible endeavor. As long as life exists, strife will never cease. It was during this time that Uchiha Madara encountered the so-called Eye of the Moon plan, marking the beginning of his radical transformation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Why does the Moon Eye plan lead Uchiha Madara to such extremes? Is there not merit in a world where only the victors and love prevail?" Uchiha Jin, with a disdainful scoff, replied, setting aside the authenticity of the Moon Eye plan. "Do you comprehend its true essence?" The essence of the Moon Eye plan was on the verge of spilling from Obito's lips, a doctrine of only victors and a world of love instilled in him by Madara. But he recognized from Jin's demeanor that this was not the true answer. He shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Uchiha Jin elucidated. The so-called Moon Eye plan seeks to ensnare all individuals within a blissful illusion unique to themselves. It indeed sounds enchanting. Yet, human life is finite. Even devoid of nutritional concerns, the absence of newborns in the real world signifies humanity's eventual demise. This merely resolves the issue by eliminating the one who presents it. This bears no distinction from annihilating the entire shinobi world. At best, it could be deemed a form of euthanasia. Is such a notion not extreme? Yet, it is the sole solution to the problem. Obito grasped the implication in Jin's words and conceded that the Moon Eye plan was indeed somewhat extreme, yet he stubbornly maintained that it was the only viable solution. Although, in a certain sense, his reasoning held merit. When faced with insurmountable problems, eliminating the source of the issue does appear to be the only remedy. However, not all dilemmas necessitate a flawless resolution. A flicker of light crossed Uchiha Jin's eyes as he earnestly asked, "Do you genuinely believe this?" Uchiha Obito solemnly nodded, stating, "Though Uchiha Madara has indeed deceived me, my experiences in various places these days reveal a world rife with sorrow, where everyone endures suffering. What value does such a world hold? This is the conclusion I have drawn. Thus, I shall carry out the plan left by Uchiha Madara. Should his plan falter, I will seek new means to realize this ideology." Obito's descent into darkness was indeed orchestrated by Madara's guidance. However, the methods employed by Madara were remarkably astute. He did not forcibly impose his thoughts upon Obito. Instead, he allowed Obito to witness what he had seen and hear what he had heard, leading him to derive the same conclusions. Consequently, Madara's ideology transformed into Obito's own convictions. Even if Obito recognized that he had been deceived by Madara, it did not waver his beliefs. He would persist in following the path Madara envisioned. One must acknowledge the masterful nature of Madara's technique in cultivating a successor. Uchiha Jin shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. "But have you considered the thoughts of those who are suffering? Have you contemplated why, after enduring so much hardship, they still cling to life in this world? Even the tiniest of creatures strive to survive. Have you ever contemplated the essence of life?" Uchiha Jinx's probing inquiries left Uchiha Obito momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had observed the suffering of countless individuals, yet he had never pondered why they persisted so tenaciously in the face of adversity. Uchiha Obito's eyes were filled with bewilderment, a sense of being at a loss. For millennia, conflict had raged unceasingly, yet some individuals continued to endure. What could possibly account for this? Observing his confusion, Uchiha Jinx spoke again. "The answer to this question is, in fact, quite simple. Reflect on why you have not sought to escape your own suffering, and you will understand." Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow and replied, "It is because I wish to change all of this. I want to put an end to all conflict. That is the essence of life." Uchiha Jinx chuckled softly. In the vast and boundless cosmos, amidst the infinite passage of time, a human lifespan of less than a century barely stirs the waters, rendering one no different from the lowliest of ants. From this perspective, life is devoid of inherent meaning. Yet, Each of us can imbue our existence with significance. Pausing, Uchiha Jinx turned to Uchiha Obito and continued. You claim that your desire to live stems from your ambition to change the world for the better. This, indeed, is the purpose you have ascribed to your life. The individuals you see suffering similarly share this sentiment. Lacking your formidable capabilities, they strive through their own efforts to improve their lives and those of their descendants. This is the meaning of their existence. Because there remains hope and dreams, even amidst their suffering, they continue to fight for life. However, is it truly justifiable for you to seek their annihilation without considering their wishes? Uchiha Obito's face betrayed a struggle, yet changing a deeply entrenched belief proved to be no simple task. He stubbornly asserted, their limited perspective constrains their understanding. I do not require their comprehension. I only need to do what is right. Your demise does not concern me. Uchiha Jinx's tone grew cold as he remarked, your arrogance mirrors that of the Otsutsuki. You are indeed their bloodline descendant. By what right do you deem your actions as righteous? Merely because the so-called Eye of the Moon plan is inscribed on the Uchiha clan's monument as guidance from the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Obito nodded obstinately, asserting, is that not sufficient? The Sage of Six Paths is the founder of the ninja religion, a legendary figure of boundless prowess. How could anything endorsed by the Sage of Six Paths possibly be erroneous? In this realm of ninjas, the sage's status is akin to that of a creator deity. Thus, individuals like Uchiha Obito exhibit a blind faith in the Sage of Six Paths. How absurd! Uchiha Jin scoffed disdainfully and remarked, I have also perused the ancestral stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. It is truly pitiful that anyone would believe such an obvious falsehood. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's face flushed with anger as he retorted, on what grounds do you make such a claim? Uchiha Jin, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, the tablet states that to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, one must first become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and the last Jinchuriki was the Sage of Six Paths, correct? Indeed, that is the case. Uchiha Obito asserted, but what of it? What does that prove? Uchiha Jin coldly laughed. How fitting that we call you Uchiha Kenji. Can you truly be so blind as to miss such a glaring flaw? If the infinite Tsukuyomi were genuinely effective, then why didn't the Sage of Six Paths himself utilize it to sever causality and save the world? Why leave such matters to future generations, allowing the ninja world to languish in conflict for a millennium? Uchiha Jin's words rendered Uchiha Obito speechless. This was indeed a glaring inconsistency that could not be reconciled. If the contents of that stone tablet were true, why didn't the Sage of Six Paths act upon it himself? Given his power, it would have been a trivial task. Thus, the truth is singular. The information recorded on that tablet is false. It was not left by the Sage of Six Paths at all. Uchiha Jin then spoke up. Kaguya has been lurking in the ninja world for thousands of years. It is no small feat that she has managed to wait for both Uchiha Madara and you two fools. Kaguya. Uchiha Obito was taken aback, then incredulously confirmed. Are you suggesting that the information on the Uchiha clan's ancestral tablet is merely a ruse devised by Kaguya? But isn't she the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will? Although Uchiha Obito had never fully trusted Kaguya and had always remained vigilant, it was because he believed her to be the manifestation of Uchiha Madara's will. He could never have imagined that Kaguya was the true puppet master, with Uchiha Madara merely a pawn in her game. This was utterly astonishing. Uchiha Jin nodded affirmatively, stating, Kaguya is indeed the embodiment of someone's will, but that individual is not Uchiha Madara. It is the legendary rabbit goddess, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The mention of Kaguya Otsutsuki sent Uchiha Obito's emotions into a whirlwind. He had not anticipated that this situation involved yet another legendary deity alongside the Sage of Six Paths. However, compared to the sage, the legends surrounding Kaguya Otsutsuki seemed far more ancient and nearly forgotten. Uchiha Obito only knew that this rabbit goddess had once ruled over the world, and beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. In fact, it was the first time he learned that Kaguya's full name was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Obito suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and inquired loudly. You previously remarked that my arrogance is akin to that of the Otsutsuki clan, and that the blood of the Otsutsuki flows within me. Did I mistakenly think you were merely mocking me when you uttered those words? However, now Uchiha Obito learned that the goddess of the hair, referred to as Otsutsuki Kaguya, is indeed related to the Otsutsuki lineage. According to the ancient texts passed down from the Uchiha clan, they are descendants of Indra, the eldest son of the Sage of Six Paths. Could it be that this goddess, Otsutsuki Kagaya, shares a connection with the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Jin nodded. Affirming Obito's thoughts, you are correct. The full name of the Sage of Six Paths is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who is indeed the son of the goddess Otsutsuki Kagaya. Furthermore, Kagaya has another son, Otsutsuki Himura, who is the ancestor of the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Obito was at a loss for words and questioned, "How do you know such ancient history?" Uchiha Jin raised a finger to his eye, saying, "Is your memory limited to mere 7 seconds? I have stated that my eyes can trace back to the roots. Any activity in this world leaves a trace. As long as sufficient traces are found, my eyes can uncover the events that once transpired. Similarly, with enough information, my eyes can predict potential future developments. After weaving one lie, countless others must be spun to cover it." Uchiha Jin found himself in such a predicament. To enhance the credibility of his assertions, he elucidated his ability as clearly as possible. Truly, an impressive pair of eyes. Uchiha Obito gazed enviously at Jin's eyes, reflecting that had he possessed such vision, many situations could have been averted and he might not have arrived at his current juncture. However, Uchiha Obito soon reaffirmed his wavering resolve, comforting himself by stating, "But even if you can glimpse the future, it is merely a possibility, not an inevitability." Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes and replied, "Are you genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance? The future is inherently mutable. The true future is as plentiful as the sands of the Ganges, brimming with infinite possibilities. What I can do is strive to discern the threads of these futures and steer the favorable ones into existence. Naturally, this is not guaranteed." He continued, "Do you recall that time you sparred with Kakashi? I wished to ascertain whether you could defeat him and use my ability. In total, I observed 14,604 potential futures. Can you guess what I witnessed?" Uchiha Obito swallowed hard, curiosity piqued, and asked, "What did you see?" Truthfully, Uchiha Obito could not recall the specific sparring session Jin referred to, as he and Kakashi had engaged in countless matches. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Obito's curiosity. After all, he had never triumphed in any of his encounters with Kakashi. At that time, the disparity between him and Kakashi was quite evident. Uchiha Obito was eager to discover what outcomes might arise from the possibilities he had witnessed regarding Uchiha Oben. One day, Uchiha Oben raised a finger and earnestly stated, "I have foreseen 14,604 possible outcomes, and you have only triumphed over Kakashi once. This signifies that Kakashi possesses an almost infinite margin for error, while you might falter with merely a misplaced finger." This revelation underscored the formidable challenge of altering the future. Uchiha Obito responded, "I comprehend the logic, but is it not a bit excessive to use me as an example?" Returning to the core of the discussion, Uchiha Oben refrained from dwelling on the topic of his abilities and continued, "However, what even the brothers Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Himura remain oblivious to is that Otsutsuki Kagaya actually has a third child." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito shivered, incredulity washing over him. "Surely you do not mean that third child is Kagaya's dark half?" The foundations of Uchiha Obito's beliefs began to crumble at the thought of Kagaya's dark half being the offspring of the legendary goddess of the moon. Yet Uchiha Oben affirmed, "Indeed, though it may be difficult to accept, Kagaya's dark half is undeniably her third child, a sibling of the Sage of Six Paths. However, in the creation of Kagaya's dark half, she acted somewhat hastily, resulting in a flawed creation. In the original manga narrative, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother were devoid of a father, having been birthed by Kagaya herself. In contrast, the animated adaptation's portrayal of some supposed celestial emperor is nothing but a fabrication, transforming Kagaya into a simplistic and naive character, which deviates significantly from logical coherence. Within the perspective of the Otsutsuki clan, humans and ants are indistinguishable. Would one ever entertain a romantic relationship with an ant? Thus, the manga's depiction proves to be more reasonable. In anticipation of the possible pursuers from the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya created 2 powerful sons to enhance her own strength. This aligns with Kagaya's ongoing endeavors to transform humans into her white Zetsu weapons. Therefore, Kagaya's dark half, who has always referred to her as mother, is indeed a sibling of the Sage of Six Paths. How can this be? Uchiha Obito struggled to accept the identity of Kagaya's dark half and yearned to uncover the complete truth. Uchiha Oben continued, "The origins of all this stem from an extraterrestrial race known as the Otsutsuki, who traversed the cosmos in pairs, seeking planets teeming with life. They plant divine trees capable of consuming the life essence of these planets. When the divine tree matures, it bears chakra fruits, which are imbued with immense energy and genetic information. Upon consuming these chakra fruits, the Otsutsuki clan undergoes evolution, continuously ascending to higher forms of life. Thousands of years ago, Kaguya Otsutsuki and her superior, Otsutsuki Ishiki, arrived in this world with a sapling of the divine tree, the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails is merely a sapling of the divine tree. Uchiha Obito was left in a state of astonishment. After a prolonged period of listening, he finally heard a familiar term from Uchiha Jin, yet the emergence of the Ten Tails filled him with an ominous premonition. It is imperative to note that the foundational condition of the Moon Eye plan is to gather all 9-tailed beasts and fuse them into the Ten Tails. Uchiha Obito could not fathom the absence of a connection between these two events. Ignoring Obito's astonishment, Uchiha Jin continued, explaining that the Otsutsuki clan operates in pairs due to the necessity of the Ten Tails, which must consume another Otsutsuki before it can transform into the God Tree. Therefore, two Otsutsuki must act in concert. One becomes the living sacrifice during the planting of the God Tree, while the other remains behind to guard and await the tree's maturation. The Otsutsuki Kaguya, who arrived in this world, was indeed the living sacrifice intended for the planting of the God Tree. At this revelation, Uchiha Obito grasped the implication. Something must have transpired between the Otsutsuki duo, Kaguya and Otsutsuki Ishiki, that led to their failure, for otherwise, this world could not have survived to the present day. Uchiha Jin continued. Although the Otsutsuki designated as a living sacrifice can be reincarnated through a method known as a wedge and does not truly perish, for reasons unknown, Kaguya betrayed Ishiki at a critical juncture. Seizing the moment when Ishiki was unguarded, she pushed him towards the Ten Tails, becoming the sacrifice for the God Tree's planting. Subsequently, Kaguya settled in this world. However, her existence was far from pleasant, as the Otsutsuki clan comprises more than just the two of them. Once the other Otsutsuki in the starry skies became aware of the events transpiring here, they would undoubtedly descend to seek retribution. Kaguya lived in a state of constant anxiety and began preparing for battle. Initially, Kaguya consumed an immature chakra fruit, acquiring formidable power, thus becoming the progenitor of chakra in this world. With her absolute strength, she subdued the realm, earning the reverence of the populace as the goddess of the moon. Subsequently, she bore two sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, hoping they would protect her and fight alongside her. Ultimately, Kaguya even initiated a localized infinite Tsukuyomi, aiming to transform the indigenous inhabitants of the planet into humanoid weapons known as White Zetsu to bolster her forces. Wait, Uchiha Obito interjected, astonished by Uchiha Jin's words. Are you suggesting that the infinite Tsukuyomi is a technique for transforming individuals into White Zetsu? His eyes widened in disbelief. Obito was no stranger to the White Zetsu. Half of his own body was composed of their flesh and blood. Furthermore, within the base left by Uchiha Madara lay thousands of White Zetsu. Could it be that those White Zetsu were transformed from ordinary people? Upon reflection, it dawned on him that those simple-minded, uniquely capable White Zetsu were indeed well-suited to serve as fodder to exhaust the enemy's strength. Obito's expression darkened to an extreme degree. He never anticipated that the very method he regarded as his sole hope was, in fact, such a technique. He had truly been deceived in the most profound manner. Indeed, Uchiha Jin reaffirmed his previous statements and continued, Kaguya Otsutsuki is well aware that, given the strength of the Otsutsuki clan, the White Zetsu could at most delay them. Relying on the White Zetsu to conquer them is an impossible endeavor. Thus, Kaguya did not descend into madness in her ambition to transform all of humanity into White Zetsu. Rather, she chose to convert those who defied her will and resisted her reign. Her primary hope rested upon her two sons, who each possessed a fragment of her power. Yet, Kaguya never anticipated that her sons would betray her. Uchiha Obito, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, "Why is that?" This development had not crossed Obito's mind. He assumed that the Sage of Six Paths' two sons would invariably side with Kaguya. Uchiha Jin shook his head and replied, Kaguya, hailing from beyond this world, habitually regarded its inhabitants as mere insects, viewing her two sons as followers who needed only to obey without grasping the greater truths. Consequently, Kaguya never communicated much with her sons. However, she overlooked a crucial fact. Although she originated from another realm, her sons were not of that ilk. Hyuga Hamura and Hyuga Hagoromo grew up in this world, immersed in the culture of its native populace, and thus considered themselves to be of this land. They did not see the inhabitants as mere pests, but rather as companions. Therefore, when the brothers discovered Kagaya's intent to turn people into white Zetsu, they perceived their mother as a tyrannical ruler and resolved to overthrow her dominion. It is indeed ironic that Kagaya failed to regard the original denizens of this world as human, raising questions about her so-called tyranny. Ultimately, she succumbed to the arrogance deeply rooted in her bloodline. The three engaged in battle for several months, culminating in Kagaya being sealed within the moon by her two sons. Before her complete sealing, Kagaya, in a desperate bid, created her third child, Black Zetsu, hoping he would liberate her from her confinement. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was one of the necessary conditions for breaking Kagaya's seal, as Black Zetsu was a hasty creation of Kagaya. He did not possess the formidable strength of his two brothers. Instead, he was endowed with an almost infinite lifespan. For millennia, Black Zetsu has been scheming in the shadows, laying numerous plans throughout this world. Finally, a contingency he set in motion several decades ago bore fruit, guiding Uchiha Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. To further his agenda, Black Zetsu manifested in the guise of Madara's will, guiding both Madara and Yu. Uchiha Jin paused at this juncture, gazing at Uchiha Obito, and stated, thus, the so-called Eye of the Moon plan has never been the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths. Rather, it is an intricate deception. Uchiha Obito remained silent, his emotions a tumultuous blend, uncertain of how to present himself before Uchiha Jin. Was he in pain? Indeed. The anguish he felt upon discovering that what he deemed his final hope was but a farce was profound. Yet, amidst this suffering, he sensed an inexplicable relief. Observing his demeanor, Uchiha Jin recognized the moment was ripe to speak again. In truth, it is understandable that someone of your intellect would become disillusioned with this world, possibly leading you to extreme measures. Uchiha Obito, rendered speechless, retorted coldly, must you incessantly mock my past failures? My disinterest in trivial knowledge does not equate to a lack of intelligence. He was left in a state of exasperation. When he had taken the exam for the position of Sennin, the majority of the questions revolved around theoretical knowledge, and having never paid attention in class. It was hardly surprising that his results were poor. How could one judge a person's intellect based on rote memorization? You fail to understand. That is precisely the issue. Uchiha Jin shook his head and earnestly replied, had you taken your studies seriously, you would have realized that this world is not as dire as you imagine. Although fraught with conflict, it is also continually advancing. Compared to the past, life has indeed improved significantly. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Jin, not one to keep secrets, elaborated. From a historical perspective, this world can be divided into 4 eras: ancient, prehistoric, the Warring States period, and the present. In the ancient times, humanity struggled to clothe themselves and face starvation, battling ferociously against beasts for survival. In that era, humans were scarcely different from wild animals. As we transitioned to the prehistoric age, where figures like Kagaya Otsutsuki existed, people began to cultivate the land, weave textiles, and construct shelters. Basic living conditions had improved considerably, alleviating the constant struggle against wild creatures. During the Warring States period, individuals began striving for a better existence, leading to conflicts over resources. While this era was rife with strife, it also indicated an elevation in living standards. After all, who would have the energy to pursue more if they could not secure their daily meals? As the systems of governance and community emerged, conflicts became more centralized, escalating into large-scale wars. It is undeniable that while those in war-torn areas still endure hardship, the lives of people in major nations such as the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Earth remain relatively stable. This, too, is a form of progress. Noticing Uchiha Obito lost in contemplation, Uchiha Jin paused before adding, of course, this analysis is from a macro perspective. I merely wish to convey that the world is indeed progressing, not to suggest that the suffering you witness is non-existent. The marginalized populace of this world continues to endure hardship, yet this plight is not solely a consequence of war. It stems from the discord between 2 distinct social classes. Your perspective is fundamentally flawed. Peace does not guarantee that every individual in this world will live a life of prosperity. To alter the fabric of this world and liberate all from suffering cannot be achieved merely by eradicating war. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with a newfound understanding. During his travels through the ninja realm, he had witnessed considerable suffering, even among the lower classes of the affluent land of fire and the bountiful land of rivers, whose lives were far from satisfactory. Initially, Obito attributed their plight to the incessant wars, but through Uchiha Shin's elucidation, he realized that the reality was more complex. Regardless of whether in times of war or peace, the lives of the lower classes remained fraught with difficulty, while a certain segment of society thrived in abundance and even excess. Is this the essence of social stratification? What do you think? Obito turned to Uchiha Shin and earnestly inquired, "Since you perceive this so clearly, you must have discovered a method to transform this world." "Indeed," Uchiha Shin replied confidently. "I have examined nearly every conceivable approach to changing the world and have finally discerned the most accurate path." Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes brightened, and he pressed, "What is this path?" "Unification." "Unification?" "Yes, unification," Uchiha Shin affirmed, nodding, and elaborated. "This is not merely about territorial unification. It encompasses a unification of understanding, of stance, of social class. We must first acknowledge that absolute absence of conflict is unattainable anywhere. Wherever humanity resides, interests exist, and with interests come disputes, entanglements, calculations, malice, and treachery. Since humanity has produced surplus value, the distribution of interests has disrupted the equilibrium of human hearts. Each individual's unique experiences shape distinct ways of thinking, perspectives on issues, and societal demands, leading to a multitude of conflicts and grievances. Thus, our goal should be to minimize these disputes as much as possible. Unification is the most effective means to achieve this minimization. For instance, during the Warring States period, the various clans of Konoha were mortal enemies. Yet once they became villagers of Konoha, while disputes persisted, they no longer reached the extremes of life and death. Similarly, if we consider each clan as separate villages, unifying the ninja world, perceptions, and stances will naturally diminish conflicts. And this is merely the first step. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "The resistance you will encounter in implementing this initial step will likely rival that faced in executing the Moon Eye Plan. While it is true that post-unification, significant conflicts are unlikely to recur, with most matters resolvable through negotiation, not everyone will share your vision. Most individuals tend to focus solely on their immediate self-interests. And the 5 great ninja villages have been embroiled in conflict for countless years, harboring deep-seated enmities toward one another. Moreover, the unity you seek transcends mere territorial boundaries. It encompasses ideological and positional alignments as well. How exceedingly challenging it is." Uchiha Obito shook his head in disbelief, feeling that the aspiration to realize Uchiha Shin's vision was nothing short of an insurmountable task. However, Uchiha Shin's expression remained unchanged as he remarked, "Indeed, as you have stated, achieving unity is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, yet it may not be as formidable as you envision. Consider the inception of Konoha, where dissenting voices arose from the Uchiha and Senju clans, who had been at odds for over a millennium. At that time, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama nearly silenced these objections through sheer personal willpower. Yet, mere years later, when Uchiha Madara sought to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha, how many of those who once opposed the founding of the village were willing to follow him? Not a single one. While it is true that most people possess a short-sighted perspective, once they are presented with tangible benefits, their resistance diminishes significantly. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Obito refrained from disputing Uchiha Shin's assertions. The reality before him served as a compelling example, leaving little room for doubt. Uchiha Obito inquired further, "And then what? Once unity is achieved, what shall you do next?" Uchiha Shin replied, "There are countless matters to address. Even speaking of them for days and nights would not suffice. Some issues must be approached with consideration to the local context, and it is premature to discuss them now. In essence, this can be encapsulated in a single phrase: resolve internal conflicts, ideally transforming them into external ones." Transforming internal conflicts into external ones? Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, then queried with uncertainty, "How do you intend to accomplish that? And if we are unified, where are the externals?" Uchiha Shin smiled faintly and responded, "Have you forgotten the Otsutsuki clan?" Uchiha Obito suddenly realized the oversight. His focus had been so fixated on the future of the ninja world that he nearly overlooked the lurking ambitions of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Shin continued, "When a common enemy presents itself, Internal discord tends to diminish, making many matters considerably easier. Furthermore, since the Uchiha clan traverses the cosmos, why should we not aspire to do the same? Their existence has already proven that we are not alone in this universe. It teems with countless resources waiting to be discovered. Why confine our ambitions to this solitary planet? Our journey lies among the stars and the vast seas. Uchiha Obito gazed at Uchiha Shin, his expression one of astonishment. Having awakened from the delusions of the Moon's Eye plan, he initially believed that he and Uchiha Madara had reached the pinnacle of extremism. Yet, in comparison to Uchiha Shin, he and Uchiha Madara seemed mere novices. To put it plainly, while he and Uchiha Madara sought merely to take lives, Uchiha Shin aimed not only to extinguish lives, but to reach into the very hearts of others. Astonishingly, Uchiha Shin harbored aspirations of breaking free from this world, this planet, and venturing into the cosmos. The madness of Uchiha Obito transcends mere extremity. Yet, it cannot be denied that if Obito's vision were to succeed, it would undoubtedly forge a world approaching perfection. When the entire ninja realm stands united against external forces, and when distinctions of territory and class dissolve, the lives of the vast majority would undoubtedly improve. Perhaps, in that eventuality, the world would usher in an era of everlasting peace. However, considering that Obito was already aware of Madara Uchiha's grand design and the insidious plot of Kaguya, why does he choose to let events unfold as they will? Regardless of the righteousness of Obito's beliefs or the potential success of his ambitions, Rin is already gone. No matter how magnificent Obito's envisioned world may be, Rin is no longer present. In a world devoid of Rin, what significance does possessing everything hold? The aura surrounding Uchiha Obito fluctuated violently, and his countenance twisted into a grimace. Strangely enough, the more he comprehended Obito's ideology and acknowledged its validity, the more incensed he became. If Rin cannot inhabit that world, what purpose does its existence serve? I shall not concede to you. Uchiha Obito suddenly glared fiercely at Obito, exclaiming with fervor, "Let that nonsensical moon eye plan be cast to the winds. From this moment forth, I shall oppose you, Uchiha Obito. I will destroy your plans at any cost." Obito was taken aback, sensing the resentment in Obito's tone, leaving even him somewhat at a loss. Just moments ago, they were conversing amicably. How did it devolve into madness so swiftly? Is this the nature of the Uchiha? When asked why, before Obito could pose the question, Uchiha Obito himself elucidated. It is due to your indifference toward Rin's plight. Obito perceived no difference between the self-proclaimed omnipotent Obito and those Otsutsuki who regard humanity as mere insects. Both exhibit the same arrogance. Obito's apathetic demeanor towards Rin's demise ignited an all-consuming fury within Uchiha Obito. He demanded retribution from Obito for this transgression. "Oh, you mean Rin?" Obito finally grasped the source of Obito's ire, helplessly raising his hands in surrender. "I merely stated that I did not stand idly by while you suffered. That does not imply I was indifferent towards others. You must understand, you are you, and Rin is Rin. My failure to extricate you from Madara's schemes does not equate to my inability to save Rin." Uchiha Obito's single eye widened in disbelief, incredulously inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "It means exactly what it says." Obito clarified, "Rin is alive. I saved her." "Impossible." Uchiha Obito trembled, shouting in agitation, "I confirmed it myself." Rin's heart was utterly crushed. "She cannot still be alive." Obito replied calmly, "For decades, both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju confirmed that Madara was deceased, so why does Madara still draw breath?" "Uchiha Obito, are you referring to Izanagi?" Uchiha Obito learned many exclusive techniques of the Uchiha clan under the tutelage of Uchiha Madara, including the art of Izanagi, which allowed Madara to feign death and escape before Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. Even now, Obito possesses a spare 3-tomo Sharingan in his left eye socket, specifically for the execution of Izanagi. Thus, when Uchiha Jin mentioned Madara's feigned death, Obito immediately thought of that forbidden technique capable of altering reality, Izanagi. Uchiha Jin nodded in affirmation of Obito's speculation, stating, "You are correct. Before Rin's demise, I expended one of my 3-tomo Sharingan to seal the Izanagi technique within her. Therefore, Rin did not truly perish that day. She awoke shortly after your departure. However, for certain reasons, I did not disseminate this information, not even to Kakashi, who remains unaware that Rin is still alive." Obito swallowed hard and inquired with difficulty, Then why are you revealing this truth to me now? I had not intended to inform you. Uchiha Jin replied, casting a meaningful glance at Obito. In the future I witnessed, you may commit acts worse than that of beasts, which is why I initially planned to let Rin emerge at that moment to strike you down. However, due to my interference, Yahiko did not fall victim to the conspiracy of Hanzo the Salamander and Shimura Danzo, leading to a cascade of altered events. As the saying goes, pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Yahiko's escape from Hanzo and Danzo's plot inadvertently involved you. You would become the one to take Yahiko's life in place of Hanzo and Danzo. Yet, your choice surprised me. Your moment of hesitation, refraining from killing Yahiko immediately, unexpectedly steered you towards the brightest future amidst darkness. This is your own decision. I have thus recognized my previous arrogance. I presume to control everything and guide all towards a luminous future. However, the nature of the cause dictates the nature of the outcome, and ultimately, it is your choices that shape your path. Hence, I have altered my original intention and chosen to stand forth to reveal all truths to you. As for how you will act and what future you will pursue, that is entirely dependent upon your own choices. Uchiha Obito fell silent, absorbing Uchiha Jin's earnest words, aware that Jin's was not deceiving him and had genuinely entrusted the power of choice to him. Simultaneously, Obito realized that if he chose the path of darkness this time, Jin's would not hesitate to sever their past bonds and strike him down without remorse. Obito had no doubt that Jin's, privy to all his secrets, possessed the strength to do so. After a long pause, Obito gazed at Jin's and softly inquired, "May I know your reason for observing me with such indifference?" After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jin's nodded and replied, "Firstly, it is due to the existence of Uchiha Madara. The prowess of Uchiha Madara is unfathomable. Although he is nearing the end of his life, the activation of his Rinnegan has already placed him on the threshold of the Sage of Six Paths. I cannot claim with certainty that I can overcome him. Furthermore, Madara's life has reached its twilight. Even if he acknowledges the erroneous nature of his path, he lacks the time to pursue a new one. And mere words are insufficient to sway him. While my abilities allow me to glimpse numerous futures, this is contingent upon having sufficient clues at my disposal. If it were not for you, I would not have perceived the reality of Uchiha Madara's continued existence, nor would I have been able to discern the presence of Kaguya. Should I recklessly rescue you from his grasp, he might retreat into the shadows once more, seeking new opportunities, complicating matters further. This is one of the reasons I have concealed the truth of Rin's survival. Uchiha Madara would never permit you to maintain such significant ties to this world. Only with Rin's demise can one truly live." Uchiha Obito nodded, fully aware of Madara's formidable strength, having been taught by him. He understood Uchiha Kakashi's concerns. Yet, Kakashi's next statement left Obito momentarily stunned. "However, this is not the primary reason for my detached observation of you." "What does that mean?" Obito pondered. Perplexed, could there exist an even more formidable entity entwined with his fate than Uchiha Madara? Kakashi elucidated, "In terms of sheer strength, the path Madara has charted for you is indeed the most suitable. Your talents are extraordinarily unique. Through conventional training methods, you would likely only attain the status of an elite jonin in your lifetime. Yet your potential far exceeds such limitations. You could even ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Only Uchiha Madara possesses the capacity to fully awaken your latent abilities. Moreover, not everyone is afforded the opportunity to inherit Madara's teachings. Therefore, I believe that if you can retain your original intentions while embracing Madara's legacy, it would be immensely beneficial for you, for the village, and for the world at large. This world belongs to you, as well as to us, but ultimately, it is still yours. You shine like the sun in the morning, vibrant and full of energy. My expectations for you extend far beyond merely becoming Hokage. I envision you as a beacon to illuminate the world after my generation and that of Minato has passed." Kakashi's earnest words sent a shiver through Obito. He had never anticipated such lofty expectations from Kakashi. To become a sun that illuminates the world? A tumult of complex emotions surged within Obito, as he felt his long-dormant blood awaken and begin to boil. Indeed, this world is shrouded in darkness, yet he could become a beacon of light, striving to illuminate every shadowy corner. He, too, could be the sun that brightens this world. Closing his eyes, Obito exhaled a breath laden with the weight of despair. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze was resolute, and the somber aura that enveloped him dissipated entirely. "Teacher Jin, Uchiha Obito removed the vortex mask from his face, revealing a warm smile as he asked, "Could you elaborate on your thoughts?" "Of course." Uchiha Jin responded with a gentle smile. In the real world, only a few seconds had passed. Why had they suddenly become motionless? Yahiko observed the standoff between Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Obito, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, he dared not interrupt, fearing he might inadvertently cause an unforeseen incident. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach and retching, his aura diminishing rapidly. Simultaneously, Uchiha Jin's body responded, his eyes transforming into the chilling kaleidoscope Sharingan. "Today, you may have won, but we shall meet again," Uchiha Obito declared as he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan ability, Kimui. Ripples emanated from his right eye, distorting his form as he began to shift into the Kimui dimension. Thinking of escaping? Fire Fist. Uchiha Jin raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch. A fist of flames surging toward Uchiha Obito. Obito's pupils constricted as he halted his transfer, using intangibility to evade Jin's fiery strike. Flaming Ascendancy. Uchiha Jin spread his arms wide, unleashing an endless torrent of flames that engulfed the surroundings. Moments later, four towering walls of fire encircled the area, remaining steadfast. Such mere firewalls cannot hinder me. Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. Uchiha Obito emerged from the remnants of the fire punch, swiftly burrowing into the ground. Fire Release. Blazing Hell. Uchiha Jin's gaze remained unwavering as he pressed his palms together, lifting 1 foot high before stomping down with force. A surge of thermal energy flowed into the earth beneath his foot. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded, and several fire columns, each over 10 meters in diameter, erupted from the ground, transforming the nearby terrain into molten lava. Uchiha Obito was forced out from below, and simultaneously, a dark figure materialized not far away. Another expert? "You all exit first." Fire Release. Fire Whirl. Uchiha Jin cast a glance at the enigmatic figure of Kurizetsu, then swiftly extended his hand toward Yahiko and Konan, enveloping them in a swirling flame that carried them through the firewalls, away from the blazing confines. "You truly are in a dire predicament, driven to this extent." Kurizetsu approached Uchiha Obito, his tone laced with reproach. "Were it not for your impulsive decision, we would not have found ourselves in this situation." Uchiha Obito's voice was low and filled with agitation. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu also turned to gaze into Uchiha Jin's eyes, softly muttering to himself, "This pattern is a new eye that has never been seen before." While the Mangekyo Sharingan is exceedingly rare, the Uchiha clan has witnessed numerous instances of dual Mangekyo Sharingan throughout its millennia-long history. Among them, there are several possessing similar abilities, such as Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, both of whom can summon the black flames of Amaterasu, incinerating all to ash. Kurizetsu, who has been stealthily observing the Uchiha clan, has encountered many Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Yet this pair of eyes belonging to Uchiha Jin is a first for him. Be cautious. Do not make eye contact. His ocular technique is an illusion type and quite formidable. Observing Kurizetsu directly locking eyes with Uchiha Jin, Obito Uchiha hastily interjected with a warning. Understood. A flicker of unease surged within Kurizetsu, prompting him to avert his gaze. This was not due to fear of Uchiha Jin's illusion. After all, Kurizetsu is the embodiment of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, possessing immense mental fortitude, with most of his abilities revolving around mental control. Consequently, Kurizetsu exhibits a high resistance to illusions, having even been immune to the infinite Tsukuyomi unleashed by the Rinnegan in the original narrative. Thus, Kurizetsu's concern was not for Uchiha Jin's illusionary Mangekyo Sharingan, but rather for the risk of Obito Uchiha discovering this peculiar trait of his. However, witnessing Obito's anxious demeanor as he faced Uchiha Jin, Kurizetsu felt a slight sense of relief. This guy, Obito, is rather easy to deceive. The temperature here is excessively high. I fear White Zetsu cannot enter. Obito Uchiha inquired. Can you buy me some time to transfer my body? Obito's phasing merely temporarily shifts his body to the Kimui dimension. Once the time elapses, he will inevitably return to the real world. To truly relocate his body to the Kimui dimension requires a duration of transfer. Moreover, during the process of transitioning his body, he cannot employ phasing to evade harm. Hence, to escape this predicament, he needs someone to buy him time for the transfer. You truly are, Kurizetsu inwardly cursed. What would he do if Obito transferred? Uchiha Jin had turned the ground into a sea of molten lava with his flames, leaving him unable to escape through the earth. Did Obito intend to treat him as mere cannon fodder like White Zetsu? The situation had yet to reach that critical juncture. And Kurizetsu suppressed his rising anger, his mind racing as he articulated. His speed is remarkable. You cannot simply outrun him. However, with your capabilities, it is certainly feasible to extricate yourself from the flames he has conjured. Once you escape this inferno, we can signal White Zetsu outside for assistance. So, just as Kurizetsu was detailing the strategy to Obito, the latter suddenly raised his hand, extending a black iron rod that pierced into Kurizetsu's body. This was the application of the Yin-Yang release technique taught to Obito by Madara Uchiha. Although Uchiha Obito has yet to fully master this technique, the black iron rod already resembles the later iteration of the black stick, possessing some ability to disrupt chakra. The ceiling formation. Kurizetsu gazed in disbelief at Uchiha Obito, who had suddenly attacked him, but before he could finish his words, Obito unleashed a sealing technique upon him. Since Uchiha Jin chose to confront Uchiha Obito, he naturally would not let Kurizetsu, who had been lurking for thousands of years, escape unscathed. However, to lower Kurizetsu's guard, Obito had staged this act alongside Uchiha Jin to deceive him. For talismans inscribed with sealing runes, guided by Obito's black iron rod, drifted towards Kurizetsu, binding his mobility. How dare you? Kurizetsu struggled violently, attempting to break free from the confines of the sealing formation. Although Kurizetsu was notoriously difficult to kill due to his unique constitution, the sealing technique proved to be the most effective means against him. However, as a seasoned schemer, Kurizetsu certainly had countermeasures prepared against Uchiha Obito. Sealing confinement talisman. With a soft command from Kurizetsu, Obito froze momentarily as several black rods pierced through his body. This was a contingency left by Uchiha Madara within Obito, allowing for control over his actions at a mere thought. As the manifestation of Madara's will, Kurizetsu naturally held dominion over the control of the confinement talismans within Obito's body. Obito's body trembled slightly, his arm involuntarily rising to tear off the sealing talisman affixed to Kurizetsu. Obito, there is no need to struggle. You cannot resist the power of Lord Madara. Kurizetsu mocked, sensing Obito's resistance. Gritting his teeth, Obito focused all his energy on resisting Kurizetsu's control, rendering him unable to even respond. Kurizetsu, observing this, displayed a look of disdain and ceased speaking, intensifying his grip over Obito. By the way, have you forgotten my existence? At that moment, Uchiha Jin's voice echoed in Kurizetsu's ear. Unbeknownst to them, Jin had already positioned himself before them. Kurizetsu's pupils constricted, and there was no time to react. For symbol sealing, Uchiha Jin struck Kurizetsu's abdomen, sending forth black runes emanating sealing power that enveloped Kurizetsu entirely, repressing the strength within him. Still not enough, Crimson Lotus sealing. Faced with Kurizetsu, a being who had existed for thousands of years, Jin could not afford to be complacent with just one sealing technique. Furthermore, given Kurizetsu's long life, it was plausible that he had researched various methods to counteract sealing techniques, aware of his own weaknesses. The four-symbol sealing was a hereditary sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, so it would not be surprising if Kurizetsu could unravel it. Therefore, aside from the four-symbol sealing, which was a widely known sealing technique in the ninja world, Jin felt it necessary to employ some sealing methods that had never before appeared in the ninja realm to ensure complete confidence. Uchiha Jin, for various reasons, learned numerous sealing techniques from Minato Namikaze through Kushina Uzumaki, with the four-symbol seal being one of them. The sealing technique known as the Fiery Crimson Lotus was developed by Uchiha Jin himself, based on the principles of sealing arts combined with his own abilities. Once sealed, a seed of flame manifests within the target, taking root in their dantian and drawing upon their vital essence to blossom into a fiery red lotus. The sealed individual is drained of all their strength and rendered powerless to resist. After executing the Fiery Crimson Lotus, Uchiha Jin did not cease his efforts. He reinforced the sealing formation binding Kagaya's Black Zetsu, restraining its movements even further. Uchiha Jin was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He never anticipated that you could sway Obito. At that moment, Black Zetsu, imprisoned by multiple layers of seals, had surprisingly calmed down, gazing at Uchiha Jin with a sense of contemplation. It dawned on Black Zetsu that the confrontation between Uchiha Jin and Obito was merely a ruse. They had utilized Genjutsu to evade detection and converse within the illusion. However, the method by which Uchiha Jin convinced Obito remained a mystery. "Oh, you know of me?" Uchiha Jin queried, intrigued by the familiarity in Black Zetsu's tone. Black Zetsu responded, "When Madara was choosing a suitable heir, he did take note of you. However, your talents were deemed too mediocre, which is why he did not select you as his successor. Yet, your remarkable performance during the war between Konoha and Kirigakure surprised even Madara, leaving him astonished for a time. Logically speaking, you should not have achieved such success." Uchiha Jin could not outright deny this claim. Perhaps Madara's assessment referred to his past self, who, despite having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan and being a Jonin, would indeed be considered mediocre in Madara's eyes. After being restrained, Obito felt considerably relieved and remarked, "Madara clearly lacks vision. After all, Teacher Jin is on par with Teacher Minato. If that is considered mediocre, then what does that make me, the Thailander?" Black Zetsu cast a sidelong glance at Obito, retorting, "What I meant by mediocre is not in that sense. In terms of shinobi, Uchiha Jin is undeniably a genius, but within the Uchiha clan, he is indeed rather ordinary." Uchiha Jin simply replied, "Are you suggesting I am emotionally detached?" "Exactly." Black Zetsu nodded. "Having lost your parents at a young age and lacking close friends, you have always been a solitary figure. Your emotional detachment and absence of bonds should, in theory, prevent you from ever awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. In contrast, Obito is filled with fervent emotions, his heart overflowing with love. Individuals like him can easily awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan with just a little guidance. He is a true genius of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Jin made no rebuttal to this observation. After experiencing the devastating loss of his parents and awakening his Sharingan, the original self withdrew into a shell of isolation, maintaining a distant yet not entirely detached relationship with others, failing to forge any significant bonds thereafter. His circumstances indeed rendered the possibility of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan quite improbable. However, Uchiha Obito was a different case altogether. Upon accepting his identity and resolving to enact change, perhaps spurred by intense stimuli, perhaps due to the fusion of two souls that greatly enhanced his mental fortitude, or perhaps owing to the fortuitous advantages of his transmigration, he promptly activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. His emotions burned with fervor. Uchiha Obito scoffed lightly, stating, "I shall certainly express my gratitude for the gifts from you and the old man Madara in due time, but your words hold no weight now. If given a choice, Uchiha Obito would rather not have been noticed by Uchiha Madara. As the saying goes, one misstep could lead to eternal regret, and looking back, a century has passed." Although Uchiha Obito had yet to commit any regrettable actions, his mindset was irrevocably transformed. He was no longer the boy he once was. In the face of Uchiha Obito's threat, Kurizetsu merely chuckled coldly, retorting, "Do not rejoice too soon." Though Uchiha Rin's appearance was unexpected, "Your life is but a fleeting thought away from my control." Despite Kurizetsu being sealed, the binding curse hidden within Uchiha Obito's heart had already been activated. Now, Kurizetsu needed merely a thought to determine his fate. "Is that so?" Fire release, fire spear. Suddenly, Uchiha Rin raised his hand with lightning speed, pointing a finger at Uchiha Obito's chest. A flame, no thicker than his pinky, appeared at Uchiha Rin's fingertip, swiftly swirling to form a conical shape radiating intense heat, resembling the tip of a rocket. Kurizetsu was taken aback, initially believing Uchiha Rin was targeting him, but by the time he realized that Uchiha Rin's aim was Uchiha Obito, it was already too late. No, even had he discerned Uchiha Rin's intent, Kurizetsu lacked the power to thwart his actions. With a soft hiss, Uchiha Rin's finger struck Uchiha Obito's chest, the fiery spear piercing through his body. After a brief pause, it shattered his heart, and the binding curse inscribed upon it into fragments. Uchiha Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, yet a smile graced his face. "Can you still control me now?" Blood trickled from the corner of Uchiha Obito's mouth, yet his smile grew ever more radiant. Though he faced death, he had liberated himself from the clutches of Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu. From henceforth, the sea is vast enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to soar. Kurizetsu fell silent. Now he had lost his final bargaining chip. Uchiha Obito's body crumpled to the ground, but beneath the mask, the three-tomo Sharingan in his left eye socket quietly faded in color. Izanagi, the technique to alter fate. In the original narrative, Uchiha Obito having resolved the binding on his heart through Kakashi's intervention, immediately became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, reborn through the formidable regenerative powers of the Ten Tails. Currently, Uchiha Obito does not possess formidable regenerative abilities. He can only expend a Sharingan with 3 Tomo to employ Izanagi to alter his fate. Simultaneously, in order to utilize Izanagi to break free from the binding curse, one must seize the most opportune moment. Izanagi enables the practitioner to negate adverse events that have transpired within a certain time frame, transforming only favorable occurrences into reality. Essentially, when Izanagi is activated, it harnesses the Sharingan to record the caster's current state. During the effective period of Izanagi, regardless of the harm inflicted upon the caster, even in the event of death, they may physically revert to their recorded state. Long ago, Uchiha Madara had ensnared Obito with a binding curse, and at that time, Obito lacked the knowledge of Izanagi. Thus, he could not document his original state. If Obito were to merely resurrect himself using Izanagi, the binding curse within his heart would revive alongside him. Therefore, to extricate himself from the binding curse using Izanagi, a suitable moment must be chosen. The crux of this endeavor lies in Uchiha Jin's precise control over chakra. Moments later, Obito's lifeless body dissipated into an ethereal form, replaced by a version of Obito clutching his chest, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. "Are you all right?" Jin inquired with concern, observing Obito's frail appearance. "Cough, I am fine. Teacher Jin, your timing was impeccable," Obito replied, regaining his composure as he straightened up, revealing a charred scar on his chest. Jin's fire spear, upon piercing Obito's chest, did not immediately unleash its full power. It erupted only after thoroughly shattering the binding curse. Obito had activated Izanagi at the precise moment his Sharingan recorded the destruction of the curse while his body sustained minimal damage. The binding curse, deeply entrenched, could sense Obito's intentions, thus preventing him from executing any counterspell actions. Therefore, the prerequisite for dissolving this binding curse is to act without the slightest hesitation. Although Jin had exercised great caution to ensure that his attack could obliterate the binding curse, some harm to Obito's body was inevitable. Fortunately, while Obito may not be as formidable as his future self, he still possesses a modicum of self-healing abilities. He can withstand this level of injury. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Obito turned to Kaguya and asked, "Teacher Jin, what should we do with this fellow? Shall we kill him?" Once Jin confirmed that Obito was not gravely harmed, he began to contemplate how to deal with Kaguya. The situation had unfolded abruptly, and both confronting Obito and subduing Kaguya were spur-of-the-moment decisions, leaving Jin in need of time to weigh the pros and cons of Obito. "You must know that Lord Madara will not let this slide." Kaguya, in a state of turmoil, attempted to maintain composure as he threatened Obito, not out of fear of death. For millennia, the intricate schemes had been laid, the Rinnegan had manifested, and the external demonic visage had emerged. Just as the plan to rescue his mother was nearing fruition, Black Zetsu found himself unwilling to see it all come to naught at this critical juncture. Uchiha Obito gazed at Black Zetsu with a mocking smile, declaring, "Enough of this charade, Black Zetsu. Do you think I am unaware? You are not the embodiment of Madara's will at all. Your true allegiance lies with Kaguya Otsutsuki. Madara is merely a pawn in your grand design. If Madara were to resurrect and learn the truth, would he seek retribution from me or from you?" Black Zetsu's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed Obito's words. "How could this be? How do you know?" Black Zetsu did not doubt the veracity of Obito's claim, for in this era, Kaguya's name was scarcely known. Thus, the mere fact that Obito could accurately utter Kaguya Otsutsuki's full name confirmed for Black Zetsu that Obito had indeed uncovered the truth. Seeing Black Zetsu's astonishment brought a flicker of satisfaction to Obito's heart, and he smugly continued, "I know everything. The information inscribed on the Uchiha clan's legacy stone has been altered by you, hasn't he it? Kaguya Otsutsuki was actually sealed away by her sons, Hagoromo and Himura, and that so-called Moon Eye plan was merely a ploy to rescue your mother, the rabbit goddess, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu. Your machinations and ambitions are now laid bare before me." Black Zetsu, bombarded by the barrage of revelations from Obito, felt as if the very skies were collapsing upon him. He had been exposed. No, it was you. True to his nature as a cunning entity that had survived for millennia, Black Zetsu quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. After pondering for a moment, he pinpointed the culprit responsible for his exposure, Uchiha Jin. No one else could have been the source of this betrayal. Until today, Uchiha Obito had been nothing more than a fool, dancing to the whims of both Black Zetsu and Madara. It was only after his encounter with Uchiha Jin that Obito had turned against Madara. Therefore, it was indisputable that Uchiha Jin had revealed the truth to Obito. But how had Uchiha Jin come by this knowledge? Black Zetsu cast a suspicious glance at Uchiha Jin's now normal eyes, a budding conjecture forming in his mind. Could it be that he possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Uchiha Fugaku's, granting him the ability to observe the past or future? Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he had remained shrouded in secrecy, divulging his power to no one. Furthermore, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was not of the offensive variety, which had allowed him to remain concealed until now. Had it not been for Black Zetsu's constant surveillance of Uchiha Fugaku, seeking to gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan, he would never have discovered the secret of Fugaku's awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. In the annals of the shinobi world, the capabilities of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan have manifested on several occasions throughout its millennia-long history, and Kurizetsu has borne witness to such power. One eye of Uchiha Fugaku possesses the ability to revisit events that transpired in a particular location, while the other can foresee the future developments of certain occurrences. Although these abilities may not be overwhelmingly potent, when utilized effectively, they can yield unexpectedly profound results. However, Uchiha Fugaku's temperament, which could be described as mild, cautious, and composed, may alternatively be viewed as overly hesitant and indecisive. Upon awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, his demeanor has only intensified, leading him to fear both the wolves and the tigers, ultimately burying his head in the sand and opting for a passive approach, doing nothing at all. Kurizetsu harbors suspicions that Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan might possess abilities akin to those of Uchiha Fugaku, yet surpassing them in strength. This could elucidate how Uchiha Obito is aware of his origins and plans. So what if you've guessed? Uchiha Obito scoffed, turning to Uchiha Jin and stating, "Master Jin, individuals like him are exceedingly dangerous. It is best to eliminate him outright." Although Uchiha Obito harbors disdain for the influence Kurizetsu wields over him, he is more apprehensive of Kurizetsu's cunning, aware that he would stand no chance against Kurizetsu even if he were to unite 10 of his own selves. Uchiha Obito contemplates the option of simply killing Kurizetsu to put an end to the matter. Kurizetsu, upon hearing this, merely snorted, showing no sign of concern. While his strength may not be formidable, completely eliminating him is not a trivial task. At worst, he could be sealed away for a time. Yet he might still find an opportunity in the future to rescue his mother. However, Uchiha Jin shook his head at Uchiha Obito's proposal, rejecting the notion of killing Kurizetsu. There is no need for murder. For now, let us seal him within your Kamui space. He may yet prove useful to us later. Use him? Uchiha Obito paused, bewildered. What purpose would we have for him? Uchiha Jin cast a meaningful glance at Kurizetsu and replied, "Of course, we require his assistance in rescuing Kagaya Otsutsuki." At this pronouncement, both Uchiha Obito and Kurizetsu were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances with Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin continued to elucidate, upon reflection. "We find that there is no fundamental conflict between us and Kagaya Otsutsuki. On the contrary, we share a common adversary. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend rings true. We may yet unite our efforts." Uchiha Obito quickly grasped the implication and inquired, "Master Jin, are you referring to the Otsutsuki clan from beyond our realm?" Kurizetsu, hearing this, was even more astounded. He had not anticipated that Uchiha Jin was aware of the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. It is worth noting that even he, as the embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, possesses only a limited understanding of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Jin nodded in affirmation, stating, "Truth be told, had Kagaya Otsutsuki not launched a surprise attack on Ishiki Otsutsuki at a critical moment, perhaps our world would have ceased to exist thousands of years ago." Ultimately, Kagaya Otsutsuki employed the infinite Tsukuyomi to create the White Zetsu as a means to confront the Otsutsuki clan. And we too find ourselves facing the threat posed by this very clan. Kagaya, in her arrogance, resorted to what she deemed the correct approach. However, should we acquire the strength necessary to engage in dialogue with her, we might indeed alter her perspective. After all, no multitude of White Zetsu can rival a master of the Sage of Six Paths level, or even one surpassing that of a Kage. For us, Kaguya herself embodies an Otsutsuki, and her presence would certainly alleviate a considerable portion of our burden. Cooperation yields mutual benefit, while division invites mutual harm. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the Otsutsuki clan truly that formidable?" Uchiha Jin pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "In the current ninja world, there are surely no more than 5 individuals capable of enduring 10 strikes from the Otsutsuki without succumbing. Should one engage in a fight to the death, not a single soul could withstand 100 strikes." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito's pupils contracted in shock, exclaiming, "Not even you, Teacher Jin, nor Teacher Minato?" "No." Uchiha Jin affirmed with a nod. The Otsutsuki clan exists on an entirely different plane of existence from humanity, without reaching the sage level. One cannot hope to contend with them. Presently, only Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito, through their extraordinary mobility, might manage to escape, while Orochimaru, known for his cunning, possesses a myriad of survival techniques that could grant him a second chance at life. Furthermore, Uchiha Jin himself might be able to exchange a few blows with the Otsutsuki. Yet ultimately, he would surely perish. In the original narrative, even Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, once the protagonists, were treated like mere dogs in the presence of the Otsutsuki after losing their protagonist aura. The overwhelming might of the Otsutsuki is evident. Thus, if possible, Uchiha Jin is reluctant to relinquish the potent combat capability that Kaguya Otsutsuki represents. After elucidating this to Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Jin turned his gaze toward Black Zetsu, stating, "What is your opinion?" Black Zetsu's eyes flickered as he replied, "So, you intend to release my mother when the Otsutsuki clan descends? That is about the gist of it." Uchiha Jin nodded, "But you need not wait for too long. Approximately 20 years from now, the new Otsutsuki clan will arrive in this world, and furthermore, Otsutsuki Ishiki has not perished." Black Zetsu exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." After the initial shock faded, he expressed disbelief, fervently stating, "Otsutsuki Ishiki could not possibly still be alive. My mother has already sacrificed him to the Ten Tails. At that time, he did not inscribe any seal within a host for resurrection. Moreover, if he were alive, with his strength, he could achieve anything he desired. This world might have ceased to exist by now." The news of the impending arrival of the Otsutsuki clan left Black Zetsu feeling both reasonable and unexpected. It has been several millennia since Kaguya Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki Ishiki descended upon the ninja world, so it is entirely plausible that there has been no news from the Otsutsuki clan regarding their whereabouts. However, the revelation that they would arrive within 2 decades caught Black Zetsu off guard. After all, he is yet to rescue his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Furthermore, even if his plan were to be executed flawlessly, rescuing his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, would not occur for many years. After all, the current Nagato has yet to fully adapt to the powers of the Rinnegan and cannot resurrect Madara Uchiha. Given their present capabilities, they also lack the strength to seize the tailed beasts from the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, it is futile to mention that his plan has already failed, and that Obito Uchiha has betrayed him. This engenders a sense of frustration akin to being powerless to thwart a thief. As for Black Zetsu, he dares not believe, nor wishes to accept, that Otsutsuki Ishiki still lives. It is imperative to acknowledge that there exists a deep-seated enmity between Kaguya Otsutsuki and Ishiki Otsutsuki. Kaguya's intent was unequivocally to eliminate Ishiki without a trace of mercy. The thought of such a formidable adversary lurking within the ninja world fills Black Zetsu with trepidation. Uchiha Jin calmly stated, "Whether you choose to believe or not is entirely your affair. I have said all I wish to convey." Uchiha Jin had no intention of elucidating further to Black Zetsu, for, in truth, he was incapable of providing any clarity. The arrival of the Otsutsuki clan and the matter concerning Ishiki Otsutsuki diverge from the original narrative of Naruto and delve into the plot of Boruto. Uchiha Jin's youth is confined to the stories of Naruto. He has never engaged with Boruto, having merely encountered snippets related to it on social media, thus becoming acquainted with a few prominent characters and their formidable abilities, such as Uchiha's grappling techniques and Otsutsuki's elbow strikes. Therefore, if pressed to explain, Uchiha Jin would find himself at a loss for words, and thus he chose silence. Turning to Black Zetsu, he continued, "Your will holds little significance for me. Your existence is too perilous. I shall continue to restrict your movements. The reason I have shared this with you is merely to convey that there exists no fundamental conflict between us. as long as you remain compliant for the time being. I will, in due course, assist you in rescuing your mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. For Uchiha Jin had clearly indicated his indifference towards Black Zetsu's intentions. Moreover, his plans had been thoroughly disrupted by Uchiha Jin's emergence. For the moment, collaborating with Uchiha Jin appeared to be the most viable option. Of course, this assumption rests on the premise that Uchiha Jin was not deceiving him. Yet, how could he ascertain that Uchiha Jin was not merely employing a delaying tactic? Black Zetsu found himself in a state of confusion. He had remained in hiding within the ninja world for millennia. Yet this was the first time he encountered someone as complex as Uchiha Jin. Black Zetsu could not fathom Uchiha Jin's thoughts. All right, Rin, please confine him within your Kamui space. We shall return to Konoha and request Minato to impose additional seals on him, Uchiha Jin directed, disregarding Black Zetsu's inner turmoil as he spoke to Obito Uchiha. I am called Obito, not Rin. Obito Uchiha retorted indignantly. Regardless, if you prefer, I can call you Hideo, Uchiha Jin replied nonchalantly. Then please continue to call me Rin. Uchiha Obito suddenly found the name Runta quite appealing, aside from the fact that it was not his true name. Although he vaguely sensed that Runtu, much like Siener, carried a hint of insult, he could not quite discern the reason behind its derogatory nature. While he was acutely aware of the implications that Siener held, since he remained oblivious to it, it was as if it did not exist. Thus, the name Runtu was still acceptable to him. Without further ado, Uchiha Obito swiftly sealed the Black Zetsu into the Kamui dimension. In a certain sense, for the Black Zetsu, who lacked spatial abilities, this also constituted a form of sealing. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, causing the raging flames surrounding them to extinguish at a visibly rapid pace. Jin, you've been waiting outside the firewall, Yahiko exclaimed in delight, rushing over while cradling the still unconscious Konan, eager to ascertain if Uchiha Jin was unharmed. However, upon noticing Uchiha Obito standing beside Uchiha Jin, Yahiko's words abruptly ceased, and his steps faltered. Do not be alarmed. He is no longer an enemy, Uchiha Jin reassured him. My sincerest apologies for the earlier offense, Uchiha Obito interjected. I am Uchiha Obito. I was merely compelled to observe your thoughts and determination, as you bear a striking resemblance to my former self. In his transformation away from extremism, Uchiha Obito exhibited a commendable demeanor, devoid of the usual arrogance associated with the Uchiha clan. He bowed respectfully to Yahiko, seeking his forgiveness. Fortuitously, Uchiha Obito had not committed any unforgivable actions against Yahiko, which rendered Yahiko somewhat bashful. There is no need for such formality. As long as Konan is unharmed, it is of little consequence, Yahiko replied, embodying his inherently accommodating nature, as long as his boundaries were not crossed. Conversely, Naruto Uzumaki, upon realizing that Uchiha Obito was the architect of his parents' demise, which had led to his troubled childhood, was engulfed in a tempest of anger, vehemently declaring that Obito should not be insulted. Uchiha Jin was left pondering whether such a Naruto could still be considered a person. Let bygones be bygones, Uchiha Jin remarked. Time is of the essence. I have much to convey to you both. Uchiha Obito and Yahiko exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by Uchiha Jin's words. Uchiha Jin, observing their confusion, elaborated, I cannot remain here for long. Therefore, I intend to gradually transfer the authority held by Hanzo of the Salamander to you. The future of the Land of Rain now rests in your hands. Prepare Nagato for the light of day ahead. A day later, the rain fell incessantly. Hanzo, wrapped in bandages, leaned against his bed, his vacant gaze fixed upon the rain outside the window. The rain of Amigakure seemed as though it would never cease. Lord Hanzo, the three leaders of the Akatsuki and their subordinates have arrived, and the heads and key members of various departments in Amigakure are prepared, reported one of his aides. The figure of Hanzo appeared in the room, half kneeling on the ground, his gaze towards the rain ninja, Tenyu, filled with profound concern. A day prior, Hanzo had returned to the hidden rain village, battered and wounded, startling all the ninjas of the village. In the Land of Rain, Hanzo was akin to their very sky. If anything were to befall him, it would be as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon the Land of Rain. Both Tenyu and Kanzo were in a state of frantic urgency, inquiring about the circumstances that led to Hanzo's condition. Hanzo merely stated that both sides had suffered heavy losses, offering no further elaboration. He instructed Kanzo to summon the three members of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, while he asked Tenyu to gather all the influential figures of the Hidden Rain village, declaring that there was important news to announce. Although Tenyu and Hanzo were deeply concerned, they did not dare to defy Hanzo's orders and complied without hesitation. Let us proceed. It is time for the Land of Rain to stride towards a brighter future, Hanzo declared, rising to his feet and casually draping a coat over his shoulders before stepping out of the room. Tenyu felt a stirring within but chose to remain silent, merely following in Hanzo's wake. Before long, Hanzo and Tenyu arrived at the entrance of the grand conference room of the Hidden Rain village. The room was already filled to capacity. Among those present were the key figures from various departments within the village, alongside a small contingent of the Akatsuki's core members. Led by Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village observed the Akatsuki members with curiosity, whispering amongst themselves. Most had heard of the organization's existence to varying degrees, with some having previously interacted with Yahiko and his companions. Their sentiments ran the gamut from skepticism to optimism, disdain to admiration. Opinions varied widely. Yet, they were all perplexed as to why these members of the Akatsuki would attend an internal meeting of the Hidden Rain village. With a soft patter, Hanzo pushed the door open and entered the grand conference room, instantly silencing the murmurs within. Everyone regarded Hanzo with a blend of respect and trepidation. "My lord Hanzo, you are injured." At that moment, a Rain ninja noticed the bandages wrapped around Hanzo's body and exclaimed in astonishment. The other ninjas quickly followed suit, and the conference room erupted into an uproar. "My lord Hanzo, who attacked you? I will avenge you," one ninja declared. "I had heard rumors of an assassination attempt on you, my lord, but I thought it was merely gossip. I never imagined it to be true. How could someone of your prowess sustain injuries? Was it the leaf or the stone that instigated this?" The room buzzed with voices, some seeking vengeance for Hanzo, others demanding to know what had transpired, while a few attempted to calm the crowd. Yet, without exception, all were outraged by the news of Hanzo's injuries. "Silence!" Tenyu's commanding voice echoed, restoring order to the conference room. Hanzo refrained from providing any explanations and directly took his seat at the head of the table, while Tenyu positioned himself at the first seat on the right. "Hanzo, you two should take your seat." Hanzo of the Salamander wrapped his fingers lightly on the table and spoke. At that moment, Hanzo, who had been discreetly protecting Hanzo, revealed himself and took a seat at the first position on the left. Both Tenyu and Hanzo had always served as Hanzo's right and left hands, assisting him in managing Amigate Cure, akin to advisors resembling the Hokage or elders of Konoha. Given their status within Amigate Cure, their seating arrangements went unchallenged. Once everything was in order, and under the gaze of the assembly, Hanzo addressed the gathering. "I trust you are all aware that the situation in the Land of Rain has recently become increasingly dire. The conflicts between Konoha and Iwagakure have escalated, and there is even a looming threat that may involve our own Amigakure. My investigations have revealed the existence of a clandestine force attempting to exacerbate our tensions. However, I have already dealt with this matter, and the injuries I bear were incurred during my confrontation with that unseen antagonist." His declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the room. I knew it. How could the conflicts between Konoha and Iwagakure suddenly intensify without reason? Moreover, several of our own teams have fallen victim to ambushes. The mastermind behind this truly harbors malicious intent. The power of our adversary must be formidable. Lord Hanzo, who is this shadowy figure? The assembled Amigakure shinobi engaged in animated speculation, eager to uncover the identity of the instigator. Hanzo shook his head slightly and replied, "The identity of that individual is entangled in significant matters, and I cannot disclose it. I mention this only to assure you that this issue ends here. So please remain at ease." Though Shimura Danzo had operated in secrecy, he was nonetheless an elder of Konoha, and his every action reflected upon the village's reputation. Danzo had suffered a setback in the Land of Rain. If it remained unmentioned, he might escape unscathed. Yet, should word of it spread, Konoha would undoubtedly seek to restore their honor, driven by the need to uphold their image. Furthermore, bringing up Danzo now would only serve to heighten tensions between Amigakure and Konoha, which would be detrimental to the future of our village. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications, Hanzo intended to refrain from naming Danzo. The individuals present in the conference room were the elite of Amigakure, and upon hearing Hanzo's words, they understood that the unseen mastermind must be a high-ranking figure from one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, they refrained from further inquiries. Then, may I ask, Lord Hanzo, what is the purpose of gathering us here today? Inquired another Amigakure shinobi. Given that Hanzo had indicated the matter of the shadowy figure could not be probed further, it was clear that there was another reason for this assembly. I have convened you all to introduce 3 individuals, Hanzo said, gesturing toward Yahiko and his companions. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, please come forward. With curiosity etched on their faces. Yahiko and his companions rose boldly and approached Hanzo's side. At this moment, Hanzo of the Salamander resumed speaking. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to introduce these 3 individuals, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan of the Akatsuki organization. I trust you are all familiar with their names. Henceforth, they shall be my direct disciples. A wave of astonishment swept through the conference room at Hanzo's proclamation. The revelation was nothing short of shocking. After all, this was Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure, renowned as a demigod within the ninja world. As the leader, Hanzo had always taken a keen interest in nurturing talent within Amigakure, and many present had previously received his guidance. Yet, despite this, Hanzo had never officially taken on disciples until now, with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan being the first. It was no wonder that everyone was taken aback. Before the assembly could fully process this news, Hanzo delivered yet another stunning announcement. I shall cultivate these 3 as the future leaders of Amigakure. In other words, they will be the new leaders and elders of our village. His words plunged the room into a profound silence. All the Amigakure ninjas and the prominent members of the Akatsuki stared at Hanzo in disbelief. This revelation was even more astonishing than the previous one. It was an unexpected declaration, as Hanzo had never taken disciples before. In a sense, this action indicated his intention to nurture successors. However, to vocalize such a decision so openly was indeed surprising. Nevertheless, Amigakure had long been a realm governed by Hanzo's authority, and even if some held reservations about this decision, they dared not voice their dissent. Hanzo's gaze swept across the faces gathered in the room as he continued. I am aware that many of you may struggle to comprehend my reasoning behind this choice. Yet, I have grown old. How many more years can I protect Amigakure? If I do not cultivate capable leaders who can guide our village and country forward while I still possess the strength to do so, I shall depart this world with regret. The heartfelt sincerity in Hanzo's words moved the gathered ninjas of Amigakure. In that moment, they recognized the toll that years of guardianship had taken on him. He truly appeared much older. Hanzo went on to explain, in truth, I have been searching for a suitable successor for quite some time, but have yet to find one. Among you, the most outstanding candidates are indeed Tenrai and Kanzo. Although they excel in administrative matters and other skills, they still fall short in terms of strength. Our nation exists in the precarious space between the fire, earth, and wind countries. It is a battleground of great significance. If the leader's strength is insufficient, they cannot lead our nation to survive in such an environment. The words of Hanzo the Salamander were remarkably forthright, yet neither Tenyu nor Kanzu displayed any signs of discontent. Instead, they both exhibited expressions of guilt. It was their own inadequacies that had caused Hanzo to worry. After a brief pause, Hanzo continued, I have chosen Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan as my successors not only due to their remarkable talents and abilities, which hold the potential to rival my own peak existence, but also for another significant reason. Nagato, step forward. As Hanzo beckoned, Nagato approached his side. The assembly of range shinobi watched with curiosity, wondering what the major reason behind Hanzo's selection could be. Tenyu's eyes widened, fixated on Nagato, eager to confirm the nature of the legendary eyes he had heard whispers about. Lift your head, Nagato, and let everyone see your eyes. Hanzo gently urged. Nagato nodded, raising his gaze and pushing aside his hair to reveal his uniquely patterned eyes, reminiscent of rippling waves, to the assembly. A collective gasp filled the room as the shinobi were momentarily taken aback by the sight of Nagato's eyes. Those wave-like orbs exuded an aura of undeniable authority and pressure, evoking a profound tremor within the soul of anyone who dared to meet their gaze. It was as if one's insignificance and vulnerability were laid bare before them. What in the world is this? Is it the Sharingan? Or perhaps the Byakugan? Fool, the Sharingan is red with Tomo. The Byakugan is pure white. So what is this? I've never encountered such a peculiar eye before. Under its gaze, it feels as if my very soul has been laid bare. Wait, do you recall the legend? What legend? the three great ocular techniques that have been passed down in the shinobi world. The first is the Sharingan, the second the Byakugan, both of which belong to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans of Konoha, and the last one is the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The room buzzed with speculation as the shinobi exchanged thoughts, shock rippling through them as they arrived at a possible conclusion. Even the core members of the Akatsuki were taken aback, realizing only now that Nagato possessed such extraordinary eyes. Indeed, this is the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Hanzo affirmed the speculation. As these words echoed in the chamber, the assembly was left speechless, their astonishment rendering them momentarily at a loss for words. Hanzo's decision to unveil Nagato's Rinnegan was, in truth, a necessary measure, given the trio's relative inexperience and insufficient strength. Employing such extraordinary means was essential for them to swiftly establish themselves within the Rain Village. One must not underestimate the reverence held for the Sage of Six Paths in the hearts of those within the shinobi world. He is akin to a deity of creation. The greater one's lack, the deeper their yearning for that which is absent. The war-torn citizens of the Land of Rain constantly yearn for a savior akin to the Sage of Six Paths. The legend of the sage elevates Nagato's image in their hearts, instilling him with an aura of reverence. With the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Nagato undoubtedly becomes a representative of this revered figure, subtly transferring their faith in the sage onto him. In time, it would take but a slight maneuver to transform Nagato into the embodiment of the sage, a deity in their eyes. However, the likes of Hanzo the Salamander or Uchiha Obito would not allow Nagato to ascend to such divine status. This was merely a transitional phase to help Yahiko and his companions secure their foothold in Amigakure. Yet, is not the existence of the Sage of Six Paths a mere legend? Does he truly exist? Foolishness. The Sage of Six Paths is the progenitor of ninjas, the god of creation. If the sage does not exist, how then did ninjas come into being? But this too remains a legend. Once the Rain ninjas regained their composure, a small fraction voiced their skepticism. They did not doubt Hanzo, but the existence of the sage felt too distant, his life and deeds untraceable. Thus, when the true heir of the sage appeared before them, they experienced a sense of unreality. Let there be no doubt. I have verified this multiple times. The Sage of Six Paths indeed exists, Hanzo declared. Furthermore, Nagato's Rinnegan harbors immense power. I assure you, once Nagato fully masters the abilities of these eyes, he will surpass me, even overshadowing the founder of Konohagakure, the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. With Hanzo's endorsement, the doubts among the Rain ninjas gradually subsided, and their gazes towards Nagato began to shift. Hanzo continued, stating that since the establishment of the nation village system decades ago, although the ninja world has seen its share of conflicts, each war has also brought with it a period of peace for recuperation. The Land of Rain has always served as a buffer zone for resolving the conflicts between great nations. In times of war, the Land of Rain became their battlefield. In times of peace, it became a stage for their covert struggles. Peace has never graced the Land of Rain. War has never departed from the Land of Rain. The Rain ninjas in the conference room, including the core members of the Akatsuki organization, displayed expressions of profound sorrow upon hearing this. Most of them had grown up amidst the flames of war, with fathers dead and mothers lost, families torn apart by relentless conflict. Few intact households could be found in the vast Land of Rain. They had all endured similar anguish and shared a deep hatred for this merciless world. Yet even so, we have never ceased our struggle. Hanzo's gaze swept across the faces of those in the conference room, and he spoke solemnly. We will not cease our struggle. This world ought not to be this way. The children of the Land of Rain should not have to lose their parents and siblings from such a young age. Why must the common folk of our Land of Rain lose their homes and wander aimlessly? Why must our Land of Rain be reduced to a mere battleground for the great nations? During the Second Shinobi World War, I declared war on the three great nations simultaneously to amplify the voice of our Land of Rain to the world. I wanted them to understand our plight. Although I faced defeat, it does not signify that my actions were misguided. At its core, it is merely a reflection of my insufficient strength. Unlike the legendary first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who restored peace in chaotic times, I could not rescue our Land of Rain. The prolonged turmoil has rendered our nation's power feeble, lacking the foundation to contend with the great powers. Yet, this has only solidified my resolve. Seeking peace through compromise leads to its demise. while fighting for peace ensures its preservation. Solely yielding to their demands will only convince them of our land of rain's vulnerability. Only through relentless resistance can we demonstrate that our land of rain possesses its own will, refusing to be manipulated. Continuous struggle will instill in them a sense of caution towards our land of rain, deterring them from waging war against us. I shall dedicate my life to this cause. The words of Hanzo of the Salamander dispelled the previously somber atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes ablaze with fervor. And now he has arrived. Hanzo rose, placing a hand on Nagato's shoulder, and continued. He has come bearing the will of the Sage of Six Paths. Heaven has not forsaken our land of rain. The Sage of Six Paths has not abandoned us. His eyes have descended upon our land of rain, and he shall bring us true peace. In 5 years. I am confident that within 5 years, I can cultivate Nagato into the next Senju Hashirama, the next god of shinobi. At that time, our land of rain will rise with absolute strength, compelling the entire world to heed our voice. Be it Konoha or Iwagakure, the Wind Country, or other great nations. No one shall ignore our will or freely invade our territory. No one shall dismiss our voice, turning our land of rain into their battlefield. No one shall belittle our existence, allowing the flames of war to engulf the common people of our land of rain. Simultaneously, I urge you all to remain steadfast. Uphold your posts, enhance yourselves, and forge the future. If Nagato is the torch of hope that illuminates our path, then you are the sparks that can ignite a conflagration. Transforming the future of our land of rain into something brighter is not the endeavor of a single individual. It requires our collective effort. With every ounce of passion, we radiate light, akin to fireflies that can shine even in darkness, and together, we shall form a river of stars. Esteemed comrades, the future of our land of rain relies on you. Hanzo of the Salamander bowed deeply, paying his respects to all the rain shinobi present. Ready to serve you until death, cried Ten and Kanzo, standing first, their eyes filled with fervor. Ready to serve you until death. All the rain shinobi in the conference room, along with the core members of the Akatsuki, stood up, their gazes toward Hanzo brimming with fervent zeal. Hanzo the Salamander straightened his posture, his gaze profound, and addressed the assembly. Moreover, there is an unflattering truth I must express up front. Each of you present is a vital pillar of our hidden rain village. It is my trust in you that has allowed Nagato to stand before you. At this juncture, Nagato has yet to mature, so I implore you to ensure that no information related to him is leaked. Should such a breach occur, do not blame me for disregarding personal ties. The gathered rain shinobi nodded in solemn understanding, aware of the gravity of the matter, harboring no resentment in their hearts. In fact, even without Hanzo's admonition, they would have buried this matter deep within, concealing Nagato's uniqueness. Let us conclude this meeting. I urge you all to return swiftly to your respective posts. Additionally, Tenyu and Kanzo, coordinate the allocation of resources to ensure our comrades stationed along the border receive ample supplies. Also, make arrangements for the members of the Akatsuki. From now on, we shall regard each other as kin. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, follow me. After assigning the tasks, Hanzo turned to the assembly and proclaimed, "May the heavens bless the land of rain. Bless the land of rain." The attendees bowed in unison, their voices resonating skyward. The gathering's fervor seemed to part the clouds looming over the land of rain, allowing rays of sunlight to pierce through. In Hanzo's office, the once impassioned leader now sat with his head bowed, eyes vacant, behind his desk. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and Obito Uchiha, who had just emerged from Kimui, gazed intently at Uchiha Jin, who stood behind Hanzo. Stepping away from the desk, Uchiha Jin smiled and inquired, "How did you find the meeting?" Yahiko was the first to respond, his excitement palpable. "Brother Jin, your words were truly inspiring. A single spark can illuminate the dark. Even a firefly can contribute to the galaxy. Even now, my thoughts remain restless. I yearn to unleash my fervor and make an impact." Yahiko, a passionate youth, felt invigorated by Jin's words, ready to risk everything for the land of rain. The other three, including the typically reserved Konan, shared his sentiment. Uchiha Jin shook his head, stating, "Actually, I only shared half of that sentiment. The more significant half remains unspoken." Huh. The four of them were momentarily taken aback, filled with curiosity. Obito asked inquisitively, "Sensei Jin, what is the other half?" Without hesitation, Uchiha Jin revealed, A spark brings forth light, akin to a firefly, offering a glimmer in darkness without waiting for a torch. Should there be no torch, then I shall be the solitary light. The four of them instinctively widened their eyes, feeling a surge of exhilaration course through them. Upon deeper reflection, they realized the profound implications of his words. Uchiha Jin continued, elucidating. In this statement, Ito's not solely refer to myself. It signifies you, and every one of you. In the conference room earlier, my intention was to establish your prestige and clear the path for you, thus transforming Nagato into a beacon of light. However, my true desire is for each of you to become a source of illumination in your own right, to shine and guide others, rather than merely following the paths of others. I am truly exasperated. The gazes of Yahiko, Nagato, and Obito Uchiha towards Shin Uchiha were filled with fervor. Shin's words held immense power for them. If not for Konan's inherently cool demeanor, she too might have succumbed to the fervor. Konan's eyes flickered as she hesitated and inquired, Brother Shin, why did you only utter half of that statement in the conference room? Even if it was to establish Nagato's prestige, wouldn't it have been fine to express the entire thought? Konan felt that the complete sentence articulated by Shin would have been far more inspiring, and would not have significantly impacted Nagato's standing, leaving her somewhat puzzled by Shin's approach. With a gentle sigh, Shin elucidated, such is the necessity of the situation. After all, one must tailor their words to their audience, for only then can they truly comprehend. Do you believe awakening a world shackled by traditional thought for millennia is an easy feat? Do you think eradicating the apathy and inertia ingrained in our society can be achieved overnight? It requires the tireless efforts of generations. As the saying goes, excess is as detrimental as deficiency. Overly progressive thoughts are often regarded as aberrations. This world has been ensnared in archaic ideologies for thousands of years, guided by the upper echelons, where ninjas see themselves as mere tools and commoners view themselves as beasts of burden. To shift this mindset must be a gradual endeavor, otherwise, it risks leading many towards extremism. Each world is distinct. Having observed this realm for years, I am acutely aware that certain truths must be expressed with caution. Consider, if I were to convey these thoughts to the members of the Uchiha clan today, how would they react? Uchiha bystander A might declare, he calls me the torchbearer. Indeed, I am the torch. My path is undoubtedly the correct one. With blade in hand, follow me. Slay the Hokage, extinguish Danzo. Uchiha bystander B could assert, I am the true torch. How dare you fireflies contest with the full moon? You all deserve demise. Uchiha bystander C might scoff, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Your vision is limited to this. Perish. There is no doubt that for those who first question others and the world when confronted with issues, such inspiration could propel them to extraordinary actions. The Uchiha clan is indeed radical and extreme, yet they are not the sole embodiment of such traits in this world. It is inherently a sickly realm. Shin turned to the four and continued, You are among the awakened in this world, which is why I can speak candidly with you. Your mission is to awaken more souls. 1 awakens 2, 2 awaken 4, 4 awaken 8. A single spark can ignite a prairie. One day, when the majority, indeed all, strive towards a singular goal, nothing shall obstruct our path. The endeavors we undertake today are of the utmost honor. The words of Uchiha Jin ignited a fervent flame within the eyes of Uchiha Obito, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, stirring their blood and filling them with an inexhaustible vigor. However, mere rhetoric holds no value. Actions must follow. I have crafted a development plan for the Land of Rain over the next 5 years. Based on the current circumstances here, gather around and take a look. Obito, you too must prepare. As you will soon take over my role in managing Hanzo of the Salamander, there can be no slackening. Uchiha Jin approached Hanzo's desk, pulling open a drawer to retrieve several copies of documents, distributing them among the group. The Third Shinobi World War is nearing its conclusion, and as per tradition, the ninja world will soon enter a relatively peaceful and stable development phase, though neighboring great nations will continue to impose resource blockades on the Land of Rain, limiting its growth. There remains much to be accomplished within its borders. Your foremost task is to seize control of the power in the Land of Rain. Obito, you must also manage those white Zetsu. They are a formidable force not to be underestimated. Additionally, remain mindful of the actual circumstances in the Land of Rain. Do not simply replicate my plan. After all, it was formulated based on the existing information regarding Hanzo and lacks on-site investigation. thus it may have omissions. You must learn to adapt and respond to changing conditions. Now, let me elaborate on the specifics of these plans. 3 days later, in the land of Fire's Konoha village, at the root base, Shimura Danzo sat solemnly in the main seat, half his body wrapped in bandages. How goes the investigation? Have you uncovered all the details? Danzo inquired, casting a stern gaze upon Yashiro Kazuma and Yuhiko. Kazuma and Ko, Danzo's trusted aides at Root, had remained behind to oversee the situation while Danzo led the operation, thus avoiding peril. Kazuma replied, according to reports from our informant in the Land of Rain, Hanzo convened a meeting with the upper echelons of the Rain Village 3 days prior. The specifics of the meeting remain unknown, as our informant's rank was insufficient for such details. However, following the meeting, the Rain Village officially announced that Hanzo has accepted Yuhiko, Nagato, and Konan, the 3 leaders of the Akatsuki organization, as his direct disciples. Furthermore, the Akatsuki members have been integrated directly into the Rain Village. Additionally, there are claims that Hanzo is cultivating successors, with the 3 Akatsuki leaders potentially poised to become the future leaders of the Rain Village. How outrageous! Danzo exclaimed, striking the armrest with his intact left hand in a fury. What are you useless fools doing? Is it that even a mere Rain Village cannot be infiltrated? What use do you serve? Shimura Danzo vented his fury unabashedly, while Yamashiro Fu and Yono Roma, positioned below, remained unperturbed, treating Danzo's words as mere idle noise. Both were acutely aware that Danzo's ire was not genuinely directed at the failure of Root ninjas to penetrate the Rain Village. There lay a deeper concern. The Land of Rain, a battleground of countless conflicts, boasted a united front among its Rain ninjas, who were notoriously insular, with a stringent internal review system. Attaining even a mid-level position as an undercover agent within the Rain Village was a formidable challenge. Danzo, well aware of these circumstances, was evidently using his anger as a pretext. In truth, Yamashiro Fu and Yono Roma's conjectures were correct. Danzo's agitation had little to do with the Root ninjas and was rather focused on Hanzo of the Salamander. Given the current information, it was clear that Hanzo had discerned Nagato's Rinnegan and was intent on cultivating him as the future leader of the Land of Rain, already laying the groundwork for Nagato's ascension. As for Yuhiko and Konan, they were merely distractions serving to shield Nagato. Furthermore, it was highly probable that Hanzo had already established a connection with Nagato. Danzo recalled that shortly before he approached Hanzo, the latter had met with Nagato and his companions. It was likely that a consensus had been reached during that encounter. Hanzo's agreement to confront the Akatsuki organization alongside Danzo appeared to be a mere trap aimed at him, utilizing his involvement to empower Nagato with the Rinnegan's strength, thus securing a worthy successor for the Land of Rain, while simultaneously undermining Konoha's power. Hanzo's strategy of killing 3 birds with 1 stone was indeed a remarkable triumph. Meanwhile, Danzo found himself nothing more than a pawn in Hanzo's game, a mere fool. Having been so manipulated, and with his elite Root forces nearly decimated, Danzo's rage was utterly justified. He harbored an intense desire to see Hanzo suffer, wishing to rend him limb from limb and ensure he met a most miserable end. After a brief moment of venting his pent-up frustration, Danzo swiftly regained his composure. The ninja code emphasizes that a true ninja must maintain serenity regardless of circumstances or adversities faced. For someone like Danzo, who bore the ominous title of the Dark Ninja, remaining composed was paramount. His earlier outburst was indeed unwarranted, a culmination of his extreme agitation, as Danzo typically concealed his emotions. Choosing not to dwell on Hanzo and the Akatsuki, Danzo turned to Yono Roma and inquired, "How many usable soldiers do we currently possess en route?" Without hesitation, Yono Roma responded, "Excluding administrative personnel and those on various missions, we have 18 at the Jonin level, and a total of 234 at the Special Jonin and Elite Chunin levels. Do not be deceived by the mere presence of over 200 individuals. The majority of them are clandestinely stationed across the ninja world, executing protracted missions. With such dispersion, the Root base currently cannot even muster the strength of a single squad of ninjas. As for the Genin, I regret to inform you that without the prowess of Elite Chunin, they lack the qualifications to become official members of Root." How absurd. Shimura Danzo slammed his hand on the armrest, inhaled deeply, and forcefully suppressed the ire within him. Inquiring further, how much longer until the young recruits in this training camp can graduate? After a moment of contemplation, Yamanaka Ryoma replied, they still require further refinement. If they are compelled to graduate prematurely, the pass rate for this cohort will be exceedingly low. Danzo waved his hand dismissively and retorted coldly. We cannot afford to be so particular. We are currently in dire need of personnel. Inform Teruchi to intensify the training regimen, so this group of recruits can graduate as swiftly as possible. Simultaneously, instruct him to commence the collection of orphans in preparation for the establishment of a new training session. Yamashiro paused momentarily, then inquired, Lord Danzo, should we lower the assessment standards for this training camp? The root training camp is not a mere children's play. The standards are exceptionally rigorous, aligned with Chunin criteria, and failure does not grant a second chance. If one does not meet the standards, the only outcome is death. Of course, we shall not lower the standards. Danzo replied indifferently. It is better to have fewer than to accept the unworthy. Not just anyone can enter root. We need not worry about the shortage of personnel. I will seek out Sarutobi to request another batch of elites to fill the gap. Yamashiro, understanding the implications, chose not to press further. His inquiry was already a generous act, considering he had endured a similar path himself. With the matter of personnel concluded, Danzo was about to inquire about the events that transpired during his absence when he suddenly sensed something amiss and fell silent. In the next moment, a ninja clad in umbu attire appeared in the hall with a whoosh. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence in his office. The umbu ninja's voice was devoid of emotion as he spoke directly. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. Danzo had anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be the first to learn of his return to the village, and he was already prepared to face him. Now, with the umbu summoning him, he could not afford to inquire further. He rose and decided to confront Sarutobi first. Acting without orders and depleting half of Root's elite forces carries significant repercussions. With a resounding bang, the door to the Hokage's office was kicked open. Danzo strode into the office with his head held high, scanning the room where Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gaidon, and Uzumaki Koharu had long awaited his arrival. He proceeded directly to his designated seat. Regardless of whether he was in the right, Danzo's actions elevated the tension to its zenith, ensuring he would not lack confidence during the impending confrontation. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, picked up his pipe, puffing thoughtfully as he silently observed Danzo, allowing the moment to dissipate Danzo's initial aggression. I have heard that the Roots ninja suffered significant losses. Mito Minyan gazed at Shimura Danzo's severed arm and broke the silence, saying, it seems the losses of the Root are far more severe than I had anticipated. Torian Koharu furrowed her brow and spoke up. Danzo, you owe us an explanation. What exactly transpired in the Land of Rain? After escaping from Hanzo the Salamander, Shimura Danzo directly went to the Leaf's main camp in the Land of Rain, where he underwent a series of treatments. Thus, the events he orchestrated there could not have gone unnoticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his allies. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had even surmised that the sudden escalation of conflict between Konoha and Owagakure on the battlefield was likely instigated by his old friend, Shimura Danzo. However, Sarutobi was puzzled about what exactly Danzo had experienced to lead to such a disastrous outcome. Logically, given Danzo's cautious nature and the strength of the Root ninjas under his command, it was perplexing that he would find himself in such a predicament, even when facing formidable opponents like Inoki or Hanzo. Ignoring Mito Minyan and Torian Koharu, Shimura Danzo turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and stated, Hiruzen, there is a grave issue in the Land of Rain. I agreed to the peace talks with Owagakure, but we must swiftly secure the Land of Rain. And the rationale? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, calmly responding, one matter must not be conflated with another. Your unilateral actions have already constituted a transgression, let alone the extent of the losses incurred. Accountability is inevitable. Do not attempt to divert the topic with other matters. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Danzo's tendencies to deflect blame. Thus, he preemptively sealed off any potential escape routes for him. Danzo's expression darkened as he declared, everything I have done has been for Konoha. I have no regrets. That does not excuse your reckless actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his tone tinged with anger. The recent increase in conflict between Konoha and Owagakure is indeed your doing, is it not? Despite my explicit disapproval, you still sought to obstruct the peace negotiations. Who is the Hokage here, you or I? Danzo, I hereby notify you that you are temporarily relieved of your duties as a Konoha elder. From now on, you will only possess advisory rights concerning Konoha's affairs, without any decision-making power. Additionally, aside from ongoing missions, all activities of the route must cease immediately. Remain in Konoha and recuperate until further notice. Enraged, Danzo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You cannot do this. You must understand the importance of the route. We cannot afford to halt our operations." Saratobi Hiruzen replied coolly, "This is a notification, not a negotiation. You should comprehend that if this matter were to be pursued further, even these modest penalties would be considered lenient." Danzo, Hiruzen is correct. Your actions this time have indeed crossed the line. Torian Koharu interjected, "Given your severe injuries, it would be wise for you to rest and recuperate for a while." Saratobi Hiruzen certainly recognized the significance of the route, for most of their operations occurred under his tacit approval. However, that should not serve as a justification for Danzo's reckless behavior. In recent years, Saratobi Hiruzen has increasingly perceived that the development of the route organization has slipped beyond his control. It is high time to confront Shimura Danzo. Fortunately, the war has reached its conclusion, ushering in a period of peace and development, during which it would not be detrimental for Root to remain subdued. Saratobi Hiruzen has already conferred with Mido Kage and Torian Kamaru regarding this matter, leaving no room for opposition from Danzo. You all. Shimura Danzo glanced at the serious expression of Saratobi Hiruzen, then shifted his gaze to the composed Torian Kamaru and the unfazed Mido Kage, swiftly realizing that the three had reached a consensus, rendering his dissent futile. Danzo, feeling disinclined to argue, simply fell silent, brooding alone. "Let us conclude this matter," Saratobi Hiruzen stated, firmly deciding on Danzo's punishment. He continued, "However, you must elucidate the reasons behind such significant losses. Given your strength, what transpired to lead to this situation? Moreover, what justification do you have for waging war against the Land of Rain?" Upon hearing these words, Danzo's expression shifted unpredictably, hesitating over whether to reveal the truth. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, he finally steeled himself and spoke softly. "Do you all recall the incident a few years ago when Jiraiya took in 3 young orphans in the Land of Rain?" Saratobi Hiruzen paused, recollecting the event. It had occurred during the latter stages of the Second Shinobi World War, when Jiraiya, engrossed in nurturing the 3 orphans, had neglected the pressing needs of Konoha, infuriating Hiruzen immensely. Consequently, this incident had led Hiruzen to exclude Jiraiya from the list of candidates for the 4th Hokage. A person who acts impulsively without prioritizing the interests of his village can never become Hokage. Before Hiruzen could respond, Danzo continued, "You must have heard the news that Hanzo of the Salamander has recently taken on 3 direct disciples, correct?" Hiruzen slightly furrowed his brows, but they soon relaxed as he incredulously inquired, "Are you suggesting that these 3 disciples of Hanzo are the same ones that Jiraiya taught in the Land of Rain?" Saratobi Hiruzen, not lacking in intellect, quickly deduced a possible connection as Danzo linked the 2 matters. Danzo nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. Furthermore, Hanzo is raising them as his successors. If all goes as expected, they will become the future leaders of the Land of Rain." Upon hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. It is indeed true that one may nurture flowers that do not bloom, while inadvertently sowing willows that thrive. I never anticipated that Jiraiya's unintentional actions would yield a beneficial outcome. Mido Kage, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's connections. Future dealings between Konoha and Amigakure will become significantly more manageable. If Amigakure steadfastly aligns with us, we will hold the upper hand against both Iwagakure and Sunagakure. However, Danzo scoffed at this notion, coldly retorting, "You are overestimating the situation." "Danzo, what do you mean by that?" Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow as he gazed at Shimura Danzo, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Could it be that Danzo had done something to worsen the relationship between the 2 parties? Danzo's eyes flickered momentarily before he began to elucidate. Among those 3 brats, one possesses an exceedingly unique existence. Allowing him to thrive would be far from advantageous for our Konoha. Unique? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before inquiring. Does he possess some formidable bloodline limit? One could say that. Danzo paused, his voice deepening. The boy named Nagato possesses the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, those of the Rinnegan. Upon hearing this, both Saratobi Hiruzen and the others present, including Tsunade and Mido Menyen, inhaled sharply. Mido Menyen could not help but speak up. "Danzo, you cannot be serious." Danzo shot a glance at Mido Menyen, responding coolly, "I do not have the luxury of jesting with you. I can assure you 100% that the boy named Nagato indeed wields the Rinnegan. Moreover, I have witnessed the power of those eyes firsthand. If that boy Nagato is allowed to mature, he could potentially rival the first Hokage himself. What do you think it would mean for Konoha if the next leader of the Land of Rain possesses the strength of the first Hokage? Initially, Danzo had no intention of disclosing the existence of Nagato's Rinnegan to Hiruzen and the others. After all, Danzo sought to control this power himself by informing Hiruzen. Even if Konoha were to acquire those eyes, they would likely remain beyond his grasp. However, given that Nagato was currently under the protection of Hanzo of the Salamander, any attempt to seize the Rinnegan through his own efforts would be utterly futile. More importantly, Nagato had already allied himself with Hanzo, posing an immense threat to Konoha. Hence, Danzo altered his initial plan and revealed the truth about the Rinnegan. Before Hiruzen and the others could respond, Danzo continued, upon discovering those eyes, I had initially intended to incite discord between the Akatsuki and the Hidden Rain village. Even if we could not possess those eyes for ourselves, we must ensure they are not employed by the Hidden Rain. Yet, to my astonishment, the Akatsuki and Hanzo had already conspired together, setting a trap for me in the process. This is why my root organization has suffered such significant losses this time around. Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Filled with indignation, Danzo, you have gone too far. You should have informed us the moment you received this intelligence. Acting unilaterally is unacceptable. Your actions could drive a future powerhouse, who might have held goodwill towards Konoha, into opposition against us, thereby establishing a formidable enemy. Danzo, however, scoffed dismissively. Wake up, Hiruzen. How could someone taken as a direct disciple by an ambitious man like Hanzo possibly harbor any goodwill towards Konoha? The most prudent course of action is to eliminate any threats to Konoha while they are still in their infancy. Hiruzen frowned, replying, Danzo, your perspective is far too radical. The child has indeed been mentored by Jiraiya for several years, and thus shares a bond with our Hidden Leaf village. I firmly believe that Jiraiya, with his discerning eye, would not have trained a disciple who poses a threat to Konoha. However, Shimura Danzo, upon hearing this, sneered derisively and remarked, in light of this, I must inquire. Jiraiya has instructed Nagato for many years. He could not have overlooked Nagato's unique attributes. Yet, Jiraiya not only failed to bring Nagato back to Konoha for further cultivation, but he also never informed us about the Rinnegan. What could his intentions possibly be? Is he still considered a ninja of Konoha? Danzo's relentless questioning plunged Sarutobi Hiruzen into silence. Indeed, from this perspective, Jiraiya's actions were somewhat excessive, leaving Hiruzen with no rebuttal. Had Jiraiya brought Nagato back for training upon recognizing his exceptional traits, perhaps many of these issues could have been averted. Hiruzen was aware that since Jiraiya signed the summoning contract with Mayaboka Mountain, he had been searching for the prophesied child destined to bring monumental change to the ninja world. Jiraiya was utterly convinced of this, to the point of near obsession. From that juncture, it could be argued that Jiraiya was more of a representative of Mayaboka Mountain than a ninja of Konoha. After a prolonged contemplation, Hiruzen finally spoke. I shall discuss this matter with Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Danzo, you need not concern yourself further. I have my own plans regarding the Rain Village and the Rinnegan. Danzo immediately grasped Hiruzen's intentions and replied, Hiruzen, do you still harbor illusions about resolving this issue through peaceful means? That is impossible. What we must prioritize now is to seize the Land of Rain. Even if we cannot act directly, we should at least apply pressure with a formidable force, compelling Hanzo the Salamander to surrender Nagato. We cannot afford to grant Nagato any time to develop. The situation had not escalated to that extent yet. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly stated, let us first await my discussion with Jiraiya before making any decisions. The Land of Rain is, after all, a battleground rife with various factions intermingling and mutually restraining one another. A single misstep could set off a chain reaction. The Sand and Rock villages will not remain passive as we make our move against the Land of Rain. Konoha has already endured enough conflict. Therefore, Danzo, I implore you to abandon any thoughts of military action against the Rain Village. The Third Great Ninja War has lasted for years, with Konoha facing one adversary after another. At long last, we are on the cusp of peace. I genuinely do not wish to plunge Konoha back into the fires of war over uncertain factors. Hiruzen, you must not. Danzo, I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this. Hiruzen. Danzo attempted to persist, but Hiruzen decisively silenced him with his authority as Hokage. Danzo's countenance darkened as he once again found himself overshadowed by Hiruzen's position. Hiruzen had a tendency to leverage his identity to quell dissent whenever the argument turned against him, further intensifying Danzo's obsession with the Hokage's title. Very well, Danzo. Let us defer this matter until after Hiruzen has conferred with Jiraiya. In a bid to diffuse the tension, Tono Komatsu stepped forward and deftly shifted the topic, stating, "In truth, our invitation for you to join us extends beyond merely understanding the trials you have faced. We have another matter to discuss." The Watergate had achieved a remarkable victory on the battlefield against the Hidden Cloud, successfully capturing both the son of the Third Raikage, and the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The delegation from the Hidden Cloud village had already arrived to negotiate. Upon learning of A and Killer B's capture by Konoha, the response from the Hidden Cloud was nothing short of swift. Within just a day, the village elder, Inoki, assumed control, tightening their frontline defenses and dispatching the still-learning Two Tails Jinchuriki to the front lines, while simultaneously sending a delegation to Konoha. Shimura Danzo, having returned to Konoha only today after recent operations in the Land of Rain, was now just becoming aware of these developments. Capturing A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Danzo's eyes as he quickly recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity to bring the Hidden Cloud to its knees. However, before his exhilaration could fully blossom, he noticed an unsettling expression on the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate, and Tono Komatsu. A jolt of unease coursed through Danzo's heart, and he sensed something was amiss. Danzo inquired, "Have you already met with the Hidden Cloud delegation?" Tono Komatsu nodded, replying, "They met with us yesterday, demanding that Konoha immediately release A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, or else the Hidden Cloud will wage total war against us, leading to mutual destruction." Mere bluster. Danzo scoffed derisively. "Both of their strongest combatants are in our grasp. What do they have to threaten us with?" Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, "We cannot dismiss this lightly. You know well that the brutes of the Hidden Cloud are not entirely rational. They are capable of reckless actions like total annihilation. Foolishness. Their brutish facade is merely a guise." While they were in mid-discussion, Danzo suddenly sensed an alarming shift and exclaimed, "Surely, you haven't acquiesced to their demands." "Not yet." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, momentarily calming Danzo's tumultuous emotions. Yet, the subsequent words from Hiruzen shattered any semblance of composure left in Danzo. However, releasing them is inevitable. It's merely a matter of how many resources we can extract from the Hidden Cloud. "You." Danzo erupted in fury, his voice rising as he questioned, "What are you all thinking? We are all acutely aware of the situation in the Hidden Cloud. Their Two Tails Jinchuriki has not yet perfected their transformation, and their top-tier combat strength is dwindling. With A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in our custody, the Hidden Cloud is half-crippled. At this juncture, rather than contemplating how to utterly subdue them, you are merely focused on the resources to be gained from them. What on earth is going through your minds?" Danzo could hardly fathom the shift. When did Konoha, the foremost village in the ninja world, become so feeble? Mito Menon opened his remarks, urging, "Danzo, you must remain calm. One cannot merely skim the surface of an issue. We should cast our gaze further into the future. The ninja world encompasses more than just our Konoha and the Cloud Village. If we were to engage in conflict with the Cloud, it would undoubtedly benefit the three other villages. It is crucial to remember that we are currently in a standoff with the Rock Village, and that old fox Inoki is far from benevolent. Should things go awry, Konoha might find itself in a precarious situation, facing two adversaries at once." Despite Mito's words, Shimura Danzo remained unmoved, responding coldly, "I acknowledge the possibility you speak of, but Inoki is a man driven solely by profit. One is the formidable Konoha, while the other is the weakened Cloud. Any reasonable individual would recognize how to choose. Inoki will surely seize the opportunity to extract a piece of flesh from the Cloud Village." Not wishing to speak too hastily, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and replied, "Indeed. Inoki is a man of avarice, yet as the leader of a village, he must understand the principle of mutual dependency. While he delights in the Cloud's decline, he would far prefer to avert the rise of a powerful Konoha. Otherwise, the next threat to face the might of Konoha could very well be the Rock. Therefore, the likelihood of a coalition between the Rock and Cloud villages to counterbalance Konoha becomes increasingly plausible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware that the Cloud's recklessness was merely a facade. Their willingness to set aside the grudge over the death of the third Raikage in favor of attacking Konoha speaks volumes. The Cloud Village has seized upon Konoha's reluctance to instigate hostilities, adopting a defiant posture. Despite his distaste, Sarutobi felt compelled to compromise, hoping to secure greater reparations from the Cloud. Pathetic, Danzo exclaimed in anger. What if the rock does turn against us? Let us not forget that we have consistently held the upper hand in our conflicts with them. We have nothing to fear, even in battle. And what of the mist and sand? Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, tapping the table thoughtfully. Let us set aside the sand for now, but the mist village remains isolated overseas, capable of both offense and defense. Although we have repelled them this time, they have never conceded defeat. Should we engage in conflict with the Cloud, or even the rock again, will the mist stand idly by? The sand, known for their capriciousness, would certainly harbor ulterior motives upon witnessing such events. Pausing for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively declared, "Thus, this matter is settled. This war has dragged on for far too long. It is time to conclude the conflict and allow for recuperation." Danzo opened his mouth, eager to argue further, but was silenced by a stern glare from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter continued, "Danzo, do not forget that you are still under a cloud of suspicion. You possess the right to advise, but not to decide." Danzo's face turned ashen, taken aback by the swift enforcement of Sarutobi's punishment. Without another glance at Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said, "Now, let us discuss another matter. At the front line of the Land of Soup, where they confront the hidden cloud, and at the front line of the Land of Rain, where they face the hidden rock, the ninjas remain momentarily inactive. However, the situation has calmed down on the side of the hidden mist, and it is time for the ninjas stationed there to return to Konoha for reorganization and rest. As you are all aware, the uniqueness of the hidden mist frontline necessitates a discussion on how to proceed. Unlike other battlefronts, the forces representing Konoha in the hidden mist battlefield are predominantly composed of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, forming a ninja coalition. Typically, when the ninja troops withdraw from the front line and return to the village, there is a customary organization for welcoming them by the villagers. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen has long experienced headaches regarding the major ninja clans within Konoha. Given their significant achievements on the battlefield, he is reluctant to grant them the opportunity to further bolster their influence and win the hearts of the people. Additionally, determining how to reward them for their contributions presents a considerable dilemma. In truth, other ninja clans are relatively easy to address. Mito gate and spoke up first, noting that even the Hyuga clans suffered substantial losses in this war, with their main house losing a Byakugan. It is only fitting for the village to provide them with some form of compensation. As for the smaller clans, adhering to the village's customary practices of granting compensation and allowances would suffice. The real challenge lies with the Uchiha Clan, which presents a more complex scenario. Tanshita Koharu interjected, highlighting that the Uchiha Clan dispatched a total of 350 ninjas to the battlefield, including 25 Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan, and 100 elite Chunin and special Jonin with double Tomo Sharingan. The remainder comprised those who had not awakened the Sharingan or possessed only a single Tomo. Following the conclusion of the war, preliminary statistics reveal that the Uchiha Clan retained 36 Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan, and 153 elite Chunin and special Jonin with double Tomo Sharingan, with many others having awakened at least a single Tomo. Moreover, during this conflict, the Uchiha Clan showcased elite ninjas such as the formidable Fugaku, the swift Shursui, and the renowned Uchiha Jin, who stands alongside the legendary Namikaze Minato. This indicates that while other clans experience considerable depletion of strength, the Uchiha Clan, despite losing nearly 100 members, has significantly enhanced its overall capabilities. Other clans are diminishing in power, whereas the Uchiha Clan emerges ever stronger. In light of this, should they be awarded substantial resources as compensation, the Uchiha Clan's power could witness unprecedented growth. Upon hearing this, the members of Konoha's F4 fell into a profound silence within the office. They all recognized the wisdom of their mentor, Senju Tobarama, in establishing the Konoha Guard and firmly containing the Uchiha Clan within the village. The ninjas of the Uchiha Clan are indeed exceptional, thriving in the crucible of battle, which serves as the optimal training ground for their enhancement. Furthermore, the Uchiha Clan is a cradle of genius, with its members possessing remarkable abilities. Had the Uchiha clan been afforded the same treatment as the other ninja clans within Konohagakure, rather than confining the majority of their members within the village, but instead allowing them to form ninja teams and embark on missions like everyone else, the Uchiha clan might have evolved into a formidable powerhouse by now. After all, the structure of ninja teams would enable the Uchihas to forge rapid bonds with their peers, and their inherent strength would undoubtedly grant them a significantly higher survival rate during missions compared to others. The inevitable experience of witnessing comrades fall would only serve to incite the Uchiha's latent power. If this were to continue unabated for a few decades, it is conceivable that the Uchiha clan could boast hundreds of elite shinobi wielding the three-tomo Sharingan. The mere thought of such a terrifying prospect sent shivers down the spines of the members of the Konoha F4 gathered in the office. This cannot continue. It is imperative to curtail the Uchiha clan's development. Even without verbal communication, the Konoha F4 reached a tacit consensus regarding the Uchiha issue in an instant. Torian Kanoharu spoke up, stating, "The Uchiha clan, leading a multitude of shinobi, has recently repelled the attacks from the Hidden Mist Village, and they are currently riding a wave of momentum. Without a solid excuse, it would be difficult to impose restrictions on their growth." Mediate Inazuma furrowed his brow and added, "Moreover, to take action against a family that has just achieved merit in battle could incite widespread outrage. We must proceed with caution." While the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the other ninja clans in Konohagakure has always been strained, the Uchiha are nonetheless a part of the village. Excessive targeting of the Uchiha clan could not only provoke their rebellious sentiments, but also elicit feelings of sympathy from other clans. This is not the outcome they desire to witness. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked nonchalantly, "The village has endured years of bloody conflict, and many areas are now in dire straits. Uchiha Fugaku is a man of understanding. I will have a candid discussion with him, urging the Uchiha clan to endure some hardships for the sake of the village." Sarutobi Hiruzen had already resolved to temporarily withhold the compensation and reparations owed to the Uchiha clan. As for the accolades earned by the Uchiha on the battlefield, any thoughts of rewards were rendered moot. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen's rationale was deemed reasonable. The prolonged warfare had already inflicted significant losses on Konohagakure, and the negotiations with Sunagakure had resulted in further concessions. The village would soon need to engage in negotiations with Iwagakure and Kimogakure. Had it not been for the efforts of Namikaze Minato, who captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from Kimogakure, it is likely that Konohagakure would struggle to secure sufficient resources for even the compensation of other shinobi. Under such circumstances, it was only fitting that the Uchiha clan, as the foremost clan of Konohagakure, should demonstrate a sense of responsibility and consider the welfare of the village. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, was seen as an individual who could be reasoned with. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt confident in his ability to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to accept this bitter pill. Moreover, should the Uchiha clan acquiesce to this arrangement, they could be elevated as a model to others, discouraging clans like the Hyuga from daring to demand favors under such circumstances. In this manner, although the Uchiha clan may gain a semblance of hollow reputation, they inadvertently offend other ninja clans in the process. Truly a twofold advantage. The individuals present, all astute minds, quickly grasped the underlying implications of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Mediate nodded, remarking that the Uchiha clan is inherently prideful. A few well-placed compliments would surely entice them to comply. This plan is indeed feasible. However, Nara Shikamaru interjected, advising caution. As the Uchiha clan has contributed significantly in this war, thus, it would be prudent to avoid overt actions and allow them to raise the matter themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded nonchalantly, stating that this task is manageable and that they would act according to the circumstances when the time comes. It is not arrogance on his part. Rather, the Uchiha are generally politically naive, and with a slight nudge, one can easily lead them to acquiesce. Mediate continued, emphasizing the necessity of addressing certain prominent figures within the Uchiha clan as well. Pausing, he turned to the taciturn Danzo Shimura, inquiring, "Danzo, what are your thoughts?" Typically, Danzo would be the most proactive in dealing with the Uchiha, yet his silence at this moment was rather unusual. With a disdainful snort, Danzo retorted, "Is my opinion even relevant now?" His tone brimmed with resentment, clearly agitated by Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier comments. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Danzo, disregarding him, and continued. "Among the Uchiha clan, Three individuals stand out in this war: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, and Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, is well known for his gentle demeanor. Having him in such a position is advantageous for us. Uchiha Shursui, a descendant of Kagami, embodies the will of fire, unlike many of his kin who are often rebellious. He is a promising young man worthy of investment. Yet, Uchiha Jin eludes my understanding. Influenced by the second Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his colleagues have always viewed the Uchiha clan with skepticism, remaining vigilant. They meticulously monitored any exceptional talents emerging from the Uchiha. But Uchiha Jin seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, catching them off guard. After a brief pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, Uchiha Jin is a proud individual. After losing his parents, he became somewhat aloof, rarely socializing during his time at the Ninja Academy. Upon graduation, he joined the security department. While Uchiha Jin possesses strength far exceeding that of an ordinary citizen, he has remained overshadowed by his contemporaries, notably the illustrious Minato Namikaze, and lacks any particularly striking attributes. However, during the conflict with the Mist Village, Uchiha Jin displayed extraordinary prowess, mastering fire release techniques to an unparalleled degree, even managing to counter water release with remarkable efficacy. In the initial skirmish against the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, under the adept collaboration of the lower ninja Mike Dai, 4 adversaries were vanquished and 3 severely injured. Subsequently, he traversed various locales, eliminating numerous foes such as Kagaya, Mizuki, and Hozuki, never once tasting defeat against those proficient in secret arts. Ultimately, Uchiha Jin achieved a decisive victory over the 4th Mizukichi, thereby solidifying his reputation and earning the illustrious title of the Red Sun. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted the known exploits of Uchiha Jin, his brow furrowing ever tighter. Mito Minyin cleared his throat and remarked, It is quite understandable that Uchiha Jin has rapidly enhanced his prowess and shone brightly amidst the chaos of war. After all, he is an Uchiha. However, it is often observed that those of the Uchiha clan, upon augmenting their strength, become increasingly arrogant and cold-hearted. Yet, Uchiha Jin stands in stark contrast to this norm. According to the information I have received, his demeanor has become significantly more amiable in recent years. Not only has he shed his pride, but he has also formed numerous friendships, conducting himself in a manner that is refreshingly pleasant and beyond reproach. This is indeed peculiar. Uchiha Jin's character, naturally a bit of an anomaly among the Uchiha, coupled with his extraordinary prowess, makes it nearly impossible to escape the notice of the discerning. The Konoha F4, already harboring biases against the Uchiha clan, immediately questioned whether Uchiha Jin might pose a threat upon noticing him. Taijutsu Kamatsu interjected. As the saying goes, strange occurrences often signal malevolence. I sense an ominous aura surrounding Uchiha Jin. It would be prudent to exercise caution. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I intend to summon him into the Umbu upon his return. The Umbu? Taijutsu Kamatsu and Mito Minyin exchanged astonished glances. It is well known that the Umbu is a direct division of the Hokage, tasked with executing missions of utmost secrecy that pertain to the very core of Konoha. Previously, even Uchiha Kagami, a direct disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, merely joined the bodyguard unit responsible for the Hokage's protection, never had an Uchiha entered the Umbu. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi Hiruzen elucidated. Firstly, I have never had the opportunity to observe him closely. Placing him within the Umbu will allow me to scrutinize him thoroughly. Secondly, integrating him into the Umbu serves to keep this uncertain element within my purview. The Umbu consists of our own, making it challenging for him to instigate any upheaval even if he harbors ulterior motives. Thirdly, this acts as a form of constraint upon him. Uchiha Jin has accrued substantial military achievements on the battlefield, his renown rivaling that of Namikaze Minato. Failing to reward him adequately would be unwise. By summoning him into the Umbu and assigning him a position, albeit subtly diminishing his status, he will soon blend into the crowd. Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategy is undeniably astute. The Umbu ninjas, being a direct contingent of the Hokage, possess elevated status, and in a certain sense, their actions unerringly reflect the will of the Hokage. They are undoubtedly one of the core pillars of Konoha. For the Uchiha clan, which has long existed on the periphery of Konoha's decisive power, having a clan member join the Umbu is surely a boon for the moderates within the clan. Even the hardliners of the Uchiha would find little to contest in this development. Thus, the inclusion of Uchiha Jin into the Umbu would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous reassurance for the Uchiha clan. This singular act might even compel Uchiha Fugaku to relinquish the clan's rightful interests more willingly. However, it is essential to note that the full name of the Umbu is the Special Assassination and Tactical Unit. While the Umbu holds a transcendent status in the eyes of shinobi, many ordinary citizens remain oblivious to its existence. The ninjas within the Umbu possess no names, no faces, and no identities. Their members don white masks that mimic animals during operations, and all aspects of their missions are shrouded in secrecy. Once Uchiha Jin joins the Umbu, he will no longer be recognized as a ninja from the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Under such circumstances, with a few subtle maneuvers, it would not take long for the reputation Uchiha Jin accumulated on the battlefield to dissipate entirely. Truly, this is a strategy of multifaceted gains. Tsunade Shizune and Mido Kaze quickly grasped the underlying implications, both displaying expressions of agreement. Mido Kaze remarked, "Hizashi, your strategy is nothing short of brilliant. Those Uchiha will likely remain oblivious until their last breath." Tsunade Shizune nodded in affirmation, adding, "Indeed, once Uchiha Jin enters the Umbu, no matter how formidable he may be, he cannot escape our grasp." A faint smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Although this idea had sparked in a moment of inspiration, the more he reflected upon it, the more he appreciated its ingenuity. At that moment, a disdainful scoff emanated from Shimura Danzo. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Shimura Danzo and inquired, "Danzo, do you hold a differing opinion?" "Not at all," Shimura Danzo replied, slightly shaking his head, yet a hint of amusement flickered across his face. "I merely wish to remind you not to forget that your tenure as Hokage will soon come to an end. Are you certain the Umbu will still operate according to your will at that time? I have heard that Uchiha Jin shares a profound bond with Minato Namikaze. While each individual present harbored their own thoughts, they fundamentally aligned on a common stance." Well aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention to pass the mantle of the fourth Hokage to Minato Namikaze, Shimura Danzo's mention of the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Jin was undoubtedly quite deliberate. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and stated, "Minato is amiable and maintains excellent relations with the village's civilians as well as the ninjas from various clans. Uchiha Jin is no exception. Furthermore, Uchiha Jin and Minato were contemporaries at the Ninja Academy, so it is entirely natural for them to share a good rapport. Minato Namikaze enjoys remarkable popularity within Konoha, akin to a small sun that radiates warmth and approachability to all. Not only Uchiha Jin, but even Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan, shares an excellent relationship with Minato, as their wives are close friends. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw no issue in the close ties between Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Jin. Mido Kaze nodded in agreement, stating, "Minato Namikaze, with his character, abilities, and strength, is undoubtedly an exemplary candidate for Hokage. His affinity for the Uchiha clan only underscores his charismatic appeal. He is ultimately still quite young, lacking experience and unaware of the perils of the world. Therefore, once he ascends to the position of the fourth Hokage, it will be essential for us older fellows to lend him our assistance, allowing him to gradually adapt to the responsibilities that come with such a role. In due course, should any issues arise, we will be there to oversee them, ensuring that no significant problems occur." Mido Minyan holds a deep appreciation for Minato Namikaze, the candidate for Hokage. After all, every time Minato encounters him, he respectfully addresses him as Elder Minyan, displaying great courtesy and respect. In stark contrast, Orochimaru exhibits a cold demeanor, failing even to offer a greeting, and Mido has frequently perceived disdain in Orochimaru's gaze. Given the comparison, the choice of the new Hokage seems rather uncontroversial. Shinobi Danzo let out a cold snort and remarked, "You all are being overly presumptuous. Leave Uchiha Obito to me. Within 2 years, I shall undoubtedly mold him into a most formidable tool. This is the only way to ensure absolute security." Aware that the decision regarding Minato Namikaze had already been made by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Danzo sought to advocate for Uchiha Obito. By mentioning the relationship between Obito and Minato, he aimed to sow discord among Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, facilitating his suggestion to recruit Obito into the roots. After all, Uchiha Obito is a figure of equal renown to Minato, If he could gain control over Obito, the power of his roots would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal without hesitation, stating, "Danzo, the village's shinobi already harbor considerable grievances towards your roots. Allowing a renowned ninja like Uchiha Obito to join would only incite further resentment among the villagers. Thus, you need not bring this matter up again. Uchiha Obito is absolutely not joining your roots." Danzo, with a solemn tone, countered, "What is wrong with my roots? Their existence is essential for the better development of Konoha. What do a few idle whispers matter? I have a clear conscience. Moreover, don't forget, Hiruzen, that my roots have suffered significant losses this time. It was you who insisted that my roots rest and recuperate in Konoha. Now, I asked for just one Uchiha Obito, and you refuse me. How can my roots recuperate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head firmly, declaring, "While others may be negotiable, Uchiha Obito is absolutely out of the question." Though Uchiha Obito could not be granted to Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, considering the heavy losses of the roots, ultimately decided to provide Danzo with a supplementary batch of personnel. After all, the existence of the roots remains crucial for Konoha, as many covert affairs require their attention. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Danzo's eyes, and he replied, "Very well, if Uchiha Obito is off limits, then I shall request Uchiha Shursui." Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, having focused solely on Uchiha Obito. He had inadvertently overlooked Uchiha Shursui, allowing Danzo to seize the opportunity. Uchiha Shursui is not only a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, but also a bearer of the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been observing Uchiha Shursui for quite some time, intending to cultivate him by his side. However, due to Shursui's youth and the ongoing war, suitable opportunities had yet to present themselves, which led to a delay. Now, under careless circumstances, Shimura Danzo seized the opportunity, placing Hiruzen in a rather precarious position. Upon noticing this, Danzo, sensing the potential for success, promptly interjected, "Hiruzen, you just mentioned that anyone other than Uchiha Obito would suffice. Are you now having second thoughts?" Hiruzen's expression fluctuated, and after a period of contemplation, he replied, "Personally, I would have no objections, yet as the Hokage, I must consider the larger picture." "What do you mean?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications of Hiruzen's words. Hiruzen elaborated, "As your friend and comrade, I have no reason to refuse your wishes. However, as the third Hokage, I must prioritize the greater good. Your relationship with the Uchiha clan is already fraught with tension. They would never entrust their prodigies to you. Given the unpredictable state of the ninja world, it is unwise for Konoha to stir up further conflict. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of Uchiha Shursui, or indeed any member of the Uchiha clan." With this decisive statement, Hiruzen effectively blocked Danzo's path, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Realizing Hiruzen's intent to renege on their agreement, Danzo's fury peaked, and he declared, "You must remember, I am the Hokage." Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen interrupted, forwarding his words once more. How audacious! Danzo's face turned ashen, having once again been bested by the title of Hokage. "Very well, let this matter rest. I shall prepare a list for you shortly. You may select whomever you wish." Hiruzen nonchalantly dismissed the issue before shifting the conversation. "Now, let us discuss the rotation of ninjas on the battlefield of the mist. I have devised a plan to rotate the frontline ninjas under the pretense of guarding against a resurgence from the hidden mist village. The Uchiha clan will return in the first batch, and once I have negotiated with Uchiha Fugaku, we can bring back the other ninja clans." In the Land of Rain. Within the office of Hanzo the Salamander, persistent rainfall leads to soil saturation, depriving roots of oxygen and hindering crop growth, potentially resulting in root rot in severe cases. Additionally, rainwater can wash away essential nutrients from the soil, diminishing its fertility. The high humidity fosters fungal and bacterial diseases, while also creating a conducive environment for pest proliferation, increasing the risk of infestations. Intense rainfall can trigger floods, submerging farmland and causing crop failures. Such flooding exacerbates soil erosion and damages soil structure. These factors are the primary reasons for the stagnation of agricultural development in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, situated at the heart of the continent, shares borders with the 6 nations of fire, earth, wind, bird, grass, and river, rendering it a pivotal hub for transportation. Logically, it should flourish in commerce. However, Not only the blockades imposed by the three major nations of fire, earth, and wind, but also the geographical transportation challenges have significantly hindered our development. The humid atmosphere accelerates the spoilage of goods, while the incessant rain and muddy roads impede travel time. Most merchant caravans would rather take a longer route than pass through the relatively shorter path of the Land of Rain. Thus, irrespective of the approach, to alter the circumstances of the Land of Rain, one must first transform its environment. Hanzo of the Salamander stood before a topographical map of the Land of Rain, elucidating the situation, while Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and Tenyu, along with Kanzu, attentively listened from below. Although Uchiha Jin intended to gradually transfer authority to Yahiko and his companions, the advancement of the Land of Rain could not solely rely on the efforts of these three individuals. Consequently, in recent days, whenever discussions revolved around the development of the Land of Rain, Uchiha Jin would instruct Hanzo to involve Tenyu and Kanzu, his capable aides. With the assistance of Tenyu and Kanzu, Yahiko and his companions would be better equipped to govern the Land of Rain. Therefore, I plan to undertake afforestation to regulate the local climate. Trees can absorb moisture and mitigate the risk of flooding while regulating air humidity through the process of transpiration. Furthermore, I propose the construction of 3 large reservoirs and the establishment of irrigation channels to direct excess water into these reservoirs. By implementing such infrastructure, we can manage rainfall and reduce the threat of inundation. Simultaneously, I aspire to develop roads radiating from the hidden rain village to connect the 6 nations. With his finger incessantly tracing the map, Hanzo articulated his vision, while Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan eagerly took notes. However, the expressions of Tenyu and Kanzu grew increasingly grave. Judging by Hanzo's plans, these initiatives are undoubtedly monumental undertakings that could transform the current state of the Land of Rain. Yet, given the enormity of these projects, the Land of Rain currently lacks the manpower and resources to actualize them. Even attempting to realize a single endeavor would prove exceedingly difficult. Should we attempt to forcefully implement these plans, the dire situation of the impoverished populace could ignite civil unrest. Are there any questions? Hanzo inquired as he completed his exposition, seated himself at the desk, and took a sip of water. Lord Hanzo, I have a question. Before Yahiko could inquire further, Tenyu and Kanzu exchanged a glance and promptly spoke up. Hanzo glanced at Tenyu, seemingly unsurprised by his reaction, and replied coolly, "Feel free to voice your concerns." After weighing his words carefully, Tenyu cautiously began, "Lord Hanzo, our Land of Rain is impoverished, and for most common folk, even securing daily sustenance is a challenge. If we were to simultaneously embark on such a multitude of grand projects, I fear." Tenyu did not finish his thought, but the implication was unmistakably clear. The expressions of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan remained unchanged upon hearing the news. They were entirely unconcerned. Long before, Uchiha Jin had already conveyed the solution to this matter to them. Hanzo of the Salamander turned to Tenyu and began to explain, "Do not worry. I do not intend to launch all these projects at once. I understand that haste does not yield good results. Moreover, when did I say I would mobilize a large number of civilians for these constructions?" Both Tenyu and Kanzo sighed in relief at the initial part of Hanzo's statement, but were taken aback by the latter part. No mobilization of civilians? How then would these grand projects be constructed? Before they could voice their questions, Hanzo of the Salamander inquired, "Tenyu, Kanzo, what do you both believe a ninja is?" "Ninja." Tenyu and Kanzo exchanged puzzled glances. The consensus among everyone in the ninja world was that ninjas were mere tools, a notion explicitly stated in the ninja code. Yet, both Tenyu and Kanzo could sense that this was not the answer Hanzo was seeking. Hanzo slightly shook his head and spoke, "You may assert that ninjas are tools, but to me, a ninja is simply someone who possesses unique skills. Just as a chef masters culinary techniques, a physician possesses healing arts, and a musician excels in vocal prowess, ninjas are merely individuals who have acquired specialized abilities. Aside from these skills, ninjas are indistinguishable from ordinary people. One improves their life through the acquisition and application of skills. This is the essence of life and in natural order. Ninjas should embody this as well. However, their abilities should not be confined solely to warfare." After a pause, Hanzo observed the increasingly bewildered expressions on Tenyu and Kanzo's faces and shook his head. "It is all right if you do not comprehend this now. There will come a day when you will understand what I mean." He then picked up the scythe he had set aside and remarked, "Consider this scythe. It is a weapon I use for killing, yet it can also serve as a tool for farmers to harvest crops. Do you understand? Tenyu, somewhat enlightened, nodded. So, Lord Hanzo, you intend to gather ninjas to undertake these grand projects, correct? Indeed, Hanzo affirmed. Who else is better suited for tasks such as cutting mountains, digging channels, and moving earth than ninjas? Since our hidden rain village typically receives few other assignments, let us issue some practical tasks from the village. This will not only enhance the environment of the land of rain, but also hone the skills of our ninjas. Well, let us conclude for today. I feel a bit fatigued. You may take your leave now. Mid-sentence, Hanzo suddenly seemed to sense something, abruptly shifting his tone and issuing a dismissal. Tenyu and Kanzo exchanged glances, said nothing further, and bowed respectfully before exiting. Once he confirmed their departure, Hanzo's eyes became vacant, and his form slumped noticeably. In the shadow cast by the figure of the enigmatic Hanzo of the Salamander, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan turned their gazes toward the slowly materializing form of Uchiha Obito. Brother Obito, what has transpired? Yahiko inquired, his voice laced with concern. The abrupt interruption of Hanzo's discourse had been exceedingly unusual, a deviation from the norm that raised alarm. With a grave expression, Uchiha Obito shook his head slightly, forming hand seals as he elucidated, I am receiving an urgent communication. It seems the time has come for me to depart. Although he was uncertain of the specifics, he could surmise the gravity of the situation. Summoning technique so soon? Yahiko and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Yet, before they could voice their thoughts, Uchiha Obito utilized the summoning technique to conjure forth a ninja cat. Meow? The creature, a plump orange tabby adorned in a blue vest, though incapable of speech, exhibited a glimmer of human-like intelligence in its gaze. Meow? The chubby feline procured a scroll from within its vest, but instead of presenting it to Uchiha Obito, it extended a chubby paw, seeking something in return. With a hint of exasperation flashing in his eyes, Uchiha Obito produced several silver bills and placed them in the cat's paw. This clan of ninja cats was indeed a unique presence within the ninja realm. Not only did they peddle information and trade ninja tools, but they also engaged in various enterprises, including delivering messages for Uchiha Obito, making them the most anthropomorphic of summoning beasts. Despite the amicable rapport between the Ninja Cat clan and the Uchiha clan, transactions were always expected. There were no favors granted. Meow? The fat tabby counted the bills, nodding in satisfaction before finally handing over the scroll to Uchiha Obito. Without hesitation, he unfurled the scroll and began to peruse its contents. As he finished reading, a serious expression settled upon his face. Brother Obito, what has happened? Yahiko asked, his worry evident. Uchiha Obito casually retrieved a scroll from Hanzo's desk and began to write, explaining, there is no significant issue. However, Konoha is preparing to rotate the ninjas stationed at the front lines in the land of mist back to the village for rest. And the Uchiha clan is included in the first group returning. My presence here was unauthorized, and while they could shield me at the front lines, I must reveal my identity upon returning to the village to prevent infiltrators from other lands. Thus, I must rendezvous with them before the main force arrives in Konoha. Before Uchiha Obito could complete his sentence, expressions of tension and unease washed over Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Over the past few days, Uchiha Obito had imparted a wealth of knowledge to them, sharing insights about the future trajectory of the Land of Rain. With Obito's impending departure, they were left grappling with their uncertainties, unsure of their ability to carry forth his plans. Uchiha Jin observed the unusual demeanor of the trio and, with a shift in tone, remarked with a smile, do not be anxious. My role was merely to offer you some theoretical support. I may not necessarily be correct. It is practice that serves as the sole criterion for truth. Therefore, you should proceed boldly without hesitation. Mistakes are acceptable. They will only bring you closer to the right path. As long as you can maintain your original intent, you shall be fine. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Yahiko and his companions eased, their tense emotions dissipating considerably. Noticing their relief, Uchiha Jin affectionately patted the plump orange cat that was grooming itself, saying, let us acquire 3 more summoning slots. Mew. The fat orange cat's eyes lit up at this proclamation, and it retrieved a scroll from within its vest, simultaneously extending a paw towards Uchiha Jin. These 3 summoning slots represented not only additional opportunities for profit, but also a bounty of delectable fish treats, which naturally excited the rotund feline. After completing the transaction, Uchiha Jin handed the summoning scrolls to Yahiko and his companions, instructing, "You should also sign a summoning contract with the fat orange one. In the future, we can communicate through it whenever issues arise. However, do ensure you have funds ready before each contact, for the fees of the fat cat are not insignificant." Mew. The fat orange cat expressed its discontent by baring its teeth at Uchiha Jin, while also presenting a scroll to Yahiko and his companions. This was a price list, clearly detailing the fees for various assistants, and it stipulated that fish treats could serve as an alternative payment for those lacking money. The fat orange cat was nothing if not transparent, ensuring fairness in its dealings. Seeing this, Yahiko and his companions couldn't help but smile, each signing their name on the fat orange cat's summoning scroll. It was their first encounter with such a mercenary summoning beast. Although they might not possess much currency in the land of rain, they were certainly abundant in various fish catches, making the rotund cat an affordable companion. Once Yahiko and his companions had finalized the summoning contracts, Uchiha Jin presented his own prepared scroll to the fat orange cat and, after making an additional payment, dismissed the summoning. Uchiha Jin then addressed Yahiko and his companions, stating, "Though the situation has unfolded rather unexpectedly, it is fortunate that the overall stability of the land of rain has been largely secured. In the forthcoming period, Obito will assume my role in managing Hanzo of the Salamander, facilitating a gradual transfer of power to you. Though the land of rain is a small nation, it possesses its own advantages. Hanzo, as the supreme leader of both the land of rain and the hidden rain village, means that there are no nobles within the country, which will alleviate many of your burdens. However, entrusting power to another inevitably leads to unforeseen complications. So your foremost priority must be to establish a solid footing within the hidden rain village. Only then will you be able to act freely. Therefore, do not rush the series of developmental plans for the land of rain. Take your time." Additionally, the third Hokage in Konoha is soon to retire, and it is virtually certain that the fourth Hokage will be your brother, Minato. Once Minato and I have firmly established our control over Konoha, the situation will become markedly easier. Given your connections, we will be able to assist you openly with numerous matters at that time. Yahiko nodded earnestly and replied, "Thank you, Brother Jin. We shall not disappoint your expectations." Uchiha Jin gently shook his head and remarked, "There is no need for gratitude. I am not merely assisting you. I am also aiding myself. In my eyes, the land of rain and Konoha are indistinguishable. Let us not forget our objective." Upon hearing this, Nagato's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "A world of universal harmony, akin to one family." "Exactly," Uchiha Jin replied with a smile. "As long as we persist in our efforts, the world of unity will inevitably arrive. The land of rain shall be entrusted to you." On a subsequent morning at the entrance of Konoha village, a formidable ninja force comprising hundreds of warriors emerged under the illumination of the rising sun, commencing their entry formalities. Among these hundreds, a significant majority bore the Uchiha Clan emblem, representing the Uchiha Clan ninjas, while the remainder consisted of civilian ninjas. The appearance of this ninja battalion swiftly captured the attention of several Konoha villagers, many of whom expressed astonishment and engaged in animated discussions. "Oh, are there returning ninjas from the front lines today? Why have I not received any notification for a welcoming ceremony? I seem to have not received any notice either. What is going on? Oh, I believe I recall a recent announcement from the Hokage's office stating that ninjas from the Mist frontline would return in batches to rotate defenses. Due to the large number of batches, welcoming ceremonies were postponed to avoid disrupting the villagers' daily lives, and a collective celebration would occur once all had returned. Is that so? The Hokage is truly considerate to think of such details for us. So, this is the first batch of ninjas returning from the frontline? They all appear to be members of the Uchiha Clan, don't they? You may not know, but I have heard that the Uchiha ninjas played a significant role on the Mist battlefield, contributing the most effort, even defeating the Mizukage. It is only natural they would be the first to return. Really? They even defeated the Mizukage? The Uchiha Clan may be proud, but they are indeed formidable. Of course, the Uchiha Clan is one of Konoha's prestigious families. The villagers' discussions continued, interspersed with many praises for the Uchiha Clan, which alleviated some of the dissatisfaction felt by the Uchiha members who had not received their due recognition, allowing them to exhibit a proud smile. The expression of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the group, also softened considerably, a flicker of joy glimmering in his eyes. "Do not rejoice too soon. Something feels amiss. Uchiha Jin, standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, maintained a steady expression and lowered his voice to offer a caution. Strange. This is exceedingly peculiar. The Konoha higher-ups had clearly orchestrated the return of ninjas from the mist frontline in batches, thereby canceling the customary welcoming ceremony, evidently aiming to suppress the prestige of various ninja clans. Yet, this sudden turn of events appeared to be contradictory. Indeed, the praises from the onlookers among the villagers are evidently being orchestrated by someone. Uchiha Jin quickly discerned a few instigators within the crowd. Uchiha Jin found himself momentarily perplexed by the intentions of the senior officials of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "Jin, could it be that you are being overly sensitive? This may very well be a form of compensation for our Uchiha clan." Compensation? A flicker of insight crossed Uchiha Jin's mind, and his demeanor grew serious as he replied, "I perceive it more as a strategy of flattery that leads to destruction." Flattery that leads to destruction? What do you mean? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, visibly puzzled. With a cold smirk, Uchiha Jin retorted, "Listen carefully to the murmurs among the villagers. Do they mention anyone other than our Uchiha clan? If this continues, it might seem as though the credit for repelling the Mist Village rests solely with the Uchiha. How will the other ninja clans perceive that?" Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Though the Uchiha clan had indeed achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield against the Mist, the contributions of other ninja were substantial as well. If the Uchiha were to bask in the limelight while others remained unrecognized, it was clear how the other ninjas on the front lines would react. Furthermore, given that Uchiha clan members were not particularly eloquent, they might become arrogant, inadvertently attracting the resentment of their peers. This maneuver from the Konoha High Command was undoubtedly setting the Uchiha clan ablaze. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jin continued, "This matter is likely far from over. When you report back, exercise caution. Regardless of what the third Hokage and the others convey, do not rush to acquiesce. Allow me to gather more information first." Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand." Inside, Uchiha Fugaku felt a twinge of frustration. Although he was nearly a decade older than Uchiha Jin, in matters of insight, he felt like a mere child in comparison. If not for Uchiha Jin's warning, he might still have been lost in the euphoria of the Uchiha clan's newfound reputation. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Perhaps it was time for him to concede. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to Fugaku's thoughts. His sole focus was on swiftly locating his informants to ascertain the village's recent circumstances. A few days prior, upon receiving a message, Uchiha Jin had made arrangements regarding the Land of Rain and subsequently departed. After a hurried journey, he rejoined the main force at dawn yesterday, seamlessly blending back into the ranks as if he had never left. However, due to his constant travel, Uchiha Jin was somewhat out of the loop regarding external news. This morning, he had only managed to exchange updates on their respective missions with Uchiha Shursui, who had returned from the feudal lord's estate, without having yet grasped the situation within the village. "Lord Fugaku, here is your entrance permit to the village. Thank you for your assistance." Having completed the necessary formalities, the village's guarding ninja presented a document to Uchiha Fugaku. "Everyone, let us disperse here for now. You may return to rest." This statement was made by Uchiha Fugaku to the ordinary shinobi. As the leader of this guard unit, his orders must be followed. No one could depart without his command. With Fugaku's words, the guard unit was effectively disbanded. "I must report to the Hokage Tower. Shursui, please escort everyone back to the clan. Our kin must be waiting." Fugaku instructed, glancing at Uchiha Shursui. Upon receiving a nod from Uchiha Itachi, Shursui affirmed, "Understood. I shall take my leave as well." Uchiha Itachi exchanged brief pleasantries with Fugaku, then added with concern, "Remember, do not rush to acquiesce to any requests from the third Hokage." "Rest assured, I am well aware," Fugaku replied solemnly. After giving a few more instructions to Shursui, Uchiha Itachi departed from the main group, heading towards the outskirts of Konoha, where the orphanage was located. On the outskirts of Konoha, amidst a vast expanse of fields, 3 colossal buildings reminiscent of warehouses stood in succession, surrounded by fields blooming with various vegetables and fruits. "I never imagined the so-called walking which has now become a caretaker for a group of children. Yaosher know you. It has been a long time," remarked Shimura Danzo. Seated across from the orphanage's director, Yaosher know you, at a stone table beneath a large tree. Behind Danzo stood 2 cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadows. While Yao Shirnoyu was accompanied by two other responsible individuals from the orphanage, a Jin and Huihua. I have relinquished that name, Yao Shirnoyu responded, meeting Danzo's piercing gaze with a composed demeanor, suppressing her inner unease. We have not applied for any further financial aid from the village. What brings you here now? If possible, Yao Shirnoyu wished to avoid excessive interaction with Danzo, preferring a complete severance of ties. As a former intelligence officer of the route, she was acutely aware of how low Danzo could stoop. Wherever Danzo appeared, misfortune was sure to follow. Ah, so now that you have the support of the Uchiha clan, you feel emboldened, Danzo remarked, surveying the surroundings with an air of calm. The Uchiha truly possess wealth. This orphanage has expanded more than twice its original size, and the number of children has increased significantly. Yao Shirnoyu furrowed her brow at his words, unable to contain herself any longer. Danzo, do not harbor any nefarious intentions. They are merely children. I am aware of that. However, the route is currently in dire need of personnel, Danzo replied directly. Cutting to the chase. I require your assistance once more. Rain Village has recently undergone significant upheaval, and I need you to infiltrate their upper echelons and ascertain their every move. Upon hearing this, Yao Shirnoyu's gaze flickered, and she slightly lowered her head, diverting her eyes as she spoke. You have mistaken the person. I am no longer inclined to undertake such perilous missions. Before the pharmacist Yano could finish her words, the furious Huahua interjected. Is there truly no one competent at the route? Shimizu Danzo cast a fleeting glance at Huahua and replied nonchalantly. The only one capable of undertaking this long-term mission is the walking shrine maiden. There exists no one more adept at espionage than her within the route. The mediocre will ultimately succumb to mental collapse or betrayal, but she shall never betray Konoha. Pausing momentarily, Shimizu Danzo then directed a cold gaze at Yanoyu, stating, Yanoyu, should you refuse, your orphanage will no longer receive any funding henceforth. You can't dictate that. Huahua retorted angrily. The Uchiha clan is the one funding us, not Konoha. Shimizu Danzo disregarded Huahua's words, his focus solely on Yanoyu, awaiting her response. At this moment, the cloaked figure standing to Danzo's left spoke up. Your orphanage has been developing quite well, but it seems the security measures are utterly lacking. I suggest you employ additional guards lest the funds for the orphanage be pilfered. The cloaked figure to Danzo's right extended his long tongue, licking his lips before adding, just a friendly reminder, be cautious not to have the children stolen as well. After all, unidentified children still hold some value. This was an overt threat, aiming to coerce Yanoyu through the children of the orphanage. You are despicable, a Jin exclaimed, his fury boiling over. Do you still consider yourselves ninjas, employing such underhanded tactics? It is you who are lacking reason, Danzo replied unabashedly, for the benefit of Konoha. This minor cost is insignificant. A Jin and Huahua found themselves rendered speechless by Danzo's shamelessness. With such words from Danzo, what else could they say? Yanoyu's eyes flashed with inner turmoil. Danzo had indeed struck at her vulnerable spot. Just then, a round of applause echoed, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Jin. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see Uchiha Jin had appeared several meters away, seemingly out of nowhere. A Jin and Huahua were filled with joy, and Yanoyu let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha Jin. Shimizu Danzo squinted his single eye, his gaze turning sinister. The cloaked figure to Danzo's right observed Uchiha Jin with keen interest, seemingly pleased to have returned just in time to witness an unfolding drama. Uchiha Jin strode confidently to Yanoyu's side and sat down, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on Danzo. Danzo, dissatisfied with this unexpected disruptor, spoke in a low voice. What do you intend to do? That is a question I should be asking you. Uchiha Jin countered defiantly. I am the honorary director of this orphanage. Elder Danzo, what do you intend to do regarding my orphanage? Honorary director? Danzo frowned slightly and glanced at the cloaked figure behind him to the left. After a moment of contemplation, the cloaked figure hesitantly nodded. In the past, when Uchiha Jin was negotiating with Yakushi Naniyu regarding funding for the orphanage, as a token of gratitude for Jin's contributions, Yakushi Nanoyu bestowed upon him the honorary title of director. Although Nanoyu's intention was merely to express her thanks at that moment, the title of honorary director granted Uchiha Jin a legitimate reason to involve himself in the matter. Uchiha Jin snorted disdainfully and continued, I believe I just heard someone plans to come to the orphanage to steal money and children. This is something the Konoha Guard cannot overlook. I will ask you only once, Elder Danzo, were you serious in your earlier statements? As Jin's words echoed, he revealed his crimson three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying aura akin to the blazing sun, which surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming the surroundings and draining the color from the world. The Sharingan's oppressive presence. Danzo Shimura's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The cloaked figure standing to Danzo's right managed to maintain their composure. Yet the cloaked figure to his left collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. What an overwhelming presence. Danzo Shimura's heart raced with fear as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Jin. It seemed that should he acknowledge his earlier words, Jin would not hesitate to end his life. Has this man gone mad? On the outskirts of Konoha village, in an expansive field, stood three enormous structures resembling warehouses, surrounded by fields abundant with various vegetables and fruits. Who would have thought that the so-called walking which has now become a caretaker for a group of children, Nanoyu? It has been a long time. At a stone table beneath a grand tree, Danzo Shimura, the shadowy figure of the ninja world, sat across from Yakushi Nanoyu, the director of the orphanage. Behind Danzo stood two cloaked figures, their faces shrouded in darkness, while two other heads of the orphanage, Aiken and Kika, stood behind Nanoyu. I have given up on that name. Nanoyu met Danzo's cold gaze, suppressing her inner turmoil as she replied, we have not requested any further financial assistance from the village. What do you want now? If possible, Nanoyu wished to avoid excessive interaction with Danzo, even to the point of wishing to never cross paths again. As a former intelligence agent of the Foundation, she was acutely aware of how low Danzo could stoop. Wherever Danzo appeared, it was never for good. Oh, so you feel emboldened by the support of the Uchiha Clan. Danzo observed his surroundings with a calm demeanor, casually remarking, the Uchiha Clan is indeed wealthy. Your orphanage has expanded more than twice its original size, and there are many more children. Nanoyu frowned at his words, unable to contain herself any longer, admonishing him, Danzo, do not entertain any ill intentions. They are still just children. I know, but the Foundation is currently in dire need of personnel. Danzo no longer beat around the bush, stating plainly, I need you to return and assist me. Recently, the village of Yuin has undergone significant upheaval, and I require you to infiltrate the higher echelons of Yuin, meticulously uncovering every action they undertake. Upon hearing this, the medic, Yao Shirinayu, flickered her gaze momentarily, slightly lowering her head and averting her eyes as she spoke. You have mistaken the individual. I am no longer suited for such perilous missions. Before Yao Shirinayu could finish her sentence, the irate Hui Hua interjected. Does the root have no one else to undertake this task? Shimura Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Hui Hua and stated coolly, the only one capable of fulfilling this long-term assignment is the wandering priestess. There is no one in the root more adept than she at espionage. Mediocre individuals ultimately succumb to mental collapse or betray their cause, while she will never turn her back on Konoha. Pausing momentarily, Shimura Danzo then turned his cold gaze towards Yao Shirinayu and warned, Yinayu, should you refuse, your orphanage shall receive no further funding. You cannot dictate this. Hui Hua retorted angrily. It is the Uchiha clan that supports us, not Konoha. Shimura Danzo ignored Hui Hua entirely, maintaining his unwavering stare upon Yao Shirinayu, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure positioned to Danzo's left interjected at an opportune moment. Your orphanage has been developing quite well, but it appears your security measures are utterly lacking. I advise you to hire more bodyguards to prevent the orphanage's funds from being stolen. The cloaked figure on Danzo's right extended a long tongue to lick his lips and remarked, just a reminder, be cautious not to have the children taken as well. After all, unidentified children still hold some value. Danzo and his companions were making an overt threat, seeking to leverage the children of the orphanage to coerce Yao Shirinayu into submission. You are utterly despicable. A Jian, filled with rage, questioned, do you even consider yourselves ninjas, resorting to such underhanded tactics? It is your ignorance that is evident. Danzo retorted shamelessly, for the sake of Konoha's interests. This minor cost is insignificant. A Jian and Hui Hua found themselves rendered speechless by Danzo's audacity. What more could they say in the face of such blatant disregard? Yao Shirinayu's eyes flickered with a struggle. Danzo had indeed struck at her vulnerable point. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, shattering the tense atmosphere. Jin. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to find Uchiha Jin had appeared several meters away, seemingly out of nowhere. Jin and Huihua were filled with joy, while Yao Shiyinayu breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Jin. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his gaze dark and menacing. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure behind Danzo on the right was observing Uchiha Jin with keen interest. It seems I returned just in time. Otherwise, I would have missed quite the spectacle. Uchiha Jin nonchalantly approached Yao Shiyinayu and seated himself beside her, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon Danzo. Uchiha Jin. Danzo, displeased by this unexpected disruptor, spoke in a low tone. What do you intend to do? This question should be posed to me instead. Uchiha Jin declared, unwavering. I am the honorary director of this orphanage. Elder Danzo, what are your intentions regarding my establishment? Honorary director? Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow, glancing at the cloaked figure to his left. The cloaked individual pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding. When Uchiha Jin had previously negotiated funding for the orphanage with Yakushi Naniu, the latter had indeed conferred upon him the title of honorary director as a token of gratitude. Although it was merely an expression of thanks at the time, the title granted Uchiha Jin a legitimate reason to intervene in this matter. With a derisive snort, Uchiha Jin continued, I believe I just heard someone intends to rob the orphanage, steal both money and children. This is something my Konoha guard cannot ignore. I pose one question. Elder Danzo, were your previous words sincere? As Uchiha Jin's voice echoed, he unveiled his crimson three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying aura akin to a blazing sun, overwhelming Shimura Danzo and his companions, rendering the very atmosphere devoid of color. The Sharingan's oppressive force. Shimura Danzo's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The cloaked figure to his right managed to remain steady, while the one to his left crumpled to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. What a fearsome presence. Danzo's heart raced with alarm, sensing Uchiha Jin's murderous intent. It seemed that should he acknowledge his earlier words, Uchiha Jin would not hesitate to end his life. Has this man lost his sanity? On the outskirts of Konoha village, amidst a vast expanse of fields, three enormous structures resembling warehouses stood in succession, surrounded by fields lush with various vegetables and fruits. To think that you, once dubbed the Wandering Witch, have now been reduced to a caretaker for a group of children. Nanoyu. It has been a long time. Under a grand tree, a stone table hosted a confrontation between Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world, and Yakushi Nanoyu, the director of the orphanage. Behind Danzo stood two cloaked figures shrouded in darkness, while two additional heads of the orphanage, a Jin and Huihua, flanked Nanoyu. I have relinquished that name. Yakushi Nanoyu met Danzo's piercing gaze, suppressing her unease as she stated, We have ceased applying for village aid. What brings you here now? If possible, she wished to avoid any further entanglement with Danzo, preferring complete severance of ties. As a former operative of the Foundation, Yakushi Nanoyu was acutely aware of the depths to which Danzo could stoop. Wherever Danzo appeared, misfortune inevitably followed. Ah, so the Uchiha clan's support has emboldened you. Danzo remarked nonchalantly, surveying the surroundings. The scale of your orphanage has indeed more than doubled, and the number of children has increased significantly. Pharmacist Yanoyu furrowed her brow at the words spoken. Unable to contain herself any longer, she reprimanded, Danzo, do not entertain such misguided notions. They are still merely children. I am aware, Danzo replied, no longer beating around the bush, but the route is currently in dire need of manpower. I need you to return and assist me. There have been significant upheavals in the Hidden Rain village, and I require you to infiltrate their upper echelons and ascertain their every move. Upon hearing this, Yanoyu's gaze flickered momentarily as she lowered her head and diverted her eyes, stating, You have mistaken me. I am no longer suited for such perilous tasks. Why must the director undertake this? Before Yanoyu could finish her sentence, the furious Hikaru interjected, Is there not a single capable person left in the route? Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Hikaru and replied coolly, Only the walking priestess possesses the ability to undertake this long-term mission. There is no one more adept as a spy than she. Mediocre individuals ultimately succumb to despair or betray their cause, but she will never turn her back on Konoha. After a brief pause, Danzo turned his cold gaze back to Yanoyu, stating, Yanoyu, should you refuse, your orphanage will no longer receive any funding. You cannot dictate that. Hikaru retorted angrily, The Uchiha clan is our benefactor, not Konoha. Danzo disregarded Hikaru and fixed his unwavering stare on Yanoyu, awaiting her response. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure standing to Danzo's left interjected, Your orphanage has shown remarkable development, yet it appears utterly lacking in security. I advise you to hire more bodyguards, lest the funds of the orphanage be stolen." The cloaked figure on Danzo's right extended a long tongue to lick his lips, adding, "And be wary of the children, lest they be taken as well. After all, unidentified children possess some value." Danzo and his associates were issuing an unabashed threat, seeking to coerce Yano Yu by using the children of the orphanage. How despicable! Aiken exclaimed in fury. "Do you even consider yourselves ninjas, resorting to such underhanded tactics? You are the ones lacking understanding." Danzo retorted, unabashed and resolute. "For the sake of Konoha's interests, this is a trivial price to pay." Aiken and Hikaru found themselves too incensed by Danzo's shamelessness to offer any retort. What more could they say in light of his blatant assertions? Yano Yu's eyes portrayed a conflict of emotions. Danzo had indeed struck at her vulnerable spot. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. "Jin." Everyone turned towards the sound to see Uchiha Jin appearing several meters away, seemingly materializing from thin air. Aiken and Hikaru were filled with joy, while Yano Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Jin's presence caught Danzo's narrowed gaze, his expression dark and foreboding. Conversely, the cloaked figure to Danzo's right observed Uchiha Jin with keen interest, remarking, "It seems I have returned just in time. Otherwise, I would have missed quite the spectacle." Uchiha Jin approached the side of Yakushi Nanoyu and seated himself, his gaze piercing and sharp like a blade as it fixed upon Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Jin, unyielding, retorted, "What do you intend to do?" "That is a question I should be asking you," Danzo replied with a low growl, clearly displeased by the sudden interference of this unexpected disruptor. "I am the honorary director of this orphanage," Jin declared resolutely. "Elder Danzo, what are your intentions regarding my orphanage?" "Honorary director?" Danzo furrowed his brow, glancing towards the cloaked figure on his left. The cloaked individual pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding. When Uchiha Jin initially discussed funding the orphanage with Yakushi Nanoyu, she had granted him the title of honorary director as a token of gratitude for his contributions. Although her intentions were merely to express appreciation, the title conferred upon Jin a legitimate reason to intervene in this matter. With a dismissive snort, Uchiha Jin continued, "I believe I just overheard someone planning to steal money and children from the orphanage. This is something the Konoha Guard cannot simply ignore. I will ask you just once. Elder Danzo, were your earlier words sincere?" As Jin's words hung in the air, he revealed his crimson three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing an overwhelming aura akin to the blazing sun, which bore down relentlessly upon Danzo and his companions, draining the vibrancy from the surroundings. The Sharingan's oppressive presence. Danzo's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. While the cloaked figure to Danzo's right managed to maintain his composure, the one on his left collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Such a terrifying force. Danzo was filled with dread, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Uchiha Jin. It seemed that should he acknowledge his earlier statements, Jin would not hesitate to take his life. Has this man lost his mind? Indeed, Uchiha Jin harbored the intention to strike the moment Danzo gave his assent. This was not a spur-of-the-moment impulse. The last incident, where Danzo narrowly escaped due to the intervention of Uchiha Obito, had left Jin with lingering regrets. This time, if Danzo were to admit to his previous claims, Jin, as a member of the Konoha Guard, would possess the justification to act. Though the reasoning might seem tenuous, once Danzo was dead, his value would diminish significantly. At that juncture, Jin could exert pressure and display dominance without fearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would refuse to yield. For how much resolve would the Hokage possess to risk the stability of Konoha and rekindle the fires of conflict over a mere corpse? As for Jin's hesitation to act immediately, while Danzo and the root ninja accompanying him were manageable, the cloaked figure standing behind Danzo to the right, who had spoken of capturing children, was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Uchiha Jin lacked the confidence to eliminate Orochimaru without cause. "Oh, I have merely offered a kind reminder." Shimura Danzo exhaled deeply, his voice heavy with gravity. Uchiha Jin, internally lamenting the lost opportunity, nonetheless maintained his imposing presence, intensifying it further as he declared, "Allow me to extend a benevolent warning to Elder Danzo. As the head of this orphanage, it is my solemn duty to safeguard each child within these walls. Should anyone dare to harm them, they must not expect mercy from me. Unless those vermin lurking in the shadows choose to remain hidden from the village for eternity, For every child lost from this orphanage, I shall eliminate 10 of those rodents. Should 2 children be lost, I will exterminate 100. And if 3 children are taken, I shall uproot the entire nest of rats outside the village. Doubt not my ability to locate those pests. You should be well aware of the capabilities of Yao Shiryana. Yao Shiryana is indeed the finest intelligence operative from the former route, possessing unparalleled knowledge of its affairs. Furthermore, Yao Shiryana has recently been tirelessly assisting Uchiha Jin in gathering intelligence. The information regarding your expedition to the Land of Rain was provided to Uchiha Jin by none other than Yao Shiryana. You are quite impressive. Danzo's expression darkened. His single eye fixated intently on Uchiha Jin as he spoke in a low tone. I had previously underestimated the crimson sun of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, with age, one's vision can falter, Uchiha Jin replied, retracting his aura and speaking with a cool detachment. Thus, I advise Elder Danzo to refrain from aimlessly wandering about in the future. This time, you have merely lost a hand and an eye. Next time, the outcome may be far graver. You, Danzo, taken aback, rose to his feet. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared incredulously at Uchiha Jin. Jin's words were laden with implications. Not that Danzo was particularly concerned about that. While his loss of a hand was evident, the fact that he had also lost an eye was known to few, perhaps even unbeknownst to Hanzo of the Salamander, who had dealt him the blow. After all, that Sharingan had remained concealed beneath bandages, never revealing itself until he had employed Izanagi to sacrifice it. How could Uchiha Jin have knowledge of this? Danzo glanced at Uchiha Jin and then at Yao Shiryana. After returning to Route, he had instructed the medical ninjas to remove the ruined eye and replace it with another Sharingan for self-defense. Thus, it was Yao Shiryana who had learned of this information through certain channels. Danzo felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles, an unsettling sensation creeping over him as he was exposed in such a manner, a discomforting experience for one accustomed to the shadows. Upon returning, he would thoroughly investigate Route. Having risen, Danzo found no desire to linger any longer. He huffed softly in response to Uchiha Jin's enigmatic smile before turning to leave. Orochimaru shrugged, lifting the limp Route ninja from the ground, preparing to depart alongside Danzo. Lord Orochimaru, please wait. At that moment, Uchiha Jin suddenly called out, beckoning Orochimaru to stay. Oh, Jin-kun, do you have further matters to discuss? Orochimaru came to a halt, observing Uchiha Jin with great interest. Uchiha Jin smiled and said, I wonder if Lord Orochimaru has a moment to converse. I assure you, I will not disappoint. At this moment, Uchiha Jin's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Starkly contrasting with the earlier encounter with Shimura Danzo, one was in the heavens while the other was in the depths. After all, Uchiha Jin held great respect for a scientist of Orochimaru's caliber. Certainly, I am quite intrigued by you, Jin-kun. Orochimaru replied without hesitation, casually tossing the Route ninja he had in hand to Shimura Danzo before taking a seat opposite Uchiha Jin. Danzo, taken aback, caught the ninja and looked at both Uchiha Jin and Orochimaru, utterly perplexed. Elder Danzo, I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you any further. Orochimaru waved dismissively at Danzo, showing no hint of remorse. His presence at the orphanage alongside Danzo was never intended to support him. Rather, he was drawn there by an interest in a child, seeking an opportunity to take them away. Indeed, Orochimaru's visit was solely to abduct a child. Thus, Danzo's misfortunes had nothing to do with Orochimaru. Useless. Danzo scoffed, feeling embarrassed, and turned away to depart. Yanoyu, please fetch a cup of tea. Uchiha Jin patted the shoulder of Yakushi Yanoyu and smiled. We must not neglect our esteemed guest. Yanoyu nodded gently, without further inquiry, and called over a Jian and Huihua to assist. Jin-kun, I truly did not expect you to have tamed that walking witch, Orochimaru remarked, extending his serpent-like tongue to lick his lips in appreciation. There has been no taming involved. It is merely a relationship of mutual benefit, support, and assistance. Uchiha Jin shook his head, stating, if one must put it into words, she is my companion, or one might say, comrade. Comrade, like-minded. Orochimaru quickly grasped the meaning of the term, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. Indeed, I have long admired you, Lord Orochimaru. I had intended to find time to visit, so encountering you here is fortuitous. Uchiha Jin declared, producing a storage scroll from his robes and presenting it to Orochimaru. Consider this a token of my greeting. Oh, A greeting gift? What might it be? Orochimaru did not immediately take the scroll from Uchiha Jin, instead pondering the latter's unexpected demeanor. Prior to today, he had never met Uchiha Jin. Before the Third Great Ninja War, he had not even noticed Uchiha Jin. Had Uchiha Jin not suddenly risen to prominence on the battlefield of Kirigakure, Orochimaru would not have felt compelled to take an interest in him. Yet, judging by Uchiha Jin's current attitude, it seemed he had long harbored intentions of forging a connection, even carrying this so-called greeting gift with him. This prompted Orochimaru to ponder the motives behind Uchiha Jin's actions. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Jin spoke. Orochimaru-sama, given the current circumstances, you must realize that the position of the fourth Hokage is no longer within your reach. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, but maintained an impassive demeanor. Did Orochimaru desire the title of Hokage? Perhaps, yet not quite. Instead of seeking the Hokage's role, Orochimaru yearned for the boundless pursuit of knowledge and truth. The position of Hokage represented a gateway to knowledge that was otherwise inaccessible to him. Thus, for Orochimaru, attaining the title was akin to the quest for immortality, a mere stepping stone towards the realization of his true aspirations. He was acutely aware of the prevailing situation and understood that his former mentor had irrevocably abandoned him. Although Orochimaru harbored no ambitions for power, the abrupt confiscation of something that rightfully belonged to him, without his consent, left him perturbed. Uchiha Jin exchanged a significant glance with Orochimaru and continued, "In my perspective, this may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events for you, Orochimaru-sama." Orochimaru smiled, his raspy voice imbued with a unique magnetism. "It seems you understand me quite well, Jin-kun." Perhaps, Uchiha Jin chuckled. "I believe you, Orochimaru-sama, are a quintessential scientist. Individuals of your caliber should not be entangled in the struggles for power or squander their time on the battlefield. Your rightful domain lies within laboratories and libraries, places dedicated to the exploration of knowledge." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had only sensed it vaguely before, but now he was certain that Uchiha Jin truly comprehended him. Uchiha Jin continued, "Orochimaru-sama, I am aware that your current entanglement with Shimura Danzo is largely due to resources and information. However, Danzo is devoid of ethics and will undoubtedly lead you to squander precious research time in the future. Such an endeavor is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst." Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Jin with a deep gaze and replied, "It seems that, like me, Jin-kun possesses considerable insight into Elder Danzo. Yet, at present, I feel I have little choice but to deal with him." "No," Uchiha Jin insisted, pushing the storage scroll forward once more. "A new choice lies before you." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes but refrained from reaching for the scroll, inquiring, "What can you offer me, Jin-kun?" Uchiha Jin smiled. "Firstly, research funding that far surpasses what Shimura Danzo could provide, virtually limitless financial resources. Secondly, all the resources and information of Konoha will be unconditionally accessible to you, including those held by Shimura Danzo." Orochimaru's pupils constricted. The two conditions proposed by Uchiha Jin were extraordinarily generous. Even the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would likely hesitate to make such an offer. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and replied solemnly, "Jin-kun, making excessively grand statements risks losing credibility." Uchiha Jin chuckled and once more nudged the storage scroll forward, saying, "What if I were to assert that this represents the sincerity of both myself and Minato?" Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook his head. Although he was unfamiliar with Uchiha Jin, he had some understanding of Jiraiya's disciple, Minato Namikaze. In a deep voice, Orochimaru remarked, "Given Minato's character, he would likely find it unacceptable to engage in live experiments. Jin, I trust you are not jesting with me." Uchiha Jin shook his head and explained, "In the past, Minato would indeed have rejected such matters. However, upon learning certain truths and understanding the foes we are destined to confront, Minato has become less rigid. As long as we do not use comrades from the village, like the death row inmates in Konoha prison, the marauding bandits who wreak havoc, or the spies from enemy nations, Minato would be amenable." He continued, "Minato has already promised to establish the Konoha Research Institute once he assumes leadership and has invited you, esteemed Orochimaru, to serve as its director. Within the institute, all your research will receive the full support of Konoha, with the only stipulation being that you share your findings with the village." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze flickered with uncertainty, and his heartbeat quickened. If he could truly gain access to the resources of the entire village, the significance of becoming Hokage would diminish greatly. Instead, he could free himself from the burdensome affairs of governance and focus wholeheartedly on his various research endeavors. Exhaling a deep breath, Orochimaru stated, "I find myself quite curious about the truths and adversaries you speak of, Jin." Uchiha Jin shook his head, saying, "That is a long story, and now is not the time to discuss it. Perhaps it will only be on the day the Konoha Research Institute is established that I can fully disclose everything to you." After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru suddenly smiled and picked up the storage scroll, asking, "Might you share what is contained within this storage scroll?" Seeing his reaction, Uchiha Jin also smiled, replying, "It merely contains the corpses of bloodline ninjas and secret technique users from the Kiri village, such as the Kagaya clan, the Mizunoto clan, and the Kirigakure clan. Additionally, there should be some special ninjas from Awagakure and Kumogakure, but you'll need to wait for Minato's return to receive those." He added, "In the future, should you require them, the Sharingan and Byakugan can also be made available to you." Orochimaru's smile broadened. This meeting gift from Uchiha Jin and Minato struck at the very core of his ambitions. Had he known the contents of the storage scroll earlier, he might not have engaged in such prolonged discussions with Uchiha Jin. Without hesitation, Orochimaru stuffed the storage scroll into his mouth and declared, "Jin, I can feel your sincerity. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to speak." Uchiha Jin chuckled, saying, "I maintain my stance. Your time, esteemed Orochimaru, should not be squandered on trivial matters. Simply keep a distance from Shimura Danzo, and while you are engaged in your research, enjoy the unfolding drama from the sidelines. I assure you, within a year, all that Danzo possesses will be laid bare before you." Orochimaru licked his lips and responded with a smile, "Then I shall await the outcome with great anticipation." Not long after, Orochimaru, brimming with excitement, departed the orphanage while clutching the storage scroll. The esteemed pharmacist, Yao Shirinayu, arrived belatedly, carefully carrying 2 cups of steaming tea. She placed 1 cup in front of Uchiha Jin and took a seat opposite him with the other. Uchiha Jin sipped his tea and remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Yinayu, your tea brewing pace is rather slow, making it seem as though I was intentionally trying to distract you." In truth, there was little to conceal between Uchiha Jin and Yao Shirinayu, given the nature of their current relationship. Moreover, a Jin and Huihua, who had also emerged from the depths alongside Yao Shirinayu, were undoubtedly loyal and steadfast in their convictions. No, after all, the orphanage does not cultivate a tea-drinking custom, and boiling water anew requires time, Yao Shirinayu replied, shaking her head. "Furthermore, your conversation with Orochimaru took longer than I anticipated." Indeed, she had intentionally delayed for a moment, aiming to create a more conducive atmosphere for Uchiha Jin and Orochimaru's discussion. Based on her experience, an excess of individuals during negotiations could inadvertently impose psychological pressure on the other party, thereby hindering openness. Yao Shirinayu had initially intended to serve tea once Uchiha Jin and Orochimaru had reached a substantial agreement. However, she did not foresee that Orochimaru would lose interest in the conversation upon discovering the contents of the storage scroll Uchiha Jin had prepared, leading to a hasty departure after a few perfunctory remarks. Uchiha Jin did not dwell on the matter, instead inquiring, "Upon returning to the village today, I sensed some unusual activity among the upper echelons. Has anything significant transpired recently?" Yao Shirinayu furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Indeed, there are many matters at hand, yet only 2 can be deemed substantial. The first is that Shimura Danzo has been relieved of his position as a Konoha elder, and Root has been ordered to curtail its activities. It can be said that Shimura Danzo now resembles a toothless tiger in the public eye. However, he has not ceased his clandestine maneuvers and remains quite active behind the scenes. He still retains the title of Hokage advisor, serving as a form of protection for himself. Although he must often yield to Sarutobi Hiruzen, once he departs from Hiruzen's presence, Shimura Danzo continues to act according to his own will, unshackled by Hiruzen's intentions. This duplicitous behavior is second nature to him, and Sarutobi has grown accustomed to it, often choosing to turn a blind eye. Consequently, when faced with the threats posed by Shimura Danzo, Yao Shirinayu must tread carefully, contemplating the potential repercussions. Had Uchiha Jin not appeared in time, she might have reluctantly acquiesced to Danzo's demands to safeguard the children of the orphanage, especially given her awareness of the Rain Country now being under Uchiha Jin's control. Having digested the first piece of news, Uchiha Jin pressed on. And what of the second matter? Pharmacist Yanoyu replied. The second significant matter is that Konoha has reached a peace agreement with Kumogakure, and the ninja forces on the battlefield of the Land of Hot Water are about to return to the village. Uchiha Jin furrowed his brow upon hearing this and remarked, "So soon?" This development indeed took Uchiha Jin by surprise. He had initially anticipated a prolonged negotiation between Konoha and Kumogakure. Yanoyu elucidated, the urgency primarily lies with Kumogakure, which seems to have underestimated their determination to retrieve Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Consequently, an intriguing scenario unfolded. When the village adopted a firm stance and proposed a series of compensations, Kumogakure promptly acquiesced without hesitation. This indicates that the conditions initially presented by the village were well within Kumogakure's psychological acceptance. Thus, both parties mutually agreed to withdraw troops from the territory of the Land of Hot Water, with Kumogakure first paying 20% of the agreed resources as a deposit to secure Raikage's return to Kumogakure to oversee matters, while the remaining resources would be exchanged for the Eight Tails Jinchuriki once Kumogakure had gathered them. No wonder Orochimaru, the frontline commander of Kumogakure, has appeared in the village. Uchiha Jin pondered, before inquiring, does this mean Minato should be returning soon as well? The main forces may not arrive as swiftly, Yanoyu responded. Orochimaru has led all the injured ninjas back to the village first. As for Minato, Yanoyu paused thoughtfully before continuing. He should be back in a few days. At that time, Konoha will likely hold a grand welcoming ceremony, and the day for Minato to assume the role of Hokage will be on the agenda. Speaking of which, there is someone who has been waiting for you for quite some time, almost incessantly mentioning your name. Yanoyu suddenly seemed to recall something mid-sentence and chuckled softly. Just as Uchiha Jin was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a figure swiftly approaching them. Jin-sensei, it really is you. A petite girl, clad in a standard orphanage hooded jumpsuit and with a mask obscuring much of her face, excitedly rushed towards Uchiha Jin, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's Rin. Uchiha Jin recognized the newcomer and understood Yanoyu's earlier words. After Noera Rin's presumed death, Uchiha Jin had hidden her in this orphanage. Given the nature of the orphanage, the occasional appearance of individuals with ambiguous backgrounds was quite normal. Rin had been patiently waiting in the orphanage for the day she could see the light of day again. Jin-sensei, did you bring any news about Obito from your journey? Noera Rin asked, her gaze filled with concern and anticipation, her voice trembling slightly as she feared hearing any ill tidings from Uchiha Jin. As someone who had already passed away, Uchiha Jin had shared a portion of the truth with Noera Rin to allow her to live in anonymity within the orphanage. For instance, he informed her that Uchiha Obito was not dead yet, but he was being targeted by a formidable entity to lead Uchiha Obito into darkness. This powerful being intended to harm those close to him. Her experiences on the battlefield of the mist were orchestrated by that very presence. Before Uchiha Jin had the confidence to confront that formidable presence, it would be best for her to remain deceased. Even though Uchiha Jin assured Noera Rin of Uchiha Obito's safety, Rin could never fully ease her worries. Each time Jin visited the orphanage, Rin would incessantly interrogate him about any new developments. With a smile, Uchiha Jin replied, I suppose there is good news. You shall soon see the light of day again. Rin's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Is it true? Initially, she merely sought to ascertain Obito's current state, but to her astonishment, it seemed the crisis had come to an end. The unexpected joy left Rin momentarily speechless. Indeed, Uchiha Jin clarified, that powerful entity has aged and passed away, entrusting everything to Obito. I gave him a good thrashing to bring him back. However, he is currently engaged in a task for me, so it will be a while before he returns. But the danger has largely subsided, so you need not hide any longer. When Minato and Kakashi see you, they will surely be astonished. The dark cloud that had long loomed over Rin's brow was finally dispelled by Jin's words, unveiling a genuine smile. Thank you, Jin-sensei, she exclaimed, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Beside them, Yakushi no Nai hesitated for a moment before turning to Rin and saying, Rin, if possible, I think you should hurry to see Kakashi. His condition has not been well lately. Rin was taken aback, and once she processed his words, she exclaimed, Is something wrong with Kakashi? Yakushi no Nai explained, Don't worry, he is merely struggling with his mental state, having endured the deaths of his comrades. But I believe that once you appear before him, everything will improve. Yakushi no Nai had been assisting Uchiha Jin in gathering intelligence and was always vigilant about the village's situation, particularly due to Rin's connection to Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi had recently suffered the losses of Uchiha Obito and Rin, exuding an aura of despair and death. Perhaps the suicide of his father, Hatake Sakumo, had cast too great a shadow over him, leading Kakashi down a similar path of self-destruction. Now, he was but a mere shell of his former self, indistinguishable from the dead. Is that so? Then I shall seek out Kakashi at once. Rin understood the implication of Yakushi no Nai's words. Although Kakashi was not in immediate danger, she resolved to find him and share the news that Uchiha Obito was still alive. Wait. Uchiha Jin suddenly called out to Rin as she was about to leave. Don't rush. After all, Kakashi has been brooding for so many days. A little longer won't matter. Moreover, don't you think that a grand reappearance is warranted for someone who has been dead so long? Grand reappearance? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Noera Rin's eyes as she inquired, is it necessary? Of course it is. Uchiha Jin asserted decisively. Not everyone has the opportunity to reappear before their loved ones after having faced death. This could be a truly extraordinary experience. So, you should heed my advice. I have matters to discuss with Kakashi as well, and I shall accompany you to find him shortly. It is settled then. Go wash your face and apply some makeup. Prepare yourself for this reunion with an old friend. As Uchiha Jin spoke, he gently nudged Noera Rin towards the orphanage. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she found herself wandering away in a daze. You always manage to conjure something novel, Yakushi no Nai remarked with a shake of her head, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Uchiha Jin sighed softly, stating, it is not a game. I merely wish to teach that boy Kakashi a lesson. After all, he has been quite disappointing. He is squandering his talent. How high is Kakashi's potential? This question remains shrouded in uncertainty. It is worth noting that when Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were merely 12 years old, they had just graduated from the Ninja Academy as Jonin, while Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of Jonin at that tender age. Moreover, Kakashi's Jonin prowess is not the result of life force exploitation like that of Uchiha Itachi, but rather a genuine mastery of his abilities. Regrettably, after the age of 12, Kakashi allowed various setbacks to impede his training, remaining at the Jonin level even by the time the narrative unfolded. And he even suffered a defeat to Zabuza Momochi due to carelessness. One must understand that the golden period for a ninja's development spans from ages 12 to 18, during which Naruto, Sasuke, and the other members of Team 7 rapidly advanced their skills. In stark contrast, Kakashi completely squandered this critical phase and did not resume refining his abilities until Naruto began to rediscover himself, only gradually stepping into the realm of the Kage by the time of the Shippuden arc. In Uchiha Jin's eyes, Kakashi has truly wasted a precious gem. Thus, following the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, Uchiha Jin endeavored multiple times to counsel Kakashi, subtly hinting at the truth, stopping just short of revealing it outright. Yet, Kakashi remained as unyielding as a stubborn clay figure, leaving Uchiha Jin exasperated. Although Uchiha Jin contemplated directly disclosing the truth to Kakashi, he refrained, knowing that secrets are often betrayed by careless words, especially considering Kakashi's history of information leakage. Ultimately, Uchiha Jin abandoned the idea, choosing to let it be. In any case, according to Uchiha Jin's strategy, the matter concerning Obito would reach a conclusion by next year at the latest, ensuring that Kakashi would not waste so many years as he did in the original narrative. However, given the considerable effort Uchiha Jin invested, how could he not express his gratitude to Kakashi? Do as you wish, Yakushi no Nai replied, choosing not to elaborate further. She then remarked, I do have some suspicions regarding the unusual actions of the village's higher-ups today. They likely intend to undermine the Uchiha clan. Oh, you think so as well? Uchiha Jin responded, his gaze towards Yakushi no Nai filled with admiration. Yao Shi Yi renowned as the legendary spy with the moniker of a wandering priestess, possesses a political acumen that far surpasses that of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Yao Shi Yi elucidated, they employ overt strategies, unperturbed by the scrutiny of others. Moreover, I surmise they must have a contingency plan to thoroughly isolate the Uchiha clan, so you must exercise caution. Uchiha Jin nodded, casually remarking, I have already cautioned Fugaku. We shall see how they choose to strike next and respond accordingly. After all, they are like grasshoppers after the autumn harvest, unable to leap for long. Observing this, Yao Shiyinayu furrowed her brow slightly and sternly cautioned, Jin. It is precisely in such times that one must not be negligent. Uchiha Jin felt a shiver run through him, sensing the gravity of the situation. Perhaps due to the smooth progress in the Land of Rain and the unexpected boon of Uchiha Obito, he had unwittingly developed a degree of complacency. Fortunately, Yao Shiyinayu's timely reminder prevented what could have been a calamity. My apologies, Yinayu. I am grateful for your alertness. Uchiha Jin replied earnestly, regaining his composure. I am relieved you do not resent my concern. Yao Shiyinayu shook her head. Maintaining vigilance had become a lifelong habit cultivated through her life as a spy. It is both a blessing and a curse. Yao Shiyinayu lamented that she had not enjoyed a restful sleep in a long time. Only when watching the children at the orphanage frolic could she find a moment of relaxation. And only in the presence of Uchiha Jin could she feel a fleeting sense of security. Exchanging a knowing smile, Uchiha Jin and Yao Shiyinayu understood each other without words. In the heart of Konoha village, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Jin strolled along the main thoroughfare, greeting fellow Uchiha clansmen. In this moment, the typically proud and aloof Uchiha were indistinguishable from the ordinary villagers of Konoha. One might contend that the prideful demeanor was merely the characteristic of the ninjas within the Uchiha clan, while the clan's common folk displayed a slight sense of pride when engaging with the villagers of Konoha. Shouldn't one take pride in being a member of a family that has endured through the ages, a family that stands as the foremost in Konoha? Are not the villagers of Konoha similarly proud to be part of the largest village in the ninja world when facing the citizens of smaller nations? While the Uchiha clansmen may carry an air of superiority, they have never exploited their status to oppress the weak. What fault lies with the Uchiha? As Uchiha Jin reflected on these thoughts, he declined several invitations from fellow clansmen and made his way toward the clan leader's residence. Ever since Uchiha Jin distinguished himself on the battlefield at the front lines of the Hidden Mist, his popularity within the Uchiha clan had soared. Previously, only the ordinary clan's folk showed him warmth, but now even the clan's ninjas extended their camaraderie. Such is the nature of the Uchiha. As long as one possesses strength, their pride will not manifest in your presence. When Uchiha Jin arrived at the residence of Uchiha Fugaku, he found Uchiha Shisui engaged in a spar with Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Fugaku observed from the sidelines. At this point, Itachi had just surpassed 5 years of age. Despite his tender years, under the deliberate guidance of Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi had already witnessed the brutalities of the battlefield, cultivating a profound mindset and learning to think independently. In terms of strength, although only 5, Itachi had surpassed many of his peers at the Ninja Academy and was able to hold his own against Shisui under his tutelage. Jin, you've arrived. Although Uchiha Fugaku appeared to be watching the spar between Shisui and Itachi, the persistent clouds of worry etched upon his brow and the vacant look in his eyes revealed that his thoughts were elsewhere. Upon catching sight of Uchiha Jin, a flicker of urgency sparked in Fugaku's eyes, indicating he had matters of importance to discuss. It seemed something had transpired during his meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Indeed, Uchiha Jin replied with a nod, acknowledging Fugaku but refraining from immediately inquiring about the nature of his concerns. Instead, he turned his attention to the two engaged in practice, remarking, Itachi has made remarkable progress. He likely possesses the strength of a Genin now. Thank you for the compliment, but do not misunderstand. I am not praising him. Though Uchiha Fugaku felt a swell of pride at Jin's words, his thoughts were not focused on flattery. Yet, Jin's subsequent remark was a stark rebuttal. Shaking his head, Uchiha Jin stated, I opposed your decision to take Itachi to the battlefield. Does he still resemble a typical 5-year-old? Fugaku furrowed his brow slightly as he replied, what is wrong with that? As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he should not be like other children. Maturing early allows him to shoulder the responsibilities he must bear. While Uchiha Fugaku held Uchiha Jin in high regard on many matters, he was resolute in his own philosophies regarding child-rearing. In this respect, he believed that Jin, being single, lacked the qualifications to instruct him on parenting. Jin smirked slightly and said, a newborn child is akin to a blank canvas, gradually infused with the hues of the world as they grow. Among these colors, some are beneficial, while others are detrimental. Thus, the most crucial aspect of nurturing a child is fostering their ability to discern judgment. It is essential for them to learn to differentiate right from wrong, lest they stray from the path. However, a child's capacity for acceptance is limited, and cultivating their judgment is undoubtedly a prolonged endeavor. By exposing Itachi to the darkest shades of this world before he had developed his own judgment, you are, in essence, stunting his growth. Without experiencing foundational elements or acquiring basic knowledge for comparison, this forcibly accelerated judgment may lead to errors. Moreover, having preconceived notions can skew his future learning and understanding of other knowledge and experiences. When one's worldview is misaligned, the brilliance of a child may inadvertently become a calamity. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi is evidently a product of misguided upbringing. Uchiha Fugaku brought Itachi to the battlefield, exposing him to the harsh realities of war, and imparted the lesson that war is indeed brutal and unforgiving. This instilled within the tender heart of young Itachi a preconceived notion: war is cruel, and thus should not be initiated. This concept took root in his mind, shaping all that he learned and encountered thereafter. Ultimately, to prevent the escalating conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village from spiraling into a greater war, Itachi made the harrowing choice to wield the sword against his own kin. One cannot deny that Itachi exhibits traits of a troubled soul, a proverbial double-edged sword. Yet, the true architect of Itachi's affliction is none other than Uchiha Fugaku himself. Is the situation truly so dire? A flicker of bewilderment crossed Fugaku's eyes, accompanied by a hint of anxiety. He found merit in Itachi's words, acknowledging that his intention in bringing Itachi to the battlefield was indeed to cultivate his judgment. Was this process perhaps initiated too early? If Itachi were an ordinary child, it might not have mattered much, but his exceptional nature rendered the situation gravely concerning. Uchiha Jin then paused, adding, "Moreover, early brilliance often leads to an untimely demise. Deep affections may not endure, and extreme wisdom can be perilous." Itachi began refining chakra at such a tender age. The dual pressures, mental and physical, would inevitably take their toll on him. He is unlikely to enjoy a long life. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his fists tightly. Had anyone else uttered such a curse upon his child, he would have retaliated without hesitation. Yet, the speaker was Uchiha Jin. Fugaku held a considerable respect for Jin's insights, and he felt compelled to maintain the dignity and composure befitting the leader of the Uchiha clan in Jin's presence. Moreover, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Jin. Fugaku understood that should he resort to violence, Jin would certainly strike back. Thus, he restrained himself. However, the inability to act did not equate to acceptance of the notion that Itachi might die young. With his crimson Sharingan fixed upon Jin, Fugaku demanded, "Jin, are you cursing Itachi?" "Not at all. I possess no such morbid inclinations," Jin replied, shaking his head. "I merely present an undeniable truth. The premature refinement of chakra adversely affects a child's growth and development. This is a well-acknowledged fact within the ninja world. Chakra is fundamentally a form of life energy. The more it is expended, the swifter one meets their end. The lifespan of a ninja is inherently short. Chakra is a unique energy derived from a balance of mental and physical energy. Therefore, in essence, utilizing chakra depletes both spirit and body, imposing a significant burden on one's physical form. When all chakra within an individual is exhausted, it signifies the total depletion of both their mental and physical essence, leading inevitably to death. In the original storyline, during Pain's assault on Konoha, Kakashi indeed perished after exhausting his chakra. Uchiha Fugaku countered, stating, "There is a prerequisite to this, which is moderation. Just as with physical exertion, as long as one does not overexert themselves and remains mindful of rest, there will be no permanent damage to the body." I, too, commenced various training regimens at Itachi's age. Uchiha Jin cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Fugaku and replied coolly, "You speak the truth. Yet I must remind you that children are oblivious to the concept of moderation. Besides assessing Itachi's training results, do you ever pay attention to the process of his training? Have you ever emphasized such matters to him?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. As the head of the Uchiha clan and the chief of the Konoha security force, Uchiha Fugaku was perpetually occupied, especially during wartime. How could he possibly have the time to oversee Itachi's training in its entirety? And Itachi's maturity often led others to overlook his youth. Uchiha Fugaku frequently regarded Itachi as an adult. Observing this, Uchiha Jin shook his head, realizing why Itachi fell gravely ill at such a tender age in the original narrative. Every effect has its cause. Itachi's health issues began accumulating in his childhood. Uchiha Jin continued, The saying excessive wisdom leads to injury implies that being overly astute can lead one to perceive the complexities of human relationships, causing mental strain that ultimately harms the body. Just as physical strength is finite, so too is mental fortitude. Overexertion of the mind can lead to emotional distress. As it is said, anger harms the liver. Sorrow affects the lungs, anxiety injures the heart, worry impacts the spleen, and fear damages the kidneys. The mind and body are intrinsically linked, and any depletion of spirit will inevitably manifest in physical form. Itachi, at merely 5 years of age, has already overextended himself both physically and mentally, which justifies my assertion that he will not enjoy a long life. Uchiha Jin's reasoning was compelling, and Uchiha Fugaku's expression fluctuated between pale and flushed. Initially, witnessing Itachi and Shursui exchanging blows had filled Fugaku with joy, pride, and satisfaction. Yet, after Jin's admonition, he now found the situation increasingly discomforting. Enough. Cease your training. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku's commanding voice halted the sparring of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Both Shursui and Itachi looked at Fugaku in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, Fugaku turned to Itachi and said, "Itachi, we have matters to discuss. Let us conclude for today." "Understood, father." Although Itachi was puzzled, he nodded in agreement after glancing at Uchiha Jin. "Jin, Shursui, follow me." Uchiha Fugaku beckoned and turned to enter the house, but then, as if compelled by an unseen force, he halted and looked back at Itachi, instructing, "Itachi, go find your mother and have her take you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup." "Huh?" Itachi was taken aback, his mind swirling with confusion. "It is of no concern. I merely wish to ascertain your physical condition to subsequently devise a more suitable training regimen for you. Go on. And remember to conduct a thorough examination." After a brief explanation, Uchiha Fugaku chose not to elaborate further and stepped into the house first. "Go ahead, Itachi. There is no harm in getting checked," Uchiha Shursui encouraged, patting Itachi on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. Itachi nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Understood. I shall attend to it shortly." At that moment, Uchiha Jin spoke meaningfully. "Itachi, perhaps you should also ask your mother to have a checkup. You might be in for a delightful surprise." Itachi furrowed his brow, completely perplexed by Jin's words. However, Jin offered no clarification and beckoned Shursui to enter the room. In truth, the notion struck Uchiha Jin suddenly. He remembered that Uchiha Sasuke was several months older than Naruto Uzumaki, and by calculating the timeline, it seemed likely that this was around the time of conception. Although Fugaku had only returned to the village that day, he had not been stationed at the front lines of the Mist for the entirety of that time. The circumstances at the Mist's front line differed from those of other battlefronts, as Mist Village engaged in landing operations against Konoha, primarily involving small skirmishes and medium-scale assaults, rather than the large-scale battles with thousands of shinobi clashing found on other fronts. Thus, as the head of the Uchiha Clan and the minister of Konoha's security department, Fugaku would often take a few days each month to return to the village to address accumulated duties. It was entirely normal for him to also find time to relieve stress with Uchiha Mikoto. Thus, it was entirely possible that Uchiha Sasuke was already in the early stages of development. Once Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shursui had entered the room, Itachi's previously bewildered expression suddenly shifted, as if a thought had struck him. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes as he hastily proceeded toward the main hall. Who says children are oblivious to everything? Itachi had long awaited the arrival of a younger sibling. Upon connecting the dots between Uchiha Mikoto, the checkup, and the potential surprise, Itachi swiftly grasped the possibility, though he was unsure how Uchiha Jin had come to know of this matter in advance. Itachi was so exhilarated by the prospect of soon having a brother or sister that he paid no mind to such trivialities. With light steps, he was eager to take his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, to the hospital to confirm this delightful reality. As for his own health examination, Itachi was far less concerned. After all, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The most pressing matter was the prospect of a brother or sister. Within Uchiha Fugaku's study, he sat across from Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shursui. Though Fugaku's face betrayed no discernible emotion, his gaze wandered, revealing an inner turmoil, clearly still preoccupied with concerns regarding Itachi. Observing this, Uchiha Jin spoke up, "Clan leader. Even if one wishes to change, it is not a matter that can be resolved overnight. Itachi is only 5 years old this year. There is still time." Let us await the results of his health examination before discussing anything further. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback and inquired with confusion. Is there an issue with Itachi's health? Uchiha Jin shook his head and recounted the conversation he had earlier with Uchiha Fugaku. Is it truly that severe? Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow in response. However, Itachi's thoughts do indeed run deeper than one would expect for a 5-year-old. Uchiha Jin smirked and remarked, "You have the audacity to criticize Itachi when your own situation is hardly any better." At this moment, Uchiha Shursui, only a little over 12 years old, had already unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan, achieving a level of strength that met the standards of a Kage. To speak of genius, who could surpass Uchiha Shursui? When it came to overexertion, Uchiha Itachi was merely a novice in comparison to Uchiha Shursui. And in terms of precocity, Uchiha Itachi was largely shaped by Uchiha Shursui's influence. Thus, in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Uchiha Shursui lacked the standing to critique Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shursui chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. However, Uchiha Jin, still concerned, offered a cautionary reminder. Given your current state, further discussion seems futile. I have but one request. Refrain from using those eyes if possible. While they have granted you access to the threshold of Kage-level power, your physical constitution remains a significant flaw. A child wielding such power will inevitably strain their body. Your priority should be to restore your health. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan endowed Uchiha Shursui with the ability to contend with Kage-level adversaries in terms of strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, and chakra reserves, he was essentially at the level of a seasoned jonin. After all, Uchiha Shursui was merely 12 years old, and his body had yet to fully develop. Uchiha Shursui nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Jin, with the war now largely concluded, I will exercise caution, not just with the Mangekyo Sharingan, but even with the standard Sharingan." He recognized that his current physical state could not keep pace with the power of those eyes and intended to dedicate the next few years to physical training. With that matter regarding the eyes and body settled for the moment, it was time to address more pressing issues. While Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Shursui conversed, Uchiha Fugaku had also composed himself and recalled the pressing matter at hand. Uchiha Jin, regaining his focus, inquired, "So, what do Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others intend to do?" Uchiha Fugaku began. The third Hokage has stated that the village's finances are currently in a precarious state, with expenditures exceeding income in many areas. As a result, they wish to temporarily suspend the distribution of compensation and rewards to the Uchiha clan. To compensate, he is willing to allow both of you to serve in the Umbu. Uchiha Jin frowned slightly at this news, while Uchiha Shursui appeared contemplative. Uchiha Fugaku continued, "During this war, we suffered the loss of 68 lives. Frankly, this amount of compensation is not excessively burdensome. Even if the village were to forego it, the clan could manage. As for those rewards, the clan could utilize resources such as ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu as compensation. However, the 2 slots available for entry into the Umbu are rare and precious, marking the closest opportunity for the Uchiha to the center of the village. Furthermore, it allows us, the Uchiha, to propose this matter ourselves, showcasing our grace within the village and fostering closer ties with the villagers. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Had it not been for your repeated admonitions, I would have likely acquiesced on the spot." Uchiha Jin cast a glance of disdain at Uchiha Fugaku, yet refrained from immediate retort, instead turning to Uchiha Shursui and inquiring, "What are your thoughts, Shursui?" After a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shursui replied, "I sense there are underlying issues, though I cannot pinpoint them at this moment. Over the years, under the meticulous guidance of Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Shursui has evolved from his former naive self. However, his youth still limits his experience and perspective, making it understandable that he cannot discern the specific issues at hand." Uchiha Fugaku frowned, having keenly noticed the unmasked emotions in Uchiha Jin's eyes, which displeased him greatly. He then spoke, "Are you perhaps overthinking this? The current state of the village is evident to all. There are indeed many areas where expenses exceed income. In such circumstances, it is only natural for the third Hokage and the others to extend a gesture of goodwill towards us Uchiha to stabilize our position, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin let out a cold laugh and responded, "Firstly, while the village's situation is indeed dire, it has recently received compensation from the Cloud Village, so its condition is not as bleak as you perceive. Moreover, You yourself stated that the compensation for our Uchiha clan is not a substantial amount, and those rewards could be substituted with resources like ninjutsu. Do you truly believe that the village's stockpile of various ninjutsu is inferior to that of our Uchiha clan? Therefore, the true intention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others is not to withhold our clan's compensation and rewards. Uchiha Fugaku, momentarily perplexed, began to grasp the implications of Uchiha Jin's insights, his expression turning grave. He solemnly asked, "What then is the true objective of the third Hokage and the others?" Uchiha Jin let out a cold snort and replied, "To say that our Uchiha clan's compensation is not a large sum is accurate, as the number of sacrifices from our clan is relatively small compared to other shinobi clans and civilian ninjas. However, when considering all the fallen ninjas across various battlefields, the compensation the village would need to provide becomes astronomical. For the village to allocate such funds would undoubtedly require significant austerity and reallocation of resources from other areas." Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, perplexed, and questioned, "I understand this reasoning, but how does it relate to our Uchiha clan? Are we not foregoing that money to ensure they can distribute more to others? The calculations do not align." Uchiha Jin shook his head and inquired, "Have you heard the story of Zigung redeeming captives?" "Zigung redeeming captives? What is that?" In the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui, there was a glimmer of perplexity. They had never encountered this tale before. Uchiha Jin, having taken a moment to ponder, elucidated, "The story of Zigung redeeming captives is indeed an ancient truth, rich with profound educational significance, thus giving rise to a historical anecdote. It is said that during the Warring States period, amidst the chaos of the times, a king of a small nation issued a decree stating that if any subjects found themselves imprisoned or enslaved in foreign lands, others should endeavor to rescue or redeem them, promising compensation and rewards upon their return. This decree evoked a commendable response, as people began to assist their compatriots abroad until the arrival of Zigung. Zigung, too, rescued his fellow citizens from foreign lands, but in an effort to demonstrate his noble character, he declined the state as compensation and rewards. Consequently, few dared to rescue others from foreign lands thereafter. Do you understand the implications of this?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow, sensing a connection, yet failing to grasp the crux of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Shursui shook his head in confusion, inquiring, "Brother Jin, am I to understand that Zigung was in the wrong?" "Indeed, he was in error." Uchiha Jin replied gravely. Zigung's mistake lay in elevating this situation to an undeserved level of virtue. While his refusal of the state's compensation and rewards may indeed have showcased his moral integrity, what of those who followed? If they accepted the state's compensation and rewards, would that not imply a deficiency in their character? Conversely, if they, like Zigung, rejected such recompense, would they not suffer loss? It must be recognized that not everyone can remain unencumbered by financial constraints. If an individual's means are just sufficient to sustain a normal existence, and they could receive state compensation and rewards for their benevolence, they would naturally be inclined to perform good deeds. However, if, after their efforts, they were to incur financial or reputational loss, who would willingly undertake such a thankless endeavor? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui experienced a moment of clarity, grasping the essence of the matter. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku felt a flicker of relief. Uchiha Jin continued, "The situation currently faced by the Uchiha clan mirrors this dilemma. While the compensation due to the Uchiha clan may not be substantial, the Uchiha could choose to forego it to exemplify benevolence. But what of the other clans? The prominent clans such as Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi may not be significantly affected, as they do not require such compensation. Yet how do we address the plight of the smaller clans and commoners? With the larger clans in the village taking the lead, what choices remain for them? Should they forfeit their rightful compensation like the Uchiha, or must they concede to being lesser beings, accepting what is rightfully theirs while living in subservience within the village? I dare say that should you acquiesce to Sarutobi Hiruzen's demands and take the initiative in this matter, the Uchiha clan shall undoubtedly become the target of scorn in Konoha, subjected to the animosity of all, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, Sarutobi and his ilk not only evade a substantial expenditure, but also shift all hatred onto the Uchiha clan. Such a ploy is undeniably insidious." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow, while Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned crimson with rage. That old dog Sarutobi. How he oversteps his bounds. Uchiha Fugaku struggled to contain the seething fury within, cursing aloud. If it were not for a mere misstep, the Uchiha clan would have been cast into the abyss. Uchiha Jin continued. Now, the anomaly observed at the village entrance this morning can also be elucidated. They deliberately emphasized the Uchiha clan's merits on the battlefield while downplaying the contributions of others. This dual approach, while it has garnered some fame for the Uchiha, has resulted in a loss of public support. As for the prospect of Shursui and me entering the Umbu, one must recognize that the current Umbu belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once we enter, we would be akin to birds in a cage, with every action dictated by him, making it nearly impossible to achieve anything of significance. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that merely presenting a report would ensnare him in such elaborate traps. Were it not for Uchiha Jin, he might have truly been sold out while unwittingly aiding those who betrayed him. Uchiha Jin continued, "There is no need for you to fret over the Umbu. Once Minato ascends, I will naturally join the ranks. As for Shursui, he shall forego that path, for he is destined to serve the daimyo." Uchiha Shursui has already forged an alliance with the daimyo of the Land of Fire and has become a member of the 12 Guardian Ninjas. However, this information has yet to be made public. He will only formally assume his duties once the situation within Konoha stabilizes. It seems I am indeed no longer suited to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed heavily, looking to Uchiha Jin. "Jin, how fare your discussions with Minato? Is there anything I can assist with?" Uchiha Jin did not conceal the truth and replied directly, "Once Minato ascends, Konoha will inevitably undergo transformation, and the Uchiha clan must not remain stagnant. On the contrary, we must unify our stance before Minato takes office, positioning ourselves as pioneers in Konoha's transformation, so as to become the sharpest blade in this change. The first order of business is the Konoha Guard Department. We will certainly need to relinquish a portion of its authority." Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically, becoming grave. Is this Minato's demand? It must be noted that the Konoha Guard Department constitutes one of the few powers held by the Uchiha clan. The more one lacks something, the more one values it. The members of the Uchiha clan regard the authority of the Guard Department with utmost reverence, even above their own lives. Uchiha Jin shook his head and stated, "This is my demand." Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Why? Uchiha Fugaku initially believed that this was a request from Minato Namikaze. After all, once he ascended to the position of Hokage, even the close relationship between Minato and Uchiha Obito had to be viewed from the Hokage's perspective. Matters could not be resolved solely through personal bonds. Thus, Uchiha Fugaku assumed that Minato had negotiated some exchange regarding the authority of the Guard Department with Uchiha Obito, only to discover that this was Obito's own initiative. With a weary sigh, Uchiha Obito remarked, "What do you think the Guard Department is?" The Konoha Guard Department was established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and is fully managed by the Uchiha clan. It is responsible for strengthening and maintaining order and security within Konoha, as well as apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies, including ninjas. In essence, the Konoha Guard Department functions as a synthesis of police and city management authority. However, apart from the Guard Department, Konoha also possesses its own Umbu, Torture Department, Interrogation Department, and various other divisions that share many responsibilities with the Guard Department, rendering much of its power virtually ineffectual. Furthermore, as most crimes committed by ninjas often involve espionage, betrayal, and deeper underlying issues, the authority of the Guard Department is usually exercised only among the ordinary villagers of Konoha, proving to be less formidable than it appears. Conversely, since it deals predominantly with petty matters that often invite conflicting viewpoints, coupled with the Uchiha clan's inherent pride, the Konoha Guard Department has not only failed to enhance the Uchiha's reputation, but has instead become a burden, a cage that tightly confines the Uchiha. Yet, most Uchiha are blinded by the allure of this hard-won power, preventing them from perceiving the true reality. Uchiha Obito sighed again and inquired, "What do you believe is the reason for the Uchiha clan's poor reputation within the village?" Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow and replied, "Is it not due to the proud nature of our clan members, which renders them less tactful in resolving disputes?" As the head of the Konoha Guard Department, Uchiha Fugaku was well aware of how many people the Uchiha clan had offended while performing their duties. Although the Uchiha clan enforced the law impartially, law is intertwined with human emotion. Given that there were rarely significant issues within Konoha, disputes were often minimal, and even the regulations were rather rudimentary. Under strict enforcement, this inevitably left the Uchiha with an image of being unapproachable. Over time, this naturally led to a tarnished reputation. Uchiha Obito cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku and asked, "Since you understand the reason, have you considered making changes?" Uchiha Fugaku smiled wryly and responded, "It is not so simple. I have attempted to advise many times. But the temperament of our clan members is as such, and they adhere to the system. I cannot punish them for that." Uchiha Obito stated solemnly thus, "You are aware that the Uchiha clan is fundamentally unsuited for positions within the Konoha Guard Department, are you not?" Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. He indeed knew this. But what could be done? Due to the Guard Department, the village restricted the number of Uchiha clan members allowed to form teams for missions outside the village. The members of the Uchiha clan hold the Konoha Guard in high esteem, regarding membership in this division as a mark of honor. In this context, what significance does it hold even if he is the clan leader? Uchiha Jin remarked coldly. That inherently malevolent Senju Tobarama merely released a trifling incentive to ensnare the Uchiha clan within a cage, and yet you all revel in pride. Senju Tobarama has indeed calculated the Uchiha's disposition. Uchiha Fugaku, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you suggesting that all of this is the second Hokage's scheme?" Uchiha Jin nodded, stating, "Senju Tobarama perceives the Uchiha as a threat. To mitigate uncertainties, he devised this method to restrict our clan's movement outside the village. His initial intention may not have been to sow discord between the Uchiha and the village, yet this is indeed his stratagem." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, leaving him at a loss for words. Is the Uchiha clan truly so despised? Uchiha Jin disregarded Fugaku's somber mood and continued, "Drowning does not result in death. It is remaining submerged that leads to demise. The Uchiha clan must undergo transformation. The Konoha Guard must also adapt. The power held by the Konoha Guard is undeniably alluring. Yet for the Uchiha, it is more akin to a shackle. When one does not sever ties, chaos ensues. It is time to relinquish the Konoha Guard." The brilliance in Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered with unwavering resolve. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, replying, "It will not be so simple. The hawkish faction, led by the elder Uchiha Shana, already harbors grievances against me. Abandoning the Konoha Guard will undoubtedly cause further dissent among our clan members. At that point, the family could be at risk of division." Uchiha Jin, however, remained composed, suggesting, "What if, upon Minato's ascension, I were to assume the role of the Umbu leader, simultaneously recruiting a cadre of ninjas from our clan into the Umbu?" Uchiha Fugaku's head shot up, disbelief etched across his face. "Are you serious?" "Indeed," Uchiha Jin affirmed. "Once Minato takes office, he will require a substantial number of personnel to fully grasp the village's authority, and the Uchiha, long confined within the Konoha Guard, would undoubtedly serve as his strongest allies." With this confirmation, a fervent flame ignited in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, his breath noticeably heavy. Observing this, Uchiha Jin added, "Of course, this is contingent upon the Konoha Guard first undergoing transformation, liberating Uchiha personnel from their ranks. Additionally, there must be a reduction in the discordant voices within our clan. Thus, we must first cleanse our family internally, achieving a unified consciousness. This is the Uchiha clan's opportunity, and I am determined to pursue it. Whether you join me is your own decision." Uchiha Jin perceived Uchiha Fugaku's excessive softness of character, despite his strength, as the greatest obstacle to unifying the voices of the clan. Once Fugaku is resolved, managing the others within the clan will become considerably easier. Uchiha Jin was confident that under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of Sharingan, no Uchiha would dare to stir trouble. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku activated his Sharingan, which transformed into a pattern resembling 3 peculiar yin-yang fish, their tails intertwined. Uchiha Fugaku unveiled the extraordinary abilities of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui had anticipated this development and refrained from any reaction. Moments later, a single tear of blood streamed down Fugaku's right eye as he slowly closed his eyelids. Yet, the gaze in his left eye remained resolutely unwavering. He raised his hand to cover his right eye and turned to Uchiha Obito, inquiring, "When shall we strike?" Obito smiled, a spark of intrigue in his voice. "It seems you have glimpsed a promising future." Fugaku did not deny this, responding with composure, "Sometimes Pruning the dry branches can allow the great tree to flourish even more. I have been too cautious in the past. Very well, Obito replied, his smile fading. The sooner we act, the better, but we must first resolve matters with Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a figure stood before the Konoha memorial stone, as if taking root, unyielding in its stillness. The shadow of this figure elongated under the fading sunlight, remaining steadfast until the sun had completely set and the moon ascended, showing no intention of departing. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the name of Uchiha Obito etched upon the memorial, an unshakable guilt weighing heavily upon his heart. He had promised Obito to protect Rin Noera, yet he felt he had betrayed Obito's final hope. As for Rin, Kakashi still lacked the courage to pay his respects to her. The reason was painfully clear. She had perished at his hands. Obito, I shall return to see you in a few days. Kakashi finally spoke in farewell as the clock edged towards midnight, preparing to leave. It was not that Kakashi wished to depart, but necessity compelled him. In just a few hours, dawn would break, bringing back a wave of ninjas from the front lines, and soon there would be even more returning. The memorial stone would be bustling in the days to come. Watching comrades fall one by one, Kakashi had begun to contemplate escaping this world, desiring little contact with others. He longed for solitude to nurse his wounds. Kakashi's home, though vast and once bustling, now felt eerily desolate. The Hokage clan had declined, yet it still retained a significant estate. Upon returning home, Kakashi had no appetite for a meal. He simply changed his clothes and laid out a futon on the floor, preparing to sleep. However, mere moments after lying down and closing his eyes, Kakashi jolted upright, gasping for breath. His left eye, the three-tomo Sharingan glowing a vivid crimson, reflected the terror etched upon his face. Breathless and disheveled, Kakashi rose and made his way to the kitchen, turning on the faucet to cleanse his hands. 1 minute passed, then 2, and soon 10 minutes had elapsed, yet Kakashi continued to wash his hands. Though they were impeccably clean, in his eyes, they were stained with blood that would never wash away. The unyielding Sharingan and the impossibility of cleansing his hands had become Kakashi's relentless nightmare during this time. Every time he closed his eyes, the image of Rin's bloodied face before her demise would haunt his mind. Rin had said nothing, done nothing, but merely called his name softly, a sound potent enough to send tremors through his very being. Suddenly, the familiar call echoed again, and Kakashi jolted, his body freezing in place. No, it cannot be. I am wide awake. Yet why do I hear Rin's voice? Terror filled Kakashi's eyes, mingled with a faint flicker of disbelief and hope. Once more, that familiar voice rang out, and this time, he could ascertain that it was not an illusion. The owner of that voice stood directly behind him. Kakashi spun around abruptly, only to see Rin, blood trickling from her lips, a grotesque wound marring her chest. Standing right there, she appeared just as she had at the moment of her death. Rin. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock, his legs quaking, forcing him to lean against the sink, bracing himself with his elbow to avoid collapsing. Suddenly, a sharp click accompanied by a bright flash illuminated the room, causing Kakashi to instinctively squint. Ha! Ha! Kakashi, I never imagined you would wear such an expression. Uchiha Obito, camera in hand, materialized before Kakashi, his finger incessantly pressing the shutter, capturing this moment of Kakashi's discomposure from every angle. The only flaw in this tableau was Kakashi's mask, obscuring much of his face and preventing a complete portrayal of his reaction. Nevertheless, his body language and the terror in his eyes spoke volumes about his current state of mind. Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly pay a handsome price for these photographs. Obito, is this an illusion? Upon seeing Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's mind momentarily faltered, but soon, a wave of unrestrained fury and embarrassment surged within him. You bastard, Uchiha Obito. What do you think you are doing? How dare you use Rin too? Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, a head poked out from behind Obito. It was the very Rin he had just seen. Kakashi, were you calling me? Though blood still seeped from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkled with curiosity and excitement. Initially hesitant about Obito's plan, witnessing Kakashi in such a rare state suddenly made Rin find the situation rather entertaining. Is it possible that you are still ensnared in an illusion? Kakashi's expression twisted with intensity as he began to dispel the Jinjutsu, his hands forming seals. Yet, regardless of Kakashi's persistent efforts, the apparition of Lin, standing behind Uchiha Jin, remained unwaveringly present, gazing at him with those innocent eyes. Beads of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead as he turned to Uchiha Jin, demanding, "What have you done to me?" Uchiha Jin? Such a lack of decorum, Uchiha Jin remarked, his camera never ceasing its click, a playful smirk on his face. "After all, I am somewhat of an elder to you. Is it too much to expect a modicum of respect when you address me so casually?" Lin chimed in from the side. "Kakashi, you should refer to him as Teacher Jin." "Elder?" Kakashi gritted his teeth, his anger simmering. What kind of elder would subject a junior to such torment? Mocking the deceased, have you shown any respect for Lin? His fury was directed solely at Uchiha Jin, as he dared not cast his gaze upon Lin, even if she was merely an illusion. "Very well, if you insist," Uchiha Jin feigned seriousness, raising his finger dramatically and commanding, "Release." Kakashi sighed in relief. But when he looked back at Lin, she remained steadfastly in place. Should I vanish now? Lin realized, meeting Kakashi's bewildered gaze, and retreated behind Uchiha Jin, asking, "Kakashi, can you still see me? It's a 50-50 chance. Can't your three-tomo Sharingan discern whether this is an illusion or not?" Kakashi retorted, his patience wearing thin. With the photographs nearly complete, Uchiha Jin contentedly stowed away his camera, shattering Kakashi's delusions. Lin stepped out from behind Uchiha Jin once more, proclaiming, "Kakashi, I'm not dead." "Surprised, are you? Unexpected, perhaps?" Uchiha Jin chuckled, his tone teasing. "I have been preparing for this day for quite some time." Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his tumultuous feelings. However, upon witnessing Lin wipe the blood from her lips and tend to her chest wound, the world around him seemed to regain its brilliance. "Lin, you truly..." Kakashi's voice trembled, fear creeping in as he questioned whether he remained trapped in an illusion. "You really aren't dead?" "I'm truly alive." Lin, shedding her playful demeanor, replied earnestly. "It was Teacher Jin who saved me with a technique, but we were targeted by a formidable enemy. Therefore, Teacher Jin instructed me to feign my death and to hide in the orphanage on the outskirts of the village." "A technique?" Kakashi's concern deepened as he glanced at Uchiha Jin. Sensing Kakashi's unease, Uchiha Jin explained, "Izanagi, a forbidden jutsu inherited by the Uchiha clan that allows one to alter reality, but at the cost of one's eternal blindness. In truth, the mission you undertook that day was a meticulously crafted scheme. To save Rin, I expended one of my precious three-tomo Sharingan to seal Izanagi within her body through a transcribing seal. Indeed, Rin had once succumbed to death. However, upon her lifeless form being returned to Konohagakure, the Izanagi within her activated, altering the grim reality of her demise and resurrecting her. At that moment, Kakashi finally accepted the unsettling truth that Rin Noira was alive. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as he choked out, "Rin, it is such a relief that you are not dead." Rin's emotions were equally complex as she gently reassured him, "Do not worry, Kakashi, I will not perish." Under her soothing words, Kakashi finally released the pent-up emotions that had long burdened his heart. Yet, the sound of a camera shutter interrupted this poignant moment. Uchiha Jin, unable to resist, took out his camera to capture this scene. Just as Kakashi's vulnerable state was rare, witnessing him in such a fragile moment was equally exceptional. The clicking of the shutter jolted Kakashi from his emotional reverie, his gaze shifting back to Uchiha Jin's camera, once again filled with alarm. The excitement he had just felt contrasted sharply with his current embarrassment. If the photographs Uchiha Jin had just taken were to circulate, Kakashi thought it might be better for him to simply vanish. "You scoundrel, return those photos to me." Without hesitation, Kakashi lunged towards the camera in Uchiha Jin's hands. Uchiha Jin effortlessly tucked the camera away with one hand while deftly nullifying Kakashi's attack with the other. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Kakashi, you have become rather complacent of late. In your current state, you could hardly contend with Rin, so I suggest you save your energy." Uchiha Jin's words were not exaggerated. It is worth noting that Izanagi also rewound time to the instant when the cursed seal on Rin's heart shattered. At that moment, Rin was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. This implies that Isabu was also revived within Rin's body under the influence of Izanagi. Now, Rin remained the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Furthermore, after Uchiha Jin engaged in a series of amiable exchanges with Isabu while wielding his Mangekyo Sharingan, Isabu had been remarkably compliant within Rin's body. Given Isabu's temperament, which is notably docile among the tailed beasts, and Rin's gentle nature, the two had developed a harmonious rapport. Presently, Rin could harness Isabu's power. In time, As Rin's body fully acclimatized to Isabu's strength, she might very well evolve into a perfect Jinchuriki. Thus, in Kakashi's current feeble state, he could indeed find himself at a disadvantage against Rin. Recognizing the significant disparity in their abilities, Kakashi reluctantly abandoned his attempt to reclaim the camera, casting a glare at Uchiha Jin before committing this matter to memory. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Kakashi would one day reclaim this honor. What is that look in your eyes? In light of your current state, do you still harbor aspirations of upheaval? Uchiha Jin gazed at Kakashi, whose Sharingan was perpetually activated. And after a brief contemplation, he spoke again. Your body is on the verge of succumbing to the burden of this eye. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity today and relinquish it. Startled, Kakashi quickly shielded his left eye, which housed the 3-tomo Sharingan, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? This eye was bestowed upon me by Obito. I will not surrender it." Uchiha Jin frowned at Kakashi's response and remarked, "Surely you must realize that your body cannot sustain this eye any longer. It has stunted your growth. Sacrificing so much for a technique that is hardly extraordinary is simply not worth it." The Chidori, which Kakashi had innovated, is a high-speed thrusting technique that condenses lightning to enhance its piercing power while simultaneously activating his body with lightning chakra to accelerate his speed. However, due to its rapidity, the eye may struggle to keep pace, making it susceptible to enemy counterattacks. Only when complemented by the dynamic vision of the Sharingan can the Chidori be deemed a complete technique. Yet, the advantages afforded by this technique pale in comparison to the burdens imposed by the Sharingan. Thus, in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Kakashi without the Sharingan would not only have a higher ceiling, but would also become significantly more formidable. He simply does not require the Sharingan. Kakashi, however, shook his head resolutely, asserting, "This is not merely a question of worth. This eye is Obito's legacy, and I wish to use it to allow Obito to witness more of this world." Is Kakashi unaware that this Sharingan curtails his potential growth? Of course, he is aware. After all, no one comprehends the weight of this Sharingan's burden better than Kakashi himself. Yet, it is the eye of Uchiha Obito. For Kakashi, this alone justifies any burden he must bear. Uchiha Jin, upon hearing this, was struck with clarity, realizing he had misjudged the situation, and responded, "First and foremost, if one wishes to see this world, Obito himself can still explore it gradually. Moreover, I had originally intended to return this eye to Obito. I want him to have both eyes intact to better appreciate the world." Kakashi, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Kakashi's mind was now a whirlwind of confusion, his thoughts in disarray. Uchiha Jin's words were straightforward, and Kakashi could grasp their underlying meaning with clarity. However, if Uchiha Obito truly had not perished, what had he been doing all these years? If Rin Noira had not died, and neither had Uchiha Obito, then what do all the feelings of despair, defeat, guilt, fear, and sorrow he had endured over the years amount to? Were all his emotions over the years wasted? Had he been the only one to suffer throughout this journey? Kakashi found it difficult to accept. His agitation caused the 3-tomo within his left eye to spin rapidly, ultimately aligning into a unique pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, Kamui. Uchiha Jin expressed his astonishment, remarking, "It appears that Obito holds a rather extraordinary position in your heart." Rin's very presence before you elicited no reaction, yet the mere news of Obito's survival awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi fixed his gaze intensely upon Uchiha Jin, hoarsely inquiring, "So, it was you who saved Obito?" "No." Uchiha Jin shook his head, responding candidly, "He was never truly dead. Thus there was no need for me to intervene." "You did not witness his demise, did you?" Kakashi paused, reflecting carefully. Indeed, he had not seen Uchiha Obito perish. To be precise, at that time, Obito had merely been buried in a cave, gravely injured. "What has Obito been doing all this time?" Kakashi exclaimed, his excitement mounting as he questioned Uchiha Jin. "Why has he not returned to Konoha? Why has he not sought me out?" Kakashi struggled to comprehend why. If Obito had not died at the Kanabi Bridge, he had not come back. Had Obito returned sooner, perhaps his own suffering would have been alleviated. Obito has been preoccupied with the annihilation of the world. Uchiha Jin explained earnestly, "And who said that he has not returned to the village? He frequently finds time to visit and look for you." "Obito came back to find me?" Kakashi's features contorted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wait, Obito is busy with world destruction." "Indeed," Uchiha Jin clarified. "While you were lost in contemplation before the memorial stone, Obito sometimes stood behind you, observing your reverie. He watches for as long as you do, until you depart. Kakashi was left speechless, feeling a profound offense at the thought. Was Obito truly so idle? Would it not have been better to take the time to meet? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Kakashi asked, "What do you mean by Obito is busy with world destruction?" "It is quite literal," Uchiha Jin replied nonchalantly. "Do you recall Rin mentioning that you were being targeted by a powerful entity?" Kakashi nodded, acknowledging, "Of course, I remember." He had noticed that formidable presence in Rin's words immediately. However, the shocking reality of Rin and Obito still being alive had left him in a state of disbelief, and he had yet to fully process it. Uchiha Jin continued, "To be more precise, that powerful entity has set its sights on Obito, aiming to make him its successor. While you and Rin are merely instruments for nurturing Obito." "You mean the Sharingan?" "That powerful entity desires to provoke Obito into awakening his eyes through our deaths." Kakashi raised a hand to cover his left eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan concealed within, hesitantly asking. Kakashi had some understanding of the conditions required for the Uchiha clan to awaken their eyes, and thus, he quickly connected the dots. "Precisely." Uchiha Jin nodded and remarked, "Although Obito survived the Kimui Bridge, he was gravely injured and was taken in by a formidable presence that altered his body. Upon hearing that you and Rin were in peril on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist, Obito, despite his incomplete recovery, exerted himself to rush to your aid. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with the devastating sight of Rin's lifeless body at your hands. It became clear to him that he had also been present then." Kakashi, his eyes filled with anguish, whispered in despair, "No wonder Obito no longer wishes to see me. It was for this reason. How could he possibly confront the one who killed Rin after entrusting her to me?" Kakashi's spirits plummeted, ensnared in self-doubt from which he could not extricate himself. Beside him, Noira Rin, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes and reminded him, "Kakashi, I am still alive. Do not make it seem as though I have already perished." At her words, Kakashi looked up, his expression still wrought with sorrow, and replied, "I know, but it is understandable that Obito fell into darkness upon witnessing such a scene." Kakashi had linked all the events together. That enigmatic, powerful figure had set his sights on Uchiha Obito, orchestrating a series of machinations to guide him towards awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and descending into darkness. The mysterious entity had succeeded. Upon witnessing Rin's death at his own hands, Uchiha Obito succumbed to despair, thereby inheriting the will of that enigmatic figure and embarking on a path of world destruction. Observing this, Uchiha Jin realized that Kakashi had misunderstood yet again, exasperatedly stating, "Have you truly been listening to me? I intend to return your eyes to Obito. Do you believe I would assist him in wreaking havoc and annihilating the world?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, "Are you saying that Obito has not yet fallen into darkness?" Uchiha Jin nodded, then shook his head, clarifying, "To be more precise, he had indeed fallen into darkness before, but I have since brought him back." That mysterious figure, having little time left, sought an heir. Recently, after entrusting everything to Obito, he finally exhausted his life force and passed away. I then confronted Obito, delivering him a sound thrashing to bring him back. Currently, Obito is aiding me in a task, and he will return to the village in due time. If that hidden danger is not resolved, do you think I would allow Rin to see you?" Kakashi was left speechless, taken aback by the multitude of twists in the narrative. However, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Kakashi let out a long breath, finally coming to terms with this reality. If the intention was to return the eyes to Obito, Kakashi lowered his hand from his eye, allowing the Sharingan to revert from the Mangekyo to its three-tomo form, stating calmly, "I have no objections." Initially, upon acquiring Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, Kakashi did indeed reap the benefits it conferred. With this eye, he perfected his technique, Chidori, and established himself among the elite Jonin, qualifying to compete with seasoned shinobi of the highest caliber. As time passed, Kakashi began to recognize the drawbacks brought about by this eternal Sharingan. Not only did a significant portion of his chakra go towards sustaining this unyielding eye, but his own vitality had waned considerably, and his physical development had also stagnated. This was one of the reasons, despite both being clans of ocular techniques, the Uchiha did not require the Hinata's caged bird seal to safeguard their Byakugan. Ordinary individuals who acquired the Uchiha Sharingan could hardly bear its demands, while those prodigies who possessed the Sharingan would not trade their innate talents for an eye that offered limited enhancement. Thus, While the ninja world saw the emergence of Byakugan assassins, the same could not be said for Sharingan assassins. Although Kakashi had acknowledged the constraints imposed by the Sharingan, he had never entertained the thought of removing it. This was a final gift from Obito Uchiha, a poignant reminder of their bond. Now that he had learned of Obito's survival and the necessity of returning the Sharingan, Kakashi found no lingering attachment to it. As for the fate of his signature jutsu, Chidori, without the Sharingan, Kakashi had yet to devise a solution, nonetheless. He firmly believed that his innate talent would prevent him from stagnating due to the loss of a single technique. However, another question lingered in his mind. Could someone reveal the identity of the mysterious, formidable figure who had targeted Obito? As Kakashi unraveled some of his inner turmoil, he gradually calmed down and became curious about the true culprit behind the scenes. Rin Noara, upon hearing this, glanced at Obito Uchiha, having long harbored curiosity about that individual. Yet Obito had always been reticent, never divulging any details. Now that the person was deceased, Rin hoped that Obito would finally speak. After a moment of contemplation, Obito did not conceal the truth any longer and directly stated, that person was Madara Uchiha. Both Kakashi and Rin were taken aback, their bodies trembling as their eyes widened in disbelief. Even decades later, the legendary figure of Madara Uchiha instilled a profound reverence within them, stemming from the depths of their souls. The name of the demon of the ninja world could silence the cries of children at night. For Kakashi and Rin, who had grown up listening to tales of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, the power of Hashirama was matched only by the terror of Madara. Yet, Kakashi quickly shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He exclaimed incredulously. Isn't Madara supposed to have perished at the hands of the first Hokage? How could he possibly still be alive? There's nothing impossible, Obito replied coolly. Have you forgotten the technique I used to save Rin? Kakashi paused, recalling the Izanagi that Obito had previously introduced. If that were the case, it was indeed plausible that Madara had survived to this day, though Kakashi still found it hard to accept. So it was Madara Uchiha. No wonder you were so cautious, Obito, Rin remarked softly, quickly coming to terms with this revelation. In Lin's heart, perhaps only the likes of Uchiha Madara could restrain Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin elaborated, acknowledging the terror that Madara instilled, especially considering he awakened new powers during his battle with the first Hokage. His existence had once instilled in me a sense of uncertainty regarding victory. Thus, revealing the truth to you would only serve to exacerbate our troubles. Moreover, Madara commands an exceedingly secretive and comprehensive intelligence network. Thus, not only you, but even Minato remains unaware of this matter. Uchiha Jin's prowess in this world was not instantaneous. A few years prior, he lacked the strength to triumph over Madara, even though Madara had already grown feeble. Regardless of how Madara survived the first Hokage, he has indeed passed on now, marking the conclusion of this chapter. Observing Kakashi's lingering turmoil, Uchiha Jin offered words of solace. Kakashi sighed and shook his head, realizing his own fixation was unwarranted. Indeed, the matter was settled, and dwelling on Madara was now devoid of any significance. Kakashi inquired, "Do you wish to possess this eye now?" Uchiha Jin shook his head, saying, "Before that, I wish to understand your plans for the future following the loss of this eye." Though Madara had perished, a new tempest had emerged, and should you remain stagnant, both Minato and I would be greatly troubled. A new tempest? Kakashi furrowed his brow, replying, "Jin-sensei, your arrival is rather sudden. How could I possibly refine my future plans in such a brief span?" Uchiha Jin chuckled, "I can offer you two perspectives. First, your Chidori still has room for further development. There is no need to confine it solely as an offensive technique. Second, it is time for you to revisit your family's swordsmanship." Kakashi's expression shifted, his countenance darkening. While the first suggestion did not faze him, the second struck at a deeper emotional chord. The deaths of Uchiha Obito and Lin weighed heavily on Kakashi's heart, yet the suicide of his father, Tsukumo Hatake, remained the most profound source of his anguish. This was a pivotal event that altered Kakashi's mindset, character, philosophy, and even the course of his life. Kakashi had long been haunted by his father's demise. Since the breakage of the White Fang's short blade, he had largely forsaken the Hatake clan's sword techniques. Although the refinement of Chidori granted Kakashi formidable offensive capabilities, his emotional turmoil fostered a repulsion towards the family's swordsmanship. How could a straightforward Chidori ever compare to the agile and powerful techniques of the Hatake swordsmanship? It is worth noting that Kakashi's initial intent in developing Chidori was to create an invincible white-fanged short blade, and it was his ancestral swordsmanship that could truly unlock its full potential. Had it not been for the emotional turmoil within, how could Kakashi have forsaken his original intentions? Discarding the significant for the trivial? Uchiha Jin inhaled deeply, speaking in a solemn tone. Although it has been a long time since we last addressed this. You have yet to let go of your father's demise, haven't you? With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Uchiha Jin resolved to fully articulate his thoughts today. One must understand the profound impact one's mindset has on their abilities. In the original narrative, following the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, Kakashi's prowess stagnated, remaining at the level of a jonin. It was only after he became the leader of Naruto Uzumaki and his companions that he began to find solace regarding the losses of Obito and Rin, subsequently entering a phase of growth in his strength. By the time of the Shippuden arc, Kakashi had tentatively crossed the threshold into the realm of a Kage, capable of exchanging blows with all, yet still overshadowed by established Kage-level powers like A. It was not until the invasion of pain that, after his demise, he encountered Hatake Tsukumo, who had yet to reach the Pure Land, and through their conversation, Kakashi finally unraveled his emotional knots, experiencing a resurgence in his strength. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi wielded Raikiri without hesitation, shining brilliantly in battle, and after receiving a gift from Obito, he even managed to contend with Kaguya Otsutsuki, truly keeping pace with Naruto and Sasuke. Hence, had Kakashi been able to resolve all his inner conflicts earlier, his future achievements might not have been confined to mere support roles, allowing him to become a primary force in combat. Kakashi remained silent, neither confirming nor denying Uchiha Jin's inquiry. Years ago, Kakashi's father, Hatake Tsukumo, faced severe backlash for prioritizing his comrades over a mission, resulting in significant losses for the village, which plunged him into a maelstrom of public outcry. Most villagers of Konoha condemned Tsukumo for abandoning his mission, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt. When those whom Tsukumo had saved also voiced their disapproval, it became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ultimately, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, a formidable warrior, ended his own life within the confines of his home. The death of his father instilled doubt in the young Kakashi, who believed that his father's demise stemmed from a grievous error in judgment. To a ninja, missions hold greater significance than comrades. Thus, Kakashi was led down an extreme path. But did Kakashi truly hold such beliefs in his heart? Perhaps not. Under the exemplary influence of Obito, Kakashi ultimately formed bonds with his comrades, mirroring his father's choice to prioritize them over missions. However, the tragic outcome did not completely liberate Kakashi from his emotional burdens. While he comprehended his father's decision, he remained unable to grasp the rationale behind his father's suicide. Uchiha Jin, undeterred by Kakashi's silence, continued, "In truth, the matter concerning your father, Tsukumo Hatake, is far more intricate than you presume." Kakashi, taken aback, abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate intently on Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin met Kakashi's eyes with calm resolve and continued, "Failures in missions are commonplace, and particularly when such failures arise from the desire to save a comrade who can truly guarantee the completion of a task. The crux of the issue lies in how this otherwise routine, yet confidential matter became widely known." Kakashi's pupils constricted as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It is vital to note that Tsukumo Hatake was undertaking a clandestine mission deep within enemy territory. Ordinarily, even a failure in such a mission should remain undisclosed. Yet, upon his return to the village, this incident caused quite a stir. At that time, the focus was solely on Tsukumo's alleged transgressions, with no one considering how the details of the event were disseminated. Not even Kakashi himself had contemplated this aspect until prompted by Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin pressed on. "In reality, that mission was a trap aimed specifically at your father, Tsukumo Hatake. Regardless of the choices he made, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Had your father chosen to abandon his comrades for the sake of the mission, upon returning to the village, the gossip would have painted him as ruthless and unprincipled. A man willing to sacrifice allies in pursuit of his objectives, bereft of the will of fire. Who was responsible for this trap?" Kakashi's eyes gleamed with a sharp, icy light as he asked coldly. Uchiha Jin replied, "The hand behind this was likely Danzo Shimura. But it is probable that this scheme received tacit approval or even direction from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi." "Why?" Kakashi's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. He could accept Danzo's involvement, but the implication of the third Hokage was staggering. Uchiha Jin elucidated, "The primary reason lies in your father, Tsukumo Hatake, shining too brightly. The title of Hokage is a tremendous honor. Your father's presence posed a threat to the power held by Hiruzen and his allies. To secure their authority, they deemed it necessary to eliminate the possibility of your father seizing power. When faced with the choice between mission and comrades, if your father had chosen the latter, it would indicate a lack of vision. As the saying goes, compassion does not govern armies. As Hokage and leader of the village, there are times when sacrifices must be willingly made. Conversely, if he had opted for the former, it would signify a lack of empathy. A person willing to forsake comrades at any moment is unfit to become Hokage. Thus, regardless of the choice your father made, with a slight nudge, they could ensure that he would lose all reputation and authority, obliterating any chance of ascending to the position of Hokage. Kakashi, filled with fervor, retorted, "But my father never sought power. He was simply doing what he believed was right." Uchiha Jin shook his head and remarked, "Your father may not have harbored such intentions, yet in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts, your father already possessed such capabilities, and therein lies his transgression. His strength surpassed that of the legendary three ninjas, his prestige rivaled that of the third Hokage, and he garnered the recognition of the daimyo of the Fire Country. It can be said that at that time, Hatake Tsukumo embodied all the qualifications necessary to become Hokage." Uchiha Jin continued, "Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others did not initially wish for your father's demise, but they could not have anticipated that Hatake Tsukumo would exhibit such steadfastness, choosing to confront such nefarious tactics with his very life. It is likely that your father chose to take his own life only after discerning the entire truth. He was unwilling to compromise under those foul methods, nor did he desire for his resistance to bring harm upon the village. By taking his own life, he mounted the greatest form of protest without jeopardizing the village's interests. The ascent of Hatake Tsukumo to prominence coincided with the zenith of Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance, a period marked by Hiruzen's utmost desire for control over his power. During this time, Hatake Tsukumo obtained the unprecedented title of Hokage, which posed a direct threat to the authority wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. This elucidates why Hiruzen tacitly permitted the fermentation of public sentiment within Konohagakure, even subtly exacerbating the situation. Kakashi trembled, unable to fathom that such a truth lay concealed behind his father's suicide. Yet, the peculiarities surrounding his father's death hinted at something extraordinary. And now it seemed that Uchiha Jin's assertions provided the most plausible explanation. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, Noara Rin's gaze was filled with concern, apprehensive about Kakashi's well-being. "I am fine." Kakashi lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot yet remarkably composed, gesturing to Rin that she need not worry. He then turned to Uchiha Jin and inquired, "What if my father had not chosen to take his own life?" In this moment, Kakashi grappled with the incomprehensible nature of his father Hatake Tsukumo's suicide, longing to understand what might have transpired had his father chosen differently. Uchiha Jin pondered for a moment before responding, "If your father had not taken his own life, two possibilities would have emerged. Firstly, he may have resorted to even more extreme measures of resistance. Secondly, he could have opted for compromise. Let us first consider the former scenario. At that time, shortly after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, the major ninja villages had yet to forget the pains and animosities of war, and after years of recuperation, they had amassed considerable strength. Given your father's stature, a full-scale rebellion would undoubtedly have stirred significant unrest within Konohagakure, yet the likelihood of dethroning Sarutobi Hiruzen's regime would have been slim. Thus, the most probable outcome would have been your father's failed coup, resulting in severe internal strife that could have left Konohagakure severely weakened, allowing other villages to seize the opportunity and precipitate the Third Shinobi World War. Under the onslaught of numerous ninja villages, the risk of Konohagakure facing annihilation would not be far-fetched. Upon hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow, meticulously reflecting on the circumstances in the ninja world at that time. The likelihood of Uchiha Jin's conjecture indeed held considerable weight. Uchiha Jin continued, stating, "As for the second possibility, persuading your father to compromise and speak the truth. It is a fundamental truth that no one can entirely comprehend another's mindset and suffering, not even I. However, from the outcome, it is evident that for your father, such a compromise would equate to a personal denial of the beliefs he had established. Living in such a state of compromise would undoubtedly be far more agonizing than death. Hence he chose the latter. In the entirety of this matter, the only person your father may have wronged is perhaps you. Yet, I believe his actions stemmed from the conviction that you could transcend this shadow. If it were Uchiha Jin himself, he would undoubtedly prefer to shatter into pieces rather than yield. Even if it meant the destruction of Konoha, he would fight to the bitter end against Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. However, every individual possesses their own beliefs. While Uchiha Jin may not endorse the methods of Hatake Sakomo, he can comprehend his reasoning. This world has never lacked individuals with a grand vision. Conversely, those who exploit others' visions through insidious means to fulfill their own ambitions are particularly detestable. Kakashi fell into silence once more, his mind a tangled mess. Unsure of what to articulate. Observing this, Uchiha Jin suddenly remarked, "You have been idling away your time lately, so perhaps you are unaware that your teacher, Minato Namikaze, is about to become the fourth Hokage." Kakashi was taken aback, regarding Uchiha Jin with a puzzled expression, uncertain how this topic had arisen. Indeed, he had heard rumors regarding the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepping down after the war, but having shown little interest. He had not paid heed to the fact that Minato would ascend as the fourth Hokage. Uchiha Jin continued, "The reason I mention your father's situation is to convey that his death was not an act of evasion or cowardice. Rather, he chose to sacrifice himself for the village and for his own sake. Whether his reasoning was right or wrong is a matter of perspective, and each person will form their own judgments based on their beliefs. It is not a simple matter to evaluate. However, it is certain that the village's higher-ups are at fault. Your father's tragedy was largely orchestrated by them. Both Minato and I are intent on altering this status quo. This is a life-and-death struggle. Minato does not hail from a ninja clan and lacks certain foundational support. Apart from us comrades, he can rely only on you disciples. But look at your current situation. Can you truly become Minato's support? Or do you expect him to divide his focus to protect you while contending with them?" Upon hearing this, both Kakashi and Rin displayed expressions of shame. Yet from that shame ignited a fierce spirit. Kakashi exhaled slowly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Thank you for your reminder, Jin-sensei. I will not disappoint Teacher Minato again." Yahara Rin also spoke up, declaring, "I am now quite powerful. Ishii has willingly lent me its strength." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin recognized that regardless of whether Kakashi had resolved his inner turmoil, he had at least rekindled his former convictions, which brought him great comfort. Uchiha Jin remarked, "If Minato were aware of your determination, he would surely be pleased. You all must diligently train and strive to enhance your abilities, for your time is running short." Kakashi nodded earnestly, responding, "I understand. I will ensure that the name of Konoha's White Fang resonates throughout the entire shinobi world once more." Uchiha Jin smiled, reaching into his ninja tool pouch to retrieve a glass vial filled with nutrient liquid, within which floated a 3-tomo Sharingan. He stated, "Obito's I must certainly be returned to him, as the Sharingan achieves its utmost potency only when paired. The absence of one eye imposes a limitation on Obito. As compensation, I can transplant another Sharingan for you, and place a seal to ensure that this eye does not hinder your development during times of peace. However, I advise you not to overly rely on this eye. It is merely to prevent a sudden decline in your combat prowess." Kakashi bowed deeply to Uchiha Jin, filled with gratitude. The journey to enhance one's strength is not a matter of a single day, yet the abrupt loss of a Sharingan would certainly diminish his capabilities. The eye provided by Uchiha Jin served as a safeguard during this transitional period. Kakashi then turned to Yahara Rin, saying, "Rin, I must trouble you." Rin nodded and stepped forward to assist Kakashi in the eye transplant procedure. The following day, Uchiha Fugaku was summoned early in the morning by Hiruzen Sarutobi to the Hokage building. It was evident that Sarutobi sought to discuss the matter of persuading the Uchiha clan to relinquish their claims to compensation and rewards. Under Uchiha Jin's guidance, Fugaku was not easily deceived this time. According to Jin's strategy, Fugaku's task was simply to delay. In a few days, when the frontline shinobi returned, Sarutobi would have no choice but to address the issues of compensation and rewards, thus rendering the matter moot. However, the situation might not unfold as smoothly as hoped. Before Sarutobi made his move, Uchiha Jin could only advise Fugaku to proceed with caution and respond to challenges as they arose. After a long night of work, Uchiha Jin enjoyed a rare sleep until noon. After a light meal to satisfy his hunger, he prepared some gifts and summoned the plump orange cat using reverse summoning techniques to the territory of the Nico clan. The Nico clan's domain lay in a desolate area unclaimed by any nation or village. Although it was in close proximity to the Land of Fire, the reverse summoning technique was evidently more convenient for Uchiha Jin. Upon arriving at the territory of the Nico clan, he first pacified the plump orange cat with a bag of dried fish before making his way to the residence of the clan leader, Granny Cat. Halt! As Uchiha Jin arrived at a corridor, two figures suddenly emerged from either side, blocking his path. They were two small cats adorned in garments, serving as the guardians of Granny Cat, who typically interrogated those seeking an audience with her. However, given the opportunistic nature of the Nico clan, it would be more apt to describe their inquiries as toll collection rather than mere questioning. Hi, Hinata, Tanhua. It's been a while. I've brought you gifts. Uchiha Jin greeted them with a smile, promptly presenting the prepared offerings. Ah, it's Uchiha Jin. Quite impressive. You certainly possess more discernment than the other Uchiha, Hinata replied, sniffing the contents of the gifts. Upon confirming they contained substantial dried fish, she nodded in satisfaction towards Uchiha Jin. Does Granny Cat have some time now? I need her assistance with a matter, Uchiha Jin inquired. With a wave of her paw, Hinata impatiently replied, Granny is in the attic. You may seek her yourself. Thank you. Uchiha Jin expressed his gratitude and, without further ado, maneuvered around the two cats towards the attic at the end of the corridor. Once Uchiha Jin departed, Hinata and Tanhua immediately seized the gifts and scurried to a corner to divide their spoils. Uchiha Jin chuckled and shook his head. The Nico clan was indeed amusing. One could argue they weren't greedy, yet whenever one sought their help, regardless of the task's magnitude, they invariably required compensation, be it monetary or in kind, or else the matter would remain unresolved. Yet, one could also argue they were not overly avaricious, as sometimes a mere piece of dried fish sufficed to settle a situation. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its pride, often gazing at others as if they were fools. Yet they surprisingly coexist harmoniously with these opportunistic cats. The intricacies of this world can be quite fascinating at times. Granny Cat, I come to intrude once more. Upon entering the attic, Uchiha Jin immediately spotted Granny Cat, clad in traditional attire, adorned with dark gray cat ear decorations, seated on a tatami mat while smoking. He promptly bowed in her direction. Indeed, Granny Cat was not a feline, but a woman. The so-called Nico clan was merely established by this elderly woman, who took in numerous stray cats. Granny Cat taught these strays chakra manipulation and various skills, enabling them to fend for themselves and find refuge in this chaotic ninja world. She is a formidable figure who embodies her beliefs, and thus, Uchiha Jin holds her in high regard. Ah, little Jin, I've heard of your remarkable performance on the battlefield of the mist. It was truly dazzling. Granny Cat exhaled a puff of smoke, praising him. Your parents would be immensely proud of your achievements if they knew of them. Uchiha Jin sat cross-legged opposite Granny Cat, shaking his head as he replied. It's merely a hollow title. There's nothing to be proud of. Excessive modesty can verge on hypocrisy, Granny Cat remarked, casting a discerning glance at Uchiha Jin. Your transformation over the years has been so profound that I find it somewhat inscrutable. Uchiha Jin merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. Despite his original indifferent demeanor, he held a particular fondness for the Nico clan, cultivating a notably amiable relationship with Granny Cat. Although Uchiha Jin inherited the memories of his predecessor, his mannerisms ultimately diverged from those of his former self, which made it entirely reasonable for Granny Cat to notice the difference. She did not dwell on the matter, recognizing that everyone possesses their own secrets. Taking a deep drag from her cigarette, Granny Cat inquired, Well, it's unusual for you to seek me out without cause. What brings you here? You truly are perceptive, Uchiha Jin replied with a smile. I wish to commission a superior ninja blade. Granny Cat raised an eyebrow in surprise and remarked, Did you not already commission a blade with your entire fortune? Did you lose it? It was damaged. Uchiha Jin shook his head. That blade was still too feeble for my needs. I seek to customize a sturdier, more resilient, and heat-resistant ninja sword. Long before the war commenced, Uchiha Jin had visited her once, using all his savings to commission a blade infused with a small amount of chakra metal. However, under the influence of his burning fruit abilities, that sword had melted into molten iron after only a few uses. Granny Cat was not particularly astonished by this revelation. Given the intelligence at her disposal, she understood that Uchiha Jin's strength had vastly improved since then. The previous blade, merely mingled with a trace of chakra metal, was indeed inadequate for the rigors of intense combat. She replied, crafting a ninja blade is certainly within my capabilities, but if you desire a quality surpassing your last one, it will require a substantial sum. Do you possess such funds? Business is business, and Granny Cat has always been clear about her principles in these matters. Regardless of her amicable relationship with Uchiha Jin, she would not part with a single coin for him. After all, she had a multitude of kittens to support. Financial matters are manageable, Uchiha Jin stated, but my demands this time are somewhat elevated. Please take a look at the materials I brought along. As he spoke, he reached into his ninja tool pouch and produced a pre-prepared storage scroll, placing it before Granny Cat. Curiously, she picked up the scroll and asked, "What materials are contained within?" With a smile, Uchiha Jin explained, "You must be aware of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, correct? I acquired these spoils from them." The 7 ninja swordsmen. Granny Cat raised her eyebrows in astonishment. "I had indeed heard of your victory over them. You are quite fortunate." After a brief pause, she continued, "It is rumored that the swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen were bound by a summoning contract established through special means by the village hidden in the mist. Will these not be summoned back to them now?" Uchiha Jin shook his head in reassurance. "Rest assured, I have already lifted the summoning contracts from these blades. They are entirely mine now. Otherwise, I would not have brought them to you." Nodding in understanding, Granny Cat opened the storage scroll and, with a hand seal, summoned the contents within. The 7 ninja swords appeared before her: the broken blade of decapitation, the needle of the long sword, the dull blade of the cutting edge, the explosive blade of splash, the thunder blade of fangs, the twin blades of flatfish, and the great blade of shark flesh. Looking at the 7 swords, Granny Cat turned to Uchiha Jin with a hint of astonishment. "Why are there 7? Did you not claim to have only defeated 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen?" Uchiha Jin explained with a smile. "At that moment, upon seeing the blades in their hands, I was struck by a thought. When they witnessed my attempt to seize their weapons, they were left with no choice but to abandon their shinobi blades in a bid to save their own lives. Otherwise, 3 of them would not have escaped my grasp. For the 7 ninja swordsmen, although losing their blades could be rectified through the binding contracts held by the village, a life lost is irretrievable. Thus, upon realizing that my target was the blades in their possession, Suigetsu Hozuki was the first among the 7 ninja swordsmen to discard his sword, the Samahata, in a desperate attempt to buy himself some time to flee. Observing that I had forsaken the unarmed Suigetsu in pursuit, the others showed no hesitation, promptly casting their own swords away and scattering in all directions. This act leveled the playing field once more, and I commenced my indiscriminate pursuit. However, due to this delay, I ultimately allowed 3 of them to escape. It seems the 7 ninja swordsmen did not anticipate my use of contract sealing. Otherwise, persuading them to abandon their blades would not have been so effortless." "I see." The old cat nodded and inquired, "What manner of shinobi blade do you desire?" The 7 blades Uchiha Jin brought were not only infused with substantial amounts of chakra metal, but also possessed unique abilities, each worth no less than several million ryo in the black market, which alleviated the old cat's concerns regarding Jin's ability to pay. Uchiha Jin then proposed, "Granny, could you perhaps meld a few of these down and reforge them, combining their attributes to create a completely new shinobi blade? For instance, merging the regenerative qualities of the broken blade, the formidable sturdiness of the dull blade, the heat resistance of the explosive blade, and the transformative properties of the twin blades? Each of these 7 blades bears its distinct power. The broken blade can regenerate by absorbing iron molecules from blood, while also restoring a modicum of vitality to its wielder. The dull blade is renowned for its weight and durability, capable of shattering any defense. The explosive blade can unleash devastating strikes by summoning explosive tags, while the twin blades can amplify their size to form a concentrated mass of chakra, releasing a sphere of chakra with tremendous destructive force. If we could amalgamate the abilities of these 4 blades, we would undoubtedly forge an unparalleled shinobi weapon." What a fanciful notion. The old cat shot Uchiha Jin a disapproving glance, stating, "The birth of each of these 7 blades is marked by uniqueness and serendipity. They are irreplicable existences. Even restoring them to their original forms after melting them down is nearly impossible, let alone consolidating their attributes into a single blade. If that were feasible, the village hidden in the mist would have accomplished it long ago, rather than waiting for you to propose such an idea. Therefore, you need not dwell on that. It would be wiser to sell these weapons and use the proceeds to acquire a suitable shinobi blade. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin felt a pang of disappointment. Ordinary shinobi blades struggle to withstand the heat of the Mera Mera no Mi. Even those crafted entirely from chakra metal would likely falter under temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees after just a few moments. Sturdy, durable, and heat-resistant, just what you seek. Granny Cat observed Uchiha Jin's expression keenly. After a brief moment of hesitation, she rose and began rummaging through a nearby storage cabinet. Uchiha Jin's eyes brightened, a glimmer of anticipation flickering within. After all, Granny Cat specialized in the business of ninja tools. She might possess some extraordinary collections. Before long, Granny Cat returned, holding a storage scroll, and unfurled it before Uchiha Jin. He focused intently and noticed several unique sealing runes inscribed upon the scroll, marked with the characters for 10, 8, and fire. Granny Cat inquired, "Have you heard of the Kusanagi sword?" The Kusanagi sword. Uchiha Jin's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Indeed, I know it, Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha wields a Kusanagi sword. It is said to be a legendary artifact." Granny Cat nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the Kusanagi sword is a legendary artifact, renowned for its indestructible nature, with each sword possessing its own unique abilities." Uchiha Jin recalled the appearances of several Kusanagi swords in the Naruto storyline. Orochimaru's Kusanagi could extend and retract, exceptionally sharp, and could even serve as a flying sword. Although Uchiha Sasuke's Kusanagi was not elaborated upon, it likely amplified lightning-based jutsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi's Kusanagi, known as the Totsuka blade, was a rare ethereal weapon formed from chakra. Equipped with sealing techniques, sought after even by Orochimaru for an extended period. Wait, as this realization dawned upon him, Uchiha Jin's gaze shifted to the character for 10 inscribed on the sealing scroll presented by Granny Cat. Could this be the Totsuka blade wielded by Uchiha Itachi? Granny Cat continued, "It is rumored that there are 11 Kusanagi swords in total, though most are scattered across the ninja world. I have been fortunate enough to acquire 3 of them." Pausing, Granny Cat formed a hand seal and pointed to the rune inscribed with the character for fire on the scroll, summoning forth a long blade. It was an ordinary-looking tachi, featuring an Eastern-style purple hilt, an oval tsuba, and a brown scabbard. As the blade emerged, a pungent scent of sulfur mixed with a burnt aroma began to permeate the room. Granny Cat spoke. "This blade is said to have been forged in volcanic lava, capable of igniting the air with each swing of its edge. Ordinary scabbards cannot withstand the intense heat it generates. This sword is known as the Zanho Tachi, an artifact capable of reducing all existence to ashes." From the moment the Kusanagi sword appeared, Uchiha Jin was utterly captivated, as if an inexplicable bond drew him to it. Upon hearing the name of the blade, he abruptly raised his head in astonishment. Uchiha Jin could scarcely believe his ears. Questioning, "Granny, what did you say this blade is called?" "The Zanho Tachi." Granny Cat reiterated the name of the blade, her brow furrowing in curiosity. "Why? Have you heard of this sword?" Uchiha Jin instinctively nodded. The name of the Zanho Taido, known as the Remnant Fire Blade, belonged to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the captain of the Godei 13 and the mightiest Shinigami of the past 2 millennia. How could he possibly be unaware of its significance? Yet, was this truly the famed Remnant Fire Blade? Seeing Uchiha Jin's silence, Old Cat Lady assumed he had merely encountered the name in some ancient text and did not delve further. She continued, "To claim it can incinerate all under heaven may be an exaggeration, but the Remnant Fire Blade is indeed a remarkable fire-attributed artifact, sturdy, durable, and resistant to high temperatures. This sword meets all your requirements and can also amplify the potency of fire-based ninjutsu." A glint of excitement flashed in Uchiha Jin's eyes as he reached out and grasped the Remnant Fire Blade. At once, a profound sense of connection surged through him, as though he and the sword had fused into one. With a resonant clang, Uchiha Jin drew the blade from its sheath, and the air ignited into roaring flames. What a magnificent sword! Although he sensed that this Remnant Fire Blade lacked the formidable powers of its counterpart in the Shinigami world, it was undeniably the most suitable weapon for him at this moment. This was the Kusanagi, indeed a fine sword. The old cat lady stepped back, avoiding the searing heat of the flames, and admonished, "You'd best sheath that blade quickly. If you set fire to my place, I will not let you off lightly." Realizing his recklessness, Uchiha Jin hastily returned the Remnant Fire Blade to its sheath. As the blade slid into its scabbard, Intricate runes illuminated the surface, suppressing the flames that had enveloped the sword. Uchiha Jin gazed in astonishment, while the old cat lady explained. This scabbard is crafted from the legendary trunk of the divine tree, exceptionally sturdy, and is inscribed with fire-sealing talismans to contain the blade's high temperatures. However, through the passage of time, the seals have worn, allowing some of the essence to leak. If you intend to wield this sword, it would be prudent to restore the sealing talismans to ensure complete safety. That's simple enough. Uchiha Jin, enamored with the remnant fire blade and resolute in his desire to possess it, immediately formed seals and pressed his palm against the scabbard. Seal. Dark runes flowed from his hand, weaving across the scabbard, restoring the fire-sealing inscriptions. While these seals naturally suppressed fire, they were effective only against flames. Such a singularly focused sealing technique was not particularly challenging amidst the myriad of complex seals, and Uchiha Jin was adept at it. The old cat lady remarked. It appears you are quite pleased with this sword. Very pleased. I want this blade. Uchiha Jin affirmed, nodding, then cast a somewhat reproachful glance at the old cat lady. Grandma, why didn't you present such a treasure sooner? She shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, even if I had shown it to you last time. Could you have afforded it? Were it not for the modest value of the 7 blades you brought, you would remain oblivious to the existence of this sword. Uchiha Jin momentarily faltered upon hearing this. Truth be told, apart from these 7 ninja blades, he possessed little else in terms of funds. While the ninja profession is regarded as a lucrative endeavor, it simultaneously caters to a high-consumption demographic. Everyday necessities such as shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags come at a steep price, especially following the recent war when the rewards for missions were converted into military achievements, to be distributed only after the conflict's conclusion. Had Uchiha Jin not encountered Cardo on the battlefield, and if the majority of consumables were not supplied by the village, he would likely find himself without even the means to afford a meal. Suddenly, Uchiha Jin realized a pressing matter and turned to the old cat lady, inquiring, Do you mean to say that these 7 ninja blades are worth but a single one of your swords? Indeed, she retorted with a dismissive huff. Though your 7 blades are precious, they do possess a specific value. My remnant fire blade, however, is the legendary Kusanagi sword, an artifact of immeasurable worth. Were it not for the recent rise in prices and my urgent need for funds, do you truly believe I would trade this divine weapon for your 7 inferior blades? Uchiha Jin managed a sheepish smile. Though the old lady's words were rather unflattering, they held some truth. After all, if given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer the remnant fire blade over those 7 ninja blades. Nevertheless, he gazed at the other sealing runes on the storage scroll and spoke up. Madam, are those also Kusanagi swords? Are you willing to sell them? Please name your price. With Cardo's maritime company backing him, Uchiha Jin spoke with newfound confidence. He truly was not short on funds at the moment. I shall not sell. The old cat lady cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Jin, swiftly stowing away the storage scroll. These are my prized possessions. There is no way I would part with them so easily. With your 7 ninja blades in my possession, I could sell just one a year and sustain myself for 7 years. I have no need to exchange these treasures for mere coin. If you genuinely desire them, you must present something of comparable worth in return. Comparable worth? Uchiha Jin was reluctant to relinquish the Kusanagi swords, and he inquired, What precisely are you seeking, dear lady? After putting away the scroll, the old lady took a leisurely puff from her pipe and replied, Well, since we are discussing artifacts, it would only be fitting to trade for another artifact. The 6 paths ninja tools passed down from the village hidden in the clouds would be quite admirable. She paused before directing her gaze back at Uchiha Jin. In addition to ninja tools, your Uchiha Clan's Mangekyo Sharingan holds significant value and could also serve as a bargaining chip. Essentially, I am referring to items of similar caliber. The old cat lady spoke casually, lacking any genuine intent to negotiate with Uchiha Jin. Yet her words stirred a tempest within him. In the original narrative, Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared only once in Uchiha Itachi's recollections, after which they vanished without a trace. Could it be that Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was exchanged by Uchiha Itachi for the Kusanagi sword? If that were the case, then Uchiha Itachi would truly be a model of filial piety.